Chapter 51 The Dragon Fights the Tigers. Xiaqian is not stupid. Not only is he not stupid, he should be said to be very shrewd. At this moment, he also saw the strangeness of the matter. The two brothers Li Wuji, who are usually very brave, showed a rare dignified look today, which made Xiaqian had to be surprised. He knows the strength of the two brothers Li Wuji very well, and a dozen or so big men who play alone are not their opponents. If double swords together is the most mysterious Zhongnan High bodyguard in the legend, it is not the opponent of their brothers. When Xiaqian first hired the Li Wuji brothers, in order to test their abilities, he relied on his father's relationship to let the Li Wuji brothers compete with the newly retired Zhongnan High bodyguard who had served as a chief bodyguard. Fighting alone, none of the brothers is Zhongnan High's bodyguard opponent, but the two swords combined can withstand the attack of the three Zhongnan High bodyguards. Now the two of them are helpless against Wang Meng and dare not launch an attack. This surprised Xiaqian a little bit more to cherish his talents, hoping to recruit this kind of person, with these fierce generals, plus the Li brothers. The next Huashan wheel sword champion must belong to Xiaqian, but regardless of whether they are recruited, they must first be convinced. Otherwise, such an inferior person, please come to hurt the enemy, but even more hurt himself. The three people who were facing each other in the field didn't know that Xiaqian his thoughts had been transferred in an instant. Although Wang Meng had heard of the names of the Li brothers a long time ago, he realized that their two swords were perfect when they really held each other. No matter who he attacks, he will be ruthlessly counterattacked by the other. Although he used the slight movements of his feet, shoulders, and elbows several times to influence the two brothers, hoping to find a flaw in them, but the spiritual communication between the two brothers made Wang Meng futile. Although Wang Meng was surprised, the Li Wuji brothers were even more surprised. His two brothers' double swords on the wall, 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2. But the brothers are not sure about Wang Meng. Those huge iron palms put too much pressure on the brothers. This pair of iron palms is so fierce in the army, so far no one can resist the full blow of Wang Meng's iron palm. This made the brothers hesitate to attack. The three of the two sides were in a stalemate like this, and no one can help. Now the comparison is stamina and perseverance, to see who can't hold on to this pressure first, who collapses first, who loses this unprovoked duel. However, both sides are one of the best soldiers in the country, and their endurance and perseverance do not lose to the special forces of any country in the world. To decide the victory or defeat, it is by no means a short time. The duel gradually developed into a protracted stalemate, but there was a sudden change in the field. The X-factor of this sudden change was Lin Feng that everyone thought collapsed to the ground. After Lin Feng came from Wang suddenly, he kept suffocating. He wants revenge and seeks justice for himself. But he has not dared to move. The Li brothers are unpredictable. As long as they are by Xiaqian, Lin Feng will not even talk about revenge. Even self-protection is difficult. Waiting, Lin Feng lay on the ground quietly waiting for the best time to come, and quietly accumulating strength. The three opponents in the field, Xiaqian sitting in the Mercedes-Benz S600, all temporarily forgot Lin Feng lying on the ground, and their forgetting made Lin Feng finally wait for an opportunity. In the silent night sky, an abrupt string of cell phone bells rang. The four of them couldn't help looking at it, but the three of them who were holding each other glanced at them and found that the ringtone came from Lin Feng who was lying on the ground, and immediately turned their attention to each other. After just a glance, Xiaqian no longer cared, lit a cigarette and waited for the result of the duel. Beep. The harsh ringing pierced the night sky, which was particularly shocking. The three people in the holding are even more energetic, afraid that the opponent will launch a sudden attack when the next bell rings. Beep. Every time the bell rang, it struck the hearts of the three as a reminder, not only torturing the nerves of the three, but also pulling off the last safety gate of the duel. All three of them knew that the moment the bell disappeared, it was the moment of a showdown. At this moment, Xiaqian also saw that the duel had reached a critical moment. As the bell rang, his heart became tighter and tighter, and a cigarette was almost extinguished without knowing it. Silence was silent, the ringtone finally broke, and the night returned to tranquility again. But the real fight has just begun. Drink. Wang Meng is worthy of being the king of individual soldiers. It took only 0.1 seconds to react from the disappearance of the ringtone to the launch of the attack, and he launched a fierce offensive against the Li Wuji brothers. A pair of iron palms are like thousands of flowers falling, and the falling flowers are colorful, and they are full of Wang Meng's palm shadows on all sides, covering the vital points of the Li Wuji brothers, making them inevitable. Someone once joked that Wang Meng's iron palms were as powerful as Huang Luxi's falling sword palms on Tohua Island. Of course, this is just a joke after all. There is no golden stone broken like Li Luoying's Excalibur palm, but the Li Wuji brothers, who fell into the wind on the first day of the match, naturally would not use their bodies to try whether Wang Meng's iron palm has a peach blossom. The island's fallen sword palm is powerful. The brothers also roared, not retreating but advancing, attacking the place where Wang Meng must be saved. If Wang Meng's palm is true, the Li Wuji brothers must have seriously injured one, but the brothers' counterattack could also cause Wang Meng to be seriously injured. There were two brothers Li Wuji, but Wang Meng was only one, and Wang Meng had to withdraw his hand. However, the Li Wuji brothers took advantage of the situation to counterattack. After a few rounds, they had regained their previous disadvantages and gradually gained the upper hand. You can say that the Li Wuji brothers have won more than they are disgraceful, or you can say that they are despicable, but only the winner can have the last laugh. The so-called meanness and shamelessness ceased to exist when the loser fell. Xiaqian smiled. Although he is not proficient in martial arts, he can see that the Li brothers already have the upper hand in the appearance. Not surprisingly, the Li brothers will definitely capture this fierce general who can fight the Li brothers on his own. Wuxian on the sword. I will definitely win this time. Xiaqian. His thoughts have drifted to the top of Wuxian a few months later. The so-called Wuxian Lungian is just a joke that a group of idle and boring brothers mentioned in a joke at a party. Each son has his own background, and he has hired all kinds of bodyguards for his safety. Inside there are strong retired soldiers in the army, as well as first-class and first-class players hidden in the arena. When a group of princes met, they discussed with each other and boasted that their bodyguards were good. Often blushing for this struggle, in order to distinguish whose bodyguard is strong, and in order to pass the boring life. So a group of idle and boring brothers developed such a farce of Wuxian Lungian. Full moon night. The top of Wuxian, who controls the ups and downs, hero with a sword. In order to make this game more exciting, it naturally added a lot of color. Money, connections, women, everything can be gambled. A group of boring to crazy boy buddies, as long as they are happy, they dare to gamble on anything, and dare to suppress everything. Xiaqian was also one of the initiators, but for 3 consecutive terms, he did not even enter the top 5 as the initiator, which made him very embarrassed. After unexpectedly recruiting the Li brothers this year, the goal was directed at the 5 uniques. However, after witnessing Wang Meng's bio and performance, Xiaqian has secretly targeted the 5 wonders in the supernatural powers. As for the death and injury of these bodyguards in the duel, it is not important to this group of elder brothers. Don't you be a bodyguard to make money? I lose money. Back in the quiet night of Beijing, the situation in the field is changing at this moment. Wang Meng's situation is precarious, and he may fall under the 2 swords of the Li brothers at any time. But the Li brothers did not dare to push too much. Wang Meng's prestige was too great, and the fierce name of this pair of iron palms was even more powerful. Once Wang Meng was pressed, his dying counterattack could definitely severely wound the brothers. In the end, the 3 of them could only all lose out. Therefore, Li Wuqi hopes that Wang Meng can be dragged down, and it is best to end peacefully. However, the war situation, where everything is developing towards a peaceful end, has returned. Lin Feng, who had been lying down on the ground, moved, like a cheetah lurking for 3 days and 3 nights waiting for its prey. Fierce attack. Chapter 52 Punching Xiaqian? Lin Feng has been waiting for the opportunity. His limbs are already full of strength, waiting for the moment of eruption. When the bell first rang, Lin Feng instinctively wanted to answer the phone, but the moment his hand was about to move, the brain's revenge factor immediately stopped this reckless behavior. Endure. Before there is absolute certainty, there must be no changes. When the bell stopped, Wang Meng's violent shout came from behind, and he acted on the 3 of them. Xiaqian. After Lin Feng continued to endure for dozens of seconds, his feet slammed on the ground, like a goshawk attacking a lion fighting a rabbit, his whole body jumping straight, like an arrow shot from a strong bow, piercing Xiaqian car windows. Not good. When the Li Wuji brothers heard a strange noise behind them, they knew that something was wrong. But the 2 brothers were tied up by Wang Meng and couldn't get out and go back to rescue Xiaqian. A trace of impatience and anger spread in the hearts of the Li Wuji brothers. The more anxious the Li Wuji brothers, the more calm Wang Meng became. At the moment when Lin Feng fought back, Wang Meng was slightly surprised, but he was even more delighted in his heart, and he strengthened the offensive with great cooperation. A pair of iron palms exerted 9 successes and dragged the Li Wuji brothers tightly, leaving them unavailable and unable to rescue them. If the 2 want to force a breakthrough, his iron palm is definitely not a vegetarian. Can bear what people can't bear. Good job. Wang Meng looked at Lin Feng higher in his heart. Cracking, a sound of broken glass came, and the Li Wuji brothers were more anxious, but Wang Meng's offensive was even tighter, binding the 2 to death. The brothers knew that this was Wang Meng holding them with one breath. As long as this breath was vented, Wang Meng could only catch them. But now Xiaqian is being attacked by Lin Feng, and the brothers must not sit idly by. Wang Meng, do you really want to hurt both sides? Li Wuji roared. Wang Meng did not answer. Wang Meng admired Wang Meng's double swords on the wall of the Li Wuji brothers, but the people they protected made Wang Meng extremely despised, and even looked down upon the Li Wuji brothers a lot. It is disgusting to sell what you have learned to such a person. At the moment Lin Feng suddenly launched an attack, Xiaqian was frightened. It's not that he has never seen such a scene, but it is the first time in his life that there is no one around to protect him, especially when he saw Lin Feng's blood-red eyes smash the glass with his fists, and the broken glass was covered with bloodstains and fell to the ground. At that time, Xiaqian, his heart seemed to be violently struck by a hammer, and his brain went blank. The blood-red eyes, the bleeding fists, the angry face. But there was no bodyguard around him. All these made Xiaqian feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Xiaqian was sitting in the car, shaking slightly, reluctantly pretending to be calm, but like a mouse meeting a cat but refusing to retreat. Generally funny. Lin Feng ignored him, but his eyes were bloody, and he reached out to touch the handle of the car. Xiaqian looked stiff, and her heart trembled even more. Friend, I was wrong just now. I lost money. Xiaqian quickly took out the wallet in his pocket and drew a card from it. There are 100,000 in this card. The code is 778,564. Take it and count my compensation. We will cancel everything today. Xiaqian begged for mercy, but secretly calculated how to deal with Lin Feng in his heart. I'm going to your mother's money. I don't need any money today. You gasped for my kick and punched me 11 punches. I want to return it to you. Lin Feng's eyes were red, and he slammed the car door and reached out to Xiaqian. Grab it. Li Wuji, what the hell are you doing? Don't come to save me. The last trace of Xiaqian, his calm, also turned into a hysterical roar under the pull of Lin Feng's hands. Hearing Xiaqian, his fearful roar, the Li Wuji brothers became more anxious, but Wang Meng's offensive was wave after wave, making it impossible for the 2 of them to leave. Wang Meng, can you give our brothers a face? Li Wuji yelled again and again. A person who is insulting will always be humiliated. Wang Meng has never had a good face for such a bully brother. Are you trying to work hard? Are we brothers still afraid that you won't succeed? Li Wuji laughed angrily, roared, and resorted to life-threatening moves. Li Wuji and Li Wuji figured out their minds, and no longer scrupulously fighting for their lives. Before Xiaqian suffered irreparable damage, they must knock down Wang Meng. At this time, the three people's duel was far less exciting than before, but it was a bit more tragic, and a little carelessness would be a broken bone, a line of life and death. Come out. Lin Feng pulled the car door, trying to drag Xiaqian out of it. No, I don't want to go out. Xiaqian was even more frightened when seeing that the Li Wuji brothers roared, but couldn't get out to save themselves. He desperately grasped the handle of the car with both hands and kicked his legs desperately. At this moment, there is no trace of young Master Pian's appearance. Lin Feng was kicked and staggered under Xiaqian his chaos. After spitting bitterly, he immediately rushed over again, grabbed Xiaqian his legs, and pulled down desperately. His skull, with a sound, Xiaqian his brand-name trousers were pulled off by Lin Feng, and his two white thighs were particularly eye-catching at night. Li Wuji, damn your mother, and I won't come to save Lozi. Xiaqian had never received such insults before, turning his handsome faces together and swearing in his throat. Although Li Wuji heard Xiaqian his roar, he suffered from being entangled in Wang Meng's iron palms and couldn't get out. If at this time to force Xiaqian to rescue, Li Wuji could not stop Wang Meng's three moves. He couldn't just watch Li Wuji get hurt. This was his brother. At this time, Lin Feng had already dragged Xiaqian out of the car, dragging her smooth and tender thighs on the concrete road, easily worn out Xiaqian his tender thighs, causing Xiaqian to scream and curse. Sound. Lin Feng ignored it, and sat down on Xiaqian, raising his fist and hitting him. The first punch made Xiaqian stare at Venus, dizzy and full of curses stopped abruptly. With the second punch, Xiaqian his nosebleed spewed out, and his face was filthy. In the third punch, Xiaqian his front tooth was missing, cursing Li Wuji hoarsely. The movement behind them made the Li Wuji brothers more worried, and confusion gradually appeared between their movements. If the brothers hadn't figured it out, they would have been defeated by Wang Meng. Brother, go and save young Master Xia. I'll stop Wang Meng. Li Wuji yelled anxiously. No, I'll stop him, you save. How dare Li Wuji let Li Wuji stop Wang Meng alone? The murdered Wang Meng was definitely not something that either of his brothers could resist. It's dangerous to do it naturally. Brother, go quickly, don't hesitate, otherwise there is something wrong with young Master Xia, and we will not be able to run. Li Wuji took a step forward and tried his best to block all Wang Meng's offensive. Infinite, hold on. I will help you after I save young Master Xia. Li Wuji yelled and strode towards Lin Feng. Wang Meng, if you dare to hurt my brother, I will never let you go. But Li Wuji only ran 3 steps, and there was a clicking fracture behind him, and a groan of pain unnaturally made by someone who resisted the severe pain. Li Wuji's heart hurts like a knife cut, but he can't let him look back at this moment. Endless. Hold on. Brother will help you right away. Li Wuji's feet were quicker, his eyes bloody, looking at Lin Feng, who was getting closer and closer, sitting on Xiaqian beating fiercely. Friendly recommend a friend's masterpiece, The Guardian of the Tomb, and the beautiful writer's goddess Zosta. I hope you like it, thank you. Chapter 53. There is no recommendation for the time being next week, so Xiao Huang is here to ask for your votes and collections. Thank you. I hope you all work well in the new week, have a happy love, a happy life, and a good mood every day. After Wang Meng discounted Li Wuji's 2 ribs with a palm, he closed his hand. He only used 7 points for this palm. Otherwise Li Wuji's chest would definitely be like the outer shell of a Japanese car series, and it would collapse in one shot. The reason for his mercy is that the Li brothers were distracted by Xiaqian, and Wang Mengxing's victory was a bit incapable of victory. Second, the Li brothers' double swords combined was really powerful, and Wang Meng did not want this palm. Abolished double swords together. After all, The three of them didn't have deep hatred, but they were their own masters. After Wang Meng let out a sigh of relief, he went to see Lin Feng again. At this time, Li Wuji endured the pain in his heart and ran behind Lin Feng in strides. Looking at this man who was sitting on his boss and beaten his brother and was seriously injured by Wang Meng, Li Wuji angered from his heart and slapped Lin Feng's forehead directly. Although Li Wuji didn't have the iron sand palm like Wang Meng's, but if his palm was true, Lin Feng would have a concussion if he didn't die, and it's possible for a person to become a vegetative if he didn't die. Wang Meng looked at it in shock and hated Li Wuji's fierce attack. At the same time, he screamed, "Keep your head down!" Lin Feng was beating this arrogant and domineering elder brother. He suddenly heard Wang Meng's yell and instinctively lowered his head, only to feel a violent scalp ache in the back of his head, knowing that someone was attacking behind him. Secretly thank Wang Meng for the reminder, otherwise, he would be seriously injured in all likelihood. This is also Wang Meng's rich experience. If other people witnessed this situation, they would definitely call to be careful. Then Lin Feng would definitely look back, but could not escape Li Wuji's hateful palm. So when you see someone in danger, don't shout "be careful." This is not saving but harming. The best way to see someone in distress is to tell him directly how to avoid it. Li Wuji also didn't expect Lin Feng to evade his hateful palm, but his body after professional training only gave a slight pause, with his left foot a little harder, and his right leg swept directly towards Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng had already reacted, turned sideways, with his hands on his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Feng felt that his arms were as if he had been hit by a truck, and instantly lost his intuition. He also flew into the air like a punching bag in a boxing punch. Cough, cough. Lin Feng looked at Li Wuji in horror. He couldn't think that the power of a human leg could be so powerful. Master Xia. Li Wuji had no time to look at Lin Feng at this moment, and quickly checked Xia on his injuries. A check was relieved. Although Xia on his face was full of filth and blood was splashed all over his body, all of them were just skin injuries and no serious problems. "Brother, are you okay?" Wang Meng also came to Lin Feng, and after a little inspection, he confirmed that Lin Feng's arms were not broken, and helped Lin Feng up from the ground. After Li Wuji carefully put Xia into the Mercedes-Benz S600, he stared bitterly at Wang Meng and Lin Feng. He was very worried about Li Wuji's injury at the moment, but he was afraid that Wang Meng and Lin Feng would take the opportunity to attack Xia, so he could only stand in front of the car. Being in a dilemma, I was really anxious. When Wang Meng looked at Li Wuji's expression, he knew that he was worried about Li Wuji's injury. He secretly sighed and said, "Don't worry, your brother just broke 2 ribs. It's okay. You will be fine for more than a month." When Li Wuji heard this, his heart was settled. However, thinking of the deadlock at the moment after another thought, I got a headache. Now he is the only one left in Shuangjian Hebei, and he is by no means Wang Meng's opponent. Even if he wants to call for help at this time, Wang Meng will definitely not give him a chance to call him. But Xia Gongcai must not be harmed anymore, otherwise his brothers will not only be discredited, Xia his father will definitely not let him go. After Li Wuji pondered for a moment, he asked in a low voice, "I don't know how Brother Wang wants to solve this matter. The situation is better than others," and Li Wuji had to bow his head. "It depends on how my brother is going to solve it." Wang Meng did not answer, letting Lin Feng take charge. However, his palms lit up, and there was a stance of fighting when there was a big difference. Li Wuji frowned. Just now Xia humiliated Lin Feng like that. I'm afraid he can't be kind now. That's it. Do your best and obey the fate. Li Wuji has realized, "Little brother, I know how offensive my son was in his words, and how many offenses were just now, but you also took revenge just now. What about the end of this matter?" Li Wuji said carefully, considering his words. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard it. At this moment things have developed to this point, and he doesn't know how to end it. He was indeed angry just now, and he had the idea of killing Xia in his heart. But after the violent beating just now, The resentment in his heart also came out, and at this time he no longer hated Xiaqian so much. And now it seems that Xiaqian, his injury is heavier than himself, and there is nothing to be held accountable. However, what made Lin Feng hesitate was that Xiaqian saw that he was a high-ranking Kada's child. He beat him himself, and he must have endless troubles. Of course, I don't have anything to fear. I just don't come to Beijing for the time being. He didn't believe that Xiaqian would chase to Chu City to make trouble for himself. The only worry is whether this matter will involve Liu Yinying and Huang Shuqi. You tell your son, Lin Feng, who beat him, has nothing to do with anyone else. I just want to make trouble for Lin Feng. Lin Feng took all the responsibilities on him. Li Wuji nodded secretly. Although the two sides were in confrontation just now, he knew that Xiaqian had a profound background and dared to take responsibility. This commitment made Li Wuji admire. If it hadn't been for the two parties just to fight, he would really like to invite Lin Feng and Wang Meng to have a drink. After all, he was just protecting Xiaqian and making money, not selling himself to Xiaqian. Lin Feng's actions also convinced Wang Meng. He was very knowledgeable and knew early in the morning that Xiaqian, his identity was not simple. But he was not afraid. He was alone and widowed. When he dared to cat and mouse in the mountains with hundreds of riot police officers, he was naturally not afraid of Xiaqian looking for him. Trouble. If you irritate him, it is not impossible to sneak into Xiaqian his residence one day and destroy him with a palm. The name Tyrannosaurus Iron Paw is not for nothing. The two sides ended up peacefully for the time being. Brother, I advise you to leave Beijing as soon as possible. Xiaqian is complicated in Beijing, and if you trouble you in Beijing, you can't resist it. Wang Meng reminded. Well, thank you, Brother Wang, for helping you just now. Lin Feng first thanked Wang Meng for his help, and then looked at Wang Meng and said, Brother Wang, I don't know where you are going. Ha, me? Wandering around to see if I can find something that can give full play to my strengths and pay good treatment. Of course, I can't do things that violate the law and discipline. Wang Meng said indifferently. Lin Feng's heart moved. Brother Wang, why don't you come back to Chu City with me? My company just lacks a security supervisor. For the treatment, as long as Brother Wang speaks, I will be satisfied. And I can also ask Brother Wang for some self-defense skills. Lin Feng warmly invited to say. After today's incident, Lin Feng decided to ask Wang Meng for advice on self-defense. Go to Chu City? Your company? Wang Meng looked at Lin Feng in surprise, and said in surprise, Brother, you are at most 21 this year, you have all started companies. All right. I just started a business. So I hope Brother Wang can join in and help the younger brother. Lin Feng said while the iron was hot. Wang Meng hesitated slightly. However, Lin Feng gave him a very good impression. He was courageous, able to endure what people couldn't bear, and still had to wait. This was very much to Wang's appetite. Okay, brother, I'll go and see first, so I can leave you as a wage earner. But don't be scared when I speak loudly. Wang Meng laughed. Chapter 54 The Aftermath. Xiaqian was not seriously injured, but was beaten by Lin Feng, and he had never received such humiliation, and fainted in anger for a while. After Li Wuji sent Xiaqian to a certain hospital, he became sober. Trash. Bastard. Rubbish. Xiaqian just awoke and saw himself lying in Beijing's hospital, so he didn't hit the place with anger, pointing at Li Wuji and cursing. Li Wuji didn't dare to say anything, lowered his head and let Xiaqian vent. This matter is really going to be discussed tonight, and Li Wuji is also very wronged. After all, no one would have expected to meet Wang Meng, this super fierce man with the king of individual soldiers in China, and that Lin Feng who has tolerated for a long time and has accumulated rich hair. The combination of these two men is doomed to the failure of the Li brothers tonight. Xiaqian, who was protecting, was beaten badly, and his body was scarred. His own brother was also given 2 ribs, and he could not heal without resting for more than a month. This is the first time in Li Yuji's life that he has experienced a complete failure. But this feeling is not too bad. The people who defeated him were very human, and he was quite admired. Xia Gongzai. Do you want to notify your father about this? Li Wuji asked carefully after Xiaqian finished venting. What? Xiaqian was furious. Li Wuji, do you have any brains? Xiaqian, looks like the kind of trash that I cried and went home to complain to my parents after being bullied outside. Xiaqian slammed his right fist on the coffee table in front of the hospital bed. Who beats me, I will beat it back. Never need your parents to help. Xiaqian turned to warn Li Wuji, you are not allowed to tell my father about this. If he asks, you just say I and you injuries accidentally suffered while practicing fighting. Yes. Li Wuji nodded and said yes. However, after sweeping Xiaqian his front tooth that was beaten by Lin Feng, he didn't think that this matter could be hidden from his father. However, Xiaqian had such an attitude, which made Li Wuji quite admired. At least unlike other dudes, who are pretending to be a tiger outside, and will only go home to cry for their parents when they get into trouble, and let their parents come out. Of course, if Xiaqian was really such a person, the Li Wuji brothers would not work under such a person even if they were poor. By the way, Li Wuji is okay. Xiaqian finished angry, remembering that he hadn't seen Li Wuji after waking up. Master Xi is concerned. He is fine, but he has 2 fractured ribs. It will be fine to admire him for more than a month. Li Wuji replied. Xiaqian nodded and asked Li Wuji to cultivate with peace of mind, and he didn't complain about his ineffective protection. Well, by the way, where's my phone? Xiaqian took the phone from Li Wuji and called Jiang Han directly. Today he suffered such a big loss. Although he asked for it, it was for Jiang Han after all. This favor must be known to Jiang Han. Xiaqian, what are you? Jiang Han learned that Xiaqian had an accident in the middle of the night, and Lima rushed over. It was beaten by Liu Yining's fake boyfriend. Xiaqian did not shy away from this embarrassment. Unlike other brothers, he likes to hide his armpits when he has embarrassment. This kind of thing can't hide in their circle. If you want to make fun of it, just make fun of it. Jiang Han's brows twitched, and he waited for Xiaqian to follow. Young Master Jiang, don't worry, I won't trouble Liu Yining. I only want you to find out from Liu Yining where her cottage boyfriend lives. I will take care of the rest. Xiaqian knew what Jiang Han was worried about. Jiang Han immediately let go of his burden. He loves Liu Yining very much, but because of the hidden conflict between Liu Yining and Xiaqian, his friends in this circle, it was not what he wanted. Even if he was willing to abandon everything for love, his parents would not allow him to do so. And Jiang Han would feel relieved if Xiaqian did not pursue it. Okay, I will find Liu Yining tomorrow, and I will give you the address of that person tomorrow. Jiang Han pulled away after comforting Xiaqian a few words. After Lin Feng and Wang Meng left, they boarded the car heading south. Originally wanted to take the train, but considering the influence of Xiaqian on his family, it was inevitable that there would be another incident and went straight into the sleeper car. According to Wang Meng's intention, the two of them should take the car to another place first, and make a few more places, so that those who want to track their whereabouts can't be traced, and then return to Chu City. However, Lin Feng chose a direct train to Chu City to avoid causing trouble to Liu Yining and Huang Shuqi. Wang Meng did not object to Lin Feng's choice. Wang Meng admired Wang Meng's ability to think of friends first when he was in trouble. The impression of Lin Feng in his mind was a little higher. Before getting on the bus, Lin Feng called Liu Yining and told Liu Yining everything. I'm leaving now. If they come to you to ask me for news tomorrow, just tell them, don't leave it alone, and cause trouble for yourself. Lin Feng exhorted, don't worry, I have my own opinion. Liu Yining sighed her injustice secretly. She didn't expect her momentary jokes to cause Lin Feng so much trouble. Then I will ask you to sign up for Shuqi tomorrow. It's late and I won't call her anymore. You will say sorry for me tomorrow. Lin Feng said. Well, don't worry, Shuqi will not be bullied with me. Liu Yining promised. Well, then I won't say much. Remember, don't behave, return to Chu City if it doesn't work. and the door of our company will always be open for you. Lin Feng did not forget to abduct this talented student from Peking University in the end. It's going to you. I want to abduct Miss Ben based on such a small matter. Next time I have enough sincerity, this young lady may promise you. Liu Yinying gave a soft voice. It takes 18 hours from Beijing to Chu City. Along the way, Lin Feng and Wang Meng had nothing to say, and their relationship quickly improved. When they arrived in Chu City, the two had become true friends. Of course, most of this was the reason for the same hatred of the enemy. Although they had never squatted in the same trench, facing the same enemy, the two were born with the slightest sympathy of comradeship. Sometimes it's that simple for men to make friends. On the way back to Chu City between Lin Feng and Wang Meng, Zhang Han asked Liu Yinying to meet. Yinying, I am looking for you today. Zhang Han was interrupted by Liu Yinying before he finished speaking. Zhang Han, I know why you came to me today. I believe that even if I don't tell you, you can find all his information. But I won't tell you any information about him. Liu Yinying said coldly. Yinying, did you have any misunderstandings? This is Xiaqian his own opinion. I didn't know beforehand. Zhang Han quickly explained when he saw Liu Yinying's look. He knew what was wrong. Zhang Han, it doesn't matter if Xiaqian did it or you instructed it. It doesn't matter anymore. My friend was forced to Beijing immediately. This is a fact. Liu Yinying stood up. I don't think we will meet each other anymore. Good. Yinying. Zhang Han was startled. He didn't expect this to happen. Can you give me another chance? I can promise Xiaqian not to trouble your friends. Zhang Han's ability to make such a guarantee is already beyond bounds in his circle. But his guarantee did not restore Liu Yinying's heart. Liu Yinying shook her head. Zhang Han, who was so flustered, had lost his last little attraction for herself. By the way, I became Professor Li's close disciple today. I will be very busy in the future. I don't have time to see you again. Liu Yinying turned and left gracefully, leaving Zhang Han with a look of astonishment, standing there blankly. Understand how things can be like this. Also, after Liu Yinying's last sentence, it was not only to say goodbye to him, but also to warn him not to mess around. Although Professor Li is only a senior professor at Peking University, many of the disciples he has taught are active in all walks of life in China, and he is the one who cannot offend Peking University. Liu Yinying said this to remind him not to be foolish. This hero saves the beauty incident is nothing more than a trivial matter for these brothers. But it is like the wings of a butterfly, a hurricane that can change the world forever with a single flap. Lin Feng's enchanting life has opened a prologue from this moment. Chapter 1 The so-called Chinese mentality. When Lin Feng and Wang Meng arrived in Chu City, Lin Feng brought Wang Meng to the company as soon as possible. Today, September 4th, exactly Monday, is also the day for the regular meeting. Lin Feng first counted all his income in August, and secondly introduced Wang Meng to everyone. Let me introduce first, this is Wang Meng, who will be the head of the company's security department. Lin Feng swept the people present, except for Ding Feng and Yang Guoai who were not here, Zhang Accounting, the head of the finance department, and Su Xiaomai, the head of the marketing department, Deputy Minister Qin Sirong, Minister of Personnel Liu Gang, and Secretary Cheng Peijie all arrived. Wang Meng's face was serious and nodded with everyone. Without smirking, without squinting, Kongwu is powerful. Everyone was stunned, and I don't know where Lin Feng invited such treacherous people, but they also secretly admire Lin Feng's vision. It would be great for this person to be the head of the security department. In particular, barbecue restaurants have been harassed recently, and it is more appropriate for such a person to come forward. Okay, Accountant Zhang, you first report on the financial situation in August. Lin Feng said. Yes, President Lin. In August, Chufeng City had a total income of 393,000 yuan, a total expenditure of 128,000 yuan, and a net profit of 265,000 yuan. The Killing Club has no income, and the total expenditure is 10,200 yuan. The scented tea processing plant produces a total of 21,000 cups of scented tea, with a total income of 168,000 yuan, a total expenditure of 18,000 yuan, and a net profit of 150,000 yuan. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. The scented tea processing plant is really profitable, especially if the plant is opened to the suburbs near the flower farm. Not only the labor and the land rent are cheap, but even the tax can be exempted. But being able to make so much money also made Lin Feng feel slightly complacent. At least this time, letting the two brothers come forward to run the processing plant did not harm them. According to the 150,000 net profit, Lin Feng divided 76,500 yuan, and Ding Feng and Yang Guoi could not share 24.5%. Which is 36,750 yuan. This far exceeds their salary income from the previous month. I believe their parents will not say anything more. The barbecue restaurant has a total income of 40,000 yuan, a total expenditure of 20,000 yuan, and a net profit of 20,000 yuan. Lin Feng was taken aback, wondering how the barbecue shop's expenses could be so high. Seeing that Lin Feng had doubts, Accountant Zhang quickly explained, in the past few days when Lin Feng went out, the Health Bureau fined 3,000 yuan for destroying environmental sanitation, and the Environment Bureau fined 2,000 yuan for environmental pollution, and the police station also charged public security management fees. 1,000 yuan. In addition, the day before yesterday, a rogue made trouble and injured an employee. The company came forward to pay 3,000 yuan for medical expenses and other related expenses. When Lin Feng heard it, his brows frowned. He didn't expect that the barbecue restaurant just opened up so many ghosts and spirits to patronize. Don't worry, I am here, so you don't have to worry about gangsters making trouble in the future. Especially when the hooligans didn't pay for food. They wounded people, which made Wang Meng abhorrent. Since I am now the head of the security department, I naturally want to prevent these gangsters from harassing the company. Well, thank you, Brother Meng. Along the way, Lin Feng and Wang Meng were already known as brothers. As long as there are no hooligans to make trouble, other little ghosts can only make money and eliminate disasters. Hades is good to see. The little devil is hard to deal with. Don't worry too much about these villains. Of course, in the next 2 days, I have to visit the great gods of all walks of life. Otherwise they will definitely become more and more excessive. The company's water, electricity and office supplies cost 2,100 yuan, and the employee expenses add up to a bonus of 13,000 yuan. If Mr. Lin agrees, please sign here and I can transfer the account after a meeting, Zhang said. After Accounting Zhang finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Although the salary of each person was agreed in the previous contract, the bonus fluctuated greatly in this respect, and Lin Feng had to nod in the end. Lin Feng just glanced at it and saw that everything was rewarded according to the contract, and he had no objections, and he signed it happily. After Lin Feng signed, Su Xiaomai and the others couldn't help but feel happy. If the bonus is included, the monthly income of each person is basically over 2,000 yuan, which is definitely a high salary in Chu City. In terms of current prices and housing prices in Chu City, it is no less than the monthly income of 6,000 yuan in a big city. Although Zhang Accounting was delighted, after all he was old and he did not show his joy. After calculating, he handed Lin Feng the last August company's profit and loss statement. This watch can only be read by Lin Feng, and no one else has the right to read it. Lin Feng saw that if it were not for the huge profits of the scented tea processing plant, he would have to lose money this month. It seems that if we want to grow and develop, we must accelerate our career development. Especially for Xiaki on his possible revenge at any time, Lin Feng must prepare as soon as possible. Only the stronger you are, the more scrupulous the enemy will be. Okay, let's discuss the various department plans for this week. At this moment, Ding Feng and Yang Guoi rushed in a hurry, and when they saw Lin Feng they called, "Lin Feng, why did you come back?" "I didn't listen to the phone." "You?" Lin Feng, who was listening to the plans of various departments this week, hurriedly signaled Ding Feng and Tu to sit down first. "If there is any urgent matter, I will talk about it later." Seeing that everyone was in a meeting, the two of them thought about it, and reluctantly sat down, but looked anxious. After roughly laying out the plans for each department next week, Lin Feng hurriedly pulled the two to the office. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Feng asked. "What's the matter with you? I won't listen to the phone call, and then it will shut down." Yang Guoi was unhappy inside. "The phone is dead." "It was your call that night?" After Lin Feng and Wang Meng got into the sleeper car, they opened the phone to see who was calling, but the phone ran out. "Don't talk about it, go to the hospital, your dad is hospitalized." Ding Feng took Lin Feng and walked out. "What's the matter? My dad is so good. How can he be hospitalized?" Lin Feng was anxious when he heard it. "In my impression, it will take a few years for my father to suffer from high blood pressure complications due to diabetes and then become paralyzed by a stroke. It's still early, and now that life has improved, people are not so tired and won't fall ill. Your dad was beaten. Let's get in the car and say." Ding Feng and the two took Lin Feng and got into the taxi. "Xiao Lin, I'll go take a look with you." When Wang Meng heard that Lin Feng's father was beaten, he was afraid that Lin Feng would suffer, so he jumped into the taxi. Ding Feng and the two glanced at Wang Meng, only to realize that this person was just the word bright, which was a good name. However, he didn't think much about it at this time, and quickly told Lin Feng the whole story. It turned out that during the period when Lin Feng was busy with the company, due to the expansion of Dia Chemicals' production line, the smell of the community became stronger and stronger. Under the leadership of the neighborhood committee, the community sent several representatives including Lin Feng's father and Dia the chemical industry negotiated. At first the negotiations were successful, but the second weather became less. Unexpectedly, it returned to its original state after a few days, and the smell became even greater. The neighborhood committee had to come forward again and negotiate again. The smell became smaller and then bigger, and so on again and again, until the day before yesterday, there was a leak in Dia Chemical. The green spray enveloped the entire residential area, which directly caused hundreds of residents in the entire community to be temporarily evacuated from their houses to temporarily avoid the pungent smell in the open space hundreds of meters away. After finally waiting for the green fog to dissipate, the angry residents went to Dia Chemical to ask for an explanation. It was during this that a conflict occurred. I don't know who shouted that Dia Chemical would be driven out of the Luoyang district. Angrily, the security guards beat people. Among them is Lin Feng's father, Lin Kich. He broke a rib on the spot and twisted his foot. Being treated at the First People's Hospital of Chu City. Lin Feng was furious when he heard this. "Didn't you call the police?" Lin Feng asked. "I reported it." "Why didn't call the police?" "Someone called the police on the spot. But after 110 came, I just asked, saying that both sides were at fault, and because the scene was too chaotic, it was impossible to track down who did it. Let everyone be private." Ding Feng looked indignant. "Mom X, after 110 left, we also went to the Luoyang police station to report to the police. The result was the same. After a simple inquiry, let us go back and say that we wait for them to investigate. Fuck X, we asked every day, all said investigating. Damn, I must have collected the money." Yang Guoi repeatedly scolded. "What about the others?" No one of the other injured's family members went to the city to file a complaint. Lin Feng was furious. So he didn't let the taxi turn around and go to Dia Chemical to find out the culprit who injured his father. No, they said that the other party is wealthy and powerful, and there are people in the city. They said that when you come back, you are rich now and you know more people. It is better for you to come forward. Ding Feng smiled wryly. Damn. Lin Feng almost fainted. Damn, this is the quality of Chinese people, waiting for others to come forward. It is no wonder that during the anti-Japanese war, thousands of Chinese people were taken several kilometers away and buried alive by a few little devils. Damn, what kind of people are there? Chapter 2. How about Diomin? As soon as Lin Feng entered the hospital, A group of people gathered around. These are the relatives of the residents of the community who were injured in the conflict with Dire Chemical Industry the day before yesterday. They dragged Lin Feng to their bitterness, begging Lin Feng to help them come forward and seek justice for them. These are poor people, but poor people must be hateful. There were 7 or 8 people injured in the conflict, and there were at least hundreds of relatives. If these more than 100 people work together and go directly to the city government to petition, Lin Feng really does not believe that the city government will not solve it, and let the wounded lie in the hospital at their own expense. It is hateful that these people place their hopes on others, hoping that others will come forward and they will share the results. After Lin Feng managed to deal with a few sentences, he separated the crowd and entered his father's ward. How do I live here? Change rooms. Lin Feng frowned as soon as he entered the ward. In the 6-bed ward, 4 people smoked and the air was muddy. And even though it's September, Chu City is still hot and there is no air conditioning in the ward. Although there are a few ceiling fans that are creaking and creaking, people standing inside are sweating like rain. So don't even mention sleeping on the sickbed of the patient. Seeing Lin Feng's expression unhappy, the second uncle who stayed in the hospital to take care of his father quickly explained, "This is what your dad requested." He said that without a medical insurance card, hospitalization is too expensive. If you can save a little bit, you can save a little bit. Well, thank you, second uncle. Although there was a lot of friction with relatives due to the stock incident, but now that he is away from home, his relatives can take care of his injured father, which is enough to make Lin Feng forget all the previous suspicions. Lin Feng went directly to the head nurse and moved his father to a special ward. This is a very elegant ward with a living room and toilet. Not only is air conditioning and TV complete, but also has a separate nurse to take care of it. Of course, the bed fee for a day is not cheap, and ordinary people can't afford it. Lin Qixing switched from a 6-person ward to a special grade ward, which made the rest of the injured envy, and at the same time, there was a little more hope of seeking justice in his heart. The Lin family has grown up and is promising, and he will surely be able to get justice for us. So everyone thinks. Dad. Looking at Lao Gao, who was lying on the hospital bed with a swollen face, his chest and right foot were covered with bandages, Lin Feng's eyes were moist. After rebirth, I vowed to let my father live a good life. Unexpectedly, 1 year later, his father was injured and lying in a hospital bed. Unfilial. I am very unfilial. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Uncle just has a skin injury. Don't worry, you will be healed after half a year of cultivation. Wang Meng stretched out his hand and patted Lin Feng's shoulder lightly. Go, take revenge for me. Whoever beats my dad, I will pay the price. Lin Feng said bitterly. Well, I've been waiting for you to come back. Look, the guys are all ready. Yang Guoi took out a few telescopic batons from the side and smiled. Wait. Wang Meng pulled Lin Feng aside. Brother, I was so good at fighting back then, but I was forced to squat in the mountains for more than a month on impulse, and was finally driven out of the army. You go now. There will be no good fruit to eat. Wang Meng, knowing this deeply, he didn't want Lin Feng to follow the same old path as him. At that time, he admired his superiors to help him out, but in the end he could only be expelled from the army without all punishment. But if Lin Feng is so reckless, the foundation he has worked so hard this year will be completely destroyed. Brother Meng mean. Lin Feng knew that Wang Meng must have something to follow. At night, you and I will touch the chemical industry, secretly start. People don't know, ghosts don't know. You can avenge your uncle without causing any trouble to yourself. Wang Meng smiled coldly. His eyes flashed, polished. Lin Feng smiled tacitly, but after thinking about it, he said, Brother Meng, your method is a good way. But if I were a son, I would be ridiculed when I saw my father being beaten but did not say anything. I can't swallow this breath in my chest. We will definitely go tonight, but we must also make a fuss now. Let them know that we are not good to bully. Lin Feng said bitterly. Wang Meng nodded as soon as he heard it. Xiaofeng, wait a minute. You guys go. I am afraid you will suffer. Dire Chemical has hired more security guards these days. There are more than 10 security guards that during the day, I call your uncle and uncle. Many people have a look after. The second uncle stopped Lin Feng and quickly called his relatives. Not long after, my uncle and uncle also arrived. After learning that Lin Feng was going to seek justice for his father, he also called out a few colleagues who had close relationships with him. By the way, everyone brought some wrenches and hammers from the factory. Thank you. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Xiaofeng, we were a little bit entangled before, but that was an internal problem of our Lin family. Now that the eldest brother is beaten, that is our entire Lin family's business. Don't worry. Those of us who are elders will definitely not look at you at a loss. My uncle has also been waiting for Lin Feng to come back. Well, let's go. Lin Feng and more than 10 people directly killed 3 taxis towards Dia Chemical plant. When other injured relatives saw Lin Feng and his party go to Dia Chemical to seek justice, they followed in 2s and 3s, but they were obviously just to watch the excitement. If there is a conflict, they cannot be counted on. However, Lin Feng didn't count on them at the beginning. With Wang Meng, a first-class killer god, he and the others just went to fill the front with a strong reputation. And now, it's not going to take revenge, it's just going to inquire about the reality. Hey! What are you doing? This is a chemical plant. You are not allowed to enter or leave at will. When more than a dozen people got out of the car, Dia Chemical Security noticed something was wrong. More than a dozen security guards sitting inside ran out with batons at the door. Lin Feng's group was blocked. Don't do anything, be fair. Who beat my dad that day? Walked out by himself. My dad broke a rib, twisted his right foot, and half of his face was swollen. I didn't ask too much, so I broke 2 of his ribs and got a discount. He has 2 legs. Just hit his swollen face. Lin Feng said coldly. His eyes were constantly scanning the security guards, trying to find the culprit that day. Quickly, go and tell the boss that someone is making trouble. The security guard was also taken aback. This group of people was a group at first sight, and it was definitely not easy to provoke. Especially the man in the camouflage uniform, although silent, just standing there faintly. But the light from his eyes made all the security guards frightened. Not only did he dare not say harsh words against other injured people who came to seek justice, but he didn't even dare to breathe. When Lin Feng saw the security go to invite the boss, he didn't say much, and quietly waited for the boss to come. He wants to see what kind of monster this boss is. Damn. What kind of bastards are making trouble? Dia Chemical's boss, more than 40 years old, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a fat face and a general belly's outing. Keep your mouth clean, Lin Feng said coldly. The boss of Dia Chemical was supposed to scold him back, but when he saw the crowd's posture, he realized that something was not right. Compared with the people who came to the factory to beg for justice before, these more than 10 people are not only mature men, but also all with fellows, with a bad face and a stance of disagreement. This is not to ask for an explanation, it is clearly to have revenge. The boss of Dia Chemicals sweats on his forehead. The boss of Dia Chemicals is also a slick person, so he winked quickly and asked to call the police, and walked over without a smile. I wonder what you guys do. My name is Wuxiaobing, the boss of Dia Chemical. Although Wuxiaobing smiled on his face, there were spiteful eyes in his eyes. Lin Feng also knew that Wuxiaobing was helping the soldiers, but he was not in a hurry, waiting for Wuxiaobing to help them. He wanted to see what sacred Wuxiaobing was so arrogant. Not only could he open a chemical plant near the community, but he also dared to injure people and ignore it. Even the 110 and the police station dared not ask about it. As for whether Wuxiaobing would implicate certain officials with real power, Lin Feng had scruples, but was not afraid. If you come upright, I will come upright with you. You are evil, and I will follow you. Officials are most afraid of 3 things. 1 is afraid of not being able to please their superiors, 2 is afraid of mistrust turning their faces, and the 3rd is afraid of weakening power and interests. As long as it wasn't the kind of powerful official in frontiers, Lin Feng would always have a way to deal with him. Especially for officials who want to continue to be promoted, they are not afraid of a mess, and there are still wealthy disciples. and they really can't decide who wins all oozes. Diomin. How can I be a Diomin? Chapter 3 favors you? Although Hu Xiaobing accompanied the smiling face, he cursed Lin Feng and others secretly in his heart. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng and the others' look of Yuan, and the guy with him, he would have ordered the security guard to rush the people. Damn, it's not just a smell, and you can't kill people. You make trouble all day long. Grandmas, wait for Deputy Director Li to handcuff you all back to see if you come to make trouble. Hu Xiaobing thought angrily. Not long after, several police cars arrived at the scene roaring. What are you doing? It's a hot day. What are you doing here? A man who looked like a leader got down from the car, and shouted with his hips akimbo. Why don't you be fair to my dad? My dad was injured here. I want Boss Hu to hand over the murderer. Lin Feng replied lukewarm. The leader-like man was so compelled by Lin Feng, he was stunned for a long time and didn't come back to his senses. In the past 2 days, he did not go to Dia Chemical. The family members of the injured usually saw him, the deputy chief of the police, and they either snot and tear for injustice, or begged to punish the murderer. Today this one is fine, and directly choked himself back. Deputy Director Li was stunned for a long time, then gave Hu Xiaobing a fierce look, wondering who he offended again. So awesome. Hu Xiaobing was also taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Feng and others to be so bullish that they would directly confront Deputy Director Li. However, seeing Deputy Director Li glared at him, Hu Xiaobing glared back again and pointed with his mouth, asking Deputy Director Li to deal with Lin Feng and others quickly, so as not to hinder his production. Deputy Director Li's complexion for his eyes. You have a hard background, I can't afford it. Deputy Director Li turned around and stopped looking at Hu Xiaobing, and carefully looked at Lin Feng's group of people. The leader was the young man. All of them were young men with fellows, and they were confident. It's not like coming to seek justice. It's more like coming to find fault. After observing for a while, Deputy Director Li decided to adopt a gentle policy, not to treat Lin Feng's group of people like the cowardly and ignorant women and children before. I said, state-owned, national law, family rules. This matter has been put on record by the Luoyang police station, and investigations are underway. Will you give us a few days to investigate and collect evidence? When we have the results, we will definitely give you the families of the wounded an explanation. Deputy Director Li knew that this matter was due to Hu Xiaobing's failure in the first place. This group of people did not seem to be annoying, and they were all locals, so they decided to procrastinate for the time being. Lin Feng knew what idea this leader-like man had made when he heard it. Investigation. Investigation today, investigation tomorrow. After 3 or 5 months of investigation, this matter will naturally cease. Dare to ask you always. Today this matter is for Lin Feng's father, and everyone is naturally only looking forward to Lin Feng. Lin Feng would like to know who is the leader of such favoritism of Hu Xiaobing. I am the deputy director of the police station under the jurisdiction of Luoyang. My surname is Li, and I am in charge of public security cases. Deputy Director Li said with full taste. Deputy Director Li, you can investigate slowly, but my father and some residents are now lying in the hospital. Then whether the medical expenses should be paid by Boss Hu, as well as lost work expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damage expenses. Lin Feng came to a curve to save the country. Since it is still investigating, the medical expenses should always be paid. Pay for medical expenses first, and then punish the assailants. When Hu Xiaobing heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead. This has to be compensated. So many people cannot be solved without 100,000. Hu Xiaobing could only look at Deputy Director Li with his eyes. I said, isn't this case still being investigated? When the investigation is over, who should be responsible? I will be fair to you. The amount of money that should be paid is indispensable. Deputy Director Li said awe-inspiringly. Sneeze. Lin Feng sneered lightly with disdain. Deputy Director Li's complexion changed, and he wanted to have an attack as soon as he put his hands on his hips. But he was not very annoyed when he thought of the crowd. I only charged a mere 10,000 yuan in labor fees to help Hu Xiaobing in the aftermath, and I really can't guilty of tearing up my face with these undaunted people. Well, you should just leave. In short, someone from Lee is here to assure you that I will solve the case as soon as possible and give you an explanation to the families of the injured. Deputy Director Lee slapped his breasts without embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Deputy Director Lee's voice almost dried up, but Lin Feng and others remained motionless. Deputy Director Lee, my father and other injured people are now lying in the hospital every day. We are all poor people and we don't have a national health insurance card. Will the medical expenses be paid by Boss Who? After all the injured are in the community residents. Lin Feng would naturally not be short of the money, but he saw the environment just now when he went to the hospital. Some injured residents with no money even squeezed in the aisles just to make the bed fee cheaper, which made Lin Feng, my heart is very sad. This incident was an innocent catastrophe, but there was no money for treatment after being injured, which was even more unjustified. Since Lin Feng can help them by the way now, Lin Feng doesn't mind being a favor. When Hu Xiaobing heard this, he was unhappy again, and quickly winked at Deputy Director Lee. Boss Hu, did your eyes get into Feng Sha, so you always squeeze around? Be careful that your eyes will be blinded. Lin Feng contempted in his heart, but he ran against Hu Xiaobing in his mouth. Yes, I got sand in my eyes. Hu Xiaobing was seen through, but his face was not red. Instead, he winked at Deputy Director Lee more blatantly. Okay, let me say you guys, this police station has the rules of the police station in handling cases. How could Boss Who pay for the medical expenses before the matter is settled? If it is found out later that it is not the responsibility of Boss Who, the medicine will be paid at that time. Who do you want to ask for? Although Deputy Director Lee secretly scolded Hu Xiaobing for being ignorant, he still wanted to protect Hu Xiaobing. So, you still go back temporarily. You must trust the organization and the government, and we will definitely give it to you. An explanation. After hearing this, not only Lin Feng and other people involved in the matter were angry, but even Wang Meng, who didn't want to do it at all, was sulking. A dignified deputy director of a police station, blatantly guarding a person. This is no longer blatant, it can be described as unscrupulous. System. For example, Hu Chengqing, former deputy governor of Jiangxi province, shot dead in March 200, said, when an official is at my level, the rules and regulations basically have no effect. In fact, for those officials younger than Hu Chengqing, the various rules and regulations are basically useless. This is the case with this Deputy Director Lee. No, if we are not fair today, we will not go. Naturally, everyone would not leave easily. In the past few days, everyone was holding a sigh of relief. People were beaten up like this, but the police station was so escorting to the assailants. Today, if you don't ask for justice, it's hard to be calm. Although the people didn't fight with the officials, they were pressed into a hurry and dared to pull the emperor off the horse. There is no need for Hu Xiaobing to give a wink at this time. Deputy Director Lee's heart is also awkward. Grandmas, how can I say that I am also a deputy director at any rate, and a national deputy departmental level cadre? Even a few Diao people dare to lose face. Come on, give me a body search. Deputy Director Lee gave an order, and 5 or 6 police officers immediately stepped forward to prepare for a body search. No need to search, everything is here. Lin Feng and others showed everything out. Okay, you sly people, come, handcuff them back to me, I have to interrogate them. Deputy Director Lee was also annoyed by the families of the wounded who begged for justice in the past 2 days, and was caught again today. Lin Feng was angry and decided to kill the chicken and the monkey. Wang Meng was suffocated early on the side. Now Deputy Director Lee is going to take people away if he doesn't agree with him. How he is not annoyed. The hearts of several policemen jumped. Wang Meng's aura was too captivating, and several people glanced at each other and hesitated for a while, and none of them dared to come forward to get someone. What are you looking at? Why don't you get people? Deputy Director Lee said angrily. Deputy Director Lee, why do you get someone? Lin Feng raised his brows.
According to my country's criminal law, someone must have a detention certificate or a summons certificate. Otherwise Chinese citizens can refuse the summons. Deputy Director Li didn't expect that Lin Feng would use the law to choke himself. He clicked on Lin Feng heavily. After his eyes swept the weapons in the hands of Lin Feng and others, the corners of his mouth fell. I now suspect that you are carrying controlled knives, endangering public safety, and I invite you to go back and assist in the investigation. Endangering public safety. Lin Feng sneered, shaking the wrench in his hand and said, Deputy Director Li, these are tools in the factory. They are not controlled knives. The state does not stipulate that citizens cannot bring tools to the streets. Right. Deputy Director Li didn't expect Lin Feng's mouth to be so tricky, but Lin Feng couldn't help it. I felt a suffocated panic in my heart, and then slowly passed away after a while. Well, don't let me go. If you stand in front of boss's factory, I will arrest you for the crime of gathering crowds to disrupt social order. Deputy Director Li was angrily and scolded. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, come on, let's retreat to the side and don't stop Boss Hu from saying, lest Deputy Director Li tells us to gather a crowd to disturb the social order. Everyone laughed and stepped aside, but they did not leave. With wrenches, hammers and other things dangling in their hands, they were compared with the security guards. Hu Xiaobing and the security guards had a numb scalp and a cold heart. Helpless. Hu Xiaobing can only pin his hopes on Deputy Director Li again. Deputy Director Li is also angry at this moment. He has been in the public security business for more than 20 years, and he has never encountered such a diaomin. Chapter 4 Punching the Air? Deputy Director Li is very angry, but unfortunately the consequences are not serious. At this moment, Deputy Director Li wanted to order people to force Lin Feng and others back. But Lin Feng and others now made it clear that they are here to find fault, not those women and children who are weak. Can be deceived. Forcibly taking people will inevitably lead to conflict, not to mention oneself. These 6 or 7 policemen may not be able to bring Lin Feng and a group of more than 10 people back to the police station, even if they report to the city bureau to send reinforcements and cause mass incidents at that time. Although Lin Feng and others have no good fruits to eat, their own director is also sitting. That's the end. Secondly, Deputy Director Li is really not interested in spending so much for a mere 10,000 yuan in labor fees, and has to take the risk to catch up on his own future. Hu Xiaobing saw the hesitation of Deputy Director Li. He also didn't expect that the group of people who came today would be so prickly that even Deputy Director Li could not deal with it. But this group of people always stands in the doorway, which makes him how to produce. Of course, if you ask your cousin to come forward, clean up this group of people like eating and drinking water, but this small matter will trouble your cousin, and it will seem too incompetent. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Hu Xiaobing, and he felt bad for a lifetime. He hurt a few people anyway, and he didn't care about hurting a few more. Don't you want to beg for justice? I will let you go to the hospital to beg. Hu Xiaobing winked. One of the security guards immediately ran back to the factory and asked the workers to stop work and act as a thug. Hu Xiaobing took advantage of the situation and gave Deputy Director Li a wink and told him to go quickly, and let him solve it here. At the same time, he stretched out 2 fingers, meaning 20,000 yuan to drink tea for Deputy Director Li and his brothers. Deputy Director Li took a look, knowing what Hu Xiaobing's idea was, and nodded slightly. Well, since you are all right, I'll leave. But remember, whoever dares to make trouble today, I will catch whoever. Go. Deputy Director Li jumped into the car, and several police cars whizzed away. However, Deputy Director Li and the others did not go far, turned a corner, and stopped when everyone could not see. After receiving Hu Xiaobing's tea fee, he naturally had to do something for him. After they finished fighting, Deputy Director Li went to arrest people again and accused Lin Feng and others of the crime of gathering crowds to make trouble and disrupting social order. Humphrey, dare to confront me. Deputy Director Li has a gloomy expression. Lin Feng naturally saw the business between Hu Xiaobing and Deputy Director Li,
but he was not angry. This is the case in this society, where officials and businessmen collude. Born in this era, don't complain, just make good use of it. See who is more treacherous at that time. Wang Meng's eyes were sharp, and from a distance, a group of people could be seen running out of the factory building, holding sticks and other tools, and at a glance they knew something was wrong. Damn, Lin Feng, the first is better. Hit this boss down first, and let Lin Bo be the first to speak badly. Yang Guoi was more impulsive, and when Hu Xiaobing started shouting, he was also annoyed and suggested to beat Hu Xiaobing first. Folk fights are about courage, 2 strengths, and 3 skills. First, overwhelm the opponent in momentum and make the opponent fearful. Regardless of the fact that the other party is crowded now, beat their boss to the ground first, and then see who dares to move. Whoever jumps the most, beat whoever is the first. This is the truth of fighting. Everyone agreed with Yang Guo's proposal, but was stopped by Wang Meng. The police have not left yet. We must be arrested as soon as we do it. Heroes don't suffer from immediate losses, and there are more opportunities to deal with them. Wang Meng glanced at Hu Xiaobing coldly. Hu Xiaobing was swept by Wang Meng. Although it was a hot summer, he felt cold all over his body. He unconsciously stepped back and quietly hid behind a few security guards. Lin Feng glanced at the police car's butt exposed at the corner and nodded. Although Wang Meng is a super killer on his side, there are more than 20 people on the other side. Except for Wang Meng, no one can guarantee that he will not be injured. For this matter, all the relatives and friends who were injured. It is really impossible to commit. In addition to seeing the boss of Dire Chemical, this trip also made Wang stepped on the spot. Go. Lin Feng resolutely turned and left with everyone. Boss, what should I do now? A group of security guards and workers finally chased them out, only to find that the target had left, with a dazed expression. Hu Xiaobing also took a sigh of relief. He wanted to punish the troublemakers who didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, this group of people fluttered away when they were about to punch them, letting their punches hit the air without a trace of force. This feeling is really uncomfortable. In particular, he also gave Deputy Director Li 20,000 yuan for tea fee, which made Hu Xiaobing vomit blood. Oh shit! Don't let Lao Tzu see you again next time. I bother. Hu Xiaobing also knew that he could not be chased out, otherwise the matter would become a big issue. Deputy Director Li, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also angry. He wanted to take the opportunity to get some oil and water, and by the way to teach this person who dared to confront him. But when he left, he was just as happy as hell. After returning to the hospital with everyone and visiting his father, Lin Feng handed a red envelope to the full-time nurse and asked him to take good care of his father. After that, Lin Feng invited all the relatives and friends to a casual meal, thanking them for their hatred in this matter. After drinking and eating, Lin Feng and Wang Meng came to the company conference room. Brother Meng, what do you do tonight? Lin Feng said bitterly. I have already seen the terrain clearly. Although the gate is close to the road, there are street lights, but there is an alley next to the factory, and I can turn in. Moreover, the security room is far away from the factory, so it shouldn't disturb other people. Wang Meng said himself in the morning. Observation speaks out. What do I need to prepare? Lin Feng said with a fist. Give me 20,000 yuan and I will take care of these things. However, you don't want to go tonight. Your goals are too big and you are not skilled enough, and you will only get in the way if you go. Wang Meng said without evasiveness. Lin Feng didn't care about this. Wang Meng was like that. He was a soldier. Just say it. Okay. I'll let accountant Zhang write you a check later. Lin Feng nodded. Also, I need you to create alibi for me. Wang Meng had suffered from the loss of doing good deeds before being caught, and this time he has learned the best. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly rolled his eyes. Brother Meng, why don't you give yourself a nickname, to distract the police, and secondly warn some profiteers who are unkind? Wang Meng thought about it and found it feasible. I have the ability, and it would be too wrong to be just a security guard. It would be good to use this ability to act chivalrously. The world is not benevolent, and everything is a dog. Let me walk the way for the sky. After discussing some details, Lin Feng and Wang Meng parted. Wang Meng went to prepare the tools and equipment needed for the night operation, while Lin Feng rushed to his network company. During this period of time, due to Lin Feng's temporary resignation to the online trading platform, the two employees worked hard to post, but the results were minimal. There were 87 registered sellers, 24 registered buyers, and 5,000 daily page views. This result is absolutely bleak. Fortunately, Lin Feng knows that the prospects of online trading platforms are boundless, and there is nothing to worry about. During the conversation, Lin Feng had an idea, and asked the two of them to put the scented tea powder on the online trading platform to see if they could open up the national personal family market. If you use the unique fragrance of scented tea to open the national personal household market, it will not only be a considerable income, but also bring more popularity to your online trading platform. Of course, in order to be close to the consumption of ordinary personal households, Lin Feng sells each scented tea powder for 7 yuan, and uses vacuum bag packaging to ensure the life of the petals as much as possible. After that, Lin Feng contacted Liu Tao to confirm the game cracking. CS Counter-Strike is a super god level game in the future, not to mention making money with the Chinese version. It is absolutely no problem to rely on it to drive the popularity of online trading platforms. After getting the affirmative reply from Liu Tao that everything is ready, Lin Feng smiled and waited for the night to come. Chapter 5 Alibaba Evidence Second More? Recommend a friend's new book Zhao Yun's new biography, a revised biography about Zhao Yun's life. Friends who like Zhao Yun and the Three Kingdoms can check it out. The September season, although midsummer is coming to an end, it wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that the sun slowly recovered the last glimmer of light and heat. The bright moonlight softly lit up the earth, and another night fell. Lin Feng took Wang Meng and patrolled the Net City and the Killing Club as usual, greeted the acquaintances he knew, and finally came to the barbecue shop. The two ordered a bunch of barbecues, drinking beer and grinding time. What time are you going to do? Lin Feng asked in a low voice while drinking his beer. 3 o'clock in the morning. A cold light flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. Do you want to prepare the car? Lin Feng asked. No, it's easy to be exposed if you have a car. This distance is not as good as the previous special training for heavy-duty trail running, Wang Meng said lightly. The two smiled at each other. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside the barbecue restaurant. Lin Feng frowned and called the waiter to ask, and it was a few unfamiliar gangsters in this area who didn't pay for food, and played a rogue saying that the barbecue was not clean. Damn, these little bastards are really annoying. Lin Feng scolded bitterly, and ordered, you tell the cashier lady, you will say that you will be free today. Lin Feng didn't want to be troublesome at this festival tonight. Wait. Wang Meng stood up in Lin Feng's surprised eyes, and said to the waiter, take me to see. As the head of the security department, I must not let the company's property be damaged. After finishing, Wang Meng borrowed the drinkers 3 numbers 120 written on the table. Lin Feng frowned. How could Wang Meng's skills be injured? But his character would not be good enough to call an ambulance to these bullies. After frowning and thinking for a while, Lin Feng was stunned. This is again the best alibi that Wang Meng has produced. Lin Feng smiled and went out to see how Wang Meng was going to act in this scene. 4 young people with dyed red and yellow hair sat there with toothpicks in their mouths, pointing at the waiter and cursing. The food in the big barbecue restaurant is unhygienic, eating bad stomachs, and losing money. Who is going to lose money? Wang Meng strode forward, standing in front of a few people like Mount Tai. The 4 gangsters looked stiff. Wang Meng, who was burly and full of murderous air, looked like a future warrior. Ran in their eyes and defended him Nonna with his mouth for a while. Nana's speechless, instinctive want to bugger. Wang Meng chuckled. This disdainful laughter was extremely harsh, making the 4 bastards who originally wanted to drive away stiff. Their faces turned green, and the shame and long-term cruel mentality in their hearts suddenly came up. Who the hell are you scoffing? A tall, yellow-haired man pointed at Wang Meng and cursed. However, although it looks very imposing, the unnatural shaking between his fingers betrayed his true mentality at the moment. Lust. Wang Meng, the head of the security department of the barbecue restaurant, I asked you to have this meal today. If you come to make trouble, I will interrupt your dog legs. Wang Meng's words plunged into the hearts of the four people like an awl. Although the four of them were afraid of the king's size and strength, they were called and scolded by their names. If they didn't fight back, they wouldn't have to go out again. "I'm going to your mother." The tall Huang Mao twisted his face to the extreme, and punched Wang Meng fiercely. Bang! With a muffled sound, the taller yellow hair collapsed to the ground without making a sound. The other three gangsters were even more panicked. The tall yellow hair was already the best one among them. He couldn't stop the man, and the three were even less opponents. "Go, fuck you guys." The other three looked at each other in horror, and took out the guys one after another. The two took out a throwing knife from their arms, the other took a chair, and the three screamed and rushed towards Wang. Wang Meng let out a cold snort of disdain, and made a move of double dragons grab the ball, and directly printed his palms on the two gangsters holding the knives. The two screamed and flew upside down 4 or 5 meters. When another gangster arrived, I was pleasantly surprised to find that Wang Meng did not turn around, and the plastic seat in his hand slammed against Wang Meng. With a clang, the plastic seat was torn apart. But Wang Meng was completely okay. His eyes just glared, and he swept his legs and swept the last gangster away. At this time, 120 arrived. Several ambulance personnel came down, looked at the 4 gangsters who fell to the ground, frowned and asked, "Who hit 120 just now?" "Me." Lin Feng stepped forward and pointed to Wang Meng. "He was smashed by a chair and needs to be hospitalized for an X-ray. Lie on the stretcher, don't move." The paramedics let out a long sigh of relief, nodded, lifted Wang Meng onto the stretcher, and the ambulance whistled away. As for the 4 bastards lying on the ground yelling, they ignored them. The ambulance is dispatched once to collect money, and the hospital sees a doctor even more. These people with dyed red and yellow hair are the ones who have no money. Sooner or later, they will run the order if they don't make money. Won't do it. What's more, these gangsters fight and make trouble, and no one will complain unless they are saved. Lin Feng smiled and watched the ambulance leave. After calling the Lanzhou police station, Officer Zhang personally dispatched several police officers to handcuff the 4 gangsters who were still screaming back to the police station. At this moment, Lin Feng realized the feeling of Hu Xiaobing, the boss of Dia Chemical, instructing Deputy Director Li. The collusion between officials and businessmen is indeed very cool. These headaches can be easily resolved by handing them to the police station. When these gangsters entered, not only was there no one to treat them, they had to be beaten by Officer Zhang and the others before they could be released. No money? Yes, squatting. When you are hungry and can't stand it, you will naturally be rich. However, it is not free for Lin Feng to ask Police Officer Zhang to go out. In addition to the monthly payment, every time he is dispatched, he always has to be meaningful. Of course, like today's situation, the police station can also have harvesting incidents, so there is no need for Lin Feng to express that the wool is on the sheep. So naturally I go to find a few bullies, increase the performance of the police station, and can also pay dividends. Why not do it? After the matter was dealt with, Lin Feng rushed to the 4th People's Hospital in the Lanzhou Special Zone, helped Wang Meng handle the special ward, and after tacitly looking at Wang Meng, Lin Feng rushed back to the Lanzhou district and found 4 police officers and others who were extorting confessions by torture, and invited them tonight. Several policemen spent the night. Lin Feng also had to create alibi for himself, and it was perfect alibi to spend the night with Officer Zhang and others. As for Wang Meng's side, Lin Feng believed that with Wang Meng's experience and methods, it couldn't be easier. Although Wang Meng's ward was on the 7th floor and was attended by a full-time nurse, Lin Feng believed that this would be more conducive to Wang Meng's work. Everything is waiting for the answer to be revealed during the day tomorrow. Lin Feng held up the wine glass again and smiled to Police Officer Zhang and the others. Chapter 6 Who the fuck are you? Recommend a friend's new book Zhao Yun's new biography. A revised biography about Zhao Yun's life. Friends who like Zhao Yun and the Three Kingdoms can check it out. The next day was a sunny day. The sun was shining, and the birds and flowers were fragrant. Of course, this refers to Lin Feng's mood. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when the night was near the end, I received a call from Wang Meng. There were 3 people on duty in the Chemical Security Office last night. After Wang Meng had cleaned up the 3 people without knowing it, he left a line on the wall. Heaven does evil, and you can live. Do not live by committing sins. Heavenly Punisher. Lin Feng was in a good mood, and before the end of the night, he took Officer Zhang and the others to drink morning wine again. Police Officer Zhang and the others, who were already drinking a bit high, were naturally willing to entertain guests, and followed Lin Feng to a famous morning hotel in the Lanzhou Special Zone to continue their fight. Deputy Director Li picked up Chemical to report to the police early in the morning, saying that the security guard was attacked and 3 security guards were injured. After carefully inspecting the scene with several police officers, Deputy Director Li concluded that the incident was an act of revenge, and that it was a planned and premeditated act of revenge, and directly targeted Lin Feng, who came to make trouble yesterday. Lin Feng was born in the Liaoyuan district, and the police station naturally has all the information. With the information provided by the neighborhood committee, Deputy Director Li led people straight to Chifeng Net City in the Lanzhou Special Zone. Damn, it's no wonder that I walked so freely yesterday, because I wanted to get revenge at night. Deputy Director Li cursed secretly in his heart. HMPH, don't think that committing crimes at night will be ignorant and unconscious. I can also find evidence. However, Deputy Director Li did not have any evidence in his hands at this moment. How can Wang Meng's work leave evidence? He wears a cowhide hat that does not stick to a trace of fiber, a black windbreaker, plus an unknown brand sneaker of 2 sizes larger, and Wang Meng has practiced high-end sand palms for many years. It is rare that there is no palm. The person with the tattoo. It can be said that there is no evidence left at the scene that can provide assistance in solving the case. But Deputy Director Li didn't care. As long as he entered his police station, he could become evidence without evidence. Especially in response to Lin Feng's difficulties yesterday, today he specially applied for a summons certificate. Although there are only 8 hours, these 8 hours are enough for him to find out all the evidence. But when Deputy Director Li rushed to the Chifeng Net City, he was really surprised. After Chifeng Internet City added computers in September, it is already a large-scale internet city with 300 computers, which is second to none in the entire Chu city. Deputy Director Li also didn't expect Lin Feng to be the owner of this large internet city at a young age, which made him feel a little more worried. If you are tortured to extract a confession, you are afraid that something will happen. After all, people who can own a network city of this scale are not the rich and the poor, but they are by no means the people of the poor. Such people cannot be bullied at will. But thinking of the person behind Hu Xiaobing, Deputy Director Li felt bold in his heart. Don't think that Hu Xiaobing and the big man behind him are only cousins, but the relationship between the 2 brothers is very good. If something happens to Hu Xiaobing in his own territory, Deputy Director Li believes that he will definitely not be able to eat. Since ancient times, people have not fought against officials, and even rich people are afraid of state officials. Where's your boss? Lin Feng. Where is he? We are from the police station in the Liaoyuan area. Deputy Director Li walked to the cashier with thick eyebrows. No, I don't know. The cashier lady said, panicked, seeming to be frightened. What? Don't shield him. Be careful, I sue you for harboring criminals. Deputy Director Li slapped the table and shouted. Police officer, what's the matter? I'm the daily administrator here. Don't frighten the little girl. Liu Yishan ran over quickly. Where is your boss Lin Feng? He committed a crime, and we are here to arrest him. Deputy Director Li said too much. Everything is still under investigation. he directly and arbitrarily declared Lin Feng as a suspect. If this were in Hong Kong, I would definitely have to go to the Independent Commission Against Corruption for coffee and be investigated by the Internal Investigation Team. However, in China, he said that would not be too much. How could Boss Lin commit a crime? Officer, did you make a mistake? Liu Yishan looked anxious. Regardless of whether he is personally or publicly speaking, Lin Feng is the core of Chufeng Internet City. If he really commits a crime, this Chufeng Internet City will be crossed. Less so much nonsense. Where is he? Deputy Director Li said impatiently. He went to the barbecue restaurant to eat yesterday, then went to the hospital, and then went to the night with Officer Zhang and the others. And he hasn't come back yet. Liu Yishan thought for a while and said wordy. Officer Zhang? What Officer Zhang? Deputy Director Li frowned. If police officers from other jurisdictions are involved, this matter will be troublesome today. It's Officer Zhang from the Lanzhou Special Zone who is in charge of the Public Security Division. Liu Yishan said, shivering. Deputy Director Li snorted disdainfully. He was just a small instructor. He was at the deputy department level. Although he was in different jurisdictions, he was crushed by officials at the senior level. After asking Kingland Special Zone about the famous night snacks, Deputy Director Li drove directly to several night snacks to search for people from house to house. When Deputy Director Li struggled with Zhang to discover Lin Fengxing, Officer Zhang and others were drinking happily and the wine was full of vigor. Squeak! There was a rapid brake sound, and Deputy Director Li walked out of the car with a grimace. Lin Feng, this is a summons certificate. We suspect that you are related to a wounding case at 410 in the middle of the night last night. Now please go back and assist in the investigation. Deputy Director Li raised his brows, and the two police officers waited forward. Take people. Looking at the summons certificate in the hand of Deputy Director Li, Lin Feng smiled playfully. This smile was seen by Deputy Director Li, and his heart became even more angry. Wait, don't handcuff back, so I can solve the case soon. Deputy Director Li was extremely angry and shouted again and again. Wait. Officer Zhang stood up at this moment with a look of displeasure. Originally, a few people were drinking energetically and talking about fun things in their usual work. As a result, Deputy Director Li came to get people. Isn't this like being poured with cold water when you wangxing is high? I don't have any interest anymore. You ... What's yours? Summon the certificate to ... I see ... Look. Officer Zhang drank a bit high. His tongue was a bit knotted, but his mind was not confused. Deputy Director Li also didn't want to directly conflict with police officers from other jurisdictions, and handed the summons card to Officer Zhang with a cold face. Officer Zhang took a closer look with his drunk eyes open, and it was indeed true that he was summoning a testimony. It's true, let's take the people away. Deputy Director Li patiently grabbed the summons certificate and waited for the person, but was stopped by Officer Zhang. Wait, the summons certificate is true. But Xiao ... Xiaolin can't commit the crime. You said it was at 410 last night. He was with us at 12 o'clock last night. Until now, I and all police officers can testify for him. Officer Zhang knocked out the officer who was about to handcuff Lin Feng. Deputy Director Li's complexion froze. He didn't expect this little police officer to lose face so much, especially seeing Lin Feng's mouth ridicule intentionally or unintentionally. His heart became even more intense. What position do you know? As a public official, what time is it? You don't go to work, but you get drunk with people like this. How decent. Your director is Ouyang Zhenhua, right? He'll call to complain to you. Deputy Director Li picked up the phone and threatened. Of course, this call is just a threat. Although he is a deputy director, police officers in different jurisdictions are not within his jurisdiction. The effect of making this call is more intimidating than practical. If you really want to make a call, you will have a rift with the director of the Lanzhou District Police Station. You ... Who the hell are you? Calling to scare me? I'm really not afraid. Police officer Zhang Jujin came up, annoyed when he heard it, and pushed away Deputy Director Lee with a palm. Deputy Director Lee was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would dare to commit a crime and act on him. Several police officers who came with them hurriedly protected Deputy Director Lee and pushed Officer Zhang away. Unexpectedly, this action further annoyed Officer Zhang and others. Other police officers on the scene quickly surrounded them, and more than a dozen police officers huddled together at the morning wine stall. At this time, Deputy Director Lee was awake no matter how anxious and angry. His forehead was cold and sweaty, and the other party was drunk. But he was not drunk. If police officers from the police stations of the two jurisdictions are on the street and fight in full view, the highest leader of the scene must bear the primary responsibility. What is waiting for me is either demoted or transferred to King Shui Yamen, and this is something that Deputy Director Lee, who has managed to climb to the Deputy Director for 20 years, would never want to see. Damn, why is this so bad? Deputy Director Lee scolded in his heart. Chapter 7 Official Half-Level. The police officers from the Lanzhou District Police Station and the Liaoyuan District Police Station were shoved into a ball in broad daylight and in full view, and they almost never started fighting. This is definitely a big event in the small blue special zone. The onlookers surrounded Lin Feng and others on 3 floors and 3 on the outside. The Chinese have a characteristic: they like to join in the fun, and they love gossip, especially the entanglement of 2 groups in uniforms, which rouses the curiosity of the onlookers. Inquiry from left to right, with false rumors. And in the end it became Liaoyuan district police officers came here to drink morning wine, and did not give money after eating. Lin Feng, a passerby, spoke righteously, but was falsely accused by Liaoyuan district police officers and wanted to be handcuffed back to the police station. At this time, officers from the Lan Special Zone Police Station appeared. Righteously destroy relatives and enforce the law impartially. We must stop the shameless behavior of the police from the Liaoyuan District Police Station. This section can be arranged into an action anti-gangster film. Director Wang Jing, hired for Great Movie Kings, plus Local Kings, is definitely a hit. Hearing the rumors of the crowds, Deputy Director Lee had a sullen expression. He couldn't think of the original simple matter of summoning for evidence, which would trigger a direct conflict between the police in the 2 districts and the police. It also turned into the people's mouths and no food. Money, the old social police who also forcibly arrested people. Fortunately, I brought a summons certificate this time, which can prove the innocence of myself and others. Deputy Director Lee squeezed the summons certificate in his hand, wiping away the sweat in his heart. Lin Feng originally only hoped that Officer Zhang and others would help him be an absent-time witness. Unexpectedly, Officer Zhang and others, who had been drinking high, clashed with Deputy Director Lee and others, which made Lin Feng a little bit dumbfounded. However, at this time, if you don't step on Deputy Director Lee and the others, you would be too sorry for yourself. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Lin Feng sighed and squeezed between the 2 gangs and patted Officer Zhang on the shoulder. Officer Zhang, I will go with them. Anyway, I have never done it. I was with you all night last night. Even if someone it's useless to want to slander, it's useless to lie to me. Brother, will you watch them slander lie to me? Brother, what do you say? Who dares to blame you? Our Lanzhou police station is supporting you. Police officer Zhang also drank a bit too much wine. In addition, for the past few months, Lin Feng has always been from Lanzhou police station. The god of wealth, even the director in secret, gave orders to take care of Lin Feng and his business, so now he is bold and bold. He said boldly. Hearing what police officer Zhang said, Lin Feng felt happy. But Deputy Director Lee on the side was not so happy. Police officer Zhang said, whether he was drunk or not, if he wanted to attack Lin Feng, it would be impossible. Unless you have substantive evidence, you have nothing to say. Forget it, Officer Zhang. If you clashed with police officers from other jurisdictions because of me, the crime would be too great. Naturally, Lin Feng's acting has to perform a full set, and he has to cut down on the material. It's fine if Lin Feng doesn't say this, and the faces of Officer Zhang and others are even flushed. People live a face, and trees liver skin. Officer Zhang and others also do this. Deputy Director Li came to the summons, indicating that this is at most a public security case, and at most it will be a fight and wounding. If it is really a criminal case, the municipal bureau has dispatched it. Lin Feng was with them all night last night, so it was naturally impossible to participate in such a small security case. The so-called summoning, investigating and collecting evidence is to scare the people, but it can't scare Officer Zhang and others. With oneself and others testifying for Lin Feng, Deputy Director Li should leave directly instead of entangled here. If all this allows Deputy Director Li to take the people away, then where are they going to put their face? Everyone is in the same system. If you don't look at the face of the monk and the face of the Buddha, you can't be a man. When the two groups were in a stalemate, the crowd separated, and a man in a police uniform walked in with a team of police officers. Lin Feng's sharp eyes saw that the man was Ouyang Zhenhua, the head of the Lanzhou Special Zone Police Station. What are you doing? It's all a system, and it's like this on the street. How decent is it? The man shouted and ordered people to disperse the onlookers. Ouyang Zhenhua was also angry. Early in the morning, I hadn't settled down yet, and before I drank 2 sips of tea, I got news that my police officer and police officers from other district police stations were yelling in the street, almost starting to use their hands. As soon as he heard this, Ouyang Zhenhua was still sitting there, and quickly led people straight to the scene. Regardless of who is right and who is wrong, the police officers of the two jurisdictions really start their hands in their own jurisdictions, and their position as directors can hardly be maintained. At least it will be difficult to get promoted in the future. With Ouyang Zhenhua's roar, the police officers on both sides finally came to their senses. Good director. Police officer Zhang has been tossing for a long time, and he woke up 80% of the time. Seeing his boss angry, he ran over to describe the whole story. At this time, Deputy Director Li also guessed the identity of the man who came in last. He guessed that he was half a level shorter than the man after all. He came over without a smile and said good. He showed the summons certificate and briefly explained the ins and outs, and put forward the request to take Lin Feng away. Hearing that Deputy Director Li was about to take Lin Feng away, the expressions of Officer Zhang and others changed again. No matter what the law and order case, it has nothing to do with Lin Feng. Even if it was related, it would only hurt a few people. At most, he would be detained and fined some money. Could it be that if you wait for someone to show up, you won't give me this little face? Besides, his boss is here. Ouyang Zhenhua was so obsessed with Deputy Director Li, except that he was quite surprised, and was not angry, but carefully looked at Lin Feng. According to Ouyang Zhenhua's experience, this matter is definitely related to Lin Feng. However, as police officer Zhang said, Lin Feng was with them all night last night, and there was ample alibi. What's more, it is only a small public security case, and the suspect has absolute alibi, and it is generally gone. Ouyang Zhenhua wondered why Deputy Director Li was so serious. He would rather offend police officers in other jurisdictions than take Lin Feng away. After careful consideration, Ouyang Zhenhua took a safe way. Deputy Director Li, since you have the summons certificate, the natural person wants you to take it away. I hope my police officer has offended you just now. I hope you can forgive me. Ouyang Zhenhua said haha, first resolve the dispute between the two police officers. Where, everyone is just for work. Misunderstandings. Since Ouyang Zhenhua is willing to let himself take Lin Feng, Deputy Director Li has to step down, otherwise he will appear too uninteresting. Director Officer Zhang and others have a very good relationship with Lin Feng, and Deputy Director Li is so persistent in taking away Lin Feng. According to them, there must be private enmities. If they want to take the opportunity to avenge private revenge, Police Officer Zhang and others are naturally anxious. Ouyang Zhenhua waved his hand to signal Officer Zhang and others to be quiet. Deputy Director Li, in this way, Officer Zhang and others are also Lin Feng's time witnesses. Since you want to ask questions, it is better to ask Officer Zhang and others to make a transcript with you. It saves you from running back and forth. Ouyang Zhenhua also guessed that the cause of the matter must be that Deputy Director Li and Lin Feng had a private vengeance. But Lin Feng is now the god of wealth in his Lanzi district. As long as he does not commit a criminal case that can affect his future, Ouyang Zhenhua is determined to stand up for Lin Feng. Favor is like a saw, if you don't go, he won't come. Today Ouyang Zhenhua sold Lin Feng such a big favor. Will Lin Feng pay it back in the future? As for whether he would offend Deputy Director Li, Ouyang Zhenhua really didn't see it. Everyone is in different jurisdictions, and he is half a level higher than the other party. There are also people in the city bureau. The head of the police station in the Luoyang district is also his old classmate. He is really not afraid of any jealousy from Deputy Director Li. Yes, Director. Officer Zhang and others smiled knowingly, and the director of the secret path was clever. When Deputy Director Li heard this, his lungs exploded. Officer Zhang and others went, and he asked him, "By the way, Officer Zhang, you all drank the bar. The alcohol content is definitely above the limit. How can you drive?" Deputy Director Li, "Can you send some people to drive and send them to make a transcript?" "Yes, Director." Officer Zhang and others laughed. "Okay, then please get in the car." Deputy Director Li opened the door with a sullen expression. Chapter 8. What's your name? Lin Feng. Where to live? Luoyang Coal Chemical Dormitory 9 Building number 3 Gate 2 Floor number 2. Where were you from 3 to 404 to 30 this morning? Spend the night with Officer Zhang and others from the Land Special Zone Police Station until 9 o'clock this morning. Always midnight. Never went out halfway? Yes. Go to the toilet. Up to 5 minutes. Deputy Director Li was really impatient looking at him, so how could he ask the truth? However, Officer Zhang and others were sitting aside, and he couldn't make use of the routine that the police station used to deal with gangsters. First, it was a violent beating. Can you tell me? Don't tell me. Come to the tiger stool. Don't tell me. Okay. Use thumb cuffs to handcuff people up in the air. You can only tap your toes on the ground and use a truncheon. In less than 10 minutes, you can vomit everything. As for the skin injury, as long as the crime is committed and the evidence is available, and the suspect becomes a suspect, it is not an injury. However, Police Officer Zhang and the others were on the sidelines, completely afraid to use this method of extorting a confession. Deputy Director Li was buying tea and delivering cigarettes. He wanted Officer Zhang and others to take a rest. Unexpectedly, Officer Zhang and others didn't eat this set at all. Instead, they yelled and urged Deputy Director Li, "Hurry up so they can get back to work." In the end, the helpless Deputy Director Li could only send Lin Feng and others away bitterly, and Hu Xiaobing could only find another way to deal with it. After thanking Officer Zhang and others for their help, Lin Feng came to the Lanzhou Special Zone Hospital and met Wang Meng. After talking about today's incident, Wang Meng laughed and asked Lin Feng how he wanted to deal with Hu Xiaobing. "Privately, I want to avenge my father and ask Hu Xiaobing to personally apologize to my father. Publicly, I want him to compensate all residents for medical expenses," Lin Feng said. "Okay." Wang Meng nodded. Lin Feng's actions were in line with his wishes. In the early hours of this morning, when he touched Daya Chemical to give Lin Feng's father out of malice, he found that Daya's security guards were not ordinary people, but fluent bullshit. It turns out that Hu Xiaobing was born as a gangster, but later relied on his cousin to slowly get up. He opened a chemical plant that he managed to manage with a certain way. Therefore, when he called in security, he also asked a few people who knew nothing to do before. Humiliated. Since the wounding incident, Hu Xiaobing simply replaced all the security guards with gangsters, so that it could also shock the families of the injured who came to make trouble. Unexpectedly, in this way, it provokes Wang Meng, a murderous god. Wang Meng didn't have any scruples when he shot, and he treated it as a way of eliminating harm for the people. For the next 2 days, Wang Meng touched the security room of the Daya Chemical plant every night, breaking all the ribs of the security guards present, and still leaving the words Tengzuns on the wall. Lin Feng also drank with different officials every night, leaving Deputy Director Li with nothing to do except staring. Hu Xiaobing was injured by security guards every night. Although he had increased the number of security guards several times, no matter how many security guards he hired, his ribs were broken the next day and he was hospitalized for 3 months. I said, Hu Xiaobing, in this way, I will be a peacemaker, and you and Lin Feng will settle. You compensate him for medical expenses and let him sigh. Otherwise, if this goes on, your security's hospital expenses will be enough for you to bear. Yes, Deputy Director Li was overwhelmed by the incident. Originally, there had been 3 consecutive days of entering the room in retaliation. Although there was no serious injury or death, the incident was serious enough that he reported it to the city bureau. But the source of this incident was that Hu Xiaobing's security guards injured the residents of nearby communities. Once this was investigated, he would definitely not be able to escape the charge of sheltering him. But if the 2 of them are allowed to quarrel like this, things will definitely get worse, and paper can't contain the fire. Okay, then please ask Deputy Director Li to ask him to come out and talk. Hu Xiaobing was also a gangster back then, knowing what it means to be able to bend and stretch. To meet such a cruel person, forbearance and forbearance. Although he still had his cousin's card still untouched, he really couldn't make a mistake because of this trivial matter. At noon that day, the 3 parties made an appointment to negotiate at the Xiangjiang seafood restaurant. Boss Lin, Boss Hu, I won't talk about the extra nonsense. I asked you both to come here today. I just hope that everyone can take a step back and make money in harmony. Deputy Director Li said, haha. Boss Lin, don't hesitate to say if you have any conditions. Hu Xiaobing was angry after seeing Lin Feng, and he didn't want to waste time. As long as Lin Feng's conditions were not excessive, he agreed to forget it. First, hand over the attacker. Lin Feng saw that the other party was willing to bow his head, and he didn't want to waste too much energy on this matter. His primary goal now is to develop his career as soon as possible. Okay, no problem. Hu Xiaobing nodded. This kind of thing, I used to see a lot when I was out of chaos. Just pull someone out. Second, I want you to apologize to my dad. Lin Feng said. Okay. Hu Xiaobing frowned, but he agreed with the fact that the entire factory was panicked by what happened in the past few days. A man can bend and stretch. Third, to compensate all injured residents for medical expenses, lost work expenses, and nutrition expenses. Lin Feng put forward the last condition. No, at most, I will pay for your father's medical expenses. Hu Xiaobing jumped up. He had to pay for it, but he was bleeding heavily, and finally made some money. Hu Xiaobing said that he did not want to pay these civilians. No, you hurt the person, and you must compensate. Lin Feng did not give in. Hu Xiaobing became anxious when he heard that, and his early gangster temper came up, patted the table and said, the surname is Lin. Today I am talking to you because of the face of Deputy Director Li. Don't be shameless. Those people, what's wrong with you? Don't stand up for others. Her surname, I just want to help them. If you don't compensate all the injured residents for medical expenses and lost work expenses, I will drive your chemical plant out of the Luoyang district. Lin Feng also said fiercely. Haha, the toad yawned. So loud, the surname is Lin. I will see how you plan to drive me out of the Luoyang district. Hu Xiaobing's face was stubborn. Lin Feng said that he would drive him out of the Luoyang district, which was like cutting off his financial avenue, and cutting off his financial avenue would kill him. It should be noted that this chemical plant is a quota production, and the ex-factory price is much higher than the market price, which is absolutely profitable. If you change a place to build a factory now, it will be delayed for a few months, especially now is the golden period of production. Whoever wants to drive him out of the Luoyang district, he will fight hard. I'm talking about the 2, I have something to say, and I have something to say. Deputy Director Li also didn't expect that the 2 people who were about to reach a peace talk would suddenly collapse, and hurriedly came out to complete the field. Deputy Director Li, There is nothing to talk about. The surnamed Lin. Let's wait and see. Hu Xiaobing shook his sleeve and left. Very good. Deputy Director Li glared at Lin Feng and chased Hu Xiaobing out. Just wait and see. Right. Let's see who can't eat and walk around. Lin Feng had an appointment with the deputy directors of the Environmental Protection Bureau, the Health Bureau, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, the Taxation Bureau, and the Fire Bureau for dinner. After a meal, singing and dancing, and the company of beautiful women, several deputy directors agreed to help Lin tomorrow. Feng rectifies this black-hearted boss who is defiant to the people. However, the result of the second day made Lin Feng disappointed. Instead of the joint operation of the 5 bureaus being cancelled, several bureau chiefs called and scolded Lin Feng, saying that Lin Feng had set up a set for them to drill and threatened till Lin Feng was severely punished. In the afternoon, all of Lin Feng's stores were wiped out by the joint action of the 5 executive bureaus, and ordered Lin Feng to suspend business for a month for rectification for various reasons. If it weren't for the relationship between Lin Feng and the Lanzhou Special Zone Police Station, he had been notified in advance. I'm afraid this will be a 6-council trial. At this time, Lin Feng realized that the forces behind Hu Xiaobing were definitely not something he could provoke now. But being swept all over the place also made Lin Feng ruthless. No matter who you are, dare to order people to sweep my place, I will make you pay the price. Chapter 9. Humphrey, Demo, dare to ask someone to seal up my factory, I'll seal up your company first. Hu Xiaobing, who learned the result of the afternoon action, took Deputy Director Li and opened a box to celebrate. Well, that stinky guy dared to be ignorant with a few stinky money. Brother, who is doing this beautifully today? Isn't this the To the Other Side? And the other side in martial arts legends. Deputy Director Li also great fun. He personally drove in the afternoon and witnessed all Lin Feng's storefronts being sealed up. Looking at Lin Feng's unreasonable expression, he was revenge for everything. Ha, brother, just wait to see him personally come to me and kowtow to confess my mistake. Hu Xiaobing smiled grimly. Be sure to invite me to visit then. Deputy Director Li laughed. At this time, Lin Feng asked Yang Zhenhua, the director of the Lanzhou Special Zone Police Station, to invite 5 directors to discuss the campaigner's seizure. But the result was a failure. The 5 directors did not even accept Lin Feng's gift, threatening that Lin Feng had offended the above, but they could not solve it. Finally, after repeated inquiries from Yang Zhenhua, the 5 directors revealed the culprit behind the scenes. It turned out that Hu Xiaobing's cousin, Hu Xiali, was the deputy mayor of Chu City, who happened to be in charge of urban management, transportation, public security, justice, and industrial and commercial administration. This time, he learned that his cousin had been harassed and personally ordered them to be seized. Lam Feng's company. Therefore, the 5 directors now dare not even want to help Lin Feng. After all, no matter how attractive money is, it is not as important as this black hat on the head. In the end, the 5 directors vaguely told Lin Feng that as long as he was willing to personally apologize to Hu Xiaobing and let him out of his heart, Lin Feng's license would be able to get back. Otherwise, as long as Hu Xiali is in power for one day, Lin Feng will not even want to get back the campaigner's business license. Xiao Lin, you can judge this by yourself. It's a good idea that a man can bend and stretch, don't care about a momentary honor or disgrace. After speaking, Yang Zhenhua didn't look back. After all, this incident has alarmed the deputy mayor. If he is a small police station chief who mediates in it, he will not be ground into tofu dregs. It is the best choice to leave. Back at the company, Lin Feng announced a 3-day holiday. However, in order to appease the restless group of employees, Lin Feng beat his chest and promised that the company would be able to open in 3 days. After everyone left, Lin Feng smiled bitterly and buried himself in the darkness. Deputy Mayor, haha, what a big official. Lin Feng smiled sternly, originally just to seek justice for his father, but unexpectedly, a deputy mayor was involved in the end. Not to mention a deputy mayor, even if it is a bureau, procuratorate, or legal secretary, who is sincerely embarrassing himself. He is determined to die. Regret it? Wang Meng walked out of the darkness. Regret. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and understood what Wang Meng was referring to. Lin Feng thought for a while, and shook his head firmly. Once again, he will choose this way. It's just that the methods will be more secretive and harsher, and will not give Hu Xiaobing a chance to beat him down. Do you want me to help you? Wang Meng said. How to help? Lin Feng asked. Whoever troubles you, let whoever disappear. Wang Meng said coldly. Disappeared. Lin Feng was taken aback, and shook his head quickly. No, he is the deputy mayor. His death will definitely cause an uproar. This is by no means a trifle. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Just cause a car accident and put him in the hospital for a few months. Wang Meng smiled slightly. Forget it. Either way, the opponent has a high position and acts rashly. There will be endless troubles. I don't want you to fall into a desperate situation again. Lin Feng shook his head again. Wang Meng felt slightly in his heart. In this almost desperate situation, and considering his own safety, this friends did not cross each other. You think it over, tell me. Wang Meng quietly hid in the darkness. However, I secretly decided to go to Diochemical tonight. This time not only to deal with the security guards, even Hu Xiaobing is not going to let him go. After Wang Meng left, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. I have finally created the current situation. Is it all erased by others? But he asked Lin Feng to bow his head and apologize to Hu Xiaobing, but Lin Feng firmly wouldn't. If I apologize now, then my father's fight was not in vain. Besides, is he really in desperate situation? No. I can't do business. I can still develop on the internet. There are many industries that make money. A deputy mayor in a mere district will definitely not kill me. Humphrey, since you want to play, then I will stay with you to the end. See who has the last laugh. The next day, at dawn, Lin Feng called an emergency meeting of the company, announced that Chifeng Net City and 6 killing clubs and barbecue shops temporarily closed indefinitely. As for the scented tea processing plant, because the plant was located in the suburbs, it was unexpectedly not affected by this incident and the production continued as usual. At the meeting, Lin Feng told everyone about the online trading platform he opened, and ordered Su Xiaomai and others to temporarily shift the focus of their work to the online trading platform. Strive to gain popularity in the shortest time, and strive to open up the national personal family market for scented tea. After instructing all relevant matters, Lin Feng found Chu Zixuan who hadn't closed his eyes all night. Brother, this time I implicated Chufeng.com and also harmed you. I don't know when the license will be taken down. I have 2 suggestions. First, I will use the total price for your shares and storefront. 2 million to buy all, but now I can only give you 500,000 in cash, and pay the remaining balance in 1 year. Second, I invite you to join our company, and you will have a share of all the profits of all the industries in the future, but only I can give you 10% of the shares. When Chu Zixuan heard this, he fell into a dilemma. When the 2 stories were built, it cost him 800,000. During this period of time, the funds invested in Chufeng Net City were also close to 100,000, and the total number of them was nearly 1 million. Now Lin Feng proposed a 2 million acquisition, which definitely made a profit. With these 2 million, Chu Zixuan can invest anywhere. But on the other hand, Chu Zixuan is very optimistic about the prospects of Lin Feng Company. If it develops well, the scale of the company can easily exceed 10 million, and at that time, he will have a lot of dividends every year. But he also heard some gossip that Lin Feng had offended the deputy mayor, and this news had to be carefully considered by Chu Zixuan. In the whole country, no matter which city, a small businessman offends the deputy mayor, which is definitely a big deal. Not to mention wanting to make money, even survival may be difficult. After hesitating again and again, Chu Zixuan chose to sell the Chufeng Internet City storefront and all the shares for 2 million yuan, and left the whirlpool of murder. Chu Zixuan didn't know that his seemingly wise choice today became the worst and most outrageous choice he made in his life after a few years. Let him sigh for it all his life. After solving the Chu Zixuan incident, Lin Feng went to the TV station. Since you closed my company, I have also blocked your chemical plant from operating. If I have no company, I can develop the network. If you don't have a chemical plant, I see what you used to make money. Lin Feng was fierce and wanted to fight. Everyone was very aggressive this time. Isn't it the deputy mayor? I see how capable you are. I see if you can cover the sky with your hands. Chapter 10 Chutian Style? Lin Feng, existing industries, an online city closed. 6 killing clubs closed, a barbecue shop closed, a scented tea processing factory profit, online trading platform losing money. With a current capital of 750,000 won hand, a down payment of 500,000 for Chu Zixuan Shufing Net City store and all equity was paid, leaving 250,000. Now Lin Feng's most powerful opponent is Wuxiali, the deputy mayor in charge of urban management, transportation, public security, justice, and industrial and commercial administration, and Hu Xiaobing's cousin. Lin Feng knew that he wanted to bring down Wuxiali on his own for this powerful figure who seized most of his industry. It was an idiot dream. However, it is not a problem to take the opportunity to rectify Hu Xiaobing, to vent his anger for himself, and to seek justice for the injured residents by the way. Of course, Lin Feng's deeper idea is to openly challenge the deputy mayor Wuxiali to close my company, and I will drive your cousin chemical plant out of Liaoyuan district. Lin Feng's trip to Chu City TV station was nominally to advertise for his online trading platform, but secretly he took the opportunity to get acquainted with the TV station director. Lin Feng bought a new week non-prime time 30-second advertisement for Chu TV station for 30,000 yuan, and invited the director Meng Dong to have a casual meal by the way. Meng Dong was also quite curious about this young boss who had just signed a contract and set up an online trading platform, which is the freshest industry in the whole of China. Although he had also heard of eBay, it was created by a Harvard student returning to China. This native of Chu City dared to be the first person to eat crabs, which made Meng Dong have the heart to get acquainted. Maybe we can do a separate interview for him, an inspirational program. Meng Dong came to the revolving restaurant of Halian building with such thoughts and Lin Feng. But if he knew that Lin Feng had offended the deputy mayor at this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be what he is today. While this meal changed the lives of others, it also brought him countless troubles. Several years later, when Meng Dong recalled the past, he couldn't tell whether it was right or wrong. The two met for the first time and were cautious in their words and deeds. However, under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere gradually became lively, and Lin Feng also reserved his entrepreneurial history to Meng Dong. While Meng Dong sighed about Lin Feng's business wizards, Lin Feng knew that the time was right. Taiwan Meng, I have always had an idea in my heart. I don't know if it should be said or not. Lin Feng respected Meng Dong a glass of wine and said, it is admirable that Boss Lin can start from scratch at a young age. I believe Boss Lin's idea must be a good idea. Meng Dong put down his wine glass. Haha, Director Meng, in addition to watching News Network every day, I like to watch the news of Chu City TV station. But I find that the current local news is not only an introduction to urban development, but the content is vague, and it cannot attract ordinary people. Lin Feng threw down a bait. What does Boss Lin mean? Meng Dong's heart moved, vaguely thinking of something. It's better to create a program that focuses on people's livelihood every day when everyone eats dinner, and focuses on what is happening around the people. I believe this is a program that the people are very happy to watch. Lin Feng finished speaking, quietly. Wait for Meng Dong's aftertaste. After listening, Meng Dong closed his eyes and said nothing, carefully digesting Lin Feng's proposal. After silently calculating the ratings and gains and losses, Meng Dong slapped his thigh. Sure, Boss Lin's suggestion is good and feasible. Meng Dong calculated that this program was broadcast during mealtime, and it began to be broadcast at 6 o'clock. It avoided the animation time of various stations after 5 o'clock, and it would not be broadcast with the news broadcast at 7 o'clock. Conflict rises, and there are very few attractive TV shows during this time period. Even if the whole family gathers together to watch TV and eat, it can be said that it is a prime time second only to 8 o'clock in the evening. Seeing Meng Dong's bait, Lin Feng threw another bait. Taiwan Meng. This program can also add a classified column to help the people solve the practical difficulties they encounter in life. I believe the people will pay more attention to it. And the live broadcast can be used to improve the audience's sense of interaction. Lin Fenglu said. Meng Dong got more excited when he heard it, and he had more ideas about this newly formed column. He didn't care about drinking anymore. After apologizing to Lin Feng, he left the table and went back to the TV station to hold an emergency meeting. At the meeting, Meng Dong talked about Lin Feng's proposal, which immediately won everyone's approval. Although it is also expected to receive special attention from certain departments, compared to the ratings of this program, this risk is worth taking. After intensive discussions and consultations, Meng Dong quickly finalized the pre-screen host and location host, allocated funds, and ordered the column team to prepare for live broadcast as soon as possible. The name of the program was Chutian Style. The next day, when Lin Feng and Wang Meng watched the Chutian demeanor at 6 o'clock in the evening in the hospital, Lin Feng knew that his plan was half successful. Lin Feng's plan is to expose Hu Xiaobing's chemical plant through television. Doesn't he have a cousin of the deputy mayor? See if he can suppress the public opinion of the citizens of the city. Of course, this matter should not be rushed, and we have to wait for the show to be digested in Chu City. First of all, we must look at the views of leaders at all levels on this program. If it died just after it was broadcast, Lin Feng's plan would not be implemented anymore, and he could only think of other ways. Brother Meng, you don't have to go to Hu Xiaobing in these 2 days to be unlucky and take a few days off. Lin Feng fears that Wang Meng has been secretly working on dire chemical, and it will be counterproductive when the news is reported a few days later. Of course, by the way, I also avoided the great concern of the Luoyang police station on this matter. It really made trouble to the city bureau and sent a special investigation team, which was not good for everyone. Although Wang Meng had always assured Lin Feng that he would never be tracked by anyone because of his skill, this was after all the last resort to fight for life. It was a last resort, and Lin Feng didn't want to do this. Wang Meng's closing hand made Hu Xiaobing and Deputy Director Li feel relieved. Although they knew that this matter had nothing to do with Lin Feng, but they didn't have a trace of evidence in their hands. They couldn't do anything except send the security guards to the hospital every day. Although Hu Xiaobing seized Lin Feng's oil industry with the help of his cousin, it was still consumed and Hu Xiaobing couldn't bear it. And Wang Meng's resignation was directly regarded by Hu Xiaobing as Lin Feng industry was blocked, cutting off the source of income, and unable to hire a master to deal with him. Sample. I'm just waiting for you to kowtow to me and apologize. Hu Xiaobing's little man is determined, and he has begun to fantasize about Lin Feng kneeling and apologizing to himself in the future. After 3 days have passed, everything is calm on the surface. Apart from paying attention to the development of the online trading platform, Lin Feng sits next to the TV every night at 6 p.m. and waits for the start of Chu Tan Feng Ki to see how long the show is and whether able to survive the initial period of years monitored by leaders. To Lin Feng's joy, the launch of Chu Tan Charm has received widespread reviews among ordinary people in Chu City. Many enthusiastic viewers even called the TV station and praised the show for speaking for the people and doing things for the people. Good show. Over the past 3 days, the program has also continuously broadcast events reflecting the suffering of the people. Although some sensitive departments are involved, it has not been warned by the leadership or even notice of suspension. Lin Feng also called Meng Dong to inquire about the program, and learned that Meng Dongfei had not received a warning from the leadership. He was highly praised by the Mayor Yu Haoai, thinking that Meng Dong had done a good thing for the people of Chu City. Meng Dong is not the kind of villain who grabs credit. While being highly praised by Mayor Yu Haoai, he also told Yu Haoai, Lin Feng, the hero behind the scenes. After thinking about this, Yu Haoai smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. He just asked Meng Dong to insist on running this show, so that Meng Dong can feel relieved to do it boldly. This show will definitely be under pressure from all quarters. But you can't give up easily. Just ask him if you have any questions. Hearing what Meng Dong said, although Lin Feng was not sure about Mayor Yu Haoai's attitude, whether he knew he was the person who was sealed off by Deputy Mayor Huxiali, but at least Lin Feng can be sure that this show is no accident. It should be possible to do it forever, and his own plan will be able to be executed as scheduled. But at this moment, Lin Feng saw a person who would never have imagined that he would appear in Chu City now. Chapter 11. Lin Feng couldn't think that this person would appear in front of him. You. Why are you here? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Puff the visitor smiled and fiddled with his hair. Why, don't you welcome it? No, no, please sit down. Lin Feng quickly got up to welcome people. The visitor is not someone else, but Liu Yinying, who should have finished her final year of her master's degree at Peking University. After some greetings, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder, and asked again, why are you here? By the way, how about Shuki? Do you care about me or Shuki who cares about you? Liu Yinying said with a long voice. I care about both. Lin Feng was also unambiguous. Cut. I think you still care more about your Shuki. Take it. This is a photo she took after wearing the Peking University school uniform. She specially asked me to bring it to you. Liu Yinying took out one from her backpack. Photo. Do you know that not long after Shuki entered the school, she was rated as one of the most popular candidates for school flowers? The love letters received every day cannot be filled with baskets. Be careful when your Shuki becomes someone else. That's right, Liu Yinying said jokingly. Lin Feng ignored the photo, and carefully checked the photo of Huang Shuki in the Peking University uniform, and then carefully put the photo in his arms. If in the past, Lin Feng might be in a man's unspeakable selfishness, he would be a little unhappy about Huang Shuki receiving so many love letters every day, but now he will not. Now I am undergoing the most severe test after being reborn, and I don't have the time and mood to deal with such trivial things that are not worth mentioning. Moreover, Lin Feng is confident that this childhood sweetheart will not be easily snatched away. Okay, let's talk about it. What on earth do you have to go back to Chu City? Lin Feng is no longer wuxiamen. After experiencing this series of events, he can already see the truth through the fog. Liu Yinying raised her brows and looked at Lin Feng again. She realized that the boy who was a few years younger in front of her had made great progress. He was more mature than when he first met and saw things more thoroughly. I have a good news and a bad news for you when I come back this time. Which one do you want to hear first? Liu Yinying smiled slightly. Lin Feng shook his head secretly. No matter how women like to play this set, let's talk about the bad news first. Lin Feng could only say in cooperation. The bad news is that you have to be mentally prepared. Xiaqian has been discharged from the hospital and will be in Chu City within this month, Liu Yinying said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was taken aback. Unexpectedly, after Xiaqian was discharged from the hospital, he came to Chu City so soon. As for what he came here, Lin Feng could guess with his toes. One wave has not settled, another wave has risen. Lin Feng secretly took pity for his disaster-prone life, but Lin Feng was not afraid. Having already offended the deputy mayor of this city, he is not afraid of another Xiaqian. There is always a solution to a problem. There are no unsolvable problems in this world. Thousands of heroic spirits ignited in Lin Feng's chest. Liu Yinying saw Lin Feng's changes. She originally thought that Lin Feng would become frowned upon hearing the news. Unexpectedly, after Lin Feng was only slightly surprised, her face became more heroic. For a while, Liu Yinying's heart was quite moved. I can't help thinking that I have been single for my studies for 26 years. Maybe it's time to find a good person to fall in love with. I just barely make do with it. Shaking his head and shaking off the strange thoughts in her heart, Liu Yinying told Lin Feng what she had learned from various channels. Xiaqian seems to be preparing to hit you in business this time. It is reported that he has prepared 30 million funds to deal with you, to remove all your foundations in Chu City one by one, and drive you out of Chu City. Lin Feng frowned. It is not so easy to drive yourself out of Chu City. 30 million is indeed a lot, but with these 30 million, I want to take care of my nest. And I look down upon myself too much. Rather stick to your guns. Even if he was actually driven out of Chu City one day, he would at least let him spit out 300 million. Lin Feng said spontaneously. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Liu Yinying thought that Lin Feng was worried because of Xiaqian his strong presence. She patted Lin Feng's shoulder confidently and said, although this is bad news, at the same time, on the other hand, it can barely be counted. Good news. At least it means that Xiaqian will not use the power behind to deal with you, otherwise you will have no room to compete. Since he wants to attack you from the market, then we should fight him. See who can have the last laugh. We? Lin Feng looked at Liu Yinying in surprise. Yes. This is the good news I want to tell you. I have discussed with my supervisor. I have already completed my credits. I only need to hand in a graduation thesis next year. The conflict between you and Xiaqian is caused by me. So I decided to come to your company to help you. Let us join forces to defeat Xiaqian. Liu Yinying did not let her beard, and did not put the powerful Xiaqian in her eyes. But to Liu Yinying's surprise, Lin Feng did not have any joy. No, my small company can't support you as a great god. Your annual salary is 300,000 yuan, and I can't support you if you sell it. Lin Feng shook his head straight. In fact, he was really happy when he heard that Liu Yinying was willing to come to the company to help him, but he thought that now he had offended the deputy mayor, plus Xiaqian who was deliberately planning to retaliate against him. The water in the middle was too deep, and he was in danger. The ship may capsize at any time, so don't involve Liu Yinying in it. Relax. I also know that you can't afford me now. Why don't you give me a certain share of your company, so that you can always bind me as a talent? Secondly, I can also do my best for the company. How about me? This proposal is not bad. Liu Yinying smiled triumphantly and took out 2 contracts from her backpack. Obviously, Liu Yinying had planned all this long ago. Looking at the 2 contracts, Lin Feng had no choice but to tell Liu Yinying the true situation of his company now. After listening, Liu Yinying was shocked. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, so many things happened. Also aware of the seriousness of the matter, a local parent official and a fierce raptor across the river, if these 2 enemies join forces, Lin Feng, a small sapling that has not grown into a big tree in the sky, will immediately be broken. You know why I disagree. You should go back and finish reading your last year. Let me face the matter here alone. Lin Feng returned the 2 contracts to Liu Yinying. Remember, you don't. What do you owe me? Everything that happened in Beijing was just an accident. You'd better not walk in this muddy water. No, the more this is the case, the more we have to face it together. Your company can grow to its current scale, and I have a share of credit. I can't tolerate the company falling like this, and I don't believe that we will not be able to fight them together. 2 people. It's just a deputy mayor in Beijing. It's nothing in Beijing. It's really impossible. I asked my mentor to help you lobby. I believe that the deputy mayor of a prefecture-level city will not deny me the face of my mentor, Liu Yinying. But Liu Mei rage. Not only did not want to leave, but offered to let his mentor come forward. However, Lin Feng did not want Liu Yinying to do this. On the one hand, I seem to be too useless, and finally rely on women to solve the problem. On the other hand, the matter has not been serious enough to this point, and it has really come to life and death. Lin Feng can take the online trading platform to develop in other cities. Internet companies are good for this, and the data can be copied away with a hard drive. Forget it. Don't bother your mentor. These 2 people are not in my eyes. They can beat me, but they can't knock me down. It really can't work. The same is true when I go to other cities to develop. It's gold. always will shine. Lin Feng tactfully declined. Okay. If this is the case, then we will face it together. Aren't there just a deputy mayor and a second-generation ancestor? I don't believe that our wisdom can't deal with them. Liu Yinying is obviously not willing to give up her ideas. The matter is now, Lin Feng is no longer hypocritical. The arrival of Liu Yinying did help him solve a lot of things. At least in the actual implementation of the company, she can save a lot of attention and concentrate all her energy on planning instead of wasting on daily company management chores. The deal: I will give you 10% of the company's shares. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. The transaction: I hope this will be the most proud investment of my life. Liu Yinying is very satisfied with Lin Feng's bargaining chip. She is neither too generous nor too stingy, just right, and full of sincerity. This time shaking hands. Some things in the world are doomed to change because of the two. Chapter 12: Bargaining Chips for Negotiation. After Lin Feng and Liu Yinying negotiated overnight, they held an emergency meeting again the next day. At the meeting, Lin Feng announced that Liu Yinying had become the company's second shareholder, holding 10% of the company's shares, and would not split the existing market sales into the planning department and the marketing department. The planning department was headed by Liu Yinying, and the marketing department was headed by Su Xiaomai. Under the jurisdiction of Liu Yinying, the focus of work was shifted from the online trading platform to the fast food restaurant that I had negotiated with Liu Yinying in Beijing. Strive to spread fast food restaurants all over Chu City before the end of this month, hoping to have more chips to counter the strong attack of Xiaqian. Because of Lin Feng's shortage of funds on hand, although the total investment in a fast food restaurant of about 30 square meters is about 50,000 yuan, the funds are far from enough to form a chain. Lin Feng made a decisive decision to adopt a franchise method and charge a certain franchise fee to strengthen the fast food restaurant's momentum and at the same time to grow the company. In the initial franchise store, Lin Feng directly approached relatives on both sides of his parents. Because of his father's accidental injury before, Lin Feng's resistance to his relatives has disappeared. In addition, relatives have been complaining that Lin Feng did not give them a way to make money. This time Lin Feng happened to pay back the favor of taking care of his father before. Allowing them to owe their favors can also increase the momentum of the fast food restaurant, which can be said to serve multiple purposes. Okay, all the elders have read the contract. If you have no comments, please sign the contract. Lin Feng said while looking at the elders. There is only one problem. The contradiction between you and the deputy mayor. Obviously, after the stock market and the development of Linfengnet City, the relatives did not doubt Lin Feng's vision, but worried about him and the conflict between the deputy mayor. Don't worry, I will solve this. And this time the company's licensee is not me. I think there should be no problem. Lin Feng said, puzzled. Well, that's good. All the relatives breathed a sigh of relief, and signed their names readily. The two invested a total of 50,000 yuan, but the profit rate of return was 100%. If they still consider such a good thing, it would be really stupid. After that, Lin Feng handed over issues such as site selection and uniform decoration style to Liu Yinying to deal with, and rushed to Shenzhen without stopping. Until September 11th, CS Counter-Strike will be available for global downloads in only 3 days. However, although Lin Feng's online trading platform has been promoted through unremitting efforts during this period, it has achieved little effect. So far, no transaction has occurred. Just when Lin Feng was frowning about this, he accidentally saw an employee logging into QQ. And Lin Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind. Tencent was established in November 1998, with providing users with on-stop online life services as the company's strategic goal. In April 2000, the number of QQ user registrations reached 5 million. In May, the number of simultaneous online QQ users exceeded the 100,000 mark for the first time. The People's Daily reported on May 28. At 20:43 on the evening of May 27, the number of simultaneous online QQ users exceeded the 100,000 mark for the first time. In June, the number of registered QQ users exceeded 10 million. Although the current Tencent is not as strong as it was later, its future prospects are unanimously optimistic by all people in the industry. It's just that Tencent is also facing a common problem with many internet companies at this moment, the problem of balance of payments. At this stage, most internet companies rely on venture capital to maintain their operations, and they do not have any substantive income for the time being. The early domestic Sina and NetEase companies all raised enough funds to continue their operations after they were listed on the Nasdaq, and then slowly continued to grow and become the industry leaders. At this time, Tencent wanted to list on Nasdaq or Hong Kong, but it was still far away. Although Tencent now has tens of millions of registered users, it is still just a small company struggling in Shenzhen. Lin Feng went to Shenzhen this time to discuss cooperation matters with Ma Huan, the chairman of Tencent, who also has the title of engineer printed on his business card. Originally, Liu Yinying wanted to accompany him, but Lin Feng decided to let Liu Yinying take charge of the fast food restaurant. After all, the fast food restaurant is more critical to Lin Feng. Not only will we have to face the strong attack of Xiaqian in the future, but we must also face the attack of the two leaders in the fast food industry, KFC and McDonald's. Without Liu Yinying in charge, Lin Feng was really worried. Moreover, this cooperation, to a certain extent, is Lin Feng's opportunity for Tencent, not Tencent's opportunity for Lin Feng's online trading platform. On September 7, Lin Feng and his secretary Cheng Peijia sat in Ma Huan's office. Ma Huan, 30, obtained a Bachelor of Science degree from Shenzhen University in 1993, majoring in calculators and applications, and has extremely profound knowledge and experience in the telecommunications and internet industries. Mr. Lin, may I have traveled all the way to Shenzhen this time? I don't know what to do. Ma Huan was very curious about Lin Feng. I wonder what kind of cooperation plan this young man who is 10 years younger would propose. Although his company now has tens of millions of users and the market prospects are extremely good, no company has yet proposed an intention to cooperate with him. This makes Ma Huan secretly helpless, and at the same time motivates himself more. Must make Tencent a nationwide the best network service company. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but did not speak, and reached out to stop Cheng Peijia, who wanted to come up with the cooperation plan contract. Ma Dong, what do you think of your company's prospects? Lin Feng asked. Tencent Internet will surely become the best internet company in the country. Ma Huan made no secret of his ambitions. Then what do you think of the online trading platform? Lin Feng asked again. This. Ma Huan has also done relevant investigations, knowing that Lin Feng is now the owner of an inconspicuous online trading platform, and his development is extremely difficult, although the situation is similar to that of his own company. But in terms of the number of registered users and prospects, they are not the same. After pondering for a while, Ma Huan thought and said, in China, eBay is the leading online personal trading platform, while Alibaba occupies the leading position in company trade. Your company? Ma Huan didn't say anything afterwards, and Lin Feng knew what he meant. Lin Feng didn't care about this, and waited for Ma Huan to follow along. Seeing that Lin Feng was not displeased, Ma Huan nodded secretly and continued, I have roughly browsed your online trading network. You should be taking the personal trading route, that is, eBay is your competitor. But now, from the popularity saying that you are far from being able to compare with eBay, the transaction volume is even more so. However, your initial registered membership review system is more rigorous than eBay. Although it also blocked many customers in the initial stage, in the long run, the prospects of online trading networks are even more impressive. The review of eBay is too simple, and the individual businesses inside are mixed, and it is very easy to have a credit crisis, so that it will develop sooner or later. Ma Huan's vision really made Lin Feng admire himself, and this was indeed an important reason for the gradual decline of eBay. But what I want to ask is, how does Mr. Lin plan to cooperate with our company? You know, my Tencent.com now has tens of millions of registered people, and this number continues to increase every day. Ma Huang changed his head and became strong. Say, Ma Huang's strength is expected by Lin Feng. His current online trading platform is not at the same level as the counterparty. The so-called cooperation may be more appropriate for the counterparty, but this kind of begging does not pay a certain price. Ma Huang will never agree. It's very simple. I hope that when your company logs in on QQ, you can add a pop-up window that displays my campaign's website and brief introduction. Lin Feng handed a prepared cooperation intention to Ma Huang at this time. Ma Huang just took a cursory look. At the moment, what he cared more about was what Lin Feng had just said. Add a pop-up window. Ma Huang immediately thought that he could use this to advertise, so as to alleviate the campaign's tight financial situation. But then, Ma Huang shook his head again. At this moment, our company is still in the development stage, and competitors are also trying to squeeze into the instant messaging market. If you add advertisements rashly, you may lose a lot of customers due to small losses. After thinking about it, Ma Huang looked at Lin Feng and waited quietly for the 10-year-old young man to throw his bargaining chip. If this bargaining chip is enough to make my heart beat, I might not be able to agree. After all, this online trading platform is not an advertisement for the majority of registered QQ users. It's just another service provided. In business, all interests come first. Chapter 13, ? Ma Huang waited for the price, while Lin Feng sat on the ground to pay back the money. Lin Feng took a project case from Cheng Peijia, which is some of his reform proposals for Tencent QQ. In fact, the so-called suggestion is to put forward several major popular plans of Tencent in future generations. 1. Open QQ Farm and Grab a Parking Space games. These two games have been popular all over the country since the next generation of Tencent launched them, especially the QQ Farm function of stealing friends' fruits. Many netizens set the alarm clock in the middle of the night and went online to steal them on time. There was a news report that a young couple picked fruits because of QQ Farm. Men were responsible for planting and women were responsible for picking. As a result, women couldn't get up in the middle of the night. After the fruit was stolen for several days, the man and the woman became older. After a fight, the angry woman went directly to the hospital and had an abortion. The two who finally woke up were remorseful. It can be said that this QQ Farm is really harmful. But for Lin Feng, now helping Tencent shorten the time for gathering popularity is to help his online trading platform. Second, add membership services and QQ user levels. This is another harmful project. At the beginning, the whole country was linked to QQ, and I don't know how much electricity was wasted. The opening of membership services can directly bring profits to Tencent. Third, launch the QQ Show function and launch QQ Coins. This is another profitable project, and it is very profitable, especially loved by women. Fourth, open a ringtone download business. This is definitely one of the most profitable profit points in the future. Sina and NetEase rely on this profit point to achieve quarterly profits of tens of millions of dollars. As long as mobile phones become popular, profits will increase exponentially. Although Lin Feng wants to do it himself, he is too short of funds to build such a large-scale website. And the most important thing is that the rise of a large-scale website takes time to accumulate. When Lin Feng's website rises, it has already passed the mobile phone downloading ringtones golden period. Fifth, Tencent and China Mobile jointly launched Mobile QQ Business. This will be the key to making QQ more accessible to life. Lin Feng believes that these 5 points are enough to impress Ma Huang. Wait, Dong Ma. If you want to see this plan, you must first sign this agreement. Lin Feng signaled Cheng Peijia to come up with another agreement. This is. Ma Huang took a look at the agreement, and was even more curious about the project case that Lin Feng held in front of him. The content of this agreement of Lin Feng is only one thing, that is, after Ma Huang read Lin Feng's business case, if he does not cooperate with Lin Feng, Tencent will not be allowed to use the plan in the business case within 3 years. Otherwise it will compensate Lin Feng $10 million. This is a rather domineering agreement, But Ma Huan doesn't care. What he values more is what content in the project case can make Lin Feng so confident, and he will definitely be able to impress himself. Then he'll take a look at your cooperation plan first. Ma Huan took the cooperation contract and browsed carefully. There are 5 main points in the cooperation between Lin Feng and Ma Huan. 1. Tencent provides free landing window advertisements for Lin Feng. 2. A series of online transactions generated by Tencent will be handled by Lin Feng's online trading platform for free. 3. Tencent provides free space resources and bandwidth resources for Lin Feng's online trading platform. Lin Feng decided to relocate the online trading platform to Shenzhen, which is conducive to further cooperation with Tencent. Lin Feng also casually changed the name of Taobao.com that he had taken lazily before to Dingdong.com, implying that his online trading platform is like Dingdong's pocket and has everything. 4th, the two parties signed a friendly cooperation company agreement for a 5-year cooperation period. 5. Tencent pays Lin Feng 5% of Tencent shares, and Lin Feng pays Tencent 5% of Dingdong shares. Increase the friendship and cooperation between each other's companies. Ma Huan smiled slightly after reading it. This agreement is still very domineering, especially the last one, which is simply a robbery. In other words, when anyone else saw this, they only had one idea: to blast out the person who came up with this cooperation agreement. However, the reason why Tencent became a network service company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars later, the founder Ma Huan was very human. Although he was sulky, he didn't show it, but smiled faintly. Mr. Lin, you have to know that IDG and Yink Digital originally bought 20% of Tencent shares at a price of $2.2 million. Now the market value is conservatively estimated at about $8 million. What do you think your Dingdong shares can compete with Tencent? The market value of the shares is the same, Ma Huan asked eagerly. It's very simple. It is based on the future of Dingdong.com and this project. With this project, Tencent's development period can be shortened by at least 3 years, and it can now bring considerable income to Tencent. Lin Feng did not. He flinched, looking straight into Ma Huan's eyes and said. The two of them stared at each other with big eyes. After a few minutes, they looked at each other and laughed. Okay, let me see what's amazing about your plan. Ma Huan laughed and reached for the plan. Ma Dong, you forgot to sign the agreement. Lin Feng handed it over. The two looked at each other again and smiled. Ma Huan happily finished signing, and carefully began to read the project case word by word. An hour later, Ma Huan put down the case for a long time. Mr. Lin, this business proposal is very attractive. I personally approve it. However, we, Tencent, are a holding company and we must discuss with the rest of the shareholders. Ma Huan asked Lin Feng to wait a while and held a temporary meeting between the original founders. General Assembly. After some intense negotiations, Ma Huan walked out of the meeting room with a full face. In this extraordinary meeting, the differences between the original founders far exceeded Ma Huan's imagination, and the main focus was on 5% of the shares. Everyone thinks that this clause is too overbearing, and they don't think that Lin Feng's Dingdong.com can keep pace with Tencent in the future. However, after Ma Huan came up with the business case and the agreement, all human rights had to be compromised. The points raised in this business case are very suitable for Tencent at this stage. Due to the recent shortage of funds on Tencent.com, although the previous capital injection company proposed to inject capital, the original founder of Tencent, who was afraid of being forced to buy, rejected this proposal. Now, Lin Feng's plan can solve the shortage of funds for Tencent in a short period of time. This is a temptation that all the original founders cannot refuse. Of course, this is also a trick played by the foresighted Ma Huan. The agreement was signed in advance, so that the rest of the creative gangs have only one road to wuxian. Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. Ma Huan stretched out his right hand. Ma Dong, happy cooperation. Lin Feng's heart was hanging in his heart. finally letting go. This cooperation signifies that Lin Feng's online trading platform dingdang.com will achieve a leap in development, and it will gradually show that it can compete with eBay for a longer and shorter time. For Tencent, and for Ma Huang, this cooperation seems to have suffered a big loss. Exchange shares worth at least $2 million in market capitalization for shares of Lin Feng's unknown dingdang.com. It will definitely be passed out. People laugh at being blackmailed. But in Ma Huang's view, regardless of the future prospects of Lin Feng's dingdong.com, this project is worth $2 million. In the evening of the same day, Ma Huang and Lin Feng held a press conference, solemnly announced the cooperation, and introduced Tencent's next business direction at the press conference. This press conference was like a 10-ton bomb in a calm pond, which exploded quickly in the domestic internet community, bringing a series of responses. The industry elites shouted, "The wolf is coming!" With this series of plans, Tencent will inevitably have a strong monopoly on the national instant messaging market, and it has also allowed all industries that originally evaluated Tencent's prospects to re-evaluate it, and its potential market value has also doubled overnight. Invisibly, Lin Feng became a multimillionaire overnight, still in US dollars of course. All of this will have to wait for Tencent to go public, and Lin Feng can sell it. And Lin Feng's dingdong.com, from the original obscurity and no one cares, became the focus of everyone's attention overnight. Tens of millions of registered users of Tencent brought almost crazy clicks to Lin Feng. In just one night, squeezed the site dozens of times. Fortunately, Lin Feng wisely chose to relocate the company to Shenzhen, and Tencent will provide network resources. Otherwise Lin Feng would really not have the funds to cope with the explosive demand for network resources. That night, dingdong.com registered a surge of 2,000 sellers overnight, and registered buyers surged by 5,000. He also received his first order for scented tea. The CS Counter-Strike that was pushed hard has also begun to attract attention, and people have asked about game information and pictures. Everything is developing in a good direction. On the second day, industry venture capitalists carefully evaluated Lin Feng's dingdong.com that emerged overnight, and believed that it had rigorous review of registered users, standardized operation, orderly procedures, and huge potential, with an estimated market value of $110,000. In the future, the prospects are limitless. Lin Feng and Ma Huang smiled at each other for all the changes that have taken place in the industry this night, and both showed a happy cooperation. Ma Dong, I still have something to rush back to Chu City, and I will leave the rest to my secretary Cheng Peijie to handle the rest. Lin Feng booked the ticket and prepared to go back to Chu City. Well, President Lin, the cooperation is happy, and I look forward to continuing to cooperate next time. Ma Huang also admired the young man in front of him. This cooperation made the company's market value up a few times, making the company's owners laugh from ear to ear, and directly ignored their previous distrust and non-cooperation attitude when they gave Lin Feng 5% of the shares. Haha, I believe we will cooperate soon, and see you in 3 months. Lin Feng smiled slightly. 3 months? Ma Huang was taken aback, and became happy again. I don't know what kind of expectations and surprises this young man and his partner will bring to himself in 3 months. Chapter 14 CS Number 1 Master? Today there are only 2 chapters, but the 2 chapters are more than 3,000 words, which is equivalent to most of the 3 chapters of the 2K party, and we will continue to watch 3 tomorrow. Thank you for your support. After Lin Feng returned to Chu City, he was greeted with a grand and simple celebration party. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a multi-millionaire. Liu Yinying took Su Xiaomai and others to simply decorate the office, bought a few bottles of champagne, and congratulated Lin Feng with all the members of the company. Thank you. Cheers. Lin Feng smiled slightly, not too overjoyed. After all, when Lin Feng listed the 2 cooperative companies in the cooperation agreement to exchange 5% of the stock,
he knew that he would be worth 100-fold overnight. Millionaire? Is it just a multi-millionaire? Based on the fact that Lin Feng owns 5% of Tencent's shares and future generations of Tencent's market value of 79 billion Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong, Lin Feng's assets will exceed 3.95 billion Hong Kong dollars. Lin Feng became a billionaire overnight. Of course, all of this is still looking at the flowers in the mist. Now Lin Feng is still just a small businessman with more than 200,000 funds and most of the company's industries. After the excitement, everyone went out to be happy. Lin Feng and Liu Yinying left to discuss the location of the fast food restaurant. At this time, Lin Feng deeply realized what it means that employees can rest, and the boss never rests. After careful discussion with Liu Yinying, Lin Feng determined the addresses of 5 stores, one in Lanzi District, one next to Chu City Experimental Middle School, the best high school in Chu City, one next to Xi District, the largest residential area, one in the only park in Chu City, one near the passenger terminal. These 5 stores just avoid the McDonald's and KFC stores in the busiest commercial streets, and will not directly conflict with them for the time being, and the 5 places have relatively large traffic. In addition, Lin Feng's fast food restaurants are mainly based on affordable routes, and these places can better serve the public customers and can be accepted by the public. Of the 5 stores, with the exception of the store in the Blue Zone, which is operated by Lin Feng alone, the remaining 4 are all jointly operated by relatives on both sides of the parents, and are divided according to each other's place of residence. After everything was in place, Lin Feng allocated 100,000 yuan to Liu Yinying to start the construction of a fast food restaurant in the Lanzhou Special Zone. By the way, now that you own 5% of Tencent's shares, you will be more confident against Xieki on his counterattack. Congratulations again. I never thought that you would be able to earn money from a gold mine that was watched by everyone. Take out the gold mine if you don't need it. Admire it. Liu Yinying poured a glass of red wine for the two, deeply impressed by Lin Feng. Although she is an MBA student at Peking University, she does not have the means and courage of Lin Feng, relying on an online company with less than 100 registered members, to negotiate cooperation with a company that has more than 10 million registered members in China, and can negotiate, and pirate. Liu Yinying had to use the word pirate. Come to the other party 5% of shares. This is definitely a miracle. No, it is simply a myth. Haha. This is also luck. It just so happens that due to the rapid development of Tencent network in recent years, there has been a funding gap. In order to keep the shares, it rejected the proposal of IDG and Pacific Century Digital to raise funds again. I was worried that the company had no profitable projects. I sent it up. The plan is like giving away charcoal in the snow. Although they are reluctant to share their shares, they have to agree. Besides, I also gave them 5% of the shares of dingdang.com. Lin Feng smiled faintly. By the way, I also forgot to congratulate you. You now have a net worth of 100,000 US dollars. Lin Feng did not forget to joke Liu Yinying. Oh, it seems that my investment was very wise at the beginning. Liu Yinying smiled, but then frowned. But in your contract, Tencent will provide the bandwidth and server resources of dingdong.com. I'm afraid that it will be when dingdong.com grows. Tencent will be jealous and swallow your online trading platform. Liu Yinying's worries are not unreasonable, and the businessmen are chasing profits. Now Lin Feng and Ma Huang are happily working together, but it is hard to guarantee that they will not see each other in the future. The so-called shopping mall has no father and son. For the benefit, a person can do anything he can never imagine. Don't worry, the contract is only 5 years, and we will talk about it in 5 years. Although Lin Feng is quite worried, he also knows that this is the best choice now. We don't have funds on hand and cannot afford the funding needs for the development of dingdong.com. Can rely on Tencent temporarily. Well, that can only be done now. Liu Yinying nodded and said nothing more. Lin Feng and Liu Yinying did know, because of this, it directly led to all future changes. At this time, Ma Huang, who was extremely excited because of the doubling of Tencent's potential market value,
did not expect that dingdong.com would bring unimaginable trouble to his Tencent network. On the second day, Monday, September 11th, at a regular meeting, Lin Feng, after briefly listening to the work plans of various departments for this week, ordered Liu Yinying to coordinate all matters related to the fast food restaurant, and then left. In addition to solving the dire chemical problem as soon as possible this week, he also has a more important issue. Today is September 11th. Today, Counter-Strike is available for global download. From 1 p.m., the Valve development team will put the resource public version on the internet for free, and Lin Feng will use the network resources of dingdong.com to download it. After 5 minutes, the game download is complete. Lin Feng immediately used the hard disk copy to go straight to the blue zone, and handed the game to Liu Otao and others who had been waiting for a long time, so that it could be finished as soon as possible. Lin Feng divided them 1 yuan profit for each game CD. At the same time, in order to ensure that he sold the simplified version in the mainland legally and would not be prosecuted, Lin Feng contacted Minla, the father of CS, via email. After expressing his intentions, Minla happily signed an electronic license agreement. The agreement stipulates that Lin Feng is responsible for the sales of the simplified version of Counter-Strike in mainland China, and the profit is divided into. Valve development team obtains 40% of the total profit, and Lin Feng provides technical support at any time. However, the Valve development team did not recognize the legitimacy of Lin Feng's sales behavior, but did not pursue Lin Feng's private sales. Simply put, the Valve development team didn't know about it. In fact, the reason why Minla signed this agreement with Lin Feng is also because he has long heard of the piracy market in mainland China, and he knows the power of piracy companies. Counter-Strike provides global downloads, mainly relying on the sale of cookies to make money and providing global networking services. But in China, Minlu also knows that there is no need to consider selling cookies to make money for Chinese people. After all, Counter-Strike can be used for LAN battles even without cookies. Therefore, it is better to let Lin Feng sell. Valve can also make some money by the way. After signing the agreement, Lin Feng quickly found 10 people, entered the game, and videotaped. Nowadays, many people on dingdong.com have left messages asking what type of game this game is. Although Lin Feng introduced in the store that it was developed by the same development team of Half-Life and gave a detailed introduction, it is for most players. In terms of it is still extremely unfamiliar. And a real game video is the best publicity. After the other 9 people were familiar with the interface and guns, Lin Feng chose the most classic Just 2 map. In the first round, Lin Feng was a gangster. After buying the Desert Eagle, he threw away the others and killed the police headquarters directly from Area A after a burst of gunshots. All the gangsters except Lin Feng were killed, and there were 3 policemen left. Lin Feng stood directly on the open space outside the gate of Zone B, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 3 policemen. With a bang gunshot, the policeman who had just emerged was shot to the head by Lin Feng. The remaining 2 policemen were taken aback. When they met with the gangsters before, bullets on both sides were flying all over the sky, and the fighting was so lively and exciting. As a result, the 3 of them went to encircle Lin Feng, and before they saw Lin Feng's figure, the 3 of them hung up one of them. This made the remaining 2 people really flustered. The 2 policemen looked at each other, roared, and rushed out from the left and right at the same time. Bang! Lin Feng blew his fingers contemptuously and killed the policeman on the left. At this time, the policeman on the right finally found Lin Feng's figure. Excited, nervous, and angry emotions flooded his brain. Pressing and holding the left button with his finger did not release. There was a bang, bang noise. When his bullets were lit, his eyes were red. When he was changing bullets to whip the corpse, he found that Lin Feng was standing in front of him unscathed. Bang! With a shot between the eyebrows, Lin Feng won 1v3. In the second round, Lin Feng directly replaced the shotgun with the AK-47 dedicated to the gangsters, harvesting the police's life with a skillful two-shot burst. In this round, 1v5, personal kills. In the third game, Lin Feng changed his gun again, replaced it with AP, and took the first level thousands of miles away, still sealing his opponents. In the fourth round, Lin Feng switched to a burst shotgun, equipped with smoke, flashes, and grenades. Amidst the smoke, the policemen's eyes flashed like blind men, and they fell to the ground one by one amidst the screams. After 12 rounds, Lin Feng killed 42 people and died 0 times. After greatly overwhelming the addiction of a supermaster, he also completed the most perfect propaganda. When Lin Feng posted this video on Tencent.com, there were more than 1 million clicks in just 1 hour, and Lin Feng's dingdong.com also added 100,000 registered buyers in an instant, and the order was placed directly. More than 50,000 buyers paid for the purchase, and this number is still growing as the video continues to circulate. Lin Feng has another title, Invisible X Killing God. For a long time afterwards, this video was regarded as a classic textbook by all CS game fans. Honing CS skills with Lin Feng as the goal. The username 01 that Lin Feng took at that time has become the most respected and powerful CS player in the hearts of domestic CS fans. After this video was accidentally revealed abroad, it also aroused the interest of the world's most beautiful CS first team team at the time, and the 01 contest, which caused the screams of domestic CS fans. So even though there will be famous players and gunslingers who are far beyond Lin Feng's level, such as Love RT, Perfect, TK, etc., among all domestic CS fans, there will always be only one top player, which is 01. Of course, all of this is something later. For Lin Feng, the more popular the sales of Counter-Strike, the more confident he will be against Xieki on his counterattack. Chapter 15 Temperament Anchor. Although Chushan demeanor has only been broadcast for a week, it is already popular among the people in Chu City. It starts at 6 o'clock in the evening and ends at 6:50. In just 50 minutes, the audience rate in Chu City is as high as 30%. It was the ratings that Meng Dong, the director of the TV station, could not believe before. Although some of the focus topics related to people's livelihood have been reported by many departments with cryptic hints and even threats, Meng Dong, backed by Mayor Yu Haoai, has strengthened his confidence in the continued operation of this column and firmly believes that it can be better and better. The better. After Lin Feng uploaded the game video recording, he waited quietly for Liu Tao and others to finish the Chinization. In the evening, Lin Feng knew that the time was ripe when he saw a report from Chushan Feng Kai about urban management law enforcement and injuring stall owners, and there was follow-up. Hey, may I ask if it's time, Meng? Lin Feng, can I come out and sit for a while and have a drink? Lin Feng immediately called Meng Dong. Okay, President Lin, the ratings of the program you proposed are very good, and I'm just about to thank you. We will meet at the revolving bar of Halian, and I will introduce you to several core members of the column team. Meng Dong he boldly agreed. Not long after, when Lin Feng rushed to the revolving bar, Meng Dong was already sitting in the box with 2 women and 1 man. Seeing Lin Feng arrived, Meng Dong stood up enthusiastically and introduced Lin Feng to everyone. Everyone, this is Lin Feng, President Lin, who provided me with suggestions for Chushan Feng Kai. Regardless of Lin's young age, he owns an online shopping mall, a barbecue restaurant, and a young talent in a chain of king clubs. June. Meng Dong introduced the 2 men and a woman present to Lin Feng. This is the planner of the column team Ten Fang. This is the host of the column Jiang Dan, majoring in broadcasting and hosting of the Film and Television College of Sichuan Normal University. This is the host of Location Wang Yun, graduated from Chu City University Journalism Department. Meng Dong enthusiastically introduced Lin Feng one by one. It's better to see 100 times. I watched 2 hosts on TV every day. I was shocked. Now that I saw the real people, I realized that the 2 hosts are more beautiful and moving than on TV. Although Lin Feng was a compliment, but to each host is indeed very beautiful. One is generous, noble and elegant, one is youthful, full of vitality, and is the kind of girl who makes people feel unpleasant. As for planning Tan Fang, It was selectively ignored by Lin Feng. After a lot of greetings, everyone sat down. Today, Meng Dong brought several important members of the column to meet with Lin Feng. In addition to grateful for Lin Feng's original proposal, he also had another idea. He wanted to do an exclusive interview with Lin Feng. The demeanor of Chutan is divided into 4 categories. First, Chu City Highlights, which mainly introduces the daily events in Chu City. Second, Characters of Chu City, which introduces recent or past figures in Chu City. What happened around the common people, introduced the trivial things that happened around the common people. Fourth, Wang Yan speaks for you. Wang Yan went to various departments to discuss the opinions of ordinary people who were treated unfairly. This is also the most popular category column for people in Chu City. After listening to Meng Dong's suggestion, Lin Feng was silent, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Meng Dong and others smiled silently, waiting for Lin Feng to make a decision. Many people have been on this classified column so far. They are all very important entrepreneurs in Chu City, all leaders in different industries, but it is the first one as young as Lin Feng. Meng Dong was sure that Lin Feng would agree to his proposal. The reason is simple. In the past few days, he has been planning to let Lin Feng appear on this classified column. One is to encourage college students in Chu City to start their own businesses, and the other is to give back to Lin Feng for his help. However, when checking the information, Meng Dong discovered that Lin Feng's company had been seized for unreasonable charges, and vaguely discovered that Vice Mayor who ordered the order himself. Later, it was discovered that Lin Feng had a vengeance with the cousin of Deputy Mayor who modified the original cousin relationship and changed to cousin relationship because of a wounding incident in Chemical, and provoke Deputy Mayor Hu. If Lin Feng wants to get his company's business license back, his own program can definitely help him. As long as Lin Feng receives the attention of the citizens of Chu City, his incident can be easily resolved. What's more, not only the ordinary people in Chu City love to watch this program, but also many key officials of the Chu City government, such as Mayor Yahui. It is not that Lin Feng has not considered this, but he is more concerned about whether this matter will let Xiaqian know. When Xiaqian will directly join forces with Wuxiali, he will not have any counterattack power at all. But Lin Feng didn't know that he had been worrying too much. Since Xiaqian refused to use the forces behind him to force Lin Feng to wipe out, then he would never surrender himself and join forces with a prefecture-level deputy mayor to deal with Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to use this classified column to increase his exposure and increase the sympathy of the citizens. Anyway, this is the end of the matter, and there will always be what should come. There is nothing to be afraid of. But Lin Feng didn't want to easily agree to Meng Dong. He wanted to get a promise from Meng Dong, by the way. A promise that will definitely cover the wounding incident of Chemical. If through normal channels, Lin Feng feared that Meng Dong and others might not risk offending Deputy Mayor Hu and report the incident. Just when Lin Feng hesitated, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Dan on the opposite side had been looking at him, sometimes frowning, sometimes pursing his mouth and thinking, as if he had something to ask himself. "Mr. Lin, is this person you?" Jiang Dan finally couldn't help it, took out a cut-off newspaper from his handbag, pointed to a picture on it, and asked with excitement in a trembling tone. Lin Feng saw that the picture on this cut-down newspaper was exactly the photo he had taken when he held a press conference with Ma Huan. Lin Feng nodded. "It's really you, President Lin. You are simply a myth in the business world," Jiang Dan exclaimed, with joy on his face and starlight in his eyes. He held Lin Feng's hand with excitement. His tone was agitated. Excited again. There was a scream of admiration. "Mr. Lin, you must be on our column, you must be on. You are the pride of our Chu City." Jiang Dan's gaffe made Meng Dong and others surprised. This temperament anchor beauty has never been so gullible. The three hurriedly snatched the newspaper from Jiang Dan and looked at it through the not bright lights in the box. Being tightly grasped by Jiang Dan's boneless little hands, Lin Feng's heart was shaken. "For the year after Rebirth, I have been busy with my career and making money, and have not seriously considered personal relationship issues." Huang Shuqi, Liu Yinying. A little girl next door who was a childhood sweetheart, and a talented elder sister, made Lin Feng occasionally imagine the future in his heart. And the beautiful Anki girl with this temperament in front of him made Lin Feng's heart be moved even more. However, thinking about the future and Vice Mayor Hu, and Xiaqian his repeated life and death battles, the little thoughts in Lin Feng's mind suddenly disappeared. But it's not an exaggeration to get a little bit of money. Lin Feng gently rubbed the back of Jiang Dan's hand with the little finger of his right hand. The delicate and smooth touch came from the tip of his hand, making Lin Feng's heart waft, and sighing for the grace of the Creator, which made Jiang Dan a noble temperament. At the same time, he also has a sweet and elegant face, and the skin is so smooth, like a newborn baby. Although Jiang Danxu was excited, her professional instincts allowed her to quickly control the agitation in her heart. At this moment, the rubbing of the fingertips of Lin Feng made her immediately realize that she was excited just now, and she accidentally held Lin Feng's hands. Her pretty face flushed suddenly. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but was pulled by Lin Feng lightly. With this pull, Jiang Dan's face reddened again, but his jade hand did not come out again. A faint blush rose on his cheeks, his pretty face drooping slightly. Jiang Dan gently broke free of Lin Feng's right hand, but did not use too much force. Lin Feng pulled it gently, Jiang Dan twitched again, and Lin Feng pulled it gently. The two of them tacitly enjoyed the special excitement brought by the fingers between the tugging. Just as the two were immersed in this secret warming, the three of them exclaimed after reading the report. Chapter 16 Maximizing Benefits. After reading the report, Meng Dong felt overwhelmed. Looking carefully at Lin Feng from head to toe, he felt hairy in Lin Feng's heart. When he wondered whether Meng Dong had a mountain in his heart, Meng Dong exclaimed and grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder. "Mr. Lin, you must be the next issue of the Man in the City of Chu." Meng Dong sighed. He originally thought that he was a young and promising director of the Chu City TV station at the age of 35 by relying on what he had learned and being aggressive. However, compared with Lin Feng before him, he was insignificant and his achievements were worthless, not worth mentioning. Although Wang Yan was astonished by Lin Feng's achievements, she was even more interested in what happened when they watched the report. She is the location host. In addition to knowledge, what is more important is to observe her words and be bold and careful. Just now when the three of them finished reading the report, she glanced at Lin Feng and Jiang Dan's hands as if they were pulling together, but when she recovered and looked at it carefully, the two of them sat tightly, not squinting, but careful. Wang Yan still found some evidence from Jiang Dan's blushing cheeks. Wang Yan giggled, and whispered in Jiang Dan's ear. By the way, he darkened the forest wind with his fingers, which made Jiang Dan blush. This statement of Meng Dong moved Lin Feng's heart. Since the business miracle he created was appreciated by Meng Dong, and he desperately hoped that he would be listed on the Man in the City of Chu, I took advantage of this opportunity to negotiate conditions with Meng Dong to report on the injury incident of Dia Chemical. However, the people in the box had a lot of mouthfuls, which would have leaked the wind. After Lin Feng handed Meng Dong a look in detail later, he turned his attention to Jiang Dan and Wang Yan who were whispering. After getting Lin Feng's conditional consent, Meng Dong relaxed. He has been on the battlefield for a long time, and vaguely guessed what Lin Feng's condition was in his heart. After doing some calculations silently, I stopped multilingual, and found another light topic. A group of 5 people, especially in the company of 2 beautiful women, chatted and laughed, and spent a pleasant evening. The next morning, Lin Feng went to Meng Dong's office. "Mr. Lin, it's not the first time we have cooperated, and we don't have to go around in circles. What conditions do you have to say directly?" Meng Dong is straightforward. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Meng Dong to be so straightforward. He didn't hesitate anymore and spoke out his thoughts and requirements. "I hope that the Chu Tanfeng Kai program can report on the incident of Dia Chemical's injury, and through your program to reflect to the relevant departments the problem of the chemical plant near the residential area," Lin Feng said. Meng Dong nodded secretly, but at this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and his forehead was sweating. Could it be that he suggested that he start the program wuxian style from the beginning, just to report the matter of chemical on his own program, right? The more Meng Dong thought about it, the more suspicious it became. Meng Dong was indeed right. Lin Feng's goal from the beginning was chemical. Hu Xiaobing was backed by his cousin, Hu Xiali, the deputy mayor. Lin Feng wanted to drive Hu Xiaobing out of the Luoyang district. It was impossible from a regular way. He could only save the country by curve. Exposure through the media is the best way. Meng Dong, who had figured this out, secretly confuses Lin Feng at such a young age but is so scheming that people like this can never be offended. However, his program, including himself, was calculated by Lin Feng, which made Meng Dong feel a little unhappy. But Meng Dong changed his mind and felt relieved again. As the director of the station, he seems to be fascinating and directs the whole station, but in fact, many things are still involuntarily controlled by others. Lin Feng calculated himself this time, and it didn't matter much, so it wouldn't hurt to do it again. Moreover, from a certain point of view, Lin Feng is indeed speaking for the common people, which does not violate the original intention of the program wuxian style. Mr. Lin, Chu Tanfeng Kai can report on the injury incident of chemical, and through reporters for the residents of the coal chemical dormitory, to report to the relevant departments the problem of the chemical plant being opened near the residential area. But you must accept an interview. I will target you. Do a 3-day interview. Since Lin Feng uses himself, he can also use Lin Feng. Meng Dong, who has figured out, wants to maximize his benefits. Okay. Lin Feng did not refuse. Being a local person has the advantages of being a local person, but becoming a public figure with a high degree of exposure also has the advantage of being a public figure. At least if he was a well-known figure in Chu City at the beginning. I believe Vice Mayor Hu would never dare to deal with himself blatantly. After finalizing the details with Meng Dong and the planet Anfang, Lin Feng took Wang Yun and the photographer back to the Lanzhou Special Zone. Wang Yun was in charge of interviewing Lin Feng's usual work process, taking pictures of Lin Feng's related industries, and then Jiang Dan's face-to-face interview with Lin Feng for a 3-day special report. Liu Yinying applauded Lin Feng for accepting this interview. Now that the company has been subject to administrative intervention by some cadres who violated disciplines from government departments, it is a clever move for Lin Feng to start the campaign's reputation, so that the other party will have scruples against Lin Feng anymore. After simply shooting a few videos of ordinary work, Lin Feng arranged for people to lead Wang Yun and others to visit other industries of the company. President Lin, the game has been cracked, and we have carved a master disc. Liu Tao rushed over and handed a CD to Lin Feng. So fast. Lin Feng was taken aback. Yeah, we didn't expect that this game didn't have any encryption program. It was completely open, and only needed translation and artwork. Liu Tao shrugged. Well, I will pay you when the CD is sold. Lin Feng patted Liu Tao on the shoulder. I believe the sales will be very good this time. Well, we are confident. This game is indeed very fun. Liu Tao is full of confidence in this game. After Lin Feng got the master disc, he gave it to the CD burner he had contacted in advance, and ordered them to speed up the shipment. Lin Feng placed 200,000 for the first order. This number may seem shocking, but for this game, it is not much sales. In particular, Lin Feng adopts a parity sales strategy. Lin Feng believes that the final figure should be quite satisfactory. At this time, after 24 hours have passed since the video upload, Dingdong.com has received 70,000 Counter-Strike orders. Each CD-ROM is sold by Lin Feng at a low price of 20 yuan. Every buyer pay another 10 yuan for express delivery, or if it is more expensive than piracy, it is much cheaper than genuine games. It only costs 30 yuan to play an expected game, which is not too expensive. This is also the reason for the huge increase in orders. This is a rough calculation. Excluding the cost and packaging fee of 3 yuan for mass manufacturing CDs, the Valve development team's 40% dividend profit, Liu Tao et al.'s 1 yuan dividend per CD, and Lin Feng's net profit per CD is 9.6 yuan. 70,000 orders, which is 672,000 yuan. Seeing this number, Lin Feng's heart beat fiercely. Even when he signed an agreement with Tencent, Lin Feng had never been so tempted. After all, the stock can only be sold after Tencent goes public, but now it is making cash, and it has greatly eased the company's current distressed financial situation. Moreover, this order is still growing. Lin Feng believes that with the successive sales of game discs and the increasing enthusiasm for games across the country, this sales will continue to rise. Of course, if Lin Feng can sell it, others can also sell it. However, Lin Feng would naturally not forget this opportunity to eat alone. After negotiating again with Minla, the father of CS, Minla ordered the screen to block all ports from mainland China. In other words, for a long period of time, if you want to play this game in China, you can only buy it from Lin Feng. Of course, the domestic piracy market is rampant, and Lin Feng's CDs will naturally be cloned and sold. But Lin Feng is not worried, as long as he is the first to eat crabs. When domestic pirates are rampant, Lin Feng will sell them online to the cost price, which will be enough to kill some pirates. If you want to pirate my game, you have to pay a price. Chapter 17 ? The next day, September 12th, Cheng Peijiao returned to the company from Shenzhen with a contract. This also means that Dingdong.com will start to relocate and move the company to Shenzhen. But now it won't work if you don't relocate. Dingdong.com has over 1 million page views per day. The existing servers and network resources can no longer withstand such high traffic. If you don't relocate, sooner or later network resources will collapse. But after Dingdong.com moved to Shenzhen, who will be the person in charge of the company? The best candidate for Liu Yinying, Lin Feng himself can sit in the town, but now the market in Chu City prevents Lin Feng from leaving. Liu Yinying had previously mentioned to Lin Feng that Lin Feng would abandon Chu City and use Dingdong as his main business to postpone the construction of fast food restaurants. After all, the internet industry makes money fast, and it is difficult to be subject to administrative intervention. Besides, when he arrived in Shenzhen, Xiaqian wanted to fight Lin Feng again in Shenzhen. It was not so easy. Shenzhen water is too deep. 30 million, you can't even make a bubble. But Lin Feng rejected Liu Yinying's proposal on the spot, and only said a word to Liu Yinying. He avoided it for a while, and couldn't avoid it for a lifetime. If he insists on declaring war without regret, then I will fight. After discussing with Liu Yinying, Lin Feng appointed Cheng Peijiao as the deputy general manager of Dingdong.com, temporarily exercising administrative rights on behalf of Lin Feng. In order to retain Cheng Peijiao's talent, Lin Feng gave Cheng Peijiao a 0.5% stake in Dingdong.com. Although this is incomparable with Liu Yinying's 10% share, Lin Feng believes that after Dingdong.com has fully grown, Cheng Peijiao will definitely be pleased with the profit brought by this 0.5% share. After dealing with the relocation of Dingdong.com, Lin Feng accepted an interview with Jiang Dan. At this time, Jiang Dan put on his professional clothes, as if the Yin incident that night had never happened, smiled calmly and asked Lin Feng questions. Lin Feng, who had faintly expected something to happen in his heart, was quite disappointed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not one of those who saw a woman lose her soul, so he soon picked up his mood and accepted the interview seriously. The interviews were very formulaic and mechanized. At this time, the interviews of such news figures in Chu City were all about the few questions. But the subjects were different, and the answers were slightly different. In the end, it always ends with thanking the party, the government, and the country. Lin Feng had a clever idea and suggested that it is better to change this way of recording in advance and recording and broadcasting afterwards to live talk shows. I believe the audience will like it more and the ratings will also be higher. Jiang Dan thought about it for a while and realized that Lin Feng's plan was feasible. This is not a brand new show. CCTV's Tell the Truth was the first in China to eat crabs. After that, TV stations from all over the country launched new-style talk shows, but in Chu City, they have remained motionless. One of the reasons was that the leadership thought was too conservative at the time, The second was that the ratings of TV stations were really not good at that time, but now that the ratings have been rising since the launch of Chu Tanfeng Ki, this is no longer a problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Dan quickly called Meng Dong and relayed Lin Feng's proposal to Meng Dong. After listening to Meng Dong, he also found it feasible. However, thinking of being calculated by Lin Feng before, he instinctively felt a trap around his neck. After Meng Dong hesitated for a while, he asked Jiang Dan to continue the interview. He first held a meeting to study it, and if it was indeed feasible, he would adopt this in the future. A new way of broadcasting live. This time, Lin Feng really didn't give Meng Dong a full set, it was just Meng Dong's worry. But this is just like Murray, general manager of the NBA Houston Rockets. After several years of A+ evaluated draft night trades, the remaining 29 managers dare not trade with Murray easily for fear of losing or being fooled. Meng Dong is in this psychology now. Regardless of Meng Dong's entangled psychology, after Lin Feng patiently returned to the mechanical questioning, Lin Feng also ignored Jiang Dan's dinner invitation, and repeatedly apologized and left. Tomorrow, according to the agreement reached between Lin Feng and Meng Dong, the column team of Chushan Demeanor will send Wang Yan to the scene for an interview. In order to make the scene a little more shocking, Lin Feng must do some small actions. Lin Feng went to the hospital that night after receiving the Counter-Strike deposit. Lin Feng's financial situation greatly improved. He promised to the remaining injured residents that he will advance all medical expenses for them, etc. After seeking justice, they repaid Lin Feng. All they need to do is to sit and protest in front of the Daya chemical plant tomorrow afternoon. The family members of the injured residents have been desperate for so many days. They thought they could only admit that they were unlucky this time, but unexpectedly there would be a turnaround this time. Moreover, Lin Feng was already grateful for the medical expenses for them. He was very grateful for what he had ordered. Naturally, there is no reason for it to be unacceptable. After that, Lin Feng contacted the neighborhood committee of the coal chemical dormitory and told the director of the neighborhood committee that tomorrow the Chushan-style column team would come to interview Daya Chemical's focus on the construction of the neighborhood near the residential area. The director of the neighborhood committee was delighted, and immediately notified several employees to contact those retired and retired people who had nothing to do at home, so that they could go to a collective protest tomorrow. Hu Xiaobing, the owner of Daya Chemical, used security guards to disperse the intimidation in the previous protests, and the director of the neighborhood committee has been in fear. But this time there is a reporter interview. It should be much safer. The director of the neighborhood committee does not believe they dare to beat people in front of the reporter. The next day, Lin Feng and Wang Meng rushed to the vicinity of Ya Chemical Industry, waiting for the good show to be staged. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the injured family members were grateful to Lin Feng for paying the medical expenses, and they came to Ya Chemical plant to protest and demonstrate early. Some of the injured even walking around even came to the scene in person, wearing bandages all over, standing in the front shouting, "Kill the killer and pay for medical expenses." Hu Xiaobing's recent good luck not only punished Lin Feng, who was wrong with him, but also received a quota contract from a new upstream manufacturer. Now he has a profit of nearly 10 million a year, which makes him laugh from ear to ear all day long. However, due to increased orders and productivity cannot keep up, Hu Xiaobing asked the workers to hurry up day and night. When rushing to work, the smell and noise will inevitably be ignored. Although his cousin had warned him before it was illegal to open the factory near residential areas when it was cheaper. Although the coal chemical dormitory of Liaoyuan district is close to the suburbs, there are thousands of people pay more attention to the problems of gas emissions and noise pollution, but at this moment, the complacent Hu Xiaobing only sees money. Besides, the cousin who is picking up the trouble has been taken care of by the cousin. Those who are timid would dare to make trouble. Unexpectedly, as soon as Hu Xiaobing and Deputy Director Li finished their morning wine and broke up early this morning, they saw another group of protesters coming in front of his factory. His heart became frizzy, he drank again and his temper became even greater. Fuck, don't delay Lozi doing business here. Hu Xiaobing angrily pointed at the crowd, roaring again and again. Hu Xiaobing's roar made the family members of the wounded who came to seek justice suddenly feel guilty, especially when he saw Hu Xiaobing behind the guards who looked at him. He instinctively wanted to withdraw. I bother. Even at this point, I dare to ask for compensation. Hu Xiaobing disdainfully cast aside the group of people in front of him. Compensate for medical expenses and hand over the assailant, otherwise we won't leave. At this moment, a trembling voice shouted. Hu Xiaobing squinted and glanced over, seeing a wounded man with bandages all over his body, and his heart was even more angry. I didn't have enough of the lesson last time, but it came again this time. Hu Xiaobing's anger started from his heart, and he slapped the injured person in the face, then kicked him to the ground. Damn, I didn't hurt you last time, but this time I'm here again. I ex your mother, I beat you to death. Hu Xiaobing was anxious and raised his foot with a violent kick. Chapter 18 Interview Disturbance. When Wang Meng witnessed Hu Xiaobing's violence, his fists creaked. If he hadn't been held down by Lin Feng, he would have violently jumped over to beat Hu Xiaobing. The bloody nature of the soldiers prevented Wang Meng from seeing such bullying behavior. Don't worry, the reporter will come right away. Although Lin Feng has a compassionate heart, this bureau has already been set up and cannot be destroyed. Wang Meng nodded reluctantly, but the rough sound between his breath told Lin Feng that he was very angry and that Hu Xiaobing must have serious consequences. Hu Xiaobing was also tired at the moment, since his cousin made his fortune. Hu Xiaobing is no longer the former gangster who was rampant on the streets. Now his physical strength is not as good as before. After just a short time, he was too tired to kick his breath. After a short rest, his eyes were fierce. Damn it, let me go, or I will let you all enter the police station. The injured family members were in awe. Under Hu Xiaobing's lewdness, the promise that Lin Feng had promised before had been forgotten. Although they were unwilling, they could only slowly dissipate. Hu Xiaobing looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, pointed at the scattered crowd, and told the security guard behind him, "This is the common people. I'm scared. They are as meek as cats." Chatter. Although the injured family members were angry, they dared not show it on the face. He is rich and powerful, and we can't afford it. Good and evil are rewarded. Sooner or later God will clean you up. This is the common aspiration of the families of the injured. It is also the only way for the disadvantaged to comfort themselves. I won't go. If you don't give me justice today, hand over the assailant. I won't go today. At this moment, the injured person who was beaten up by Hu Xiaobing just now hardened up and struggled to sit in the factory. Protest at the door. Drink. You are still fighting with Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu wants to see if your bones are hard or Lao Tzu's fists are hard. Come on, hit Lao Tzu. Hu Xiaobing's face was crooked, and he waved his hand. The security guard behind him grinned and charged. It used to be a punch and kick. Wang Meng couldn't help it anymore and stood up with a loud noise. Calm down. Lin Feng hurriedly hugged Wang Meng, pointed to the Chushan Feng Kai interview car in the distance, and exhorted, "The reporter is here, wait for the reporter to deal with it." Wang Meng also saw a few people getting on and off the interview car at this time. Immediately after getting off the car, Wang Yun saw a group of security guards at the door of Dire Chemical beating a wounded man covered in bandages. Wang Yun hurried over with the cameraman. This is a focal point. I heard about the incident of Dire Chemical's injury before coming. This time I didn't expect to see Dire Chemical's security guards violent when I first arrived. This made Wang Yun, a warm-blooded girl with a sense of justice, very angry. Determined to make a good exposure today. Let the people of the city take a good look at this ugly act of Dire Chemical. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who allowed you to take pictures? Hu Xiaobing's eyes were sharp, and when he saw a few people rushing over to take pictures and video, he instinctively noticed something was wrong and stretched out his hand to grab the camera. What the reporters do, that is, masters who catch hotspots and snatch news. How could it be possible for people to easily take away the eating guys they depend on for survival? One by one dodged in the past, and a few flashes came on again. Damn, hurry up. grab the camera for me, and grab the strap of the camera. Hu Xiaobing didn't grab it a few times, and was anxious. With a loud roar, several security guards immediately went up to block the Chu Tenfengkai staff off. Hello, I'm Wang Yun, a reporter from Chu Fengkai. May I ask who you are? Do you know the wounded person on the ground? Wang Yun seized the opportunity and hurriedly interviewed and watched, but dared not to be angry. Family members of the injured. Wang Yun, I recognize you. You are Wang Yun from Wang Yun Speaks for You. Several family members of the wounded who watched Chushan Style every day were surprised, and immediately grabbed Wang Yun's arm tightly, tears flowing. Wang Yun, I beg you to help us in Chu Style. We must expose this hurtful black-hearted chemical plant. Not only will the chemical plant be built near a residential area, we dare not open the window because of the smell of the weather. We went to protest and hurt us. Today we came to beg for justice. But we were hurt by this black-hearted boss again. You see, that was Lao Li. He was old and was hurt before, but he was beaten again today. The family members of the injured cried out their grievances during this period of time. When Wang Yun heard this, she was filled with righteous indignation. Didn't you call the police? Didn't the police station take care of it? Oh, don't mention it. The police station has been here. Just let us wait for the results of the investigation. But we waited for half a month, but there was no news at all. We are all laid-off workers, and the cost of the hospital is so high that we cannot afford it. Wang Yun, you must be the master for us. Relax. Our Chushan Star will definitely expose this matter to you. They must. Hello. What are you doing? Wang Yun looked indignant and vowed to fully expose the matter, but said nothing. After that, the arm was grabbed. I just want to ask you what you are doing. I am the boss here. Interviews and photos are not allowed here. Hu Xiaobing said rudely. We are reporters for Chushan Fengkai. This is our press card. This is the proof of our interview. We have the right to take pictures and video freely. Wang Yun showed several certificates in succession. Hu Xiaobing ignored it and slapped him with a slap. I'll go to your fucking reporter and tell you, if you don't give me the negatives today, I don't want to leave here. You are breaking the law. Citizens have the right to know, and you don't have the right to confiscate our negatives. I'm going to sue you. Wang Yun's face flushed red, clenched her pink fist, and argued for reason. Haha, I want to sue Lozi. If I have the ability to sue, damn, hurry up. Don't get me the negatives back. Hu Xiaobing roared again and again. Although the working group of Chushan Demeanor is composed of strong young guys, compared with the security guards under Hu Xiaobing, it is like a mouse meeting a cat. Almost as soon as the baton was exposed, the negative was honestly handed over as soon as his fist was stretched out. I'm going to sue you. You are a hooliganism. Wang Yun's silver teeth almost shattered. She didn't expect the interviewee to be so shameless this time that she would use such hooliganism. Although Chushan Demeanor has been broadcast for some time, Wang Yun has also interviewed some thorny focus issues, but the people who deal with it are government departments. Although it is more difficult, the cadres interviewed know how good reporters are, and take into account their own identity, and generally hide from reporters. They have never been as unscrupulous as Hu Xiaobing and directly clashed with reporters. This is also the reason why Wang Yun interviewed fewer people like Hu Xiaobing and had a background of rogues. If you meet more people in the future, you will know that you can't use this direct method to interview people like this, and you need to conduct roundabout and quiet interviews. Of course, this is also the reason why Hu Xiaobing never reads the news. If you pay attention, you will know how popular the column Chushan Style is now in Chu City. But even if he knows it, Hu Xiaobing's character may not always be in his eyes. Reporter, Hu Xiaobing always thought that he would only write about gossip magazines. Ha, go and sue me, I'll wait. Hu Xiaobing pulled out the negatives and said grimly, also, I warn you, come again, I won't be so polite. Hu Xiaobing left triumphantly. The family members of the wounded saw that they had no choice even in Chushan Style, and their hearts were even more desperate. They carried Lao Li and left with tears in their faces. Sister, I'm sorry, What shall we do now? The staff member who was robbed of the negatives walked to Wang Yun with a flushed face. It's really useless. A few big men can't even protect the negatives. Wang Yun looked contemptuous, but at the end he chuckled and took out a miniature tape recorder from his arms, as well as a hair clip pinhole camera. Fortunately, Boss Meng has added new equipment to us this time, otherwise it will be in vain. Wang Yun smiled triumphantly. Go to interview injured family members and residents of the community. Sister Yun is smart. Several people gave their thumbs up. At this time, in the corner across the road. What to do? The reporter's negatives are all torn up. Wang Meng's eyes were full of evil. He didn't expect that the other party would be so arrogant. Even the reporter would have no choice. Leave it to me. To deal with this kind of person, you can only use a harder fist. To be subdued. No. The reporter has already recorded it with a pinhole camera. Lin Feng smiled slightly. At this time, Lin Feng's attention was attracted by another conversation from his ears. Chapter 19. Are you stupid? Lin Feng focused on the two people eating noodles in the distance. Both are dressed in polo shirts and jeans. The only difference is that one has dyed hair and the other does not. Regarding the conflict in Dye Chemical, the two of them just glanced at them and were not interested. Hi Z, I heard that you got a vote recently. The young yellow-haired man looked around and said in a low voice, Hey, Huang Mao, this is your question. If someone asks me, I'll say no. Hi Z laughed lewdly and leaned to Huang Mao's ear. I stole Akada's house a few days ago and found a passbook from it. Guess how much money is there? How many are there? Huang Mao urged when he saw the sunspot betraying him. Hey, his grandmother actually has 800,000 yuan in it. That's just a small director, who actually made 800,000 yuan. Haizi said angrily. 800,000. Huang Mao exclaimed. Then you stop posting, fart. The passbook is set with a password. But I watched so many zeros, heartbroken, called him, As soon as the director heard that I had stolen his passbook, Lima gave it to him. I redeemed my passbook for 100,000. Haizi said triumphantly. Damn. You really have you, and you are not afraid of people reporting the crime. We are thieves who were caught at most and detained. You are extortion. And the crime is not light. Huang Mao envied Heise's good luck and admired Heise's boldness. Fart. Do you dare to report the crime? How does he explain the 800,000 yuan? He will be more troublesome then, Heise said disdainfully, and then pretended to be a generation of superiors. Remember, if you want to steal in the future, you will steal those Kada's homes. And you will have money. I dare not report it if I was stolen. Huang Mao nodded as if meeting an idol. After listening to the dialogue between the two, Lin Feng felt a little bit in his heart. A thought flashed in my mind. No way. One key link is still missing. Lin Feng sighed after thinking about it for a long time. Originally he thought he had found a way to deal with Huxiali, but he missed the most critical link in the middle. Without this intermediate link, Huxiali's plan would at best make Huxiali annoyed, and could not shake his position at all. Forget it. Wait for the moment. At this time, Wang Yun led the Chu Tanfeng KI team into the coal chemical dormitory to conduct interviews and investigations. The crowd also dispersed. Lin Feng and Wang Meng left, quietly waiting for the good show of Chu Tanfeng KI in the evening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Shushan started broadcasting on time. After a few news, the scene shifted directly to the incident at the dye-chemical plant this morning. Although the picture was not very clear due to the pinhole camera secretly shooting, the faces of all the hitters and Hu Xiaobing's roaring voice were clear. Ha ha, go to tell Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu wait. Hu Xiaobing's arrogant face repeated on TV. He's done. Wang Meng said. Well, he's finished. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. At this time, in a residential building of the municipal government compound, a middle-aged man with a very majestic appearance was sitting on a chair and sipping tea with special grade tea guanyin. He glanced at the TV from time to time. The TV was playing Chu the demeanor of the day. To be honest, this man is not cold to Chu Shan demeanor, even a bit repulsive and disgusted. Can't he respond to the relevant department if there is a problem? He has to call the reporter and also go on TV. Isn't this smearing the government's face? Exclamation mark. However, Mayor Hao agreed with this program and highly praised Chushan demeanor at the government work conference. This made all those who disagree with Chushan demeanor speechless, and he is the only deputy mayor can follow to express support. There is no way. People have a backstage, and there are people in the province. Dear viewers, some citizens have recently reported to our station that a certain chemical plant was built near a residential area. Our station reporter Wang Yun went to interview this morning. Unexpectedly, he was brutally treated. The next step is the secret shot of the reporter. Jiang Dan's cordial voice came from the TV. The tea-drinking man froze for a moment. Then his complexion got worse and worse, and finally he broke his teacup in anger, stood up and yelled, "You bastard, ask you to converge and be a loc person, but you are better off. Give me trouble, asshole, trash, stupid." The man got more and more angry, grabbed the phone, waited for the call, and yelled at him, "You stupid, come here." "What's the matter, cousin? I'm having dinner with someone. So why don't I come back later?" The one who answered the phone was Hu Xiaobing, and the one who called was naturally the deputy mayor Hu Xiali. "Asshole, you are still in the mood to eat. Get out of here." Hu Xiali was even more angry, and hung up after cursing. Not long after, Hu Xiaobing ran over reluctantly. "Cousin, I'm inviting the deputy director of the Liaoyuan district police station to have dinner. If you want me to come over now, I don't know how to tell people." Hu Xiaobing complained slightly. "Eat, eat, eat, you will eat. Is there straw in your head? I ask you to be a loc person and make a fortune with a loc voice. I recorded it for you." Hu Xiali pointed at the TV and cursed. At this time, Chushan demeanor has reached the fourth category. Wang Yun speaks for you, which is broadcasting Wang Yun's interview with injured family members and residents of coal chemical dormitory. And all the interviewees hated Daya. The chemical plant is not with its rogue behavior, during which Hu Xiaobing's arrogant cheeks were constantly inserted. When Hu Xiaobing saw it, his face suddenly crooked. "Damn, I remember this woman, she was the one who made trouble during the day. Damn, I called someone to teach her." Then, Hu Xiaobing took the phone and prepared to call someone. Pop. Hu Xiali slapped Hu Xiaobing directly. "Cousin, why are you hitting me? Have you forgotten how my dad took care of you before? He would rather let you go to school instead of letting me go to school, so you just give back to my dad." Hu Xiaobing covered his face, yelled, "You still have a face to say." Hu Xiali's fingers trembled. "Last time you were punished by that Lin Feng, I finally owed some favors and detained Lin Feng's business license. This time you stabbed me again. Such a big basket. Didn't I ask you to comfort the injured residents? Also, I asked you to pay for the road construction and street lamps of the coal chemical dormitory to block the mouth of the people in the community. You, nothing. Cousin, that can cost hundreds of thousands. Why should I spend so much money for this group of ordinary people? Just ask a few security guards." Hu Xiaobing argued, "These people don't think they are so happy today. Tomorrow I will ask someone to fix them, and see if they dare to talk more." You. Hu Xiali was anxious, raised his hand and wanted to slap Hu Xiaobing, but thinking of the cousin's exhortations to him before his death, the slap was never slapped. "Okay, now you will prepare money for me to appease the injured residents, and you will find the director of the coal chemical dormitory neighborhood committee and tell him that you are willing to donate money to build roads and lay street lights for them, and let him comfort you." The emotions of residents in the community, Hu Xiali instructed. "But it costs hundreds of thousands. I can't bear it." Hu Xiaobing disagreed. "Stupid. If you don't appease them, the city executive meeting will definitely order an investigation into this matter tomorrow. If they talk to the investigation team again, then your chemical plant will wait to be closed down." Hu Xiali said bitterly. "What? Seal up my chemical plant?" "Cousin, you are the deputy mayor." Hu Xiaobing was startled and jumped up. "You also know that I am the deputy mayor. I think you thought I was the deputy governor. I have the mayor and the secretary of the municipal party committee. You really think I can cover the sky with one hand? Wuxian glared and urged, hurry up. It will change after a while. Give me a call when you have work done. Yes. Wuxian was not completely ignorant of the severity, nodded, distressed to prepare money, and then went to the hospital to comfort the injured. Oh, it seems that tomorrow's city executive meeting will have a headache. Wuxian patted his forehead with a headache, thought about it, picked up the phone and dialed a few numbers. Chapter 20 Another Wave. After Wuxian left Wuxian's house, he gritted his teeth and withdrew 300,000 from the factory safe. Hey, it's me. Shit, I'm your boss. Call me Chiron and accompany me to the hospital to see the injured patients. Wuxian snarled at the phone. Not long after, Wuxian led a group of people to the Third People's Hospital of Chu City. It's past the visit time, you guys. The nurse on duty saw a large group of people coming in and quickly got up to stop him. But Wuxian, who was full of reluctance, stared angrily and said, she retracted again. Hee. Beauty, are you interested in spending a night with your brother? By the way, several people behind Wuxian whistled and patted the nurse's hip. The surprised nurse screamed, causing a burst of laughter. At this time, the wounded in the coal chemical dormitory were also alarmed. Seeing Wuxian walking aggressively with a group of people, he was immediately frightened, trembling, and panicked. What do you want to do? This This is a hospital, a man tremblingly said, guarding the injured father. These injured people are honest working class, have never seen such a scene. I often see hooligans fighting, and they hide far away, for fear of harming the innocent. Today, Wuxian, the big gangster, came to the door and made them complain. Wuxian glanced around, silently counted a total of 8 wounded, made a slight calculation in his heart, and took a step forward. The injured and their families took 3 steps back. Wuxian tilted his head, and a younger brother took out a stack of money from behind Wuxian. There are 160,000 yuan here, and I will pay 20,000 yuan for each family's medical expenses, and the more money will be used to buy supplements for you. Wuxian said gloomily. The wounded, look at me and I will look at you. I don't know what medicine Wuxian sells in the horde. No one dares to reach out for money. Wuxian sneered in his heart and motioned to the younger brother to send the money to everyone. You have collected the money. If you dare to make trouble or talk nonsense in the future, Wuxian drew a machete from his arms and slammed it against the barrier in front of the hospital bed, releasing a crisp crackle that scared everyone. The wounded was frightened. Whoever dares to talk nonsense in the future, I will kill his whole family. Wuxian spit out a cigarette in his mouth. Go. Remember, whoever dares to talk nonsense anymore, I will let him die. The younger brothers behind him threatened with knives, and followed Wuxian away. When I left, I did not forget to wipe the oil again, which caused the nurse to scream again and again. After Wuxian and the others left, the wounded were relieved and looked at the 16 bucks of 100 yuan bills in front of them, and there was a burst of drooling and swallowing. This money. One person shook his fist and wiped his sweat. Accept it. This is the medical expenses that boss who paid us. Someone has already seen the money open. But didn't we agree to Lin Feng's accusation against who? Some people were still hesitating, feeling that this was too snobbery in their hearts, and was a little bit unwilling to Lin Feng. What are you talking about? We weren't trying to get justice back then, let alone with the money we can repay the medical expenses that Lin Feng advanced. Another wounded said. He has Xiao Jujiu in his heart. In the past few days, he spent less than 5,000 yuan in the hospital. There is 20,000 yuan here. Then he still earns 15,000 yuan, which is worth his 2 years of salary. Yes. Besides, this is also the credit of Chu Tanfeng Ki, not their report. We certainly can't ask for justice. How could boss who lose money? Another person echoed. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded for a while, and after looking at each other, they quickly hugged their own share of money into their arms. silently laughing. At this moment, they completely forgot why all this came from. After leaving the hospital, Hu Xiaobing raised his brows, rushed to the car, and led everyone directly to the house of the director of the neighborhood committee. What do you want to do? The director of the neighborhood committee saw Hu Xiaobing leading everyone into the house, horrified, and he didn't know what Hu Xiaobing wanted to do. Does he want to kill others? Thinking of this, the director of the neighborhood committee was even more afraid, and wanted to call for help, but he could see Hu Xiaobing's fierce face, and a glance behind him could tell everyone who was not a good citizen. The director of the neighborhood committee didn't dare, so he had to coax his son and wife in the room, close the door. After Hu Xiaobing watched the director of the neighborhood committee fiercely for a few minutes, when the director of the neighborhood committee was about to break down, Hu Xiaobing asked him to take out 1,400 yuan bills. The 100,000 is the money I promised to build roads and install street lights in the community. Hu Xiaobing pointed to the other 400 yuan bills and said, I gave you these 40,000. You are a wise man, so I don't need to say more. Got it. The director of the neighborhood committee swept the 400 bills with a heartbeat. What should I do? The director of the neighborhood committee was dry, staring at the $400 bills on the table from the corner of his eyes, and his palms were sweaty. Smart. No matter what you do, I want all the residents of the coal chemical dormitory to stop talking nonsense in the future, otherwise I will make your whole family restless. Hu Xiaobing threatened. The director of the neighborhood committee looked at the 4 piles of his own 100 yuan bills on the table, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded repeatedly. Boss Hu is really a kind person, and he didn't forget to help our community build roads and pave the street lights. I think the residents of the community will be grateful to Boss Hu. The director of the neighborhood committee smiled flatteringly. Tomorrow I will send a notice to tell Boss Hu's kind deeds. Everyone. Boss Hu, this can solve the problem of dilapidated roads in the community, and secondly, it can solve the problem of re-employment of some laid-off workers. By the way, you are such a good person. Hu Xiaobing was also happy to hear it, and patted the director of the neighborhood committee on the shoulder. It is sad that my country's economy has soared after the reform and opening up, thanks to people like you. The director of the neighborhood committee looked slightly embarrassed, but soon returned to his normal color. Respectfully sent to Boss Hu, and I hope to contact you more in the future. After the director of the neighborhood committee sent Hu Xiaobing away, he looked at the 1,400 bills on the table and felt happy. It was 40,000 yuan. I didn't expect to have an extra 40,000 yuan this night, which is more money than relying on a few stores under the name of the neighborhood committee. And there is no need to kill and arson yourself, which is a good thing. As for the agreement with Lin Feng before, under the dazzling eyes of the 4,000 yuan bill, I had forgotten everything. Hey, cousin, I have everything done. After Hu Xiaobing left the coal chemical dormitory, he told Hu Xiaoli about the matter. Well, yes, you did a good job. But these days, there will definitely be an investigation team going to investigate and make unannounced visits. You can restrain your subordinates yourself, and pay more attention to the gas emissions of your chemical plant, and spend more money to deal with it. This time, don't let people grab the handle again. I will help you solve the others. Hu Xiaoli was relieved. At this time, Lin Feng and Wang Meng didn't know that the situation had caused waves, and they slid in an unknown direction. Chapter 21 Piracy Doors? The collection keeps dropping, and Sanjian is always out of play. It's a long way from the shelf, and the Taoist Kixi festival is happy. At noon the next day, Lin Feng received a call from Meng Dong. During the phone call, Meng Dong told Lin Feng that the municipal government held an executive meeting in the morning to focus on the report on the injury incident of Dia Chemical in Chutankei yesterday. A special investigation team was set up with the Public Security Bureau, the Environmental Protection Bureau and other relevant departments, jointly dispatched to assist in the investigation of Dia Chemical. In this regard, Lin Feng is naturally not dissatisfied. However, Meng Dong finally euphemistically stated that Lin Feng's previous live broadcast conversational interviews were temporarily rejected, and he urged Lin Feng to cooperate in continuing to accept the interviews and still adopt the recording and broadcasting method. This is also because Meng Dong was afraid that Lin Feng would take the opportunity to attack Huxley when he was broadcasting, so it is more appropriate to record and broadcast for safety. Lin Feng didn't express too much dissatisfaction with this, anyway. Just take the opportunity to build the campaign's reputation. After 3 consecutive days of reports on Lin Feng's independent visit, Lin Feng instantly became a celebrity in Chu City. After all, young and promising, plus the first multimillionaire to be publicized in Chu City of the US dollar. This troubles Lin's style. When Jiang Dan reported, he also reported the signing of his contract with Tencent, and invited economic experts to analyze Lin Feng's 5% of Tencent's shares and 89.5% of the market value of Dingdong.com's shares. The economic experts initially estimated the total value is about $15 million US. Once this report was broadcast, Lin Feng's worries increased several times. Not only relatives and friends came to him, but various welfare agencies also came to him, begging Lin Feng to sponsor various welfare institutions, which made Lin Feng dumbfounded. Although according to economists' estimates, he does have $15 million in assets, but this is only an estimate. Before the stock failed to go public, he was a pauper and had no money to donate. But what made Lin Feng even more depressed was that he said that he had no money to donate, and no one believed it. Instead, he scolded him for being rich and unkind, and the villain was determined, which made Lin Feng very angry, but even more helpless. In the end, in order to avoid these people, Lin Feng didn't go to the company at all, and went directly to the optical disc factory. After 3 days of rushing to work day and night, 20,000 CD-ROMs have been initially printed. In order to ensure that the game will not be pirated and sold by pirates in the first place, after screening, Lin Feng specially selected buyers from BJSHTJ and other places in the 90,000 orders. There are no buyers in coastal areas such as Shenzhen and Guangzhou. After all, there are piracy base. Lin Feng didn't want the pirated version to leave the factory just after the CD. After the game CD was sent out, I waited for another 2 days. After these players received the game trial, more personal videos were released online. All relevant game forums gave Counter-Strike rave reviews. Players who were provoked by not being able to get the game CD kept calling the company to urge them, and more orders came in. When the printing of the second batch of 50,000 CDs by Lin Feng was completed, the order was increased by 50,000 copies, and the owners of Lin Feng and the company laughed from ear to ear. However, problems were also exposed at this time. Since this game is an online battle, many players who have received the CD can only be familiar with the game after installing it, and cannot play against it. If you want to really experience the fun of this game, you have to take the CD to the internet cafe. Only some players who happen to be connected to the local area network with the residents of the same building can really enjoy the fun of this game. But even so, online is not convenient. After all, everyone's rest time is not uniform. Although many internet cafe owners have also purchased the Counter-Strike CD-ROM, and installed to provide local combat. But for a large number of buyers who own computers, the environment of internet cafes is really incomparable with home. In response to this situation, Lin Feng immediately contacted the Valve development team and suggested that Minla, the father of the robot, felt that this idea was very good, and immediately ordered the Valve development team to develop this program. In less than a day, the robot program was successfully produced and put on the internet for free download. Lin Feng put it on the Ding Dang website to provide free downloads for players who bought the CD. With this program, sales increased again. Finally, before the interview for the first pirated CD, Lin Feng sold a total of 200,000 copies. Although compared with the millions of gods like Legend of Sword and Fairy, this sales volume is nothing. but for Lin Feng and the company as a whole, it is the largest single income since the company was founded. 200,000 copies, 20 yuan per copy, is a gross income of 4 million yuan. Excluding the cost of 3 yuan, Luota's Sinicization Group earned 1 yuan, and the Valve Development Group red was 40%. Lin Feng made a total net profit of 19.2 billion yuan this time, which was still cash. This allowed the shy Lin Feng to ease the company's economic crisis. What makes Lin Feng even more pleased is that the sales boom of Counter-Strike, coupled with the cooperation with Tencent, has brought 100,000 registered sellers and 1 million registered sellers to Lin Feng's Ding Dong Net Sports buyers, nearly 10 million hits every day. Ding Dong faintly has a tendency to compete with Yix.com. The so-called blessings come and misfortunes depend on, misfortunes come to blessings. While Lin Feng reaped good news, there were also unfavorable news. Hey, brother Lin, congratulations! The Counter-Strike sold by DingDang.com is so popular, it made you a lot of money. Ma Huan called suddenly, congratulations first, and then his tone of voice turned. But brother Lin, shouldn't your game be a pirated version? Ma Huan's tone couldn't be more anxious. What do you mean? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Someone posted on the internet today that your game is actually a game sold by a foreign development team called Valve. It is available for free download worldwide, and you make money by selling cookies to provide global networking services. And your game does not provide any CDs. Key, saying that you are a pirate dealer. And alluding to us, Tencent is also a pirate sales assistant. Ma Huan sent Lin Feng a website. Lin Feng opened it, and it turned out to be a critical report on his own game sales this time. The report pointedly pointed out that Lin Feng was a pirate and appealed to all those who bought the CD to refund the money, otherwise they would be sued by foreign companies. This incident was also dubbed the Piracygate incident by many netizens who responded to the post. The players who bought the CD didn't care about it, just kept watching with the mood of watching the show. Who has never used a pirated version in China, let alone a 20 yuan game, and it is so well made? Maybe it is genuine. Brother Lin, is this really the case? Ma Huan had to be anxious. The development of Tanks.com was growing rapidly. If this piracy door incident affects the company's development, it would be too wrong for Ma Huan. And his cooperation with Lin Feng was the most failed cooperation. If it doesn't, the entire 10X network will be devastated. Lin Feng naturally understood Ma Huan's worries. Okay, Dong Ma, don't worry, I will send you a file and you will know it. But you must delete it after reading it. Lin Feng smiled and emailed the agreement signed with the father of CS Min to Ma Huan. Okay, you Lin Feng, you really have you, which made me worry for nothing. Ma Huan was happy after reading it. Although this agreement is not visible, at least Lin Feng will not have any trouble, as long as the Valve development team does not sue Lin Feng. Lin Feng will not have any legal responsibility, and Tencent will not receive any involvement. Okay, I will find someone to post an article to refute that article. Gunners. Ma Huan calmed down, and his thoughts became more active. This time the piracy door incident. I guess your competitor targeted you. One action. I just ordered the staff to check it. In the first post, the IP address should come from the internal IP of Yix.com. Hey, he wants to take this time to discredit your reputation and attack your DingDang.com. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart became sullen. Although shopping malls have entered the battlefield, it is really shameless for a company such as Tangtang Yex to use such despicable methods. However, after thinking about it, the later X.com has done all the things that help sellers to credit, which is also normal. Don't worry, Dong Ma, if I get the chance, I will pay them back for their gift this time. Lin Feng smiled. Ha ha, don't forget to notify me then. I am Tanks.com, which has more than 30 million registered members. This time, he even wants to fix my Tanks.com. Ma Huan hummed twice in his nose. By the way, Dong Ma, I have something else I want to cooperate with you. Another idea suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Oh, Let's listen. Ma Huan deeply admired Lin Feng's series of actions, and secretly guessed what Lin Feng's idea this time was and how much profit it would bring to Tanks.com. P.S. 2 changes today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 22 Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant. Lin Feng's idea is very simple. It is to provide online Counter-Strike server by Tanks.com to provide free services for players who have purchased CD-ROMs, and Lin Feng will provide the information of the 200,000 players on dingdong.com to Tanks. Only the 200,000 players in this information can enjoy free online games. Ma Huan gave a secret compliment, smiled lightly, and said, "Then what are the benefits of my 10x network?" Ha ha, Dong Ma. Have you forgotten your membership system? This online game server is not only available to players who bought my CD, but also must be QQ members, so that we can all benefit. Lin Feng smiled slyly. When Ma Huan heard this, he immediately called an emergency meeting. After meeting and discussing with the managers of its various departments, the Counter-Strike online platform was launched. As Lin Feng said, as long as the players who bought the CD-ROMs sold by Lin Feng dingdong.com can enjoy this game platform, but only 3 servers are open to ordinary players who have purchased the game, while QQ members can enjoy the quality of service, a better and faster professional server. The introduction of this measure is a win-win situation. Not only did Lam Feng successfully attack the pirate manufacturer, orders increased again, and Tanks.com also borrowed this game, and the number of members surged. At first, many people didn't want to become QQ members, but this game can't be bought and played, and it is really popular. Although there is a robot program, it is not easy to play with real people after all. When you go to an internet cafe, not all internet cafes have a good environment, and the 3 groups of public servers launched by Tanksnet can't meet everyone's needs at all. Plus Tanksnet a series of services such as QQ Farm launched for fee-paying members, so that these people finally have to choose to become QQ members. In response to the piracy gate created by Yix.com, Ma Huan and Lin Feng both hired gunmen to fight back, pointing out that this so-called piracy gate was just a slander of the success of Yix.com.cn. Suddenly online chattering, like a world war, made many netizens amused. However, due to the huge user support of Tanks.com and the double attack of Lin Feng dingdong.com, Yix.com is obviously not an opponent. Faced with the reprimands from public opinion, Ezix has pinned all hopes on the Valve development team, hoping that they can come out to prove it. But what disappointed Yix.com was that the letters they sent in the past fell to the ground, and Valve ignored it at all. Lin Feng received a letter from Yix.com from Minla, the father of CS, and smiled coldly after reading it. This is the profit for this month. I have entered the account of the Valve team, you can check it. Lin Feng put 40% of the profit of 200,000 games into the account of the Valve development team. Minla checked the account. Although the income was not much, it was equivalent to the income from the sale of 10,000 keys. In China, where piracy is rampant, this income has made Minla quite satisfied. Lin, I will help you deal with this piracy door incident. Minla also specially logged on to several major Chinese portals to learn about the so-called piracy door incident through a letter from Ezix.com, and was determined to help Lin Feng. The reason why Minla decided to help Lin Feng was mainly because of Lin Feng's mind. Being able to seize such an opportunity shows that this person is not slow in business acumen, and everyone still has the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Finding a partner in China is conducive to the Valve development team's entry into the Chinese market. Their future development plan is online games. This will be one of the most profitable industries in the future. The next day, the Valve development team issued a statement proving that there was no infringement in the sale of Counter-Strike by dingdong.com. The Valve development team had previously authorized Lin Feng to sell in mainland China, and now it is commissioned. Dingdong.com continues to sell game keys. Players who purchase keys can enjoy global free server game opportunities. As soon as this statement came out, Yi X was sentenced to death, making it a villain of the public. Lin Feng and 10x.com became the winners this time, and their popularity has skyrocketed. However, Lin Feng has achieved commercial success, but Chu City has achieved a failure. After some investigations by the investigation team, it was announced to the public that Dia Chemical did not violate any regulations in the Chushan Feng Kai. Although the chemical plant is located near a residential area, a chemical plant that has entered the top 500 in the country is only away from it. This community is 1,500 meters away. The industrial waste gas problem mentioned by the injured residents and residents in the community before has been inspected by the Environmental Protection Department and all meet the standards, and there is no hidden danger of harm to human health. Hu Xiaobing, the boss of Dia Chemical, also apologized to all Chu citizens on TV, admitting that he had a bad attitude in interviews with reporters before. He would like to apologize most sincerely to all citizens and reporters who came to interview that day. Faced with this result, Lin Feng was almost mad. What do you think the people are? Are you fools, so foolish? However, I learned from secret information from Meng Dong that all the injured family members and residents of the coal chemical dormitory had all changed their confessions. They only admitted that Dia Chemical had previously admitted to building roads in the community, which had not been realized. The residents of the community clashed with them. Later, after being injured by the conflict, the injured residents held grudges and deliberately spread rumors that Dia Chemical was not. Lin Feng went to the hospital at that time, but he had been hollowed out, and all the injured residents had been discharged from the hospital. Going to the director of the neighborhood committee again, the director just smiled awkwardly. Xiao Lin, this matter is just a misunderstanding. Now boss who is willing to pay for road repairs and solve the problem of industrial waste gas, isn't this good for everyone? And those injured are also compensated. Everyone is very grateful your efforts. I'm going to invite you to a big meal someday and give you a good reward. The director of the neighborhood committee was all-sided and exquisite, and praised them for their shameless betrayal. It was Lin Feng's credit. Lin Feng smiled anxiously, pointed at the director of the neighborhood committee, and slammed the door to leave. When Wang Meng saw Lin Feng come back with a grim look, he knew that something must have gone wrong. Go, brother Meng, have a few drinks with me. Lin Feng took Wang Meng to the bar. After drinking 3 rounds, Lin Feng told Wang Meng everything. With a crisp sound, the wine glass in Wang Meng's hand was crushed. It's better for me to come forward. Since the writing is not good, we will take the military. Wang Meng looked at his palm and said, forget it, it's useless. Lin Feng shook his head and knocked on the table secretly. Since Hu Xiaobing is guarded by his cousin, it is certainly not easy for us to move him. If we want to move him, we must draw a salary from the bottom of the pan and pull him out. Rely on. What are your plans? Wang Meng asked. There is a plan, but there is still an intermediate link. Lin Feng whispered the plan in Wang Meng's ear. The plan is feasible, but this intermediate link is at least the level of deputy director. If it is low, it is useless. It is best to be the director. Wang Meng said. Well, so I have to wait for the opportunity. At the Public Security Bureau, we don't have any acquaintances like the deputy director. Lin Feng said helplessly. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, Wang Meng said with relief. To Lin Feng's comfort, although this arrogant battle was lost, the business was smooth sailing. Lin Feng's fast food restaurant officially opened on September 22 after Liu Yinying's preparations. 5 chain stores appeared together, and Meng Dong gave Lin Feng an opportunity to appear in Chu Tanfeng Ki. The business was extremely hot. Burgers are 6 yuan a piece, 11 yuan 2 pieces, 15 yuan 3 pieces. Coke is 2.5 yuan for a small cup, 3.5 yuan for a medium cup, and only 4.5 yuan for a large cup. The rest of the chicken wings and the like are far lower than McDonald's and KFC. This makes the bag shy and wants parents of children who want to eat McDonald's. With a sigh of relief, one after another flooded into Lin Feng's fast food restaurants. Qianji fast food restaurants. The reason why Lin Feng named this Thundering Man is that he hopes that the opening of this fast food restaurant will be a new starting point for his life and career, and secondly, he wants to see if he takes the sign of the starting point fast food restaurant now, there will be future generations. Starting Point Chinese Network. Maybe I can open an original literature portal now. Of course, this was just a thought in Lin Feng's mind. Of course, the biggest source of mainstream customers still comes from students. For students, it is not cheap to eat McDonald's and KFC, but the Starting Point fast food restaurant for Lam Feng is much cheaper. A set meal is only about 12 yuan, which is much more cost-effective compared to a McDonald's with more than 20 yuan. This is also the main reason for the booming business of Lin Feng fast food restaurants. After opening for 3 days, the net income of each chain store exceeded 10,000 per day. This not only made all the relatives who joined the store happy from ear to ear, but also gave Liu Yinying a vague idea of opening a fast food restaurant out of Chu City. If it weren't for Xieki on his counterattack, I'm afraid Liu Yinying's plan has already arrived on Lin Feng's desk. However, just when everyone was happy for the campaign's prosperous performance, Xieki finally arrived in Chu City. 12 all-black Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped in front of the gate of Chufeng.com, which was temporarily closed by Lin Feng. The long fleet, all Mercedes-Benz luxury cars, and 24 cold-looking bodyguards aroused curiosity, envy and fear on the crowd. The car door opened, and a group of bodyguards stood on both sides, and the Li Wuji brothers guarded both sides of the car door in the middle, gently pulling the car door. A young man in an Armani suit and sunglasses was handsome, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. The young man looked up at the signboard of Chufeng.com, and smiled contemptuously. Go, let me visit this business wizard. Xieki sneered. The Li Wuji brothers took the lead, and the other 24 bodyguards looked around Xieki in the middle of Chufeng's website, which was temporarily reduced to an office due to the suspension of business. Go, P.S. Today is only one chapter. Tomorrow will resume 3 shifts. If you don't like the ability to appear in the future, please post it. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 23 The Counterattack. Xieki? Lin Feng didn't expect Xieki to appear so strongly. 12 all-black Mercedes-Benz cars, 24 sturdy and deep IBO defenders, plus the brothers Li Wuqi whom I have seen before. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Is he worthy of his attention? Wang Meng also sweated his palms. This time Xieki had so much fanfare and invited so many bodyguards to protect him. It was obvious that he had received the lesson from the last time, and this time he no longer gave himself and others a chance to approach him. Moreover, with so many bodyguards, Wang Mengrao is brave and can only secretly guard himself. If there is a conflict, he can only do his own thing and obey the fate. All the employees of the company stared nervously at Xieki, who was looked around by the 24 bodyguards, and knew at a glance that this person was not good. Su Xiaomai and the others also know a little bit about the complaint between the boss Lin Feng and the deputy mayor Hu Xiali, but they don't know what enemies the boss provokes this time. Su Xiaomai glanced at Lin Feng anxiously. It seemed that Lin Feng's ability to grudge was as powerful as his ability to make money. Xieki walked straight to Lin Feng, and the Li Wuji brothers stood beside Wang Meng and secretly warned Wang Meng not to act rashly with their eyes. 2 of the 24 bodyguards guarded the door, and the rest surrounded the crowd. Xieki, don't involve other people about the things you and me have done before. Lin Feng knew that things would be difficult to do well today, so he could only hope that Xieki would have the pride of the second generation of Red and not mess around. Xieki smiled, revealing a front tooth that was missing by Lin Feng. My front teeth were missing by you? Do you know why I haven't made up? Xieki his eyes flashed anger, but in a blink of an eye, he slammed Lin Feng's mouth with a sharp punch. Mr. Lin, Su Xiaomai and others exclaimed. Xieki, don't mess around. Liu Yinying was angry, and quickly held on to Lin Feng. Wang Meng, don't make matters worse. The Li Wuji brothers warned Wang Meng with a look of guard. Wang Meng didn't say a word, his eyes were as if Yi Xiao staring at the prey. his body collapsed tightly, and he could launch a thunderous blow at any time. Lin Feng covered her mouth and gently pushed Liu Yinying away. A trace of blood was left from the nose, and the entire gum was also aching, but fortunately, it was not as good as Xiaqiang, and one of his front teeth was knocked out. Xiaqiang made a secret regret, but he didn't knock out Lin Feng's front teeth with the punch, and he did not pursue anymore. "What do you want?" Lin Feng pinched his nose and buzzed. Xiaqiang smiled evilly. "I want to play a game with you." Xiaqiang took the briefcase handed by the bodyguard and threw it to Lin Feng. "This is your confiscated business license." Lin Feng hurriedly opened it and saw that it was indeed the business license of all industries under his company's name. He was overjoyed, but turned to look at Xiaqiang vigilantly. "What game? What do you want to play?" Lin Feng asked on alert. "It's very simple. Play a live-action version of monkey chess. From now on, I will invest 50 million yuan to attack all your industries. Your task is to keep your industry from being annexed by me." Xiaqiang relaxed, said, 50 million. Lin Feng felt bored. During this period of time, although he made a fortune from the sales of Counter-Strike, Dingdong.com also achieved breakthrough development, but in the face of Xiaqiang, he easily said 50 million to snipe Lin. All of Feng's industries made Lin Feng very helpless. "If you can hold all your properties in Chu City within 3 months, you will be able to obtain my friend, and these business licenses will be my gift to meet you." Xiaqiang snapped his fingers and said, "What if you lose?" Lin Feng frowned and asked, "If you lose, it means that you are simply a piece of mud. If you dare to miss my front tooth, I will repay it 100 times and make you feel unhappy. I want you to have no place in China." Xiaqiang said grimly. "Lin Feng, don't promise him. He is a lunatic at all." Liu Yinying gently pulled the sleeve of Lalin's windbreaker and said. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Now he has a choice. Xiaqiang smiled sensibly when he caught sight of Lin Feng and Liu Yinying's small movements. "If you don't agree, I will order someone to smash your internet cafe now, and now let someone break all of your front teeth, and then throw you into the detention center to sue you for hurting others, and you cannot be released on bail for life. You believe, don't believe it." Xiaqiang waved his hand, and the 8 bodyguards stepped forward to smash the shop. "Wait!" Lin Feng yelled hurriedly, "How dare anyone break the shop?" "Okay, I promised you." Although Lin Feng was angry, he couldn't fight against the powerful Xiaqiang at all. Judging by Xiaqiang his ability to get his business license back from the Chu City Administration for Industry and Commerce, he can't afford to provoke him now. "Smart." Xiaqiang applauded and looked at his watch. "From tomorrow, I will launch a sniper on all of your industries. I hope you can play this game with me. We must accompany to the end," Lin Feng said with a clenched fist. Xiaqiang smiled mysteriously, and finally looked at Liu Yinying. "Liu Yinying, I don't know why you don't want young Master Zhang. You have to choose this person, but I hope you don't regret it this time." Xiaqiang sighed and said to Lin Feng, "Also, by the way, you must do everything in the future. Don't go to Beijing to develop." "Of course, you can win this game." Liu Yinying's face showed a dignified look, but she smiled instead. If Lin Feng could win this game, wouldn't he be Xiaogong's friend by then? "Would you just sit back and watch your friends?" Xiaqiang just smiled after listening. "Go." Xiaqiang gave a big hand for a while, leading everyone to leave. Looking at the all-black Mercedes-Benz flying away, everyone including Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, I became worried again. Obviously, the 50 million sniper Xiaqiang mentioned just now is like a big rock on the chest for everyone. "Well, guys, don't worry too much. The so-called strong dragon does not overpower the local snakes. Moreover, we have already occupied the leading market. I want to see how he can attack my company." Seeing the dignified atmosphere, Lin Feng quickly came out to comfort everyone. "At this time, you must be confident. If you are not confident at all, you will lose." But how would Xiaqiang attack himself? Lin Feng could not think of it, and Liu Yinying could not think of it either. But at this moment, Wang Meng's heart was like boiling magma, and his heart was boiling with anger. It was the first time in his life that he was so hijacked just now. Although the opponent was crowded, he was helpless. But whether it was because of his current duty or the righteousness of a friend, he couldn't forgive his inability just now. The so-called two fists are hard to beat four hands, and the tiger can't stand a pack of wolves. Since you can't do it alone, just ask some helpers. Lin Feng and Xiaqian seem to have reached the point of endless death. How can they sit idly by? It seems that I am going to meet my brothers again. Wang Meng thought of his former teammates, with a smile on his mouth. These people are not kind, just in terms of character. They are more tyrannical and perverse than Wang Meng, which is one of the reasons why they were forced to retire by the army. However, it was just right to deal with the second generation of the Red Xiaqian. Chapter 24 Question mark on Xiaqian. His Mercedes-Benz car. The Li Wuji brothers were always wondering why Xiaqian was so enthusiastic and moved all the way to find Lin Feng trouble. Before, Xiaqian hadn't been mad, but it was the first time for Xiaqian to fight like this. Xiaqian saw the doubts on the faces of the two brothers in the front mirror of the car, and smiled strangely. Are you curious why I want to fight so hard? The two brothers hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He has something I am interested in. When Xiaqian said this, he smiled mysteriously and didn't say more. Thing? What? The Li Wuji brothers looked blank, but Xiaqian didn't say anything. They didn't dare to ask. They could only secretly guess what Lin Feng could have in his hands worthy of Xiaqian his coveting. Not long after, Xiaqian returned to a villa temporarily rented in Chu City. Hey, Mom, it's me, Qian. I'm working on what you explained. Okay, I see. I won't play too much. You can rest assured and wait. Xiaqian smiled mysteriously after the call. Regarding Xiaqian, his declaration of war, after Lin Feng and Liu Yinying discussed, apart from stepping up their guards, there was not much that could be done. However, after obtaining all the business licenses, Lin Feng reopened Chufingnet City on the same day. Due to the launch of Counter-Strike, nearby college students and some high school students who skipped classes quickly filled the internet city, and Counter-Strike gunshots and the yelling of players at the time of death could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when the internet city business was booming again. The closure of the internet city these days has directly led to the recovery of nearby small internet cafes. However, due to the lack of computer hosts in the small internet cafes, the popular Counter-Strike is not fun in the small internet cafes. The reopening of Lin Feng's Chufing Internet City instantly took away most of the guests from the surrounding small internet cafes. This will be another cycle of big fish eating small fish. Lin Feng smiled to himself. With the emergence of these internet cafe owners, the money you make on the internet city will be able to invest in other industries, which will be extremely helpful to the growth of your company. But the next day, Lin Feng's starting point fast food restaurant ran into trouble. Mr. Lin, today we received notices from two companies, Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola, to stop supplying Coke to our starting fast food restaurants. What should we do? Now all chain stores no longer supply Coke, and because customers cannot buy Coke, many people directly am leaving. At noon, Lin Feng received an emergency call from 5 chain stores. Lin Feng was taken aback. Coca-Cola and Pepsi stopped supplying Coke, which was definitely a blow to fast food restaurants. Eating burgers, French fries, and if you don't drink Coke, you always feel like you're pretty close. This will make many people go to McDonald's and KFC. It's better to provide Fanta and other beverages temporarily. Let's talk to 2 Coke companies. Liu Yinying suggested. Lin Feng could only decide to temporarily supply Fanta and other sodas, and Coke could only temporarily stop supplying them. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and Liu Yinying visited the general distributors of 2 Coke companies in Chu City. But the results were disappointing. Due to the pressure of McDonald's and KFC's global chain stores, we have to temporarily stop cooperating with your company," the two Chu City general distributors said in a tone. "McDonald's, KFC. You can't kill me." Lin Feng hammered down the table heavily. He did not expect that at this moment, the two global fast food chain giants would attack him at the same time. And today the two fast food restaurants simultaneously launched preferential activities and promotion. "Mr. Lin, the 5 chain stores sold a total of 200 hamburgers this afternoon, which is 12 of the usual, and the sales of other foods were less than 13 of the original." At 6 p.m., Lin Feng received today's sales report. The business of fast food restaurants that do not provide Coke is greatly affected. Absolutely beyond Lin Feng's imagination. "I suspect that Xiaqian is behind this," Liu Yinying said. Lin Feng nodded. If there is no shadow of Xiaqian behind this, Lin Feng would not believe it. "This is a coincidence." "Then what should I do now?" Liu Yinying frowned, and she was exhausted all night, but Liu Yinying did not come up with a solution. Lin Feng is also a headache. The fast food restaurant can't provide Coke and is still called a fast food restaurant. It's like a soldier firing a gun without firing a bullet. Coke may seem unimportant, but it is essential when eating hamburgers and French fries. Otherwise, the profits of the two Coke companies would not exceed $1 billion in 1 year. Coke, Coke, Coke. There is it. Lin Feng patted the table fiercely and stood up. "Quickly, prepare a 10-year contract for me, and we will sign it." Lin Feng excitedly urged Liu Yinying to say. "What contract? With whom?" Liu Yinying was taken aback. "Signed with Very Coke. Since Pepsi and Coca-Cola do not provide Coke, then we will sign a contract with China's own Coke company." Lin Feng smiled triumphantly. "Aren't they trying to fix us? This time I want them to steal chickens, eclipse the rice." Very Coke. Liu Yinying was stunned, crying and laughing. Although the taste is similar, no one can tell the difference in the 3 tastes, especially after adding ice cubes. But will customers accept it? You know, most Chinese people compared with chonks and foreign brands, especially for cola drinks, sales of Very Cola are quite bleak. Hee. Because of this, we can get the most benefit. And I will hold a press conference with the slogan of supporting the national industry. I believe that under this premise, customers will accept it after tasting. Lin Feng is not worried. "Say, well, so be it." Liu Yinying thought about it carefully and found it feasible. That night, Lin Feng found the general distributor of Very Coke in Chu City. For Lin Feng's request for cooperation, Chu City's general distributor was naturally very excited. The sales of Very Coke across the country are very low. It is definitely great news to be able to cooperate with the recent hot fast food restaurants in Chu City. This will directly open the Very Coke market in Chu City. When the general distributor of Coke in Chu City reported the news to Wuxiaworld Group of Hangzhou headquarters, it was treated with caution by wuxiaworld Group. Since the launch of Very Coke, the continued downturn in sales has caused considerable disagreements within the group. Many shareholders have proposed to suspend the production of Very Coke. Do not go head-to-head with Pepsi and Coca-Cola's 2 Fortune 500 companies. However, Zhong Qingyu, the general manager of wuxiaworld, who proposed to produce Very Coke, has been reluctant to stop the production of Very Coke. As Zhong Qingyu said in the newspaper, the launch of Very Coke is a very action in itself. It embodies a very spirit and is a warrior spirit of wuxiaworld Group courageously to challenge the powerful enemies of the world. However, in the face of the cruel market performance, Zhong Qingyu could no longer insist on going his own way in the face of shareholders' constant troubles. And Lin Feng's contract is like giving charcoal in the snow, giving his Very Coke a chance. Although Lin Feng's fast food restaurant only has 5 chain stores in Chu City, Zhong Qingyu believes that those who can create 5% of Tencent's shares will definitely not be satisfied with such a small place in Chu City. He will definitely expand the starting point fast food chain and expand it into a fast food chain all over the country. At that time, Very Cola will also use this Dongfeng to open up the national market and carve up the domestic Coke market with Pepsi and Coca-Cola. At the moment, Zhong Qingyu decided to sign a lifetime contract with Lin Feng, and decided to provide Lin Feng's starting fast food restaurant with very coca to price of only 0.1 yuan higher than the cost price. Not only that, Zong Qingwu immediately booked a plane ticket to fly directly to Chu City at night, and plans to hold a press conference for this cooperation tomorrow. Zong Qingwu thought the same as Lin Feng, to hold this press conference with the revitalization of the national brand. That night, when Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu met, it was destined that the next day would not be an ordinary day. And Lin Feng also prepared a return gift for McDonald's and KFC. A big return gift. P.S. There are only 2 changes today, and 3 chapters will be updated tomorrow to the end of the book. It will break out from time to time. I hope everyone will support you. Chapter 25. Journalist. The uncrowned king of the world. When disseminating various current affairs news to the public, it also determines the public opinion orientation of the public. In the writing of the reporter, you can be a good person for the 10th generation today, and tomorrow you can become a sinner of the ages with unforgivable evil. This press conference of Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu challenged the industries for inextricably connected giants in 2 different industries. If you don't please the reporters, this will be the weaker side of Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu said. It is undoubtedly worse. Therefore, at this press conference, Lin Feng provided all reporters with a burger set meal from a starting point fast food restaurant, and Zong Qingwu provided a very coke. In addition to reporters from Chu City, many foreign reporters also attended this press conference. In order to take care of the reporters who came from other places, Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu specially set the press conference at 11:30 in the morning, which happened to be close to lunchtime. In particular, many foreign reporters got news in the middle of the night and arrived overnight. Many people didn't even bother to take a bite for breakfast. Witnessing this carefully prepared set meal and drinks, Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu made a lot of money in terms of impressions alone, and all these expenses only cost Lin Feng less than 2,000 yuan. In terms of price-performance ratio, it is absolutely value. Amidst silent gnawing and swallowing in the audience, this shocking news conference officially began. First of all, on behalf of wuxiaworld Group, I would like to thank all reporters for attending the press conference jointly held by wuxiaworld Group and the Starting Point fast food restaurant under Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited. Zong Qingwu first delivered a speech. In this press conference, Mr. Zong and I have 2 things to announce. First, starting today, the Starting Point fast food restaurant under Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited, and wuxiaworld Group have reached a strategic alliance. All the beverages sold in the fast food chain will be provided by wuxiaworld Group, and will no longer sell any beverages under Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Lin Feng's words shocked everyone. Lin Feng was also fierce this time. Since you Coca-Cola and Pepsi do not provide Coke to my fast food restaurant, then I simply do not sell any of your company's beverages. I don't believe that without your drinks, my fast food restaurant will not be able to operate. Of course, Lin Feng's decision was also extremely risky. After all, once a customer's taste is developed, it is not so easy to change it. However, just as Zong Qinghu's introduction of the very spirit advocated by the launch of the very cola, in the face of Xiaqian's declaration of war and the simultaneous pressure of McDonald's and KFC, Lin Feng also needs this very spirit. If you fail, you will become benevolent. However, this time Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu focused on revitalizing the national economy and developing national brands, which coincided with Lin Feng's decision to break the boat. Hiss. The reporters took a deep breath and were shocked by Lin Feng's bold, no, almost rebellious move. Looking at the world, there is no fast food restaurant, or any catering industry who dares to refuse to sell any beverages under Pepsi and Coca-Cola at the same time. This is definitely a suicidal behavior. After being silent for a while, the reporters in the audience immediately raised their hands to ask questions. This is definitely today, even this year, or it may become the most shocking news of this century. A fast food chain at the prefecture level and city level that has just started, under the pressure of the world's 2 major fast food giants, dare to challenge the world's two major beverage giants? Is it brave to challenge or go crazy? Excuse me, President Lin, do you think this decision is appropriate? Is it because you are only 20 years old now, so the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers? But at the same time rejecting the two beverage giants, you are not afraid that your fast food chain will die before it develops? President Lin, forgive me to ask, do you know what status Pepsi and Coca-Cola Zan have in the world? Is your so-called refusal to sell all the beverages owned by the two cola companies a grandstanding? Mr. Zong, are you clear about Mr. Lin's decision? Do you think Mr. Lin's decision is too reckless, and will it cause trouble to your wuxian group? I heard that the sales of your very cola market have not no. What confidence do you have that can replace Pepsi and Coca-Cola? The reporter asked one question after another. The more he asked, the more tricky he got, and the more he asked, the harsher he became. Lin Feng gradually became overwhelmed. However, Zong Qingwu has been on the battlefield for a long time, and he has long taught him how to avoid the heavyweights. Dear friends from the journalists, this decision of President Lin is not only a blind decision made on impulse. On the contrary, it was a decision made by President Lin after careful consideration. Zong Qingwu opened his mouth and immediately attracted the attention of the reporter. Speaking of speaking, friends from the reporter may not know, in 2000, in the carbonated beverage market, the penetration rate of Coca-Cola in 20 cities across the country was 83.9% and 85%, respectively, while Pepsi's was 65.5% and 67.9%. The two companies' its products such as Coke, Sprite, Fanta, Heady, and Mirinda account for 90% of the domestic market share. Carbonated beverages account for 36% of the entire Chinese beverage market. Except for Taiwanese companies such as Master Kong and Uni-President, domestic beverage companies with independent intellectual property rights account for an extremely poor market share. Speaking of this, Zong Qingwu paused slightly, and seeing the reporters showing their thoughts, Zong Qingwu smiled slightly. That's why Lin and I decided to join forces to develop national brands and resist the strong invasion of foreign brands. The domestic beverage industry strives for a bit of dignity and status, and also a status for the domestic fast food industry. Zong Qingwu unobtrusively promoted this cooperation to the realm of national justice. Lin Feng admired Zong Qingwu's language skills. Although the reporters saw the strangeness, Zong Qingwu did not make a mistake after this time. wuxian Group has indeed been fighting for the domestic beverage industry in recent years. Take a sigh of relief. Amid the applause of the reporters, Lin Feng and Zong Qingwu smiled at each other. Dear friends from the press, the cooperation between me and Mr. Lin will not only provide cola drinks, but also a variety of juices and tea beverages to meet the various needs of Lin Zong fast food restaurant customers. Zong Qingwu took this opportunity to tell the whole country announced the determination of wuxian Group to enter the tea beverage and juice beverage market. A group of reporters finished burgers in 3 or 2 mouthfuls and quickly recorded all the details. Today's press conference was really shocking. Friends from the press. Perhaps everyone has been skeptical about the quality of Very Coke because of the sales of Very Coke. Today, Mr. Zong and I specially prepared 3 cups of Coke for you, namely Pepsi, Coca-Cola and Very Coke. I hope everyone will taste it. See if you can distinguish 3 cups of Coke. Lin Feng smiled slightly and ordered 3 cups of Coke. The 3 kinds of cola, for people who often drink cola, do have subtle differences in taste. However, after adding ice, no reporter at the scene was able to tell the difference. Some reporters who believe in Pepsi or Coca-Cola can only shake their heads after repeated identification. The 3 cola tastes are blended with a large amount of ice. Unless an analyzer is used, they cannot be distinguished by human tongue alone. Of course, some people with absolute taste can distinguish it. But this kind of person is only one among tens of millions. The press conference continued, when Lin Feng threw another bomb of today. Since McDonald's and KFC won't make me look good, I won't make you feel better. Lin Feng now holds 5% of Tenx.com's shares and also owns the growing dingdang.com. As long as he develops steadily, he can definitely become a billionaire. That being the case, why should I still be angry with these people? If you want to fix me, you can. But you must pay a price, and it will definitely make you regret it. Lin Feng swears secretly. P.S. Thank you Xie Unzai for your advice. 15 comments will be sent, thank you. Chapter 26 Chapter 27 Conspiracy against McDonald's. Lin Feng coughed lightly, drawing the attention of all reporters to him. Dear friends from the press, the Starting Point fast food chain under Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited, will automatically provide invoices to all customers who come to dine from tomorrow, and the invoices will be scratched. Lin Feng finished. A mysterious smile. The reporters were taken aback for a moment, and their minds turned sharply. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Does it allude to the fact that fast food restaurants such as McDonald's and KFC do not issue invoices and are tax evasion? A crowd of reporters swarmed and asked with their microphones. Lin Feng laughed but did not answer. Mr. Lin, you should know that the catering industry is taxed at a fixed rate of 5.45%. McDonald's and KFC will never have active tax evasion. Zong Qingwu secretly kicked Lin Feng. President Zong, rest assured, I know this. Lin Feng secretly patted Zong Qing's hind legs and said, you know, I know, almost all entrepreneurs know this truth. But ordinary people don't know, and reporters don't know. Lin Feng secretly pointed to the reporters who were surprised and had big news in the audience. Zong Qingwu said nothing, silently thinking about Lin Feng's intentions. Zong, you also know that in terms of taste and texture, your very Coke is no different from Pepsi and Coca-Cola for most people, but why their Coke sells so well? Yours is very Coke. But not? There is only one reason. The brand effect. Chinese people have preconceived that Pepsi and Coca-Cola have been recognized. Psychologically they believe that your very cola is counterfeit, and the taste is definitely not as good as the original. Although Lin Feng's words are a bit harsh, but Zong Qing later I also knew that this was the truth. After filling the very Coke with Pepsi or Coca-Cola bottles and selling it, the performance is just as good. But using very Coke's own bottles just can't sell. So, Mr. Zong, I know that McDonald's and KFC are good tax-paying companies, and I will still say these words that will mislead the public, just for one thing, to gain popularity. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and then said, if entertainment stars want to become popular quickly, the quickest way is to gossip. Our strategic alliance wants to gain popularity in the shortest time and become a well-known brand. It is the quickest way to fight with a company that is already well-known by the public. When Zong Qingwu heard it, the whole person was amused, and Lin Feng said despicable secretly, but he liked this method very much. The so-called no business, no evil. Not to mention this is just a commercial technique. However, don't you be afraid that the two fast food chain giants will trouble you. If a lawsuit comes, your assets will not be enough to toss you. Zong Qingwu said worriedly. Haha, President Zong, have I ever said that McDonald's and KFC have evaded taxes? I only said that my fast food chain automatically provides customers with invoices. What do they tell me? Tell me that hamburgers are cheaper than them. Lin Feng haha smiled. These reporters who don't understand taxation secretly figured out all this. Maybe they knew it at all, but in order to pursue news, they deliberately pretended not to understand. As for trouble, I'm not afraid. When I decided to open the first fast food restaurant with independent intellectual property rights in the country, I realized that I wanted to compete with McDonald's and KFC. My ambitions were not big. As long as I competed with McDonald's in China, just stand on 3 legs with KFC. Lin Feng said with clenched fists. Zong Qingwu trembled. Lin Feng's small ambition deeply touched the heart of Zong Qingwu, who made his fortune with wuxian nutrition children's oral liquid. Looking at this young man about the same age as his own son, Zong Qingwu sighed for the first time with Lian Po's old man. Lin Feng's determination, decisiveness, means and courage far exceed those of the young people he has ever met, and are no less than those of well-known entrepreneurs who already have a certain status in the industry. This young man will definitely achieve great achievements in the future. Zhong Qingyu secretly marveled. At this moment, Zhong Qingyu, due to his middle age, and the spirit of being smoothed down by the unique environment after his entrepreneurial success, burst out from his heart again. I must make wuxiaworld the company with the largest share of the domestic beverage market, and the carbonated beverage market will never be the last one. The next day, newspapers and major news across the country reported that Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant had reached a strategic alliance with wuxiaworld. The Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant no longer sold any of Pepsi and Coca-Cola's beverages. All beverages are provided by wuxiaworld Group. But this report is not the point. The point is the bomb thrown by Lin Feng. The boss of the Starting Point fast food chain alludes to foreign fast food tax evasion. McDonald's, KFC chicken tax evasion. You must get an invoice when you go to McDonald's and KFC for dinner. Major newspapers across the country have made key reports on Lin Feng's sentence. For a while, ordinary people across the country who did not know about the cunning of McDonald's and KFC, asked for invoices when they ate, and appealed to the National Tax Agency. Investigate McDonald's and KFC. At this time, Lin Fengyu added fuel and secretly asked someone to post a post, urging everyone to get an invoice. If everyone asks for an invoice at KFC or McDonald's, there will be few children out of school in China. If everyone asks for invoices at KFC and McDonald's, China will have a few more aircraft carriers. If everyone asks for invoices at KFC or McDonald's, the contribution rate to China's comprehensive national strength is 2%. Lin Feng, I own 5% of Tencent's stock, and it's great to have a personal relationship with Ma Huang. With Ma Huang's help, all QQ users just open QQ and a link about this post will pop up. Click on this post. In just 3 days the amount is over 100 million. Inadvertently, under the impulse of blindly patriotic netizens, he created a Guinness World Record with the most clicks in the shortest time. And under the influence of the sensational text of this post, more unsuspecting netizens joined the operation of requesting invoices. Suddenly, McDonald's and KFC became the targets of public criticism, standing on the cusp of the storm, while Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food chain became a well-known brand in the shortest time. Get invoices, repair schools, build aircraft carriers, and fight against Little Japan. Become a slogan spread by word of mouth among netizens. In view of the seriousness of this matter, the domestic CEOs of McDonald's and KFC reported the tax turmoil to the two presidents who are on vacation in the United States. Mr. Jim Cantupo, the chairman and chief executive officer CEO of McDonald's, just took a look, smiled slightly, and replied with 4 words: just let it go. Jim Cantupo allowed McDonald's to overpower KFC in the 20th century and become the #1 fast food chain in the world. The winds and waves experienced are unknown. This little trick of Lin Feng can easily be seen through by Jim Cantupo. If McDonald's responds at this time, it will only become darker and darker, but it will help Lin Feng even more and start the popularity of the Starting Point fast food chain. What's more, even if McDonald's ignores this matter, China's tax bureau will come forward to clarify this matter under the indignation of the people. That being the case, why bother to McDonald's? David Novak, president of KFC, has the same attitude as McDonald's on this matter, but the words are simpler: 2 subseals, and the general manager of KFC in mainland China should not respond in any way. After the instructions, the presidents of the two companies were relieved to go on vacation, which was nothing more than a trivial matter. It is not surprising that in the growth of McDonald's or KFC, there will always be all kinds of troubles. Regardless of how McDonald's and KFC dealt with this tax turmoil, Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant had 3 times the original turnover in these 3 days, while the turnover of KFC and McDonald's was less than half of the usual. Following this shareholder style, Lin Feng opened a flagship fast food restaurant starting point with an area of more than 100 square meters in a prime location opposite the two McDonald's and KFC fast food restaurants. Now that war has been declared with McDonald's and KFC, let the war come more violently, and directly show everyone in Chu City their ambition to compete with foreign fast food restaurants. In order to cope with this tax turmoil, Lin Feng specially hung a large poster on the flagship store. Please be sure to ask for an invoice. This made the managers of McDonald's and KFC's Jiku branch across the street look particularly dazzling, and it was not a taste to be full of mouths. I don't know if the owner of the fast food restaurant at this starting point ate the bear's heart or the leopard gall, and dare to openly challenge McDonald's and KFC, the two Fortune 500 companies in the world. Humphrey, I see how you are going to die. The two managers secretly snorted, and immediately launched various preferential activities. However, under the current tax turmoil and the parity dumping strategy of the Lin Feng Chi fast food restaurant, little effect has been achieved. Although Lin Feng's newly opened flagship store is against McDonald's and KFC, it is more popular than the two. That adds up to more. However, Lin Feng is not too pleased with the current results. It is now full of advertising effects. After the tax turmoil is clarified, his business will slowly decline, and the business of the flagship store will definitely be inferior to the McDonald's and McDonald's opposite KFC chicken. After all, for a fast food restaurant, price is a factor, but in the end it is the taste that determines everything. The taste of KFC and McDonald's is indeed much better than the burgers of the Lin Feng Kiki fast food restaurant. In this regard, Lin Feng can only let the chefs work hard on the raw materials. A piece of bread, the cost price is sanmao, lettuce, according to the market wholesale price. The average cost of each burger lettuce is 0.5 yuan. Salad dressing, according to the market's bottled salad dressing, the cost of salad dressing per burger is 0.1 for chicken. The price of each burger after being fried will not exceed 2 yuan, and the total cost of a burger is only about 3 yuan. McDonald's and KFC have to sell a hamburger for 16.8, and the profit of a hamburger is at least 10 yuan or more, including housing rental costs, labor costs, and packaging costs. Lin Feng's 3 burgers are 15 yuan each, with an average of 5 yuan each. Most people who come to buy burgers usually buy 3, after all, it costs 6 yuan to buy one. The difference of 1 yuan in the middle is due to the parity. For the customers who have just come to patronize, there is still no small temptation. Lin Feng calculated that if the ingredients are sufficient and the chef's skills are good, Lin Feng's cost of a burger is between 4.9 and 5 yuan. If every customer comes to buy 3 burgers, the profit of the burger is almost zero. But Lin Feng is not worried about this. First, if the taste is not good, it will eventually affect the business. Second, in addition to the huge profit of hamburgers, the drinks are also huge profits. With the addition of a large amount of ice cubes and other drinks, the cost of the small cup is not more than 0.7 yuan, the medium cup is only 1 yuan, and the large cup is only 1.5 yuan. It is impossible to come to a fast food restaurant without drinking a drink. Lin Feng's profits are concentrated in beverages, attracting customers with affordable and delicious burgers and fried chicken, and making money from beverages. Since Lin Feng ordered foods such as burgers and fried chicken to contain enough ingredients, business has been booming. Although the taste are slightly different from KFC, McDonald's burgers, fried chicken, etc. Compared with the price, the burgers of the starting point fast food restaurant can be regarded as good quality and cheap. Many customers have been worried about the very unpleasant things about Coke. After many customers tasted with the mentality of supporting national brands, they found that they were no different from Pepsi and Coca-Cola. It also directly stimulated the business of the starting point fast food restaurant and also promoted the baby sales volume of branded beverages under Harbin X Group. However, Due to the limited variety of beverages of Wuxia X Group, in addition to juice beverages, carbonated beverages only have one flavor of cola, which makes many customers who come to eat have a little regret, directly prompting Zongking to vigorously enter various beverages. The determination of the market. However, although Lin Feng's starting point fast food chain is booming, its profits are not as good as those in the first 3 days of opening. At present, the daily net profit of each chain store is only between 1,000–3,000 yuan. Although the flagship store has robbed a lot of customers from McDonald's and KFC, its turnover has reached 100,000 yuan on an unprecedented basis. But the flagship store's the net profit is due to the rent of the store. Although the net profit exceeds the point, it is still less than 10,000 yuan. In the same period, although McDonald's and KFC's Jiku branch experienced tax turmoil and Lin Feng's parity dumping regardless of cost, the daily net profit was more than 10,000 yuan, and the difference between the two is not the same. At this time, the tax turmoil has intensified. Although various newspapers have disclosed the taxation models of McDonald's and KFC, for many ordinary consumers, they still subconsciously believe that they do not pay taxes if they do not get invoices. Still calling on relevant departments to strictly investigate McDonald's and KFC's non-invoicing. Finally, in desperation, CCTV, under the instruction of a certain leader, conducted a period of focus on the tax issues of McDonald's and KFC during the focus interview. In the focus interview, the relevant tax authorities carefully explained the tax payment models of McDonald's and KFC, and told the audience repeatedly that McDonald's and KFC are excellent taxpayers in China, and there is no tax evasion phenomenon. Lin Feng, the culprit of the tax incident that caused a sensation at home and abroad, was immediately criticized by even more media, condemning Lin Feng for advertising and unscrupulous. Suddenly, the tax incident made waves again. Many foreign catering companies such as Daiko's, Pizza Hut and other catering companies called on McDonald's and KFC to sue Lin Feng for slander and defamation. But McDonald's and KFC have their own problems. If they could sue, they would have sued. They had studied the video of the press conference at that time, and Lin Feng never said half of the words about McDonald's and KFC's tax evasion from beginning to end. Everything came from the random speculations of reporters who did not understand the tax law, and did not pursue hot news. If you want to report on facts, you can only sue these reporters. But can McDonald's and KFC sue? Hundreds of media in China collectively reported this incident. Although it had a direct negative impact on McDonald's and KFC, which media did they go to sue them for not distinguishing right from wrong and reporting indiscriminately? Full report? McDonald's and KFC have not been so bold yet. In the end, the giants of the two fast food chains could only eat wangji, and Dumali serving as Lin Feng's propaganda ambassador for free temporarily tolerated this sulking breath. The final result of this tax turmoil is that Lin Feng's starting fast food chain has become the fast food restaurant second only to McDonald's and KFC in the country. Although there are only 5 branches and 1 flagship store in Chu City, Lin Feng, we have received letters from all over the country wanting to join. And the rapid development of the starting point fast food restaurant is just around the corner. Another beneficiary is Zongking, whose very cola, as well as his new juice drinks and tea drinks under the Wuxia X Group, under the noble slogan of revitalizing the national economy and developing national brands, plus Lin Feng's declaration that the fast food restaurant only sells Wuxia X Group beverages. Zongking has allowed the Wuxia X Group, which has been stable for many years, to finally rise to a higher level and become the nation's #1 beverage brand, launched a strong impact. In this incident, the most unhappy person, in addition to the direct victims of McDonald's and KFC, was Xiaqian, who was behind all this. Chapter 28. 5% of the shares caused trouble. Xiaqian came to Chu City this time for 2 reasons. The first is revenge, which is to retaliate for the loss of a front tooth by Lin Feng. The second is the real purpose of this trip, to acquire Lin Feng's 5% of the shares of Tanks.com. The second point is the premise that everything has been completed. Xia Qian's mother's company is a world-famous IMH consortium. She took a fancy to the future development prospects of Tanks.com and determined that it will become China's America Online. At this time, Google hasn't let most people see its prospects. It's just a very small company. On January 10th of the beginning of the year, AOL and Time Warner announced a merger to form AOL Time Warner, which shocked the world. This merger made the two companies the world's seventh largest company with annual sales of more than $30 billion. Large companies, and the value of the new company after the merger is as high as $350 billion. Which is equivalent to the combined gross national product of Mexico and Pakistan. The IMH consortium of Xia Qian's mother naturally did not have the financial resources and courage to annex such giants as AOL, but the rise of the domestic Tanks network gave IMH an opportunity, especially after the launch of the membership system by Tanks Network and the joint mobile network. The market outlook is more promising. This time coincided with one of Tencent.com's original shareholders, Hong Kong Pacific Century Digital, due to debt problems, sold its 20% stake in Tencent Holdings to Xia Qian's mother's IMH consortium for a price of $25 million. The IMH consortium it is also approaching IDG, another major shareholder, preparing to acquire 20% of its shares at a price of $2,530 million. Although Ma Huang and other entrepreneurial groups have recently launched a membership system and joined forces with China Mobile, they have already begun to make profits. However, due to the need to bear the server expenditures of linfengdingdong.com and Counter-Strike, the financial situation has deteriorated again recently. This also stems from Ma Huang's underestimation of the development of Dingdong.com. He did not expect that in a short period of time, it would become the second largest online trading network after Yix.com, which immediately stretched the originally slightly wealthy server unit. Under the constraints of the contract, in order to continue to develop, Ma Huang had to raise funds again. At this time, IMH proposed to acquire 10% of Tencent.com for $20 million. However, he was rejected by Ma Huang. Ma Huang was only willing to sell 5% of the shares at a price of $4 million at most. Although this ratio makes the IMH consortium unsatisfied, it is enough for IMH to own 50% of Tanks.com, which is equal to the original creative team such as Ma Huang, if Lin Feng's 5% of the shares are counted. As for the company's management rights, it can be won in the future. Therefore, Xia Qian's mother told Xia Qian to give up the private grievances with Lin Feng and buy 5% of Lin Feng's shares for $5 million. It doesn't even matter if the price is higher. In short, Xia Qian must win Lin Feng's hand. 5% of 10x network shares. Unexpectedly, Xia Qian was beaten by Lin Feng and lacked a front tooth, and there was a trace of flaws in the original perfect handsome face, which made Xia Qian feel angry. Now that he was asked to purchase Lin Feng's 5% of 10x network shares in a cooperative and even pleading manner, Xia Qian really couldn't show his face. Therefore, Xia Qian decided to attack all Lin Feng's industries first, and when Lin Feng fell into desperation, he appeared as the savior and offered to buy 5% of Lin Feng's shares to save him. This not only satisfies Xia Qian his pride, but also completes his mother's plan, which is the best of both worlds. The so-called game before was just a joke, and it was Xia Qian who gave him a way out. In case the sniper fails, of course, Xia Qian never thinks that he will fail. He can also propose the acquisition as a friend. And when he came forward to help Lin Feng get his business license back, he was afraid that Lin Feng would be hindered by the industry. He would not develop the industry angrily, but only develop the network industry. Then Xia Qian would find it difficult to attack the Lin Feng industry. Once there was an industry, Xia Qian had too many ways to make Lin Feng sink deeper and deeper in the middle, until his debts became high and he had to sell all the shares on hand. Unexpectedly, his sniping plan was cracked by Lin Feng as soon as it was implemented. Instead, Lin Feng made his starting fast food restaurant quickly gain popularity and became a household name in the country and a red enterprise that revitalized the national economy. Xiaqian was particularly angry. This method of his own, instead, has become Lin Feng, which makes Xiaqian not angry. Although Xiaqian is a dude, he also understands that the smoother Lin Feng's career is, the more difficult it will be to acquire 5% of Tanks.com's shares in his hand. When he was able to steal 5% of shares from Ma Huan, it proved that he was optimistic about Tanks.com. If Lin Feng is not short of money, Xiaqian will not succeed in the acquisition. Young Master Xia, why not like this? A middle-aged man with pale skin and fearful eyes put his ears to Xiaqian his ears. Ha ha, yes, this method is feasible. Xiaqian snapped his fingers and ordered the person to proceed immediately. The next day, the Starting Point fast food restaurant under Lin Feng just opened its business. 5 branches and flagship stores were inspected by the health department of Chu City. They said that the edible oil used in the fried chicken at the Starting Point fast food restaurant contained carcinogens and was repeatedly used. Frying oil is a violation of regulations. Lin Feng chuckled when he received the news. As early as when Lin Feng borrowed McDonald's to take office, he noticed the problem of cooking oil used for fried chicken. At that time, it was ordered that the fried chicken oil used in all branches can only be used once, and after that, it is never allowed to be used again, and no one is allowed to take advantage of it. As for the waste oil after fried chicken was used, Lin Feng had contacted a factory long ago and used it as fuel. Although this is wasteful, it is sufficient insurance. Chinese companies are often treated unfairly by certain domestic law enforcement agencies, but foreign companies can enjoy various preferential treatments, which makes Lin Feng have to be cautious. Check it, let them check. But we can't just check it. McDonald's and KFC will not check. Anyway, he has offended McDonald's and KFC, and Lin Feng is not afraid to offend one more time. Mr. Lin, last time I used the topic to promote the company, and this time I provoke 2 Fortune 500 companies. Is it not wise enough? Liu Yinying had to remind Lin Feng that this was definitely playing with fire. It can be said before that McDonald's and KFC were dismissive of Lin Feng's pocket fast food restaurant, which is only 5 branches, but repeatedly provoked. The 2 giants showed a little bit of hideous teeth, and Lin Feng would have no bones. Lin Feng knew Liu Yinying's worries, but Lin Feng also had his own plans. Starting from scratch, and becoming popular too quickly, this is a big taboo in China where seniority is important. Sooner or later, it will arouse dissatisfaction from all kinds of characters. Instead of falling into the open and dark treatment of all forces, it is better to put your own attitude towards the enemy now. I am a lunatic. If you punch me, I will pay you back. Punch. Even if I can't beat you, I will bite you. Let those who want to suppress themselves think twice before doing it, whether it is cost-effective. As for the revenge that caused McDonald's and KFC, Lin Feng was really not afraid. Of course, it is more of the mentality that the newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But Lin Feng really can't think of how McDonald's and KFC can suppress themselves except for lowering prices. The largest storefront of all of its branches is no more than 20 square meters, and the labor and store rents are far lower than McDonald's and KFC, which are mainly based on Golden Street. Lin Feng is really not afraid of price cuts. Lin Feng rushed to the flagship store immediately. Oh, I didn't expect directors out to personally lead the team. I don't know what's the point of my small fast food restaurant. Lin Feng teased. Boss Lin, you came just right. We have received news that the cooking oil used for fried chicken in your fast food restaurant contains carcinogens, and the repeated use of fried oil violates the food safety law of the People's Republic of China. Please also cooperate. We check. Director Zhao said coldly. Director Zhao, the inspection is not impossible, But why only inspect our starting fast food restaurant? Why not inspect the McDonald's and KFC on the opposite side? Isn't everyone a fast food restaurant? Shouldn't all of them be inspected? Lin Feng said, neither overbearing nor inferior. The customers who had come to eat 4 weeks ago suddenly made a fuss. Originally, McDonald's and KFC have never been inspected. The fast food restaurant opened by the Chinese. You come to inspect it as soon as it opens. Is this bullying the Chinese? Director Zhao frowned. When he had dealt with Lin Feng before, Lin Feng had humble and flattering faces, but now he was so small and determined that he didn't put himself as director in his eyes. Lin Feng knew what he was thinking when he saw Director Zhao's face. It's true that Lin Feng did not ask Director Zhao less for business such as barbecue restaurants, and hit a lot of nails. But now the Starting Point fast food restaurant is working to revitalize the national economy and develop independent national brands. It has won the appreciation of the mayor of Chu City, Yu Haoai. East learned. Lin Feng is naturally full of confidence now. As long as he did not violate the regulations and with the support of Mayor Yu Haoai behind him, Lin Feng would not be afraid that these people would force him, just as he had forcibly banned his business license before. Director Zhao had a sullen face, but Lin Feng refused to check, and he couldn't rush into it. Besides, there are many guests eating at present, and he didn't dare to act too drastically. That would be of no benefit to him. If he is promoted to say that he is admiring foreigners and helping foreign fast food restaurants suppress independent fast food restaurants, his political career will come to an end, especially now that Chinese people pay more attention to this Starting Point fast food restaurant. He must be careful in every move. Okay, when I finish checking your fast food restaurant, I will check McDonald's and KFC. Director Zhao finally had to compromise. Chapter 29. The complacent smile. Second. The reason why Director Zhao agreed to Lin Feng's seemingly rude and offensive request is that he is now riding a tiger. He got an internal notice today to check Lin Feng's starting fast food restaurant. As long as the fried chicken oil contains carcinogens, Lin will be blocked. Feng's fast food restaurant. Secondly, the two owners of McDonald's and KFC franchise stores in Chu City are not pleasing to the eyes of the Lin Feng Kidian fast food restaurant. I hope Director Zhao can help. McDonald's and KFC franchise stores in Chu City are different from franchise stores in other regions in China. Although franchise stores in other regions are affected by the tax turmoil, there are no fast food restaurants to compete with them. Although there are Daikos and Pizza Hut, they are different in selling points and do not directly conflict. However, these two stores directly faced the positive impact of the Lin Feng Kiki fast food restaurant, and their sales fell sharply during this period. It seems that the daily gross profit is still more than 10,000 yuan, but if you include the 17% 23% commission on the turnover of the McDonald's head office, and then pay taxes, it will hardly make any money. Therefore, the owners of the two franchise stores decided to temporarily join forces to combat Lin Feng, and then compete for the market with their own ability. Director Zhao is also happy to be a favor of the two franchise shop owners. Besides, they are all from Chu City, so there is always something to do with them. Just as the owners of the two franchise stores thought, Director Zhao did not think that the fried chicken oil at the Lin Feng Kiki fast food restaurant would be okay. Frying oil is used repeatedly by Chinese people. For example, a vendor of fried dough sticks outside has not known how long the fried oil has been used. Therefore, Director Zhao believes that this is definitely a standard one, but McDonald's and KFC are foreign companies, the world's top 500 companies. Director Zhao doesn't think they will repeatedly use fried oil. Moreover, Director Zhao can also be a good friend. The carcinogen containing frying oil was checked at the Lin Feng Starting Point fast food restaurant, but not at McDonald's or KFC. What does this show? It means that foreign fast food is better than local fast food. The world's top 500 companies are amazing. At that time, I had 2 more red envelopes. Director Zhao thought beautifully. Therefore, Director Zhao was not very comfortable. but in the end he readily agreed to this request. However, what Director Zhao didn't know was that his promise did not matter. The tax turmoil that Ben was slowly quelling caused another wave, and it was even more troublesome than the tax turmoil, and his political future was also precarious. Seeing Director Zhao agreed, Lin Feng smiled strangely. The smiling Director Zhao had straight hair in his heart, and his heart was secretly tight. After thinking that there were no traps, a few technicians immediately took the instrument to check. I didn't find out exactly how to detect it here. It is temporarily set to detect it directly. It seems that Taiwan has passed the test strip test. After more than 10 minutes, several technicians walked out with instruments and shook their heads. What? No. Director Zhao looked at Lin Feng in shock. How could it not be possible? Did he only use the oil for fried chicken once? Lin Feng smiled triumphantly at the moment. I smile proudly. Director Zhao was very angry, especially Lin Feng's smile in his eyes was a ridicule, a mockery, which is tolerable and intolerable. Although he belongs to the King Shui Yemen, Director Zhao does not want to admit this. He is a dignified state official at the departmental level, but he cannot be cancelled by ordinary people. But Director Zhao is not the Director of Public Security after all, so he can't just take people when he is angry. He doesn't have this right. His right is sanitation, and everything related to sanitation is within his scope of authority. Director Zhao tilted his head, and several clever subordinates immediately spread out. After careful inspection of a floor tile and a floor tile, in the joking eyes of everyone watching the play, the inspectors finally returned without success. This is a fast food restaurant, and it is Lin Feng's flagship store. How can there be a sanitary corner? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is spotless. Director Zhao frowned. He didn't expect the starting point fast food restaurant to be so clean. Is this still a Chinese restaurant? He has led a team to inspect many restaurants, and there has never been a restaurant opened by a Chinese that is absolutely clean. The unwilling Director Zhao swept around, trying to find even a little confetti and stains. Unfortunately, his wish fell through. Except for the confetti and oil stains in the hands of the customer and the dinner plate, he could not find anything else. Director Zhao urged his cheeks to patrol twice, and when he was reluctantly preparing to retreat, his mind flashed. Boss Lin, since you only use the oil for frying once, where did your waste oil go? Director Zhao knows that if this waste oil is sold to other people for consumption or recycled, it is also a violation of the food safety law of the People's Republic of China. Yes, he can also be sealed. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but in the eyes of Director Zhao, it seemed so hateful. Director Zhao, this is an invoice issued by one of the factories that purchased our waste oil for fuel. Please check it out. Lin Feng stretched out his finger and motioned to the employee to take out the invoice. Director Zhao took a look, and it clearly stated that it was the purchase of waste oil for dyeing oil. This made the last opportunity for Director Zhao to use the topic to play a role in nothing. Let's go. Director Zhao waved weakly, motioning everyone to close the team. I got nothing today, and I definitely can't explain to it when I go back. But this was because Lin Feng hadn't fouled at all, and he couldn't do anything. It's just a pity that those bulging red envelopes. Wait. Lin Feng called Director Zhao at this moment. What else do you have? Director Zhao came here today and returned after defeat. At this moment, there is no good temper and Lin Feng's nonsense. Director Zhao, you promised to go to KFC and McDonald's fast food restaurants after inspecting my fast food restaurant. I told you to delay your business during prime time and let you do the test before you forget it. Lin Feng is right and unforgiving. Humphrey, if you want to fix me, I will make you go around without eating. Lin Feng can know what kind of oil is used in McDonald's and KFC. When I check it out, at this point, things are going to be a big deal. I see how you end up. Don't think I'm just a common man. I can also make you a cadre at the department level. Get out of here. Director Zhao felt a little hairy when he heard Lin Feng's words. Why, you want to make me even as a bastard? But looking around and watching the faces of customers, Director Zhao is really uncomfortable not to leave Lin Feng and leave. Hundreds of people were onlookers at the scene, and there were even more people outside. He was going to leave so dingy, how he would see people in the future, and there may be some rumors coming out. After weighing it repeatedly, Director Zhao endured his stomach full of fire and led his subordinates to the opposite McDonald's and KFC. Damn, what a damn thing was going on today. How can Director Zhao not get angry? Originally wanted to trouble Lin Feng, but in the end he was raked back by Lin Feng. Seeing this trouble, it is definitely the most heartwarming thing after Director Zhao sat on the throne of the Director of the Health Bureau. Chapter 30 Oil Filter Powder Disturbance. Not to mention the hatred of Lin Feng in Director Zhao's heart, but what makes Director Zhao even more embarrassed is that when he will bring such a large number of people to check the fried oil of McDonald's and KFC, isn't this a congestion? If it was found that there was a problem with the frying oil at the starting point fast food restaurant under Lin Feng before, and then check the frying oil at McDonald's and KFC, there is a comparison between the two, then it can prove that McDonald's and KFC are better in terms of food safety. Sheng Lin Feng's fast food restaurant. But now I haven't found out that there is a problem with the frying oil at Lin Feng fast food restaurant. I went to check again. There is no comparison between the two sides. Even if Director Zhao has no business acumen, he understands that this is an advertisement for Lin Feng. When it spreads out, people will say what they will say. They will not say how safe McDonald's and KFC's chicken fried oil are, and how much they consider customers, but they will say that Lam Feng's starting point fast food restaurant fried oil is as good as the world's top 500 companies. Thinking of this result, Director Zhao felt aggrieved. With such a large group of people motivating everyone, they actually made a live advertisement for Lin Feng in the end, which made Director Zhao feel much uncomfortable. Alas, forget it, it's just a fleeting disadvantage. Director Zhao comforted himself like this, and walked to the opposite McDonald's and KFC with his staff. But at this time, not only the staff of the Health Bureau, but also a large number of people watching the excitement followed him. Just now Director Zhao inspected the starting point fast food restaurant, and there was nothing that was not up to the standard. Now I am going to inspect McDonald's and KFC. These customers also want to see what is the difference between the two. Looking at the black and oppressive crowd behind him, Director Zhao didn't have much to say. He is just a director of the Health Bureau, and he has no right to disperse these people. It depends on you, you can't see anything anyway. Director Zhao no longer cared, and let these people go. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Feng and overestimated the importance of McDonald's and KFC in certain aspects, and he was destined to deserve him this time. Lin Feng contacted the Chushan-style column team on the way to the starting point fast food restaurant flagship store. Now Lin Feng and Chushan Feng Kai's two hosts, as well as a group of photographers, are very familiar with each other. After a call, Wang Yun heard that the Health Bureau checked the starting point of the fast food chain for oil-fried news, and immediately rushed to it. Come here. However, at the request of Lin Feng, and the environment at the scene was chaotic, Wang Yun took a sneak shot without revealing his identity immediately. Regardless of the results of the final inspection, this is a news hotspot. In particular, the starting point fast food chain is booming recently and has attracted much attention from the Chinese people. This is an extremely hot news spot. Of course, from a friend's point of view, Wang Yun hopes that Lin Feng's fast food restaurant can pass this difficult test. The starting point fast food chain successfully passed the inspection, letting Wang Yun breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this is an industry owned by Chu people with independent property rights. It is definitely a fatal blow to be found to be unqualified in the oil. Fortunately, the result made most people happy. Then Director Zhao was run on and had to lead a team to check the fried oil of McDonald's and KFC, which made Wang Yun more interested. She and Lin Feng have known each other for a while, and the reporter's instincts can make her detect from Lin Feng's weird smile that there must be some mystery in this matter. Naturally, she will not let this opportunity pass and take the two staff members tightly. He followed Director Zhao and the others, and squeezed into the KFC. The owner of a KFC franchise store in Chu City, whose surname is Ma, is a native of Chu City. He is a neighbor of Director Zhao's classmate, and therefore knows Director Zhao, and asks Director Zhao to look up the problem of frying oil at the starting point fast food chain. He doesn't believe that a burger is so cheap at the starting point fast food chain, and the oil will be fine. Otherwise, what do they make? At this time, Boss Ma saw Director Zhao coming in with a group of people, and he was taken aback. Secretly guessed the purpose of Director Zhao. Could it be that the frying oil in the fast food restaurant opposite the starting point was unqualified, so he came to tell himself the good news? No, even if you want to tell, it doesn't have to be so obvious. This discerning person knew at a glance that there was something tricky between the two, and Director Zhao didn't have that low IQ. Just as Boss Ma kept guessing, Director Zhao said in a slightly awkward future. Boss Ma's face suddenly turned green. He never expected Director Zhao to come to check his fried oil. Director Zhao, we are KFC, the world's top 500 companies. How can there be a problem with fried oil? Boss Ma stopped Director Zhao with a bad expression. Looking at the dark crowd behind Director Zhao, Boss Ma didn't think these people were here for dinner, and he was definitely here to watch the excitement. Thinking of this, it's not a good feeling to be full of mouths. I just gave you a big red envelope yesterday, and I don't recognize people today. Come and check me. Isn't this just blocking me? Director Zhao also knew that this was a bit too much, but now he was run on and had to come to check. What's more, there are so many eyes of the crowd watching, he can't do it without checking. Seeing Director Zhao insisted on checking, Boss Ma had no choice but to give way. There was no problem with his oil, and he was not afraid of checking. It was just that he was upset by Director Zhou's trouble. After a short while, a few inspectors came out, but the results of the inspection made Director Zhao and Boss Ma's face changed. The instrument clearly showed that the carcinogen arsenic in the fried oil of Ken chicken seriously exceeded the standard, exceeding the specified range by 911 times, which is absolutely not allowed. The masses who saw the result of this result immediately made a fuss. Tangdong Fortune 500 companies actually contain carcinogens in the fried oil. Isn't this causing the lives and carelessness of customers? Especially after checking Lam Feng's starting point fast food chain. The fried oil does not contain any carcinogens. The two are compared, and the judgment is made. Impossible, impossible. All the frying oil we use is filtered through oil filter powder, which absolutely meets the relevant national food hygiene and safety quality standards, and there is absolutely no possibility of carcinogens. Boss Ma was not convinced. He would never. I believe this kind of thing will appear in KFC, a Fortune 500 company in the world. And he knows very well how much impact this matter will have on his business once it is exposed. But after he finished speaking, there was another uproar among the onlookers. Oil filter powder. Many people present did not know what the oil filter powder is, but the name must be what the chemical composition. The starting point fast food chain opened by Lin Feng, a native of his hometown, does not use anything. The frying oil does not contain any carcinogens. What kind of oil filter powder is used here? But there are still carcinogens. Comparing the two, everyone is not surprised. Oil filter powder is a trade name used in the food industry. Its chemical name is magnesium trisilicate. The World Health Organization and the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization's Food Additive Experts Joint Committee clearly stipulates that magnesium trisilicate can be used as food processing aids. Its main function is to reduce the acid value, peroxide value, color, smell and heavy metals of the frying oil, so as to achieve the polishing effect on the turbid frying oil, so that the turbid frying oil becomes clear, just like new oil the same, thereby extending the life of edible oil. Some experts also believe that magnesium trisilicate not only causes digestive symptoms such as indigestion and diarrhea, but may also cause kidney stones, fainting, arrhythmias or mental symptoms caused by hypomansemia. However, the presence of carcinogens in the frying oil that used the oil filter powder at the moment really puzzled the technicians behind Director Zhao. But no matter what, it is true that the carcinogens in the fried oil have been detected at the moment. This is indisputable. But what is even more troublesome for Director Zhao is, does the frying oil in McDonald's contain carcinogens? What if it does? Director Zhao had cold sweat on his forehead. He knew in his heart that the owner of the McDonald's Chu City franchise store and his immediate boss were relatives. If something went wrong, how would he explain it? Chapter 31. Reactions from all parties. Although Director Zhao has a lot of thoughts, but McDonald's must go on this trip. Under Director Zhou's heavy and staggering pace, the crowd watching the lively behind him followed Director Zhao with brisk and dexterous steps. Today, they have a lot of blessings. The KFC advertisements are so prosperous. It turns out that there are carcinogens in their fried oil. Since there are carcinogens in KFC fried oil, is there any in McDonald's fried oil? This is the question of all the onlookers. Boss Wang, the owner of McDonald's Chu City franchise store, was the same as the owner of KFC's horse. Seeing Director Zhao bringing everyone in, he looked green. At first, Director Zhao was not allowed to inspect, but he couldn't stand up to the crowds on the spot, and finally had to let Director Zhao inspect. But the result is the same as KFC. The fried oil also contains the carcinogen arsenic, which caused the onlookers to be in an uproar again. It is a great irony that there are carcinogens in foreign fast food restaurants, but the two fast food restaurants of the hometown brand have not detected any carcinogens. Director Zhao returned to the bureau with a look of embarrassment to report to the city leaders. Carcinogens found in the fried oil are subject to a fine ranging from 60,000 to 300,000 according to relevant national regulations. After rectification, they will be ordered to pick up again. If they fail to pass, they will be ordered to suspend business for rectification. However, McDonald's and KFC are among the Fortune 500 companies in the world, and they also have nearly 1,000 chain stores in China. How to deal with them is by no means his small prefecture-level city health director can decide. In addition, the detection of carcinogens in the fried oil is directly related to the use of oil filter powder in two fast food restaurants. This is even more that Director Zhao cannot judge and decide. Regarding the news that Director Zhao brought back, the senior leaders of Chu City immediately called an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this throttle bombing incident. Although this incident only involved two fast food restaurants and more than 50 employees, there was no poisoning and other incidents, and it was not a big, collective incident. But the names of these two fast food restaurants have caused headaches for all city leaders. McDonald's and KFC, the world's top 500 companies, have thousands of chain stores in China and employ tens of thousands of people. This series of figures has caused headaches for city leaders. Punishment or not? How to punish? Also, is this a single event or a group event? Are there carcinogens in McDonald's and KFC chicken fried oil all over the country? Is it because of the oil filter powder that the frying oil contains carcinogens? The more the leaders think about it, the more headaches become. Especially now in the era of economic leadership, everything is focused on economic development. At this time, this small prefecture-level city like this is definitely not conducive to the national investment promotion policy. If you are scared of foreign investors because of this, then people like yourself will not have a good fruit. At the end of the discussion, the leaders of Chu City made a unanimous decision to report the matter to the provincial leaders, and the leaders decide what to do. What do the leaders say and what they do? Report to the leaders, then ... Do you want to tell the people to eat less McDonald's and KFC in the near future? Director Zhao is the director of health after all, knowing that it contains carcinogens and how serious it will affect the human body. Although there will be no disease in the short term, long-term consumption of these carcinogenic foods will definitely cause incurable risks to the human body, and even affect the next generation. But Director Zhou's words drew anger from all the leaders participating in the meeting. Everyone is in a good mood recently, although there has been a Taxgate incident. Overall, the benefits to Chu City outweigh the disadvantages. But now this throttle bombing incident is definitely a disaster. Director Zhou looked at the angry glances of the leaders, and knew that he was annoyed by the people this time. But I'm willing. I'm not the leader to speak, I'm a small person to do things. Director Zhou looked like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, shrugging his head, sitting there, dare not look at the leaders anymore. Cough. May you how I gave a light cough. Director Zhou also raised an issue related to people's livelihood, which cannot be ignored. However, in this juncture that affects the whole body, Rao puts the interests of the people first. May you how I can only compromise. Stability is more than everything. In a harmonious society, everything must be based on stability. Don't report on this for now. By the way, Minister Li, you are the head of the propaganda department of the Municipal Party Committee. Before your superiors give instructions, you must postpone reporting on this matter by the various media in Chu City. May you how I also the ceiling policy can only be adopted temporarily. Yes, may you. Minister Li nodded repeatedly. But has entered the 21st century, entered the internet age, can it be sealed? Okay, the meeting is adjourned. During this period, the principals of all departments must ensure that their mobile phones are on standby 24 hours a day and are on standby at any time. May you how I announced the meeting with the headache. May you, Deputy Mayor Hu. Director Zhou saw that everyone ignored him and the whole old face was crowded together, so he almost didn't cry. What does this mean? It means that his political career is about to come to an end. I'm really wronged. Director Zhao Yang Tanqing called. When the leaders of Chu City convened an emergency meeting, Boss Ma of KFC's Chu City franchise store and Boss Wang of McDonald's Chu City franchise store learned that they had found the carcinogen arsenic contained in the fast food restaurant. They were shocked. Also hurriedly reported the matter to the Chinese KFC and McDonald's headquarters. For the bosses of two fast food restaurants in China, this is the first time they have met, and there is no precedent. Finally, the CEOs of the two Chinese companies had to report the matter to the US headquarters for a ruling. Upon learning of the incident, the CEOs of the two companies immediately cancelled their vacation and rushed back to the company. The Chinese market is now the top priority of McDonald's and KFC's global strategy. With some franchise stores in other continents starting to experience slight losses, only the Chinese market is booming as always, and businesses applying for franchise are in an endless stream. McDonald's, the franchise fee has been set at around 2.5 million, but it still can't stop the enthusiasm of merchants who want to join McDonald's. If it is revealed that the fried oil contains carcinogens at this time, it will definitely be a fatal blow to the entire reputation. At the moment, the CEOs of the two companies secretly held a video conference. No one outside of the meeting knew about the content of the conference. Only the two CEOs who participated in the meeting knew it. 3 hours later, the two companies hired a third-party testing agency to secretly sneak into China to re-inspect the two fast food restaurants in Chu City where the accident occurred, and then selected franchise stores in other cities in China. Evaluate whether this incident of fried oil containing carcinogens is a single accidental incident or a group incident. Of course, the presidents of the two companies did not forget to ask a third-party testing agency to quietly test the pupil Pepe Makelin Feng Kikian fast food restaurant. They absolutely do not believe that the frying oil used by the Starting Point fast food chain, a fast food restaurant with only 5 branches, will have no problems. In particular, the acrylamide contained in the frying oil animal test confirmed that it is carcinogenic is inevitable in the catering industry, unless the frying oil is changed every 6 hours in accordance with the food law. However, this cost is by no means affordable for any catering industry. Chapter 32 Network Exposure When all parties were nervously discussing the results of the throttle bombing incident that broke out this time, Lin Feng was not idle either. This incident is both an opportunity and a crisis. McDonald's and KFC's global top 500 companies have detected arsenic as a carcinogen in their frying oil, but they have not detected it in their own fast food chain. This is definitely a great way for the fast food restaurant to establish a good brand in the hearts of Chinese people. But also because of this, their starting fast food restaurant will surely become the target of public criticism. Lin Feng knows that both KFC and McDonald's use oil filter powder to filter the frying oil and prolong the life of the frying oil, but more or less carcinogens will appear only in strict accordance with the relevant food laws. The frying oil is replaced every 6 hours in order to prevent carcinogens from appearing in the fried oil. But in this way, the cost will be higher, and the so-called profiteering fast food restaurant will completely enter the era of meager profit. This is also a difficult choice for Lin Feng. If you continue to change the fried oil every 6 hours to operate, the monthly net profit of a branch does not exceed 2,000 yuan, and the net profit of the Lin Feng flagship store is only 1,000 yuan. And the ratio of input to output is completely disproportionate. This is also an important reason why McDonald's and KFC use oil filter powder to filter the frying oil. Lin Feng is now facing a choice between morality and interest, and he can only choose one of the two. Liu Yinying knew Lin Feng's distress, but she was also powerless. This is not something she can choose, nor is she able to express an opinion. Now that the starting point fast food restaurant has become well known, there are a lot of contracts waiting to be joined. This decision directly affects the future development model and direction of the starting point fast food restaurant. With a little carelessness, the brand that almost seems to be gambling may be destroyed at any time. Just when Lin Feng hesitated, Wang Yun secretly called. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, today's report is not allowed to be broadcast. Wang Yun said in a low voice. What do you mean? Why not let it be broadcast? Lin Feng frowned. It seems to be an order from the city. Anyway, it is not allowed to broadcast. Also, don't tell others about this, or I will be unlucky. Wang Yun said. Well, I see. Lin Feng thought for a while, and realized that this is the so-called ceiling policy of the city leaders, covering everything first, and wait for the limelight to pass. But I covered it before, but now I still cover it. The people have the right to know, especially important matters related to the health of the people. Unexpectedly, in order to take care of the foreign businessmen who came to invest in the country, the city leaders would not even care about the life and death of the people. This deeply touched the bottom line in Lin Feng's heart, and it also made Lin Feng. There is a choice. Wang Yun, is that strap still there? Lin Feng asked anxiously. The tape was taken by Chief Meng, but I secretly copied a copy. Wang Yun hosted the Chushan-style location program and saw the miserable lives of many ordinary people. Her heart was very soft. This time she did what she did in the city. I also disagree very much, so I secretly kept a copy. Well, can you give me the belt? Lin Feng said. What do you want? Wang Yun knew Lin Feng's intentions as soon as he heard it, but this would cause her a lot of trouble. Bring you to me. If Meng Dong knew about it, I would be fired. Don't worry, I will process it. Otherwise I am afraid of being retaliated by the city leaders. Lin Feng will naturally not put the original tape on the internet, so that a discerning person will know who made it at a glance. At that time, no matter how Mayor Yahai previously supported himself as a local entrepreneur, he will definitely handle himself as a troublemaker together with other leaders. Wang Yun is still hesitating. The previous copy was out of conscience and the journalist's professional guideline. Citizens have the right to know. But now it is handed over to Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's previous actions and his current energy, things will definitely be shaken, and Wang Yun has to think about it clearly. After all, she was just a college student who had just graduated. She finally found this job that was well paid and she liked very much. She didn't want to lose it easily. Lin Feng seemed to guess Wang Yun's thoughts, and smiled slightly. Wang Yun, rest assured, if you are fired because of this, I will hire you as the manager of the public relations department of Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited. Lin Feng throws a bait. With Wang Yun's current popularity and popularity in Chu City, hiring him as the manager of the public relations department will do no harm to the company. Wang Yun's heart moved after hearing this. Since serving as the location host of Chushan Demeanor, she has come into contact with many dark sides of society that she has never touched or even heard of in school before. This shocked her and felt extremely exhausted. If it weren't for the sense of accomplishment after every effort to avenge the people, and the people's heartfelt gratitude, and the good salary, Wang Yun would have resigned early. After hesitating for a while, Wang Yun still refused Lin Feng's extremely tempting invitation, but also promised to give the belt to Lin Feng. After getting the tape, Lin Feng immediately found the film and television editor of a photography studio. After many modifications and editing by him, the entire video looked more blurred, but the human face and sound could be clearly seen. Before confirming and before after the tape will not be seen to be two identical videos. Non-professionals cannot find the flaws. Lin Feng naturally sent it to the 10x website through Ma Huang's relationship. As soon as Ma Huang saw this video, he knew that it would become the hotspot of domestic and even international attention for some time to come. Now they ordered the technicians to put it on the homepage and report it with the biggest headline. Surprise! Carcinogens appeared in McDonald's and KFC chicken fried oil. In 3 hours, when the leaders of Chu City and other provincial leaders gave instructions, and when Boss Ma and Boss Wang dispatched special personnel from the headquarters, this report instantly exploded into popularity. The number of views in the 3 hours exceeded 10 million and the number of reposts reached tens of thousands. For the second time, all major forums reported the incident one after another, and all chat rooms and QQ groups talked about only one topic: the world's top 500 companies. McDonald's and KFC's fried oil were actually detected as carcinogens, but the turf fast food restaurants were clean. While netizens were pursuing the fried throttle incident, the oil filter powder used by McDonald's and KFC was also unearthed by many netizens. They have condemned McDonald's and KFC for using oil filter powder, which led to the appearance of carcinogens in the fried oil. While many netizens criticized McDonald's and KFC for lack of virtue, they highly praised Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant for its people-oriented, conscious fast food restaurant for the sake of public health. They appealed to Chu City netizens not to eat at McDonald's and KFC, but to eat at the Starting Point fast food restaurant in Linfeng. And I side Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant. Why not allow other local merchants to join, so that Chinese people in other places can also taste assured earth fast food? With the publicity of netizens, the popularity of the fast food restaurant of Lin Feng's Starting Point has risen even more, faintly overwhelming the momentum of McDonald's and KFC to become the country's first fast food restaurant. Of course, this is only in terms of reputation. In terms of actual commercial coverage and profit, Lin Feng's Starting Fast Food Restaurant is completely unworthy of mention. Regarding the news that the internet suddenly broke out, Minister Li of the Propaganda Department of the Chu Municipal Party Committee naturally knew that he was sweating profusely at the moment. He also watched the video, compared with the video that Wang Yun secretly shot in his hand. Although there are similarities, but there are also differences, it should not be the same video. Now that the video has been exposed, it means that someone has recorded the video and posted it online. At the moment, Minister Li reported to Mayor Yu Haoi. Knowing that the carcinogens of McDonald's and KFC chicken fried oil had been exposed online, Mayor Yu immediately held a seminar to discuss again how to deal with this emergency. Of course, the leaders who were called from all kinds of dinners naturally resented the pupa who started all this. Director Zhao of the Health Bureau. Director Zhao wanted to get him into the hole right now, and was hated by all the leaders. He was very scared. Chapter 33 We have no problem with frying oil. Third more? The throttle bombing incident was hyped online. But in the real world it was calm, as if it had never happened before. It was not reported on TV or published in newspapers. All media except the internet did not report on it. At this time, It coincided with the 2000 Sydney Olympic Games. Television stations and related media from all over the country reportedly reported on the fitness posture of Chinese Olympic athletes. For a while, the situation was calm and there was a harmonious voice for the Olympic athletes across the country. But all of this is illusion. The illusion before the rain is about to come and the wind is full of the building. Health bureaus across the country have received notices to conduct secret surveys on McDonald's and KFC fast food restaurants to see whether the fried gas incident is an individual incident or a group incident, and whether all fast food restaurants have this phenomenon. However, whether it is an individual incident or a group incident, the notices received by the health bureaus and municipal leaders across the country are handled in a local manner. Do not cause international incidents at this juncture. The reason is simple. China is negotiating bilateral trade relations with the United States. The Chinese government hopes that the United States can grant China permanent normal trade relations status. Therefore, this throttle bombing incident involving two global top 500 companies in the United States must be handled in a local manner. As a senior official in China said privately, Chinese people have eaten deep-fried dough sticks for thousands of years, and nothing has happened. The fried oil of McDonald's is much cleaner than that of KFC. This is not a big deal. A third-party monitoring agency hired by McDonald's and KFC has conducted a sampling of two fast food restaurants in Chu City and fast food restaurants across the country. No carcinogen such as arsenic was found, but propylene was found. Acrylamide is contained in almost all the fried oil of fast food restaurants. Acrylamide is a white crystalline chemical substance that is the raw material for the production of polyacrylamide. About 90% of the acrylamide that enters the human body is metabolized, and only a small amount is excreted in the urine in its original form. After acrylamide enters the body, it will interact with the body. Guanine on DNA combines to form adducts, causing genetic material damage and genetic mutations. However, due to epidemiological data and animal and human biomarker data are not sufficient for evaluation, acrylamide has not been determined whether it will cause cancer in humans. According to investigations, it is currently impossible to eliminate acrylamide in the diet in the world, so the two companies naturally selectively ignore this. Later, the third-party monitoring agency hired by McDonald's and KFC carried out a secret sampling of the fried oil at Linfeng's Starting Point fast food restaurant, but to the disappointment of the two companies, all the fried oil in Linfeng's Starting Point fast food restaurant was clean, without any impurities. Looking at the evaluation report on the Starting Point fast food chain uploaded on the screen, the presidents of the two companies shook their heads. Lunatic. Lunatic. This man must be a lunatic. How can there be a reason that the fried oil in a fast food restaurant changes every 6 hours? McDonald's president Jim Cantupo could not figure out why Linfeng would do business like this anyway. He calculated Linfeng's cost and profit are only about 0.5%, which is a business that any boss who is based on making money will never do. The Chinese are crazy. David Novak, president of KFC, murmured. At this time, with the end of the medal-winning events of the Chinese Olympic team, netizens once again returned to the throttle bombing incident, calling on relevant state departments to give everyone an explanation. 3 days later, an intensified wave of protests finally forced the country to hold a press conference. At the meeting, the Minister of the Ministry of Health cautioned everyone that after more than 1,230 repeated samplings across the country, the throttle bombing incident was an individual phenomenon, and it was not found in the other nearly 1,000 McDonald's and KFC chain stores. Arsenic is a carcinogen. Because I urge everyone not to panic, you can eat it with confidence. At the same time, McDonald's and KFC also held a press conference to refute all the rumors on the internet that the fried oil of fast food chains contained carcinogens, and explained in detail that the oil filter powder filters the impurities in the fried oil and is absolutely consistent. China's sanitary standards for the use of food additives. Please rest assured all consumers. The presence of carcinogens in the frying oil is absolutely an individual phenomenon, not the cause of the oil filter powder. At the same time, all Chinese consumers are warned that the number of people eating McDonald's and KFC chickens in the world is in the hundreds of millions, and there has not been any case of fried oil. The majority of netizens do not approve of the statements made by the Ministry of Health, McDonald's and KFC. Instead, it compares with Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant. Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant has no problem with frying oil, but as a top 500 super company in the world, carcinogens will appear. Is it possible to use oil filter powder? This problem occurs, and strongly request McDonald's and KFC to cancel the use of oil filter powder to filter the frying oil. In response to this problem of netizens, the Ministry of Health, McDonald's, and KFC are extremely embarrassed. In my heart, I can only curse Lin Feng's pervert, and change the frying oil every 6 hours on average. How to make money? If you don't make money, what fast food restaurant do you open? At the same time, many netizens called on the Starting Point fast food restaurant to publish their tips on why no carcinogens were detected in the fried oil. In response to the appeal of many netizens, Lin Feng hated the Ministry of Health's secretiveness on key issues, and announced his method of changing the oil every 6 hours. And this is like giving McDonald's and KFC a head start. And many netizens immediately asked McDonald's and KFC to announce their time to replace the fried oil. In this regard, McDonald's and KFC remained silent and did not answer positively. It just means that the oil filter powder absolutely meets the food additive use standards of any country, and there is absolutely no problem. Many netizens are even more indignant about McDonald's and KFC's evasiveness. Loudly urged the country to formulate relevant laws and regulations that compulsorily prohibit the use of oil filter powder in frying oil. Regarding this request, the Ministry of Health was extremely embarrassed. The use of filter powder in frying oil is not only used by McDonald's and KFC fast food companies, but also used by almost the vast majority of the catering industry. Of course, more of the frying oil has not been changed. If this set of regulations is enforced, the impact on the entire domestic catering industry is absolutely earth-shaking. On the premise of stability, harmony, and steady development, this is absolutely not allowed. However, many netizens have always talked about Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food chain. In order to create an absolutely healthy fast food restaurant image in the hearts of the Chinese people, Lin Feng has always promoted the Starting Point fast food restaurant's concept of people-oriented and conscientious opening. This has caused the Ministry of Health a real headache, even a little angry. Lin Feng's ignorance. It seems that him looking for this starting point for the owner of a fast food restaurant to talk to, a high-ranking official secretly gave an order. Chapter 34 The expansion of the starting point? Amid noisy protests, China ushered in the 51st National Day of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Lin Feng's September earnings were also released at this time. Chufeng Internet City was affected by the suspension of operations for half a month, and its net profit was only 120,000 yuan. However, Lin Feng took advantage of this time when he was fighting with McDonald's and KFC, using the method of annexing wuxian and others' internet cafes before, once again annexing the newly opened internet cafes in the surrounding area. At present, the total number of computers in Chifeng Internet City is 380. Due to the launch of Counter-Strike and its rapid popularity, the price of internet cafes in Chu City unexpectedly stabilized. The most competitive area in the city center is 2 yuan per hour, and the suburban area is 2.5 yuan per hour. Chufeng Internet City is still strong at 3 yuan per hour, but now most of them are members and enjoy a 20% discount. Of course, most of the customers of Chufeng.com are members. This is also related to the fact that Chufeng.com provides free members to enjoy the killing game. The net profit of the scented tea processing plant reached a record of 210,000 yuan. Part of it was the growth of Dingdong.com. More and more people went to Dingdong to enjoy shopping. Therefore, the sales of scented tea gradually opened up the national personal household market. Although in September, Chu City accounted for the vast majority of sales, Lin Feng believes that the individual household market sales across the country will definitely far exceed Chu City. The barbecue restaurant only has a net profit of 20,000 yuan. Although it does not make much, it has greatly improved the popularity of Chufeng.com. Most of the players who come to the game enjoy the exciting CS battle, and a few friends sit down to the barbecue restaurant, have some barbecue, have a dozen beers, and sit down with a chat game experience. Life seems so beautiful and comfortable at this moment. The sales of Counter-Strike, in addition to the initial sales of 200,000 copies, have now been greatly reduced. On the one hand, it was impacted by piracy. On the other hand, players who bought the CD copied each other. During this time, only 12,000 copies were sold, which brought Lin Feng a net profit of 115,200 yuan. However, what made Lin Feng laugh or cry was that the code authorized by the father of CS has not yet completed an order in China. With the online game platform provided by Tanks.com, no player would even think of buying expensive keys to enjoy international servers. The only thing that embarrassed Lin Feng was the Starting Point fast food chain, the most popular enterprise in China recently. The profit of each branch in these 10 days was only more than 20,000 yuan, and more than 60% of the income was still the income of the 3 days before opening. Since the reform of lam feng, after changing the frying oil to replacement every 6 hours, profits have plummeted. Although the business has become more and more popular, it is estimated that the profit of each branch is only more than 10,000 yuan per month. This is still not drawn by lam feng fees, brand usage fees, etc. If Lin Feng draws 7% of its operating income in accordance with the contract, the monthly net profit of each branch will be around 3,000 yuan, which is absolutely unacceptable to the relatives of the two joint ventures of a starting fast food restaurant branch. Again, investment is not directly proportional to income. In desperation, Lin Feng had to take a symbolic extraction of 1% of his operating income after weighing it over and over again. Fortunately, Lin Feng is now increasingly popular on Dingdong.com. Although there are not many transactions for the time being, as long as the third-party payment platform is launched and the country passes the Internet Banking Act, Lin Feng believes that Dingdong will become a cornucopia. The income of the Starting Point fast food restaurant is insignificant compared to the huge profits of the internet industry. However, Lin Feng was a little bit unsure about the joining application letters from all over the country like snowflakes. Now is the best time for the fast food restaurant of the Starting Point to expand rapidly. If this opportunity is missed, expansion in the future will not have the current effect. After all, the world is diversified. Today, when all kinds of information are exploding like growth, the common people will easily forget one thing, and the Starting Point fast food restaurant will soon become the yellow flower of yesterday. The reason why the Starting Point fast food restaurant has today's popularity depends entirely on Lin Feng's sigzo change of frying oil, and all the food ingredients are full. But this is also the reason why the business of the Starting Point fast food restaurant is so hot, but the profit is far less than the recently controversial McDonald's and KFC branch in Chu City. If franchisees abandon the fast food restaurant principles established by Lin Feng for the honest-sided pursuit of interests, the brand may collapse at any time. 1 second is a hero, the next second is a sinner. This is the power of public opinion. But if the franchise stores follow the principles laid down by Lam Feng and Count Lam Feng's commission, then the profit will be extremely meager. This is also something franchised businesses who want to make a fortune will never be reluctant. However, if Lin Feng does not make a profit, it will not benefit the development of the Starting Point fast food restaurant. Without continuous advertising investment to build popularity, The starting point fast food restaurant will soon become a lone boat in the vast sea of business and be forgotten. The question is back to the original point: morality or interest. After careful consideration, Lin Feng chose morality again. Money can also be earned in other ways, but people's conscience cannot be swallowed. Without a conscience, it also means that a person has lost his qualifications as a person. In particular, my fast food restaurant mainly targets Chinese people. Although the carcinogens in fried oil cannot be compared with opium and drugs, the long-term consumption on the human body is definitely long-term and fatal. Maybe this generation is fine, but the next generation may inherit some disease. Lin's XU was a ban on smoking in human. What a heroic spirit. Today, Lin Feng cannot be ignorant of his conscience and provide people with food containing carcinogens. In the end, Lin Feng signed a contract with many merchants, and the franchise fee was 30,000 yuan each. And Lin Feng collected 3% of the operating income every month as an advertising investment for the starting point fast food restaurant brand. This little money is definitely not enough for advertising. McDonald's and KFC's rake is 1,723% of operating income, and most of the rake is used for advertising and brand promotion. However, Lin Feng has also considered that there are two ways to advertise, and there are two ways to do it. Lin Feng naturally has a way to make advertisements as famous as McDonald's and KFC on the basis of less money. This is the advantage after Rebirth. In the early stage, Lin Feng temporarily signed 50 franchise stores, all of which are located in prefecture-level cities, not one in large cities and developed coastal cities. This is the starting point for fast food restaurants in prefecture-level cities to face much less competitive pressure. Lin Feng can first observe the actual sales performance of each store. After all, the sales performance of Chu City cannot fully represent the sales performance of other places. If once the sales performance is good and the profit of each store is sufficient, Lin Feng will add another 100 franchise stores. It took McDonald's 3 years to open the Chinese market, and Lin Feng took a year to spread the starting point fast food restaurants across the country, with more than 300 branches. Secondly, Lin Feng also learned from Chairman Mo's strategy. The countryside surrounds the city. Lin Feng's starting point fast food restaurant takes the parity route. The market is wider than McDonald's and KFC. It is not only the golden section of big cities and prefecture-level cities that can open stores. The starting point fast food restaurant only needs to have a crowd and a certain consumption power. You can open a shop anywhere. After all, Lin Feng is different from the vampires of McDonald's and KFC. The commission and franchise fees collected are far from those of these two Fortune 500 companies. Naturally, the initial cost of each franchise store is much lower. After 7 days of intense negotiations on the National Day, the owners of the 50 early franchise stores left Chu City with satisfaction, and each returned to their hometown to step up the decoration of the stores, so that they could open and make money as soon as possible. In order to prevent these franchise shop owners from privately modifying the starting point fast food restaurant franchise principles in the contract in order to pursue profits undecidedly, Lin Feng also decided to hire mystery customers in the local franchise stores. Their duty is to try the food from the starting point fast food restaurant to see if the taste is delicious and the ingredients are full. We also hired several monitors, whose duty is to pick the frying oil from the starting fast food franchise stores across the country from time to see if it is replaced every 6 hours. After finishing all this, according to Zhang's statistics, Lin Feng's account has more than 2.8 million yuan of circulating funds. After paying off the balance owed by Chu Zixuan's 1.5 million acquisition of Chufingnet City, Lin Feng still has 1.3 million circulating funds on hand. When Lin Feng returned the money to Chu Zixuan, Lin Feng could clearly see the expression of regret and annoyance on Chu Zixuan's face. Obviously he had regretted his original choice, but it was already too late at this time, and he will be more in the future. Regret. Believe him, you will become a billionaire. Do not believe him, you will regret for life. This is a sentence that Chu Xiuan often muttered with regret in his later life. When Lin Feng's financial resources were rolling, Liu Yinying, who owns 10% of Lin Feng's shares, also became a wealthy woman with a net worth of hundreds of thousands. This made Liu Yinying's beautiful eyes smile. Among the classmates in the same class, many people also went to many well-known companies, and their salary was much higher than her. But no one can talk about status and future. This made Liu Yinying's heart full of pride when she occasionally contacted these classmates. But at this time, a person came to Chu City by accident and made a request to Lin Feng that he could not refuse, but had to refuse. Chapter 35 The Funding Gap? There are only 2 chapters today. Sorry. Thank you for your support. Lin Feng was shocked by Ma Huang's arrival, especially Ma Huang's serious face made Lin Feng even more dazed. Tanks.com is currently developing rapidly, with more than 100 million registered users and more than 100,000 members. Although it has not yet reached the balance of payments, its potential and prospects are indisputable facts. Others, including Liu Yinying, witnessed Ma Huang, the giant who created the Chinese instant messaging myth, appear in his company. Their faces were shocked and excited, no less than the excitement of the stargazer seeing a star. Ma Dong, let's talk inside. Lin Feng knew that Ma Huang must have gone to the 3 Treasures Hall, and ordered people to pour 2 cups of coffee and sit in the office alone with Ma Huang. Ma Huang gently sipped his coffee, with a look of thought. After a long time, he let out a light sigh. Mr. Lin, first of all, congratulations. Your Starting Point fast food restaurant has become the first fast food restaurant among netizens in the opinion survey. Ma Huang said congratulations to Lin Feng. It all relies on Ma Dong's care. Without Ma Dong's push on the homepage of Tengx.com, my Starting Point fast food restaurant is not so famous. Lin Feng Qian said. Mutual benefit. Your several news has brought huge hits to Tengx. Ma Huang smiled slightly. After speaking, the 2 of them stopped speaking for a long time. Mr. Lin, based on the relationship between our 2 companies, am not polite. After a long time of brewing, Ma Huang stated the purpose of the trip. Now Tengx.com is in trouble with funds and is in great need of financing. I want to sell to Mr. Lin 5% of Tengx's original shares at a price of RMB 50 million. I don't know what Mr. Lin wants. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard it. 50 million yuan to acquire 5% of Tengx.com's shares is absolutely cost-effective. At most 3 years, Tengx.com will definitely be listed in Hong Kong. By then, the 5% of the shares will have a market value of more than 3 billion at the peak of the stock price. This investment is absolutely cost-effective. But Lin Feng gave a wry smile at this moment. No reason, no money on hand. The day before, Lin Feng looked at more than 1.3 million circulating funds in his account and felt that he was rich. Only now did he realize that he was really poor and poor. Lin Feng had the urge to pull himself because he couldn't seize such a profitable business. Ma Huang's expression changed when he saw that Lin Feng's expression was wrong. Mr. Lin, don't you even have 50 million yuan in your hands? Ma Huang is not just talking the vernacular. He did an investigation before coming. Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant is now in the limelight. The number of merchants who want to join far exceeds those who apply to join McDonald's or KFC. With this franchise, Lin Feng can acquire Ma Huang's 5% of the shares. Ma Huang knows that McDonald's franchise fee is 2.5 million yuan. Given the popularity of the Starting Point fast food restaurant, the 500,000 franchise fee is not an exaggeration. According to Ma Huang's understanding, at least 100 merchants have recently applied for franchising. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and briefly told Ma Huang about his franchise contract. After listening, Ma Huang didn't know whether he should admire Lin Feng's moral values or mock Lin Feng's pedantic. Merchants were chasing profits and gave up such a big piece of market pie in exchange for a reputation. Ma Huang didn't know if it was right or wrong. However, in Ma Huang's mind, since McDonald's and KFC have been in business for so many years, The oil frying incident should not be a problem. Hey Ma Huang, who came here with hope, was disappointed when he learned that the financing had failed. Why, Dong Ma, is there such a shortage of funds these days? Lin Feng asked with concern. It's not that your dingdong.com is developing too fast. Ma Huang glared at Lin Feng, who was standing and talking. The reason for the recent shortage of funds for TencentX.com is that, in addition to the server unit of dingdong.com, the most important thing is that TencentX.com has developed too fast, especially after the launch of a series of services such as membership, QQ Farm, and Tencent Portal. The crew is very tight, coupled with the hiring of many outstanding talents. This is the real reason for the shortage of funds. Couldn't you find other financiers? Lin Feng didn't believe the current development momentum of YiTengX. No investors could see its prospects. Ma Huang shook his head and said bitterly, many investors have seen that we have a problem with our funds and kept the price low. How could I agree? This is an insult to Tenx.com. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This is the case with shopping malls. Who told you to be known about the shortage of funds? It's strange that people don't take the opportunity to lower prices at this time. There is also a consortium that is willing to buy at a high price. But I don't want to sell him the company's shares. Ma Huang said suddenly. Why? Which consortium is it? Lin Feng was taken aback. The domestic IMH consortium is active in the entire Southeast Asian market. It bids $12 million for 10% of my shares and $5 million for 5%. Ma Huang said. Lin Feng's calculation, the price is still relatively suitable, but if 10% of the shares are acquired, according to the existing equity structure of Tenx.com, Ma Huang and the creative team only own 45% of the shares, which is by no means a good signal for the company. Did the IMH consortium think I didn't see their wolf ambitions? They bought 20% of the shares of Hong Kong Yink Digital, and they are negotiating with IDG about the acquisition plan. This time they want to buy 10% of my shares, and they want to swallow X-Wang, when I am so stupid. Ma Huang said disdainfully. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard it. He didn't think that a consortium had already targeted Tenx.com, and it was an acquisition. Obviously, this IMH consortium had a great appetite and was extremely optimistic about the prospects of Tenx.com. By the way, President Lin, is there any company negotiating with you to acquire 5% of Tenx.com's shares in your hand? Ma Huang stared at Lin Feng tightly and asked nervously. Lin Feng shook his head, which made Ma Huang feel relieved. However, Ma Huang didn't know that IMH had actually taken action, but was destroyed by Xiaqian. His self-esteem. Xiaqian wanted to catch Lin Feng from the dead, and then appeared as the savior to purchase. However, even if Xiaqian stated his identity from the beginning, Lin Feng would not sell his 5% of Tenx.com shares. Lin Feng was very clear about the value of these 5% shares. President Lin, I have a request. If you want to sell 5% of the shares in Tenx.com due to other issues, if you want to sell it to me first, I will buy it at a reasonable market price. To issue a contract, this is his second purpose today. To ensure that Lin Feng's 5% of the shares are not acquired by others. Although Ma Huang currently does not have the funds to acquire Lin Feng's shares, Ma Huang cannot tolerate the annexation of the Tenx network that he has worked so hard to establish. If Lin Feng really wants to sell his shares when he arrives, Ma Huang will also buy it. Of course, Ma Huang does not believe that Lin Feng is short of funds. Lin Feng's industry is different from Ma Huang's internet company. Lin Feng is a business and can provide monthly profits. Unlike Ma Huang before the company's listing, funds are absolutely in short supply. Lin Feng took a look and signed it cheerfully. He has no plans to sell the 5% shares now. So why not sell Ma Huang a favor now? For people who have reached the status of Ma Huang, this favor is absolutely not light, and when Lin Feng has something to ask for in the future, Ma Huang will not be so evasive. Thank you Mr. Lin. But I hope Mr. Lin will not sell this 5% of the shares. I believe it will definitely bring him a handsome return. Seeing Lin Feng's signature, Ma Huang breathed a sigh of relief, although this time the first task of the trip to Chu City was not completed. But to ensure that the 5% of the shares were not acquired by IMH, it was a big hidden danger. Rest assured, I am extremely optimistic about the market prospects of Tenx. However, I also hope that Dong Ma will not sell 5% of Ding Dang shares. I believe its future value will definitely surprise Ma Dong, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ma Huang's heart beat after hearing this. To be honest, in order to raise funds recently, he did have the idea of selling 5% of Dingdong.com. Based on the popularity and development potential of Dingdong.com, although this 5% stake cannot be compared with the 5% stake in Tencent, it is worth around RMB 5 million. Although not much, it is enough to alleviate the current funding problems of Tencent. Now that Lin Feng has not raised any funds, should I sell the 5% of Dingdong shares in my hand? Ma Huang has many thoughts at the moment. He is also very optimistic about the potential and future prospects of Dingdong.com. The 5% of Dingdong.com shares in his hand will definitely be invaluable in the future. But after all, Tenx.com was founded by himself. If there is really no way, Ma Huang will only sell 5% of Dingdang.com's shares to temporarily ease the company's financial situation. Chapter 36 Boasting? After sending Ma Huang away, Lin Feng felt extremely regretful. Billions of stocks were sent to the front in vain, but he was unable to take it. This is definitely the most painful thing in the world. It's not that Lin Feng has never thought about lending to banks, but the current domestic banks are extremely strict with regard to lending to internet companies, or that they do not trust the prospects of internet companies at all. Without the vision and courage of a venture capital fund, he dared to invest large sums of money in an infancy internet company. Moreover, Lin Feng does not have suitable assets to act as collateral. In addition, Lin Feng does not know the leading figures in Chu City's banking industry. It is no problem to borrow millions of dollars from the relationship he has previously laid, but he wants a one-time and quick loan of 5,000 won. Lin Feng doesn't have this ability yet. Just when Lin Feng regretted it, he received a call from Meng Dong. Hey, brother Lin, tonight, brother, I will sit here, and I will introduce you to a few big people, and I hope to see you. Meng Dong's voice came, with a hint of excitement and a hint of fear. Lin Feng was taken aback, but immediately accepted. The businessman has reached the point where he is now. Although he can't talk about how successful he is or how he can call the wind and rain, Lin Feng understands in his heart that in the specific environment of China, there is no pure businessman. A merchant without a backstage, even if you are rich, it is a plate of suckling pig in the eyes of some people. The only difference is when the food is served and you start to feast on it. After dressing up a little, Lin Feng happily left. Unexpectedly, this meal was far less pleasant than Lin Feng thought. The agreed place is Chu City Hotel, which is a restaurant with a taste of government. Chu City officials, large and small, have their meals here. Although it is not first class in Chu City in terms of grade and decoration, its background in the government has attracted many businessmen. After all, ordinary people are absolutely not qualified to eat here. Those who can eat here represent their identity and status. Lin Feng came by taxi. Looking at the various high-end cars parked in front of the door, Lin Feng had the idea of buying a car. You can't always take a taxi every time you go to talk about things. This is inconvenient, and secondly, it is easy to be looked down upon by other companies. In a sense, the quality of a company's car determines the economic strength of a company. The license plate of a car determines the potential energy of the car owner and is also a government background. The agreed box was King Feng Pavilion, and when Lin Feng stepped into King Feng Pavilion, there was only Meng Dong inside. Haha, President Lin, you finally came. Meng Dong was obviously relieved when he saw Lin Feng coming in. Haha. What did Meng Tai say? The relationship between us. You Meng Tai said something. I am not Lima here. Lin Feng smiled slightly, looked around, and asked, Meng Tai, what you introduced, where's the big shot? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. you'll be there soon. Meng Tai pulled Lin Feng to sit down and began to greet each other. Unexpectedly, this wait took more than an hour. Although Lin Feng was impatient in his heart, he did not leave. It's not a small thing to be able to make such a big score. Turning his head to look at Meng Dong, where the old god was there, Lin Feng also endured the irritability in his heart, took a sip of the scented tea, cleared away the heat, and kept on waiting. Seeing Lin Feng's patience, Meng Dong smiled slightly and nodded to himself, the worry between his brows a little less. The box door was not pushed open until Hua Den first started. May you Hua led a man in his 30s in with a respectful look. Lin Feng and Meng Dong quickly stood up. Director Geng, this is Meng Dong, the director of Chu City TV station. This is Lin Feng, President Lin you want to meet. Meng Tai, President Lin, this is Director Geng from the capital. May you took a mouthful of Chu City. A grand introduction to Mandarin. Director Geng is good. Meng Dong enthusiastically stretched out his right hand. People from the capital, no matter how young the official position is, dare not neglect. Director Geng casually shook Meng Dong's hands gently, and then looked at Lin Feng deeply. Mr. Lin, it is really enviable to be able to create such a foundation at a young age. Director Geng couldn't tell whether he was complimenting or sarcastic. Although Lin Feng felt a little unhappy, he squeezed a bright smile on his face and enthusiastically reached out and shook hands with Director Geng. Director Geng lightly nodded again and motioned everyone to sit down. President Lin, I don't know how to say polite things, so I'll be straight to the point. Director Geng said straight to the point when everyone sat down. But that tone and expression really made Lin Feng unhappy. With a high-profile appearance, if it were in places like bars, I'm afraid it would have been smashed early. The starting point of Lin's fast food restaurant is very famous recently, and the country is also very pleased that entrepreneurs like Lin have appeared. However, in today's environment of pursuing stable and harmonious development, we hope that Lin will stop competing with McDonald's on some issues. KFC chickens compete, destroy the great unity of the motherland, the stable development of society. Director Geng said. Director Geng, Lin Feng wanted to defend himself a few words, but was held back by Meng Dong. Director Geng frowned, glanced at Lin Feng, and said, in short, with regard to this throttle bombing incident, I hope President Lin will not cause trouble again. Otherwise, it will not be good for everyone. Of course, it is for Lin Feng like this, conscious entrepreneurs. The state will also give some support. Starting point fast food restaurants in all parts of the country will give certain preferential taxation. The quota will be moderately lowered. Although Director Geng's attitude and tone made Lin Feng annoyed, the moderate reduction in the tax quota made Lin Feng happy. The reduction of the quota, that is, under the condition of unchanged tax at 5.45%. The estimated turnover of each branch of Lin Feng's fast food restaurant will be reduced. This is definitely good news for each branch. Okay, I have finished speaking. I hope President Lin will not let down the country's expectations. May I have something to do. If I want to go to other provinces for inspection, I will leave first. Saying hello is due to the mayor's respectful delivery, and he left. Damn. It's too arrogant. Although Lin Feng's meal was a great benefit, Director Geng's attitude made Lin Feng really unhappy. Haha, Mr. Lin, this is the case for all those who come from Beijing. Just get used to it. Meng Dong was already used to it. It's not that the other party is domineering, but that he and others are really not in the eyes of others. Regardless of himself as a director, Lin Feng is a well-known entrepreneur. But in the eyes of the other party, he is a local chicken dog. At most, he has a bit of energy in this prefecture-level city. If he enters the capital, it will be shit is not. Although Lin Feng knew this was the case, he felt uncomfortable in his heart when he looked at him like an ant. Fortunately, this time I got a benefit, which made Lin Feng feel a little bit relaxed. Not long after, Mayor Yu returned. Mayor Yu asked Meng Dong to invite Lin Feng to the banquet today, because he was afraid that Lin Feng would be mad at the banquet. These officials from the capital are like this. They look down on the officials below, not to mention the officials in these prefecture-level cities, even the provincial capital cities. Jingguan, more than half the level of seeing officials. Fortunately, although Lin Feng was young, he held it back, which really made Meiyu admire. To be an official is to be a man, and the same is true for doing business. You must be a good man before you can do a good business. However, Meiyu still explained the causal relationship to Lin Feng, and he was afraid that Lin Feng would always cherish this resentment and get into trouble sooner or later. It turned out that the country was bidding to host the 2008 Olympic Games and was also applying to join the World Trade Organization. At this critical moment, a throttle bombing incident broke out. But the people involved in the incident are McDonald's and KFC, the two Fortune 500 companies in the world, both of which are multinational corporations with pivotal positions in the world. At this critical moment, the country must not travel on any business trips. Therefore, the country hopes that this incident can be transformed into a major event and a minor event. However, Lin Feng always provokes troubles, and this incident is always turbulent. After helpless, the state will send officials to give advice to Lin Feng. But if I gave Lin Feng a stick, he naturally wanted to give Lin Feng a candied date. Of course, this is also because the country is extremely optimistic about Lam Feng's starting point fast food restaurant. I also hope that Lin Feng's starting fast food restaurant can gain a foothold in China, even surpassing McDonald's and KFC. In short, Lam Feng is stunned this time. Chapter 37 Loan 100 million. Meiyu attaches great importance to Lin Feng. Although the city has been full of storms recently and the whole country is in an uproar, it is good news for Lin Feng, a young entrepreneur from Chu City. Had it not been for this incident to conflict with the overall environment of the country, Meiyu believed that the state would definitely support Lin Feng's starting point fast food restaurant. What a pity. What a sigh. In Mei's mind, Lin Feng is naturally not clear. However, Lin Feng was wondering whether he would take the opportunity to ask the top administrative leader of Chu City a point of benefit. Of course, it's a good thing on the surface, not the one that is not obscure. Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed through Ma Huang's helpless expression when he left Chu City. Meiyu, I still have an unrelenting request. I also ask Meiyu for help. Lin Feng did not shy away from Meng Dong. Meng Dong was present, and he entrusted the mayor to help solve the loan, and he would not invite gossip. Meiyu was taken aback for a moment and smiled and said, Mr. Lin, please tell me if you have anything to do. As long as you don't violate the party rules and principles, I will try my best to help. Hee. I will never let Meiyu make a mistake. I just want to take a loan, but the bank loan procedure is cumbersome, and I have to get the loan in a short time, so I want to ask Meiyu for help. Lin Fengjing said to the city. Said a long glass of wine. Mr. Lin, how much do you want to borrow? Meiyu smiled heartily. The loan did not violate any principled issue, and it could be regarded as a business for the bank. 100 million. Lin Feng pondered slightly and said boldly. This number is definitely an astronomical figure for Lin Feng now, although he knows that the 5% of Tenks.com's shares in his hand, and the shares of Dingdong.com, will be in the billions in the future. When he thinks about the 100 million full table, Lin Feng will feel it dry tongue. 100 million. Meiyu and Meng Dong both took a sharp breath. The two were not surprised by the 100 million figure. Although Chu City is small, the 100 million loan has been let go several times. For the two of them, especially for the mayor, it is not a big number. What really surprised the two of them was that Lin Feng was only 20 years old this year, but he didn't blush or his heart beat when he said 100 million. The bravery really shocked the two of them. Mr. Lin, 100 million is not too much, but less is not too much. I shouldn't have asked anything, but I want Mr. Lin to tell me the truth. What is Mr. Lin going to do with this billion? Meiyu said. It was not appropriate to ask, but he was really afraid that Lin Feng would take 100 million and run away or do something else, which would eventually turn this billion into a dead account. This kind of thing happened all over the country, and Meiyu didn't want Chu City appeared, especially Lin Feng, the rising star of hope in the business world. He was afraid that Lin Feng would make any wrong decision because of his fever for a while. Ha ha, Mayu, I plan to use this money to spread the starting point fast food restaurants across the country, and start a direct competition with McDonald's and KFC, so that Chinese people can eat safe and healthy fast food. Lin Feng naturally did not tell the truth, but Mayu and Meng Dong are not in the business world. What's more, their fast food restaurants are divided into franchise and direct sales, and they are ready to sell direct sales, as long as their own money is available for the loan, even if it is found out that their own money has been misappropriated elsewhere, as long as they can repay their loan. They can't say much. When Mayu and Meng Dong heard this, they were deeply impressed by Lin Feng's ambition, and they didn't know that they had been tricked by Lin Feng. Okay, President Lin, I will help you contact the Bank of China tomorrow. Mayu sincerely hopes that Chu City can produce a well-known entrepreneur and a Fortune 500 company in the country. This is absolutely vital to the economic development of Chu City. There are great benefits. Thank you, Mayu, in advance. Come, Mengtai. Cheers. Lin Feng was naturally very excited. Although this meal has been irritated today, he received a tax reduction benefit and solved the purchase. Lin Feng is very satisfied with Ma Huang's 5% of the capital problem. I have to say that government departments have high-level care, and the efficiency is fast. The next day Lin Feng received a call from the president of the Bank of China branch in Chu City to discuss the loan. After the meeting, under the care of the mayor, and Lin Feng's recent fame, everything went smoothly. The only trouble is Lin Feng's mortgage. Whether it's Chufeng Internet City or the current starting fast food restaurant, or even the scented tea processing factory, it is far from enough to secure 100 million yuan loan. In the end, it is under the special authorization of the mayor. Feng pledged 5% of 10 excess shares and borrowed 100 million yuan. Before and after this, it only took less than 10 days. If normal procedures don't even think about borrowing this billion yuan loan for several months. After receiving this loan, Lin Feng flew directly to Shenzhen. At this time, Ma Huang has nowhere to go. The company's liquidity has been closed, and no more funds will be raised, let alone increase the server to ease the increasing number of page views. I am afraid that even the employee's salary will not be paid. At this time, Lin Feng's arrival, 50 million funds can be said to solve Ma Huang's urgent need. Ma Huang didn't say much. He directly signed an equity transfer letter with Lin Feng and sold Lin Feng 5% of the 10x network shares at a price of 50 million yuan. After this matter was learned by the IMH consortium, it became furious. As the son of the president of the IMH consortium, Xie Qiong, due to his unfavorable work, not only did not acquire Lin Feng's 5% of Tenx.com's shares, but instead gave Lin Feng an additional 5% of the shares. Naturally, he was scolded by his mother and asked him to come back soon. Don't be embarrassed outside. What is Xie Qiong doing at this time? For more than half a month, after seeing Lin Feng provoke McDonald's and KFC, he went to the surrounding areas of Chu City with confidence. In his opinion, Lin Feng provokes these two global top 500 companies, and only one end closed down. Unexpectedly, when he was playing on Peach Blossom Island in Waishui scenic area, he was awakened by a phone call from his mother. It was only then that he realized that Lin Feng had not fallen into trouble because of this, but had gained popularity and became a household name in the country recently. While being scolded by his mother, Xie Qiong also counted the humiliation on Lin Feng too. After reassuring his mother that he would get 10% of Lin Feng's shares, he returned to Chu City with all his bodyguards that night, ready to launch an all-round attack on Lin Feng. However, the Lin Feng that has gradually grown up at this time is no longer the same Lin Feng that faced Xie Qiong. In addition to his desperation and patience, now Xie Qiong, with only the strength of Chu City and the remaining power of his parents, wants to move Lin Feng. Perhaps it was just his delusion. After Lin Feng signed this important agreement to double his worth in the future, he went to dingdong.com for a round of inspections. After asking more than 10 employees of dingdong.com to have a meal, win the relationship, and calm the military's mind, he returned to Chu City. There is still 50 million on hand, and Lin Feng does not intend to waste it. The original 100 million loan was for the following plan. After experiencing the wuxian financing incident, Lin Feng knew that he was still very poor. And the final handling of the gas bombing incident this time also let Lin Feng know that his current position is still very small. If his company enters the world's top 500, I believe the country will give him better treatment. In short, this world is very realistic, and everything speaks with strength. If you don't want to be bullied, you must work hard to climb up. Chapter 38 Infernal Affairs. 3 changes are over, thank you for your support. Finally, I want to ask, I dropped 100 collections a week. Is it really that bad? Lin Feng's plan is to use the 50 million to buy out the copyright of a game. This game is the online game Legend that will sweep all internet cafes across the country. This is a game that makes all game fans crazy. When Legend is popular, you can enter any internet cafe and see Legend or Legend in your eyes. Not only men are crazy about it, but also non-Earl players are crazy about it. Lin Feng remembered that when he first came into contact with the Legend, he dared to kill the half-orcs after killing the deer with the deer and the deer until level 10. The reason is that the three of them are the kind of characters who don't want the characters to die easily. The kind of players. Legend brings many happy days to countless people. Every night, every morning, there are Legend players fighting hard. Handsome alarming the party central committee, parking Zuo Fengding night, cracking the bank with the ruling, monkeys rejoice and so on, are all names in the Legend, and they are also an alternative. Legend culture. There is also a word depressed, only after there is a Legend. Lin Feng still remembered that for a silver bracelet with an attack of 03 and agility +2. He crouched a novice in the skull cave for 3 days before exposing this superb bracelet from his body. At that time, he got this silver bracelet with 03 more attacks. Lin Feng had a full week of fun with the bracelet. All these memories made Lin Feng decide to get the mainland copyright of Legend before the agency of Shanda. However, Lin Feng was not as stupid as Shanda. As long as he wanted the agency rights, perhaps Chen 20 did not see the influence of Legend at the time. Lin Feng decided to buy out the copyright in the mainland. In addition to the hundreds of millions of cents of infrared that are not paid every year, there is a more important reason, that is to block plugins. Legend, a Chinese national level game of the year, was later replaced by other games. Not because it can be park any time and anywhere, nor because of its leveling pain, but because of the plugin, which was destroyed by the plugin. Simple and crazy game. This time, Lin Feng would never allow this kind of thing to happen again. After entrusting all the campaign's affairs to Liu Yinying, just as Lin Feng was about to embark on a direct plane to South Korea, unexpected trouble came to her door. During the prime time at noon, Director Li of the Cultural Bureau led a team to sweep Lin Feng's Chufeng Internet City, and Director Zhao of the Health Bureau once again raided the Lin Feng Kiki fast food restaurant. Despite repeated inspections by the Health Bureau, Lin Feng's starting fast food restaurant strictly followed the rules of changing frying oil every 6 hours, causing Director Zhao's black hair to turn into white hair in a hurry, and no problem was found. However, the Cultural Affairs Bureau took away more than 20 computers forcibly on the grounds that underage children appeared in Lin Feng internet cafes on non-holidays, and imposed a fine of 50,000 yuan on Lin Feng. Lin Feng called Mayor Yu immediately, but Lin Feng was very dissatisfied. Mayor Yu promised that the starting point fast food restaurant will never come to make trouble. But the Cultural Affairs Bureau has just issued a notice of prohibition of minors from entering internet cafes on non-holidays. This is a legitimate act, and he implicitly advised Lin Feng, don't let minors enter internet cafes. In this regard, Lin Feng was very helpless. After all, the state promulgated this clause for its own reasons, but the Cultural Affairs Bureau stated that it was aimed at him and checked it 3 times a day. It would be strange if it was not aimed at him. Mr. Lin, what should I do now? Liu Yinying meant to simply prohibit minors under 18 from entering internet cafes, but Lin Feng knew this was impossible. Do you check your ID for everyone who comes into the game? You can see those elementary school students at a glance, but how do you see those middle school students, especially high school students? And these people are also the main force of internet cafes, second only to college students. Without them, business would be worse than the boss. Damn, you have Zhang Liangjai, I have a wall ladder. During the 4th inspection tonight, Lin Feng secretly stuffed an inspector 100 yuan bill with a number written on it. Not long after the people from the Cultural Affairs Bureau left, this person really called. President Lin, I am He Zhao, an ordinary employee of the Cultural Affairs Bureau. I wonder why you are looking for me? The person asked nervously. It's very simple. I just need you to call us in advance when the Cultural Affairs Bureau comes to check the internet for minors. Each time, I will give you 100 yuan as payment for the call. Lin Feng decided to call the Cultural Bureau. Come to Infernal Affairs. He Zhao is the undercover he puts in it. This. After He Zhao hesitated, he immediately agreed. He Zhao knew that his director was signaled by a high-level executive to strictly investigate Chufeng Internet City. So the money was made easily and quickly, and he was absolutely satisfied. And it's just a phone call without making any mistakes. The next day, the Cultural Affairs Bureau came to Chufeng Internet City again, but this time Lin Feng received a phone call from He Zhao in advance and sent someone to temporarily invite all minors in the Internet City to the side before the Cultural Bureau personnel came. When the Cultural Bureau and his party arrived, they saw the scumbag college students in the whole net city, and knew that they were all over 18 years old without looking. In desperation, Director Li had no choice but to close the team staringly. However, the unwilling Director Li swept 5 times a day, but every time Lin Feng escaped Director Li's raids due to he chaos whistleblowing. This made Director Li very injured. He knew that the order to clean up Lin Feng Wangqing came from a certain young man from Beijing, and his immediate boss was the faction of the old young man's father, so in order to curry favor with his immediate boss, Director Li naturally worked very hard. Unexpectedly, today there is no gain for a day. Of course, Director Li would never imagine that the reason for the failure was internal, and someone in his bureau would inform Lin Feng. After all, Infernal Affairs has not yet started filming, and it was released Indiana 20002 starring Andy Lau, Tony Leung and others. Who would know that besides the police as undercover, the underworld will also be deployed to the police? Seeing Director Li's helpless expression, Lin Feng and the others were naturally secretly happy. For a little bit of money, they can watch the state-level carders play monkey games. This is definitely value for money. After dealing with this troublesome incident, just as Lin Feng was about to set off again, Wang Meng, who had previously told Lin Feng to ask some comrades in arms to come back for help, came back with a few men with ugly faces. Xiao Lin, you are going to Korea? It happens to be Yang Crossing. He is proficient in Korean, so let him accompany you. Firstly, he will be an interpreter for you, and secondly, he can protect you. You are not the poor boy you used to be. It's best to keep someone by your side to avoid accidents. Wang Meng pushed the man named Yang Xing to Lin Feng. Yang Xing looked weak and shy, but from the occasional sharp light flashing in his eyes, Lin Feng knew that this person was by no means simple. What's more, what Wang Meng introduced is naturally not mediocre. Lin Feng nodded and agreed. After all, as Wang Meng said, he is no longer the poor boy he used to be, but he brought 50 million promissory notes on this trip. In case of a robbery, it would be extremely unlucky. The reason why Wang Meng did this was that he was bullied by Xiaqian with too many people and less angry. So he recalled these former comrades in arms. These people all had lifelong friendships with Wang Meng, but like Wang Meng, They didn't do much in line with the army's tough rules, so they all retired from the army and went home. But after they have adapted to their military career, they really can't adapt to ordinary urban life. Some are staying at home every day to watch the sunset and setting, and some are as unfamiliar with the social atmosphere as Wang Meng, and they cause a lot of troubles for themselves and their families. Some can't even find a job, and they have nothing to do with them, but they are useless. The wife and children screamed hungry. This time Wang Meng went to find them, and indeed he had the idea of finding them a way to make a living. During the time he spent with Lin Feng, Wang Meng was also convinced that Lin Feng was not the kind of black-hearted boss, and he was relieved to let these brothers work under Lin Feng. Besides, with him covering this group of people, he is not afraid that this group of people will cause any trouble again. With everything in place, Lin Feng and Yang Xing finally embarked on the flight to South Korea. Chapter 39: The Annexation of Legend. Made Entertainment Co., Limited. The name is very unfamiliar to most Chinese game fans, but the game it developed, Legend, is a household name. February 10th, the company was established. June 10th, the Legend of Mir 2 Legend begins internal testing. August 22nd, the Legend of Mir 2 Legend public test. When Lin Feng contacted the Amade company, the Amade game development team had just completed the program login and distributed the game program download online. For South Korea, this is just a fresh game that has just been released, and its market prospects are still unknown. Lin Feng checked that the registered capital of Amade Entertainment Co., Limited is only 700 million won, which is equivalent to approximately 3.82 million yuan when converted into RMB. After Lin Feng asked relevant industry professionals to estimate, now that Amade Entertainment Co., Limited has completed the development of Legend, the funds should have been basically gone. Now is the best time for Lin Feng to acquire the complete copyright of Legend in mainland China. The chairman of Amade Entertainment Co., Limited, called Park Rongwan for Sounds How, after learning of Lin Feng's intention, he warmly received Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, on behalf of Amade Entertainment Co., Limited, welcome two distinguished guests from China. Park Rongho was very courteous, which made Lin Feng quite confused. This was originally etiquette handed down by the Chinese ancestors, but it is seldom seen in China, but Koreans have learned a lot. Mr. Park, hello. Lin Feng reluctantly bowed. Mr. Lin, please here. Park Rong-yao took Lin Feng to a very simple office, ordered someone to bring a pot of steaming first-class longjing, and pour 2 cups for Lin Feng and Yang Xing himself. This is the superior longjing from your country. I hope it can suit the tastes of the two distinguished guests. Ashamed. Lin Feng usually drank coffee at the company, seldom drank tea, unexpectedly in South Korea, but was saluted with tea. This once again illustrates the decline of ancient Chinese culture. Sad sigh. After some greetings, Lin Feng said frankly the purpose of his trip. After Piao Rongho heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that his own online game had just been developed and passed the public test, and then he would be admired. This is a good thing. However, Lin Feng proposed to purchase the full copyright of mainland China, which surprised Park Rongho a little. Generally speaking, online game operators are agents of the game. After all, whether a game can be profitable, must pass the market appraisal. It is definitely a risky act to buy full copyright rashly. Is your game so good? Is it worth the other side to take such a risk? Although Park Rongho has confidence in the Legend he developed, it has not reached the point where Legend is definitely a hot seller. After all, in terms of pictures and ideas, in Korea today, they are only second-rate, not top productions. This is also because the game development fee is only more than 500 million won, and there is not much funding for its own production team to develop. Is a second-rate game in South Korea worthy of this young boss from China? Park Rongho shook his head, not understanding the other party's thoughts. However, this purchase plan fits Park Rongho's mind. After all, the company is now in a capital bottleneck. With this copyright fee, the company can achieve rapid development. 5 million mainland copyright is the price offered by Lin Feng, which has exceeded the registered capital of Imade Entertainment Co., Limited. However, Park Rong-ho, who is extremely keen on business opportunities, saw his desire for this game from Lin Feng, and decisively raised the price 10 million yuan. This price makes Park Rong-ho feel quite disturbed. Although he sees that Lin Feng values this game extremely, he is also afraid that this price will scare away his opponent. However, Lin Feng's expression made Park Rong-ho feel relieved. Lin Feng just frowned and bargained at 6 million yuan. Park Rong-ho smiled. He has roughly estimated the opponent's psychological price. After some tug-of-war, with both sides willing and willing, we negotiated a total copyright fee for the mainland 8 million yuan that afternoon. Park Rong-ho smiled. With this funding, Imade Entertainment Co., Limited is truly based in the South Korean gaming industry. And since this young boss from China is so optimistic about Legend, maybe Legend can not only operate in South Korea, but even out of Asia and rush to the world. Lin Feng also smiled. Obtaining the full mainland copyright of Legend means that in the next 2 years, hundreds of millions of yuan of profits will enter the pockets every year, and a self-made commoner will leap into the Chinese rich list. When Chen Xiao operated Legend with 400,000 yuan, he now has 40 million on hand, and he will definitely be more successful than him. However, in the subsequent formal signing, the two sides made waves again. Lin Feng wants to get the source code of Legend, but Park Rong-ho disagrees. He refused to disclose the source code for fear that the source code of Legend would be leaked, which would affect his promotion of Legend in South Korea and other countries. But for Lin Feng, if the source code is not available, the Legend plugin flying all over the sky cannot be blocked, which is absolutely a fatal blow to game operations. The two sides started a verbal battle over this, but what was troubled was that both sides refused to make concessions on this issue. In the end, Lin Feng was in a hurry, so he patted the table and told Park Rong-ho, either give me the source code, or sell the company to me now. Otherwise I will definitely dig out the game development team. Lin Feng's arrogant attitude made Park Rong-ho almost a lifeless brain hemorrhage, but he also knew in his heart that Lin Feng was talking about things. Now Lin Feng holds billions of won, not to mention poaching his own game development team, and even annexing his own game company is also a simple task. After weighing it over and over again, the devastated Park Rong-ho sold the entire company to Lin Feng for 15 million yuan. He returned to Jeju Island with peace of mind and bought a villa, watching the sea every day, teasing the dog, and retiring early. Lin Feng naturally didn't know Park Rong-ho's decision to retire early. However, the acquisition of Imade Entertainment Co., Limited was beyond Lin Feng's expectation. And it was great news for Lin Feng. The complete Legends development team, as well as a complete game management system, is definitely a great help to Lin Feng. It is as comfortable as a pillow when he sleeps. After happily signing the agreement with Park Rong-ho, who was frustrated, Lin Feng stayed in Seoul comfortably, waiting for Imade Entertainment Co., Limited to prepare for the relocation. This time he will return to China with the entire Imade Entertainment Co., Limited team and start build your own gaming empire. The first empire in the future will be built from the game industry. Chapter 40 My Goddess Lizu? Seoul, which was formerly Seoul, South Korea's largest city, the 7th largest city in the world's most prosperous modern metropolis and one of the world's famous tourist cities. GDP is $265.6 billion US dollars. Ranking 11th in the world. Standing at the Dunlife 63 building, the tallest observation deck in Seoul, and looking at the dazzling night view below his feet, Lin Feng understood why Imade Entertainment Co., Limited would be crowded into such a small office. 700 million won is really nothing in Seoul. After enjoying the night view, Lin Feng and Yang Xing strolled casually on the street, experiencing the customs of a foreign country. I have to say that Chinese elements are extremely popular here, and the shadow of Chinese elements can be seen everywhere. Lin Feng occasionally buys snacks to show that he is from China, he will be warmly entertained. Many elderly people will give Lin Feng a thumbs up and tell Lin Feng China is a great country and the Chinese culture has a long history. For the first time, Lin Feng experienced the pride of being a Chinese in a foreign country. On the contrary, the Japanese, who are so popular in China, are not so popular in Seoul. Although there are a lot of Japanese tourists in Seoul, most Koreans are only polite to Japanese people on the surface. Secretly they are very disdainful, even hostile, compared with the enthusiasm for Lin Feng, one sky and one place. Oh, when Japan invaded South Korea and China, the Korean people still remember the national hatred, but most of our people have forgotten everything. Oh, Yang Xing sighed. Lin Feng also let out a long sigh. Help. Suddenly an exclamation came. Lin Feng couldn't understand Korean, but Yang Xing could understand and immediately guarded Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng and Yang Xing wandered all the way to the slums of Seoul. The reason why Lin Feng is so bold is also because of Yang Xing, a soldier who has shocked Lin Feng too much along the way. This 26-year-old young soldier was impressed by his skillfulness and agility. Moreover, he is proficient in 8 languages and is a recognized language genius in Wang Meng's small team. Help. A tall girl ran out of an alley with ragged clothes and a panic expression. Seeing Lin Feng and the two hurried over. Sir, please, help me. The girl grabbed Lin Feng. Her watery eyes looked at Lin Feng pitifully, as if a wounded thrush was seeking help from her relatives. Lin Feng subconsciously hugged the trembling girl, and when he glanced at it, an angel-like pure and sweet face flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The snow-like skin could be broken by a blow, and a pair of firm breasts followed the rapid breathing. In the crevices of the ragged clothes undulate, showing infinite hum. Lin Feng's brain buzzed, and the whole person was stunned. At this moment, the girl in her arms is not someone else, she is one of the 3 major Korean car models who made her debut quickly. Lee Ji-woo. Before her rebirth, Lin Feng was her fan. She was fascinated by her angelic pure and sweet face and immaculate figure. Unexpectedly, after her rebirth, this time she came to Korea to meet the goddess in her heart. Lin Feng's mouth was dry and he swallowed in his throat. With a slender figure of 172 centimeters, a weight of 50 kilograms, a measurement of 352,435, hobby, cooking. This set of data kept flashing in Lin Feng's mind. It's just that Lisa at this time is much younger than Lisa in Lin Feng's memory. If I remember correctly, Lisa is only 15 years old at this time. Absolutely lie. But the slender figure and well-developed figure, coupled with the slightly immature angel-like pure face, are even more pitiful. Lin Feng instinctively hugged Lisa tightly. No matter what, he couldn't let his beloved goddess be harmed. At this time, a few people chased out from the opposite alley and saw Lin Feng and Lisa guarding Lisa. They frowned and slowly forced them over, and the corners of their mouths kept shouting at Lin Feng and Lisa. Lisa in his arms tightly grasped Lin Feng's clothes, trembling all over. Mr. Lin, they said the girl owed them money and asked us not to intervene in their organization. Yang Xing looked vigilant and waited for Lin Feng's decision. Tell them how much Lisa owes them, and I will help her to pay it back. Lin Feng frowned slightly, looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, sighed in his heart, and said. Yang Xing was taken aback for a moment, and he was amused in his heart. After a deep glance at Lin Feng and Lisa, he spoke fluent Korean to the gang members who came by. When the other party heard this, he was immediately overjoyed, and screamed at Yang Crossing. Mr. Lin, they said that this girl is not called Lisa, but Li Yinmai, but they owe them 30 million. Yang Xing turned around and said, 30 million? Lin Feng was startled when he heard it, and looked at the goddess in his arms, and he hesitated whether it was worth it or not. Although there are more than 30 million in hand, enough to save people, but in this way, how can I build my own game empire? If Lisa is famous now, then it's okay to pay her debts by herself, and then use her reputation to earn it back. But Lisa, who only debuted in 2005, is definitely a matte and tender one, which is really not a good deal. But she was the goddess she had always dreamed of before. Could she not save herself? Just when Lin Feng hesitated, Yang Xing was immediately happy when he saw Lin Feng's face fighting between heaven and man. "Mr. Lin, I forgot to say, it is 30 million won." Yang Xing snickered. When Lin Feng heard this, he glared at Yang Xing angrily, and didn't say it earlier, causing himself to struggle for a long time. 30 million won is at most 200,000 yuan. This little money can save your goddess, and it's worth it. Yang Xing received instructions from Lin Feng and immediately told several people that Li's debts would be repaid by the two. After hearing this, the other party was also overjoyed. After all, although Li Ju is beautiful, he is not worth 30 million won in the eyes of the other party. It would be great if someone could help to repay it now. After some negotiations, Lin Feng decisively wrote a 30 million won check to the other party. After the other party left, Lisa in his arms recovered. He looked at the leaving figures with lingering fears, and stuck out his tongue delicately, with a lovely look on his face. Later, Lisa told Lin Feng and Yang Xing the whole story. It turned out that Lisa owed these people not because she owed him, but because of her gambler's father. After her father owed a gambling debt and ran away, she was caught by these people. But she is a student. How can she have money to pay off her debts? These people forced Lisa to become Miss Wu, but Lisa, who didn't want to fall into the limelight, took the opportunity to sneak out, and therefore met Lin Feng. After the story was told, Lisa kept grateful for Lin Feng's salvation, but after that, Lisa was stupid. Lin Feng paid her gambling debts for her, but how could she repay Lin Feng's money? Lisa's eyes were full of tears, his face was blank, and his face was at a loss. Seeing Lisa's cute expression, Lin Feng laughed and said that he was a Chinese. This time he was only here to sign a contract and he would return to China soon. There is no shortage of this money in hand, so that Lisa will make money in the future and then pay him back. For Lin Feng, the goddess in his heart is still too young at the moment. It is better to wait for her to grow up, relying on this kindness, and then come to pursue the goddess in his heart. Hearing that Lin Feng is from China, Lisa looked excited. It turns out that she likes pucker Chinese dolls the most and is full of curiosity about China. After learning that Lin Feng is a Chinese and started a company, Lisa immediately decided to go to China with Lin Feng, and she wanted to work in Lin Feng company to pay off her debts. Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then ecstatic. Although the goddess in my heart is still young at the moment, she can be cultivated. Let yourself make her a super popular Asian star. Play the live-action version of Pretty Girl Dreamworks once. Lin Feng suddenly remembered a famous saying, "Lolai has 3 good points." Chapter 41. 10 years later, Shanghai's surname is Lin. After another 3 days in Seoul, Lin Feng took the entire Remade Entertainment Co. Limited team and the future Asian super popular star Lisa back to China and returned to Chu City. In the past 3 days, accompanied by Lisa, Lin Feng has played all over Seoul. I have to say that if you travel with a group, there is absolutely no local person leading the fun. And along the way, there is a fresh and refined beauty to accompany, which adds a bit of interest to the tour. Another thing that surprised Lin Feng was that Lisa, like Yang Xing, was also a linguistic genius. In just a few days, he was able to conduct some simple daily conversations, which made Lin's style, who is still half-baked in English, embarrassed. Of course, what surprises Lin Feng the most is that Lisa actually cooks good dishes, and he is particularly good at Chinese cuisine. In the past 3 days, Lisa was responsible for all the food of Lin Feng and Yang Crossing. The two who had repeatedly praised the 200,000 flowers. After arriving in Chu City, Liu Yinying was shocked. He obviously went out to sign the contract, but it was the other party's entire company team that came back, and brought a pure and lovely beautiful girl back, and it seemed that this beautiful girl was close to Lin's style, which made Liu Yinying a little jealous in her heart. After simply settling the team of Imade Entertainment Co. Limited, Lin Feng convened an important meeting concerning the company's future trends. The attendees included Liu Yinying, the company's administrative assistant and head of the planning department, Su Xiaomai, the head of the marketing department, Qin Sirong and Ding Feng, the deputy ministers, Wang Meng, the head of the security department, and Zhang Accounting, the head of the accounting department. Of course, there was another person beside Lin Feng, a beauty, and a lovely beauty, Li Zu. Since she arrived in Chu City, in addition to stepping up to learn Chinese every day, she has been constantly asking Lin Feng for work, saying that Lin Feng helped pay off the debt, and now she eats for nothing every day. If she doesn't work, she will feel sorry for her. Therefore, under Li's strong request and satisfying his own eyeballs, Lin Feng asked Lisa to temporarily serve as his secretary. But this is only temporary. Lisa has such perfect conditions. If she is not promoted as an Asian or even a world-class superstar, it would be too violent. Think of a world superstar who has a lot of scenery outside, but cooks for himself when he comes home. How wonderful it feels. Whenever he thinks of this, Lin Feng can't wait to praise Lisa as a superstar right away and make those satisfiers envy to death. The appearance of Lisa naturally drew the screams of all the werewolves in the company, but when he saw that he had almost become the boss for bidding, these people only sighed secretly, and the good girls were all picked up by others. Originally, they wanted to scold a good girl and were picked up by dogs, but thinking that Lin Feng was his own parent, they had to change the word. Otherwise, if Lin Feng hears it, he will definitely be fired. Now Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited is in full swing and has a promising future. No one will be willing to leave the company. In order for a beauty who knows that she can't get it to offend her big boss, no one will do it unless she is a fool. At the meeting, Lin Feng announced the relocation of the company's headquarters to Shanghai. As a result, the Chu market is too small. If the company always nests here, it will seriously affect the development of the company. Secondly, Lin Feng wants to build a game empire, but also to praise Lizu, and even build an entertainment empire. It's not something the small and conservative city of Chu can give, but Shanghai, a diversified international metropolis, can provide Lin Feng's stage. Third, I also want to avoid Xiaqion's entanglement. Xiaqion is now one for Lin Feng. Jumping beam clown, it is not guilty to be angry with this person, since it is annoying. Just avoid it. Liu Yinying strongly agrees with Lin Feng's decision that if the company wants to develop, it must go out. The only trouble is that there is Lin Feng's big industry in Chu City. Now Lin Feng plans to move the headquarters to Shanghai. Who will manage it? Finally, after some discussion, the general manager of the Chu City branch of Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited is Ding Feng. Lin Feng chooses to believe in his brother, and the assistant to the general manager is Su Xiaomai, who is also the head of the marketing department. The rest of the people remain unchanged. When Lin Feng went to Shanghai this time, the company only took Liu Yinying and Wang Meng. Liu Yinying's administrative talents can help Lin Feng deal with various administrative affairs, and can give Lin Feng sufficient support on key issues. Wang Meng left a comrade-in-arms in Chu City as the head of the security department of the Chu City branch, and the rest went to Shanghai with Wang Meng and Lin Feng. Shanghai is an international metropolis, but the water is also deep. With Wang Meng and others by his side, Lin Feng is also relieved. Of course, the entire team of Imade Entertainment Co., Limited is the main force of this Shanghai headquarters, and the innocent and lovely Lizu will definitely go to Shanghai with Lin Feng. In Shanghai, it will be her first stage to become an Asian superstar. After just a few days of formalities and preparations, Lin Feng took everyone to Shanghai. However, before leaving, Lin Feng settled his parents and Master Xilao, and assigned an Audi car to the branch to use as a transportation for the company. At this time, Lin Feng's account has 36.1 million cash. A high-talented student with a master's degree in business administration at Peking University, a complete online game development team, a rigorously trained and militarized team, and a future Asian superstar. Lizu, secretary and chef of Lizu, this is all the capital that Lin Feng prepares to break into Shanghai. Standing on the Oriental Pearl Tower, looking at the billowing Yangtze River, the blue sky and white clouds, Lin Feng pointed to the crowd at his feet. In 10 years, I will make this Shanghai surname Lin. Behind them, Liu Yinying and the others looked shocked.
not knowing where Lin Feng was so proud, and what they said was too arrogant. Even Wang Meng and the others, who have always been audacious, took a sigh of relief. However, if Lin Feng has this courage, the future will be very exciting. These soldiers who are not tolerated by military discipline are not afraid of hardship or tiredness, and they are afraid that life will be no fun. It seems that their lives will be extremely exciting in the future. Lisa, who is not very good in Chinese for the time being, stood beside Lin Feng, cheering for Lin Feng with his powder fist in a mouthful of not fluent Mandarin. Seeing the shock of Liu Yining and others behind him, Lin Feng gave a big smile. It was just a whim, but without a goal, there is no motivation. This goal is not ambitious. Wasn't Zhu Zhenghai also the emperor of Shanghai at that time and always was before 2003? He can do it, and I can do it. Lin Feng slammed his fist fiercely, and felt the encouraging smile of Lisa beside him, and his heart was even hotter. Can I imagine the goddess in my heart before? Would a little bird stand on the Oriental Pearl Tower in Shanghai with the wind blowing on the Oriental Pearl Tower, holding his arms like a human? Everything is possible. Lin Feng has always believed in Li Ning's advertising slogans. Kai. At this moment, there was a disdainful voice from the side. Lin Feng and the others glanced at him. A man in his 30s who saw a successful career with a slender mature woman was very disdainful of Lin Feng's words just now. Lin Feng just smiled slightly, ignoring the man's disdain. Looking at the rolling Yangtze River just now, Lin Feng's mental realm has been greatly improved. As mentioned in Big Wrist, the realm has risen, and this kind of thing can no longer make Lin Feng easily angry. What's more, no matter how much I say now, I will be seen as a joke. It is better to prove myself with actual actions. Seeing that Lin Feng ignored him, the man murmured a few words, then held his head high with the hot mature woman beside him, and walked inward with a grunt. However, when he passed by Lin Feng, he glanced at Lisa, who was nestling in Lin Feng's arms and avoiding Jiang Feng, and he was stunned on the spot. With an angel-like pure and sweet smile, a tall and immaculate figure, and the fresh temperament without a trace of human smoke, the man swallowed his saliva fiercely, turned his head to look at the coquettish mature woman in his arms, and his face suddenly burst. Disgusted, he instinctively pushed it away, but immediately realized that it was wrong, and quickly pulled it back. But the sensitive hot mature woman frowned. Although the hot mature woman was angry in her heart, she didn't dare to get angry at the man, so she could only stare at Lisa with fire-breathing eyes, and warned Lisa not to snatch the man next to her. Although Lisa was young, he was extremely smart. He knew that he was not only younger than this hot mature woman, but also surpassed her in other aspects. He did not get frustrated, and even ignored the man who wanted to get acquainted with. On the contrary, he squeezed into Lin Feng's arms even more, closed his eyes lightly, and leaned his white face with a hint of blush on Lin Feng's chest, with a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth. The man was even more jealous when he saw it. If he hadn't seen Lin Feng not far away from Wang Meng waiting for the bodyguard of a dry Biao defender, he would have rushed forward to grab Lisa with Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw the man's demeanor in his eyes, and gently scratched the tip of Lisa's nose like a show-off, giving her a clever encouragement, then hugged Lisa tightly like a demonstration, and glanced at the man from the corner of his eye. "This angel is me." The man looked at it, his face crooked and his nose hummed, but after looking at the sturdy spirit of Wang Meng and others, he could only hold his arms around the ugly and beautiful mature woman who looked extremely ugly at the moment and walked away. Chapter 42, Recruiting Soldiers and Buying Horses. Lin Feng moved the headquarters to Shanghai, making Mayor Yu really nervous, afraid that Lin Feng is the kind of person who ran away after the loan was completed, and finally talked with Lin Feng on the phone and learned about the branch of Lin Feng Catering and Entertainment Co., Limited, still in Chu City, and Lin Feng promised to wait for success and fame. He will definitely return to his hometown and contribute to the development of his hometown. With this promise, Mayu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He supports Lin Feng so much. The most important thing is to see Lin Feng's potential. He can create such a foundation at the age of 20, and the future is boundless. As the mayor of Chu City,
Yuhai naturally knows that compared to coastal cities and other inland cities, Chu City has no advantages other than its proximity to the Yangtze River and convenient transportation to attract foreign investment. Since there is no foreign aid, we can only vigorously tap the internal potential. When Lin Feng was discovered this time, he was determined to help Lin Feng as much as possible without violating the principle. Xie Qian was furious when he learned that Lin Feng had moved the headquarters to Shanghai, but he was helpless now. Shanghai is not within his father's sphere of influence. Although his mother's IMH consortium has a branch in Shanghai, he knows that the real emperor of Shanghai is Zhu Zhenghai. Without the approval of this character, no one would want to make waves in Shanghai. Unfortunately, the IMH consortium and a holding company of Zhu Zhenghai just had a rift, and now Xie Qian doesn't have the guts to go to Shanghai to make waves. Unless Jiang Han is willing to go out in person, but this young Jiang with extremely strong dignity, he will never go all the way to jealousy with others for a woman. In desperation, Xie Qian had to go back to Beijing in despair, waiting for her mother's scolding. Leaving aside these tidbits, Lin Feng and Liu Yinying rented a 3,300 square meter three-story building on July Road, Zhangjiang Heights Park, Pudong as the headquarters of Lin's Catering and Entertainment Group. After some inspection, this is a completely vacant and renovated office building. The first floor is fully equipped with an office area of 720 square meters, which is more than enough for Lin Feng and others. The second and third floors total about 2,600 square meters, which happens to be the computer room. The rent is 2.5 yuan per square meter per day, while other lots are at least 3 yuan per square meter per day. This price is also the reason why Zhangjiang High-Tech Park specially reduces taxes and land prices in order to attract businesses to invest. Lin Feng signed a 10-year contract with the other party at one time. Originally, Lin Feng thought Zhangjiang Group Co. Limited would reject this proposal. After all, house prices would rise in the future, and few real estate developers would sign such a long contract. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jiang, general manager of Zhangjiang Group Co., Limited, after learning that Lin Feng was planning to operate an online game company here, immediately nodded his agreement and lowered the land price to 2.3 yuan per day, and only let Lin Feng pay the rent for half a year. Zhang Jiang smiled slightly at Lin Feng's surprise, pointing to the sign on the top floor of his own building in the distance, and said, "Science and technology innovation promotes industrial development. Our company pursues sustainable development. I hope all investors who come to settle down here can make a big difference." Development. To build a world-class park, it is necessary to change from the earlier rough investment promotion to the pursuit of investment quality, and to achieve a comprehensive improvement from the extension of the investment promotion to the connotation. Zhang Jiang's ambition coincides with Lin Feng's ambition. Lin Feng smiled. "Mr. Jiang, my goal is to make Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co. Limited one of the top 500 companies in the world. I hope to achieve my goal in Zhangjiang High-Tech Park." When Zhang Jiang heard this, he was slightly taken aback, but instead he laughed. This young man has ambitions, but he cannot become a rich man without ambition. Ambition is the most essential difference between the poor and the rich. After finalizing the contract, Lin Feng quickly made a new personnel appointment for the headquarters. President and Chief Executive Officer Lin Feng, Secretary Lisa for the time being, Chief Operating Officer Liu Yinying, served as Vice President of Strategic Investment, Chief Technology Officer Kui Ming's former Made Entertainment Co. Limited Development Team Leader as the Director of Technology Research and Development. Wang Meng is still the head of the Security Department. However, the company still lacks the chief financial officer and related subordinate departments. While Kui Ming was intensively purchasing servers and other related hardware equipment, Lin Feng and Liu Yinying also started to recruit with great fanfare. Not only did they have staff from related departments, but they also hired their financial director Wu Xiaworld from Optronics. He used to work for Goldman Sachs and Lehman Brothers, and was engaged in capital markets and investment banking. He is a senior industry talent with a bachelor's degree in political science from Taiwan University and a master's degree in international relations from Columbia University. Lin Feng expressed his obvious interest in the willingness of such a distinguished person to work for his company, which has just been established for less than a year. Haha, Mr. Lin. I also checked Lin's information before coming to apply for the job. Born in 1980, born in an ordinary working family, with a high school degree, he resigned from a packaging factory in September 1999 and started doing business with a salary of 400 when he resigned. Yuan initially invested in internet cafes, and used Yan technology to successfully mine the first pot of gold to open a Chufeng internet city, and later expanded the internet city through mergers. During the European Cup, he went abroad once and brought back millions of funds suspected social gambling, and then opened Kill People. At this point, Wu Xiaopu paused and exclaimed. Later, Mr. Lin opened dingdong.com and acquired a 5% stake in Tenks.com, and opened the nation's most popular fast food chain at the beginning. Now he has set his sights on the online game market and acquired Imade Entertainment Co., Limited. Mr. Lin, every step of the action is admirable. Wu Xiaopu was amazed and said, although I have worked for Lehman Brothers and other subsidiaries, I have never seen a young man like Lin, so I believe that I am here. His strengths will definitely be fully utilized. And like President Lin, I am extremely optimistic about the domestic online game market. Lin Feng was not shocked when he heard that his actions were revealed one by one, except for a slight surprise. Since the other party can work in so many well-known companies, it is not uncommon to find out their own information, and this kind of talent with rich experience and qualifications is what the company desperately needs now. Under the wishful thinking, the two immediately reached a cooperation intention. Wu Xiaopu became Lin Feng's chief financial officer and vice president of the company, responsible for financial planning and analysis, investor relations and capital market operations. Mr. Lin, the hardware facilities have been fully structured, and in the initial stage it can withstand 50,000 people online at the same time. Kui Ming reported to Lin Feng after he was busy adding server facilities. Mr. Lin, the company's financial prospects are not optimistic now. There are only more than 15 million funds left in the account. If you want to build the popularity of Legend, you must invest a huge amount of advertising expenses. I have discussed with Vice President Liu. There is a plan to obtain the highest visibility at the lowest cost. Please check with Mr. Lin. Wu Xiaopu ordered his assistant to pass the document to everyone for reading. Lin Feng opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. Chapter 4344 Ambiguous Relationship? 6,000 word chapter. It would be too much trouble if divided into 2 chapters, so please forgive me. Thank you for your support. Wu Xiaopu and Liu Yinying's plan is simple: to make full use of Lin Feng's existing resources to promote Legend. The two proposed to post large posters in all the starting point fast food chain stores under Lin Feng, to conduct an early visual bombardment, then use Lin Feng's dingdong.com for publicity, and finally use the most popularity of Tenks.com for publicity. However, this is an initial money-saving strategy. The two also proposed to temporarily hire salespersons in major cities across the country. Salespersons can promote local internet cafes and post posters. After all, the only source of customers that Legend faces is netizens. After studying carefully, Lin Feng immediately decided on this propaganda strategy, and allocated 2 million funds to Liu Yinying and Wu Xiaopu to be responsible for the early promotion of Legend. Director Kui, how has the CG of the title of Legend been revised? Lin Feng turned to look at Kui Ming's. Kui Ming smiled slightly and put a CD into the projector. The office curtains were lowered and the whole room was dim. At this moment, the big screen on the wall suddenly flashed, revealing an empty desert, with sand dunes one after another. A warrior holding a Jingzong walked cautiously in the desert. The sun drenched the warrior's sweat, and when their warrior wiped off the sweat from his forehead, a violent vibration suddenly came from his feet. A monster emerged from the desert and issued the most violent attack on the soldier. The soldiers tried their best, but they were in danger at every step. Under the monster's offensive, they became more and more dangerous. At this time, with a soft groan, a fire-breathing beast flashed from the side. Their warrior's brows loosened. He turned his defense into an offense, and used the legendary fire sword technique to violently counterattack the monster. The sacred beast also saw the monster at this time, roaring and spraying raging fire to the monster. Just when the warrior thought that he could defeat the monster suddenly went mad, smashed the beast with a few strokes, and knocked the warrior to the ground with one claw. At the moment of crisis, there was a roar, and an ancient and incomprehensible spell came. The sky and the earth were dark, and then a lightning bolt of the thickness of the wrist fell from the sky, and the monster roared and fell to the ground unwillingly. At this time, the dunes in the distance showed a mage wearing a magic robe with their wand, and beckoned to the warrior. The soldier raised Jing Zhongyu in his hand, and a drop of blood slipped from his face. The soldier wiped it off with his sleeves, but unexpectedly more blood soaked the sleeves. The soldier frowned just as he tore his sleeve and simply bandaged his face wound. A woman in a Taoist robe came over. Seeing the scar on the soldier's face, the woman frowned slightly, pursed her ruddy mouth, bit her teeth, and gently stroked the soldier's injured cheek with her right hand. A holy white light radiated from the woman's right hand, gently covering the warrior's injured cheek, and the wound on the warrior's face quickly healed within sight. The soldier closed his eyes gently, enjoying the gentle and comfortable feeling from his left face. When the wound on the soldier's face healed, the angel-like priestess walked to the sand dune, looked at the sunset, turned her head, and smiled sweetly. The word legend finally appeared on the screen. The title CG is over. Their warrior contained the opponent head, and the Taoist assisted him, and the wizard seized the opportunity to make a thunderous blow. This is the impression of this CG for everyone. When the opening CG of Legend ended, everyone present gave a warm applause. Lin Feng also secretly praised. Although this CG cannot be compared with the CG images of RB and the world's well-known game manufacturers, but it is a very good interpretation of the three professions of Legend, especially the female Taoist looking back with a smile. It is even more memorable. If everyone suddenly realized something, they all glanced at Lizu, being looked directly at by so many people, although Lizu is usually generous. But at this moment, she can't help her pretty face blushing, her head bowed, and she dared not look at everyone. It turns out that the head of the female Taoist priest in this CG is not someone else, but Lizu. This is why Lin Feng asked Kui Ming to modify the CG. Lizu's fresh and sweet temperament like an angel is very suitable for the profession of Taoist priest. Setting this role based on her not only makes the title CG more attractive, but also has an indelible effect for Lin Feng to train Lizu into an Asian superstar in the future. The role of everyone was surprised, and even Kui Ming, who was responsible for the production of this CG, was sighed again and again. He had never expected that a female Taoist based on Lizu as a prototype would give people such a strong visual impact. He believed that once this CG was put on the internet, it will definitely arouse the attention of all netizens, and Lizu must become popular quickly because of this. After finalizing the remaining details, Lin Feng put this CG on the official website of Legend that was just completed and opened, and provided it to netizens for free download, and sent it to Ma Huan to help recommend it on the homepage. For this partner, who holds 10% of the company's shares, Ma Huan did not say much, and posted it directly on the internet. Every time that Lin Feng asked Ma Huan to help on the homepage recommendation, it not only brought Lin Feng the expected return, but also brought crazy clicks to Ma Huan. Ma Huan was very pleased with this win-win situation. At the same time, the official website of Legend opened by Lin Feng gave a detailed introduction to the game's background story, profession, and various tasks. He also shot many wallpapers based on Lizu's prototype and provided them to netizens to download. Unsurprisingly, in just a few days, This opening CG has been downloaded millions of times, and everyone who has watched the CG asked which online game it was, and more talked about the female Taoist in this CG. Is it a real person or a virtual person? On this issue, the majority of netizens are enthusiastic about it. Some say it is a real person, because the wallpaper looks too real, it must be a real person. Some say it is the effect of computer stunts. This female Taoist does not exist, and the reason is this: the female Taoist priest is too holy, like an angel. There can be no such angel in the world. The two sides started a verbal battle on the Legend official website forum. The flames of war also slowly spread from the official website of Legends to various forums and QQ groups, which directly caused Lisa's wallpaper to become the best-selling desktop wallpaper in an instant. And many netizens have been calling on the official website of Legend to clarify whether this female Taoist priest is a real person. Lin Feng just smiled and did not clarify the hot discussions and suggestions of netizens. He wanted to keep the mystery until the end. I'm sorry for not letting you go out during this period of time. Lin Feng looked at Lisu, who was in the office cleverly preparing various copywritings for Lin Feng, said with a sense of regret, "It's okay." Lisa smiled sweetly and nodded obediently. In order to maximize the potential of Lisu, Lin Feng ordered Lisu not to appear outside during this period. Lin Feng planned to hold a cosplay on the eve of the official charge, and then he would push Lisu to the stage, so that Lisu's exposure could reach maximum. However, this request was a bit excessive, but Lin Feng did not expect that Lisu would agree without hesitation. Every day in the dormitory except at the company, Lisu doesn't go anywhere, which makes people feel distressed. This also made Lin Feng a little more cherished, compassionate and caring, besides the goddess-like longing for Lisu before his rebirth. Secretly vowed that this life will not let anyone hurt this girl who is like an angel. Such a well-behaved and cute girl, who is willing to hurt her cruelly. Regardless of the outcome of the online debate, this game is not yet on the market and has attracted the attention of all game lovers. Although for many standalone game enthusiasts, the CG level of this game is dismissive, but for online game enthusiasts, this game is already the best quality they have seen recently. And even more curious is whether this game is as attractive as CG. At this time, Stone Age is popular in China. Although it is very popular, it is turn-based after all, and it is too cartoon. For a large number of gamer lovers who pursue real-time fighting, this game is obviously too feminine. At this time, Lin Feng hired 20 game enthusiasts to conduct an internal test of Legend. These people will also be the early game GMs in the future. However, after these people met Lisu at the company, they made a lot of jokes. When 20 people first saw Lisu, they thought they were wrong. After the mission rubbed their eyes to confirm that this was the real person, the 20 people screamed and huffed around the a little flustered Lisu, rushing to report their names, ages, etc. The address was almost to tell Lisu all the 18th generations of his ancestors. Lisu, who had experienced this kind of battle for the first time, was surrounded by 20 perverts with green eyes. Harong turned pale with fright. He didn't know what to do, so he could only protect his body tightly, with a pair of watery eyes open. With big eyes looking around in horror, it looked like a pervert with a pitiful face, which made people feel distressed. 20 people looked at their eyes and turned green, and they scolded each other for frightening the goddess in their hearts. All of them put on a posture of a flower protector. 20 people were pushing a group in the office, and it was almost impossible to stage a show. A duel of wolves. For this farce, apart from lamenting Lisa's charm, Lin Feng was also secretly proud. After all, this goddess now belongs to him, and others can only watch and not touch. Okay, be quiet, be quiet. Lin Feng yelled a few times, but amidst the clamor, there was no bird Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng frowned, and Lisu was even more apprehensive at this time, looking at Lin Feng as if for help, tears in his eyes. But the expression in the eyes of a group of satyrs was even more exciting, and 20 people were even more crazy about it. Plop, plop, several sounds of the human body landing. Yang Xing made a move, and a few consecutive wrestling skills knocked the most ferocious people to the ground. Hearing painful groans from his companions and Yang Xing's anger, the group of future GMs who had just applied for the job came to their senses. 20 people were immediately frightened where they were at the moment. But the eyes of 20 people could not help but drift towards Li Zu. At this moment, Li Zu saw everyone dodge and fled, like a frightened rabbit, hiding behind Lin Feng, showing a pair of big eyes and looking at everyone with fear. There was a cry of wolf in the hearts of 20 people. At this moment, how much they hope they can hold this holy angelic man in their arms and take good care of it. But at this moment they knew that this was where they came to work, not a KTV, not a nightclub, not to mention that Yang Xing, a soldier with a stubborn face, dared not move. Okay, Director Kui, take them to the computer room to start the test. Lin Feng shook his head, gently soothed Li Zu, who was overwhelmed, turned his head and snorted coldly, "This is the company. If you continue to be so presumptuous, just hand in your resignation letter yourself." After that, Lin Feng gently patted Li Zu's still trembling fragrant shoulders, and took Li Zu's hand away. "Son, all good women let the dog pick it up." After witnessing the goddess in his heart being taken away, one of the 20 people cursed, but after the cursing was over, this person immediately regretted it. Lin Feng frowned when he heard it. This was the second time he was scolded like this. He turned his head and glared at everyone and saw that they had an expression that was not my curse. He shook his head helplessly, ignored him, and comforted Li Zu to leave. Seeing that Lin Feng had not pursued it, the man secretly said, "A fluke." After all, Lin Feng is their boss, so it's a fluke to scold the boss for not being fired. But apart from luck, there was a bit more resentment. "Oh, my goddess!" Seeing Lin Feng's departure, the pack of wolves screamed, shrugging their heads and following Kui Ming's glaring amidst Yang Xing's glaring. "I was scared just now." Lin Feng didn't expect that the 20 future GMs just invited would be so crazy, but it also shows the status of this CG in the hearts of netizens from another aspect. Li Zu has become famous through this CG. After a while, Li Zu, who had recovered his calm, gently broke free of Lin Feng's hand. "Sorry, I caused trouble just now." Li Zu stuck out his tongue apologetically, causing Lin Feng's heart to throb. "It's okay, but is there any problem with cosplay next month? If not, forget it." Although I know that the cute girl who is still a little immature at the moment, she will become the most popular model in Korea with her fresh and refined temperament and cute and changeable style. A showgirl with beautiful scenery, but the scene that happened just now made Lin Feng hesitate whether to let her go. Golden House Kangjiao is actually pretty good to say. However, some people are destined to be born stars and are born to stand under fluorescent lights. Li Zu smiled sweetly and shook his head gently. It was too sudden. It was the first time I faced this situation. I was panicked. I don't know how to deal with it. I won't be the next time. Li Zu looked at Lin Feng with piercing eyes, biting Fang's lip and said, "Brother Lin, I'm just a freshman in high school. I don't know anything. You let me be a secretary, but I often mess up a lot of things. Although you didn't say anything, I know that I am not suitable to be a secretary." Lin Feng smiled dumbly. Indeed, during the period when Li Zu became the secretary, he often committed a lot of confusion, and sometimes made Lin Feng dumbfounded. In terms of company interests, she is indeed not suitable for secretary. Seeing Lin Feng's deep smile, Li Zu couldn't help but smile at the confusion he had committed during this time. But seeing Lin Feng laughed louder and louder, after all, it was a little girl with a thin face, so he gave Lin Feng a light blow. "Don't laugh." Li Zu's aggressive appearance caused Lin Feng to laugh even more. After a while, Li Zu plucked up the courage and said, "Brother Lin, I was always at a loss before and didn't know what I should do. But after seeing myself appearing in the CG of Legend and wearing Taoist costumes and taking a few sets of photos, I know what I should do. I want to be a showgirl." At the end, Li Zu added softly, "This is the only thing I can do now. I want to be self-reliant and don't want to always rely on Brother Lin. And my father owes gambling debts and runs away. I want to make more money." In the last few words of Li Zu, Although his voice was small, Lin Feng was moved. Knowing that the girl in front of her is not like being a showgirl and being photographed as she said before, but that this is the only thing she has confidence in doing well. Recalling the time spent together, Lin Feng suddenly realized that although Lisa made frequent mistakes in her work, she was always doing her best no matter what, hoping to be the best, but she was really not suitable for being a secretary. She doesn't have this ability, but she has tried her best. This is a girl with strong self-esteem. Lin Feng knows that he can no longer persuade. Such a girl is worthy of respect. Not only her appearance and figure, but also her personality. Well, don't worry, do it, I support you. Lin Feng stopped talking, and gently tapped Lisa's forehead to encourage him. Thank you. I will definitely become the best showgirl. Lisa smiled sweetly and confidently, but then suddenly the corners of his mouth murmured, and he glanced at Lin Feng bitterly. Does Brother Lin mind if I am a showgirl? Against? Why? Lin Feng was taken aback. Although showgirl will be photographed and shown to many people, the girl in front of me is born under the booth and belongs to the fluorescent light. I should not and cannot deprive her of her brightest aura. Besides, Lin Feng is also confident that no matter how famous Lisa is in the future, she will still be the cute and well-behaved girl by her side. Only those without self-confidence will prevent the beloved from showing the most beautiful side in front of everyone, for fear of losing her. But is it really useful? A man is full of charm because of his self-confidence. No matter how charming she is outside, she belongs to you alone. But Lisa heard it, but his heart was even more resentful. Isn't it said that Chinese boys are very conservative and don't like the appearance of their loved ones? Isn't Big Brother Lin liking himself? Lisa doesn't know what Lin Feng's attitude towards him is, saying that he doesn't like him. But he doesn't usually act like intimacy with him, but he never confesses to himself, and always keeps the bottom line, which makes Lisa very hard to guess through. Lin Feng naturally didn't know Lisa's thoughts. This is also why Lin Feng liked Lisa too much before he was born again. He has always been the goddess in his heart. When he met Lisa this time, he instinctively took it as his own in his heart, thinking that he belonged to him. And naturally he did not expect that this was just himself. With unilateral thoughts, Lin Feng never thought about how Lisa thought and whether he would accept him, and naturally he didn't even think about confession in the past. As for always keeping the bottom line with Lisa, this is because Lisa is too young, and Lin Feng wants to wait a few years before Lisa truly becomes his own woman. And at that time, Lisa, who is fully mature in mind, will be more attractive. It was just such a blunder, resulting in the unclear relationship between the two of them now. Lisa really wanted to ask whether Lin Feng liked him or not, but his face was too thin. Second, Lisa absolutely relied on Lin Feng for everything now. Not only did he pay off his gambling debt for his father, he saved himself and paid it back. Own a decent job, which makes Lisa feel like he can't climb high. Wait until I become the best showgirl to confess to Brother Lin. In the end, Lisa made up his mind to confess to Lin Feng when he can no longer rely on Lin Feng for survival and can really help Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I will definitely become the best showgirl. After speaking, Lisa blushed slightly and drifted away with the fragrant wind. In the end, it seems that to prove that he is no longer just a bird that needs human care, Lisa went to the computer room and said hello to each of the 20 future GMs who had just made her look dazzling. It caused 20 people to scream crazy, but for Lin Feng's confidential plan, Lisa did not agree to their request for a group photo, but signed everyone. After these 20 people got off work, they immediately posted the news on the internet, saying that the goddess in CG is a real person and is more cute than in CG. As soon as this remark came out, it caused heated discussion again. Supporters asked where the goddess was, what's her name, height, weight, measurements, and age. Regarding this question, the 20 future GMs could not answer except for the fact that they were under 18, tall, well-built, and had a good personality, and they looked like angels. Opponents used this to criticize these 20 people's remarks, believing that they are sensationalizing, saying that this kind of angels cannot exist in the world at all, and they urge everyone not to be fooled by these 20 people. In order to prove that they and others did not lie, 20 future legend GMs took their cameras to work the next day, wanting to sneak pictures of the goddess. Unfortunately, Lizu is no longer in the company at this moment and has begun to receive formal training. Let everyone extremely disappointed. I had to cry to the female Taoist priest in the CG every day, and I don't know when I will see the goddess in my heart again. Everyone had to put all their thoughts in the closed beta, hoping to see the goddess in their hearts wearing the holy Taoist robe and appearing in front of them when the public beta charges. After 7 days of internal testing, Lin Feng launched the game server download and launched a month-long game public beta. On November 1st, Legend officially launched the game public beta. During this period of time, the number of downloads of the program server reached more than 100,000. When it was officially opened at 12 noon, there were more than 20,000 people connected, and all of these 20,000 people were squeezed into 2 servers. The legendary District Thunder and Guangming server. The prologue of the myth of legend begins with the sound of newcomers killing deer and skinning the mountains and plains. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Mainview 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 45 The Long Legendary Upgrade Road. Entering November, Lin Feng's October income was also remitted through the Chu City branch. The net profit of Chufeng Internet City is 300,000 yuan. The scented tea processing factory gradually opened the national market on dingdong.com, bringing Lin Feng more than 250,000 yuan in net profit. The barbecue restaurant brought Lin Feng more than 20,000 yuan. The Starting Point fast food restaurant has more than 50 branches nationwide, brought Lin Feng a turnover commission of more than 300,000 yuan, while dingdong.com was temporarily in a loss state and did not receive any money. The previously popular CS was also sold due to the prevalence of piracy across the country. After final statistics, in October, Lin Feng paid a total of 750,000 yuan after paying various expenses. After leaving 250,000 yuan for the Chu City branch as working capital, all the rest was remitted to the headquarters. Although the 500,000 yuan is not of much use to the headquarters, no matter how small a mosquito is, it can still fill the gap in funding. For the former Lin Feng, 500,000 dared not even think about it, but now Lin Feng deeply understands that in SH, don't say you have a lot of money. At the same time, Lin Feng instructed Suxioma and others to continue to expand the Starting Point of fast food restaurant branches through the online meeting. Due to the certain preferential taxation granted by the state, the profit of the first 50 franchise stores in October was quite substantial, which also gave Lin Feng the confidence to increase prices. For the next batch of 100 franchise stores, Lin Feng has formulated rules for prefecture-level cities with an initial fee of 50,000, and provincial capitals and municipalities with an initial fee of 100,000. However, the monthly commission fee of 3% remains unchanged, which is also a long-term and stable starting point for development. A fast food shop. If the commission fee is too high, these franchise stores will have no profit, and they will be forced to try their best to save costs. This will instead mess up the brand that is not easy to build. Although Lin Feng increased the initial fee, the merchants who joined are still in an endless stream. After careful screening by Suxioma and others, these 100 newly joined merchants brought Lin Feng 6 million yuan in initial fee, which is a great supplement to Lin Feng SH. The account of the headquarters is drying up day by day. At this time, Lin Feng's account still has 13 million, and the initial fee of 6 million from the Starting Point fast food restaurant can be remitted in the middle of the month. However, the Legend server has begun to show a full load with the increasing number of registered members. Whenever it is between 8 and 11 in the evening, the entire Legend server will be overloaded. A server that could support 50,000 people, but in the peak period, it was packed with 80,000 people. The server is not stuck. Many players went to kill monsters to upgrade during this period, but ended up hanging up because of the server card, and they spoke on the official forum for compensation. Although these messages have been overwhelmed by the heated discussions among huge players about how to upgrade the game and how to kill monsters, increasing servers is the current primary issue. Lin Feng did not hesitate to invest almost all of the remaining money in adding servers, but was stopped by wuxiaworld. The reason is simple: the company does not have a car now. Mr. Lin, although the company is currently developing, it must be equipped with a car, and it is a good car. Wuxia's words did not get everyone's approval. Jun looked at wuxiaworld with surprise. After all, the company's economy is not optimistic now. Although Legend has a good prospect, it should save a little bit before it charges. Wuxiaworld didn't care about everyone's surprised eyes. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, in the diversified international metropolis of SH, the car represents a person's identity and status, and it also symbolizes your economic strength. In this extremely exclusive metropolis, a luxury car is easier for people to accept our company." Wuxia's words drew everyone's thoughts. Lin Feng felt the same way about Wuxia's words. Exclusivity exists everywhere in China, but SH is extremely serious. However, in the prevalence of SH money worship with the ever-developing economy, a high-end car is indeed more likely to make you respected. By the way, President Lin, you should buy at least a Mercedes-Benz and BMW class. Don't buy an RB car series, otherwise you will really be laughed at when you drive out. Wuxia's eyes are sharp and he knows Lin Feng when he sees Lin Feng's brows. "I have agreed in my heart," and said with a smile. Wuxia's words caused everyone to laugh. At the moment, Lin Feng bought 3 cars in one go: a Mercedes-Benz S600 as his own car, an Audi A6 as the company's high-level car, and a Jinbai van, which is specially allocated to the security department. A total of 3 million was spent on various expenses before and after the 3 cars. Looking at the remaining 10 million in the account, Lin Feng left 1 million as working capital, and gave the rest to Kui Ming to add the server. After adding servers, Legend can satisfy 100,000 people to run the game smoothly at the same time. At this time, Legend has increased from the original 2 servers in Zone 1 to 16 servers in 2 zones, but each server is still full. By the end of November, 24 servers had been opened in 3 districts, but the flow of people still broke out. The highest number of online users reached 110,000. And the number of online GMs reached 50, basically satisfying that a server has GM online 24 hours a day. However, like all online games, a lot of collusions appeared in the rapidly popular Legend this month, such as copying equipment, copying money, and brushing experience. But under Lin Feng's unrelenting policy, plus an original technical team, it was ruthlessly blocked within 24 hours of the appearance of the plugin. Any accounts that use collusions will be permanently suspended, a full server announcement will be made, and the blocked player accounts will be posted on the official website. Although this move was protested by some players who did not actively use plugins, with the support of many players who enthusiastically like Legend, Lin Feng's strong policy of blocking plugins was successfully implemented. And Lin Feng's ban on plugins is not just plugins that disrupt the balance of the game. Lin Feng still shows no mercy to plugins such as blood display, automatic running, and no candles. This auxiliary plugin does not seem to disrupt the game balance, but it indirectly creates a situation where Taoist priests in the later period of Legend are invincible after a dog. Otherwise, there is no automatic running and blood show, and it is impossible for Taoists to play a team with a dog. People, December 1st is the day when Lin Fengling's Legend officially charges. Although the public beta started charging in just 1 month, it was too early in the eyes of many senior executives in the company. But Lin Feng knew the charm of Legend and had an original team that was able to solve any system bugs that appeared. The charging system was launched in 1 month. Not early. In view of the fees, Lin Feng adopts physical cards and virtual cards sold by linfengdingdong.com to sell together. Various card types are available at 5 yuan for 30 hours, 10 yuan for 60 hours, 15 yuan for 90 hours, and 30 yuan for 180 hours. This price is a third more expensive than the pre-Rebirth legend, but Lin Feng has appropriately lowered the level of upgrade experience that legend hates. Guarantee that the mage will not be offline for 24 hours, and can be upgraded to level 40 in 1 month, and temporarily capped level 50. After more than half of the players reach level 50, Lin Feng will open level 60, and this is all from the experience of World of Warcraft. When half of the players reach level 60, Lin Feng will open up to level 70, then level 80, level 90, and keep going, adding new magic and equipment every 10 levels, allowing players to upgrade and equip them. Keep upgrading. Lin Feng felt that his idea was evil, but he liked it very much. It's just that the Chinese players who will be pitiful in the future have started a continuous upgrade path for Legend. Chapter 46: The Temptation of Red Lips. When everyone is gearing up, another event that Lin Feng specially charges for Legend Night will be held on the evening of November 30th. At the same time, it was announced that all players who charge for Legend in advance can receive free tickets for Legend Night with the numbers on the charge card. Lin Feng also revealed on the internet that there will be mysterious guests on the night, and Lin Feng's GM, under Lin Feng's instructions, leaked secrets on the internet in the name of an internal employee, telling many Legend players on various forums that there will be a cosplay in Legend Night, and the female in CG Taoist priests will appear. This news quickly exploded all Legend forums and QQ groups, and many players speculated whether it was a real person and how similar it was on CG. The supporting party naturally thundered with joy, and the one that had been opposed to it was also beginning to loosen up at this moment. After all, if there are real people and CG like this, then it is definitely a better thing for all Legend players. In the hot discussion and anticipation, the sales volume of Dianca has been steadily increasing. The 100,000 15 yuan 90-hour Dianca cards launched in the first phase sold out in less than a day, and Dingdong.com also sold nearly 20,000 different cards. Type point card. This sales result stunned everyone except Lin Feng, and couldn't believe that an online game would attract players so crazy. According to preliminary estimates by the accounting department, Lin Feng made more than 1.5 million net profit in the sales volume of point cards in only these 2 days, and the Legend has only been in the open beta for 1 month. Lin Feng smiled slightly at the horror of the company's executives Liu Yinying, Wu Zhaopu and others. If Legend didn't make money, how could I have turned against Park Rong-ho and won the full agency rights of Legend? You must know that Shand only paid Made Entertainment Co., Limited an annual copyright fee of more than 100 million yuan, and this game directly let Chen Bridge was listed on the Forbes rich list in China. However, I can earn more than Chen Xiao. Lin Feng smiled confidently and immediately invested the 1.5 million card money he had just earned on another project, which would be another huge profit brought by Legend. The only headache for Lin Feng is that due to the early point card sales were too hot, the originally scheduled third floor of an animation city apparently could not accommodate at least a gathering of tens of thousands of legendary players. In desperation, Lin Feng had to change. The entire show was moved to Shanghai's People's Square. However, this caused a lot of complaints from players who bought points card recharge points in advance in exchange for tickets. In order to quell the complaints of players who bought points cards in advance, Lin Feng announced that 100 lucky players will be drawn from the players who bought points cards on the spot. The lucky ones who are drawn will get a precious opportunity to take photos with the mysterious guests. At the same time, Lin Feng also announced that he would cooperate with TencentX.com to broadcast Live Tonight's Legend Night, but the premise is that players who have to purchase the legendary point card in advance can get the right to watch the video, and randomly selected 1,000 people to watch it. The lucky one of the video got the signed jade photo of the mysterious guest. As soon as this news was announced, it once again detonated all players. including the curiosity of the wolf friends who did not play a legend but were very interested in the female Taoist Lizu in the CG, and once again triggered a new wave of buying points. After all, many players who could not rush to Shanghai to participate in this legend night before bought some cards but couldn't enjoy the benefits they should have, which is also a big complaint. But as soon as the news was announced, all complaints disappeared immediately. Of course, more of the legend players have called on the internet to go to Shanghai to participate in this legend night, to witness the appearance of the goddess in their hearts. See if it is the same as in the CG, with the honorific title of the goddess. Looking forward, waiting, yearning. All players and non-players who have purchased the point card are eagerly looking forward to the night of November 30th, waiting for the appearance of the mysterious guest, the most mysterious but most appealing angel in recent days, to see if it is compatible. The holy female Taoist priests in CG are exactly the same. By 6 o'clock in the evening of November 30th, Lin Feng had sold a total of 230,000 points cards of various types, in exchange for a total of more than 2.5 million yuan in cash income, creating the shortest sales record of online game point cards in China. In addition to the charm of legend, this is more derived from the charm of Lizu. Men, especially otaku, have no resistance to beautiful women, especially women with angelic faces and demons like Lizu. How is it? Are you nervous? Lin Feng looked at Lizu, who was stepping up rehearsal in the dance studio, and asked with pity. One thing, but I will definitely not disappoint Big Brother Lin later. Lizu tried various poses in front of the mirror. The holy Taoist robe makes people unable to give birth to a hint of obscenity. The mage robe, full of mystery and temptation, makes people want to uncover the coat quietly. The heroic warrior outfit with a trace of wildness makes people more with a bit of admiration and enthusiasm. I want to fight side by side with it. Under Lizu's interpretation, the charm of the three professions in legend was fully displayed, which made Lin Feng deeply impressed. She is born to belong to the booth, to the audience, to this world. Her beauty belongs to the world, but her people only belong to me. Lin Feng's heart is full of pride as he looks at the wonderful person in front of him. Look. What are you looking at? For a long time, Lizu found Lin Feng staring at him intently. His pretty face flushed, and he stomped his feet in an annoyed manner. Lin Feng smiled and walked to Lizu, looking at the sweaty Lizu, with a slight pain in his heart, and gently hugged Lizu lovingly, very sorry for the hard training Lizu during this period of time. For the sake of his career, Time worked hard for her. Gently holding up Lizu's pink face, quietly watching the delicate and flawless face in front of him, gently wiping off sweat from his forehead for Lizu. Looking at the red lips in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly buzzed his brain. A strong thought came out from the bottom of my heart, a desire to kiss down and taste the red lips, and the scented tongue inside. Lin Feng lowered his head slightly. Lizu trembled. She knew what Lin Feng wanted to do at the moment. She knew from various TV and newspapers that Lin Feng was about to kiss herself. But Lizu had never kissed anyone before. This was her first kiss. Looking at Lin Feng's cheeks getting closer and closer, as well as the slightly opened lips, Lizu had a strange emotion in his heart. Lizu only felt that his heart was like a deer bump. His body was hot, his mouth was dry, his palms were constantly sweating, and he was a little expectant, a little shy, and a little scared. He didn't know what would happen if he waited. What will the first kiss be like? Will it be as sweet as honey? Subconsciously, Lizu closed his eyes tightly, and handed himself over to the man in front of him who had saved him and helped him all the time. She knew that the man in front of her would never hurt herself, and was someone she could absolutely trust. The legendary sweet first kiss. Lizu is looking forward to it. At this moment, a discordant voice came. Chapter 47, The Night of Legends? The upload of the 3 chapters is completed. The future update will update the 3 chapters at a time between 7 to 8 o'clock. Thank you for your support. If you have tickets on hand, please support. If you have flowers, thank you. Mr. Lin, the time is coming, and Is Zhe ready? Yang Xing and the two have long been familiar with each other, and they are not as serious as Wang Meng and others. The storm rushed in and shouted. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw the two of them hugging each other very warmly, and their lips almost touched each other, so I didn't need to think about what they were going to do. When I never came. Yang Xing was also clever, rotating 180 degrees, ran outside, and closed the door with a bang. The two people who were extremely embarrassed in the room were left, wide-eyed and small-eyed, and grinned. Let's go. Li Zu wanted to escape shyly. How could Lin Feng let this rare opportunity pass? Since getting along with the goddess in his heart for more than a month, from the initial worship to the now sprouting heart of obscenity, Lin Feng has never had the opportunity to have a warm relationship with Li Zu, although occasionally holding a small hand, hugging a small waist. But it was just a simple hug without a trace of distractions. At least Lin Feng has always convinced himself like this. It's not that Lin Feng is too simple, although Li Zu is still young and can't pick the last Jin fruit. But intimate actions such as kissing should have happened long ago. After all, Lang is sentimental and concubine intends. This layer of window paper should be stabbed. It's broken. But it's because Lin Feng is too busy. The continued popularity of Legend during this period of time consumed Lin Feng's energy. After all, the entire company, apart from Lin Feng, has no experience in online games. No one can predict the popularity of Legend, and no one has Lin Feng's say in the series of problems that arise in the operation of Legend Dash, including the original development team. They also did not expect that China's plugins and hacking activities would be so rampant. If Lin Feng had not been watching and making suggestions, I am afraid that the force and speed of Legend cracking down on plugins would not be as fast as they are now. But when Lin Feng occasionally comes to spare, Li Zu may not be free. In addition to cooking for Lin Feng every day, Li Zu also has to receive various professional trainings, and his life is also extremely full and exhausted. Looking at Li Zu's tired face, Lin Feng will naturally not have any distracting thoughts, just want to make the goddess in his heart go to bed early. Because of this, for more than a month, the whole company has known all about the two people who have a relationship with Mai, but it hasn't happened at all. Leave him alone. Let's continue. After speaking, Lin Feng felt blushing. After all, there are people waiting outside. But I am affair with Li Zu here. This kind of excitement is really too great. Li Zu groaned softly like a mosquito, and closed his eyes obediently. But the hands that tightly grasped Lin Feng's jacket betrayed the tension in Li Zu's heart at the moment. Lin Feng smiled slightly and patted Li Zu's fragrant shoulders to relax him. But when Lin Feng was about to taste the fragrance of his lips, Yang Xing's deliberately held voice sounded again. Mr. Lin, the time is coming. You only have 5 minutes. Don't forget the time. Before Yang Xing finished speaking, Lin Feng knew that today's scented lips could not be tasted. When Li Zu heard Yang Xing's words, his face flushed with shame. Before Lin Feng could react, he quickly jumped away, lowered his head, blushed, and gently dropped the sentence "I will go outside and wait for you," quickly opened the door and ran out. Looking at Yang Xing, who probed in from outside the door to inquire about the outcome of the matter, Lin Feng gave him an angry look. Let's go. If you don't leave, you'll be late. Lin Feng also lazily paid attention to Yang Xing, who looked curious and kept asking questions. He finally got a chance to stir Yang Xing alive, and it's only blame for not being angry. Li Zu, who got in the car ahead of time, saw the two of them get on the car. The flush that had faded back to his face, especially in Yang Xing's deep smile along the way. His head was lowered, and he didn't dare to look at them at all. However, when the Mercedes-Benz S600 arrived at People's Square, Li Zu recovered in an instant, and began to sort out the clothes he was going to wear. But when he saw the crowded crowd in the square, his right hand couldn't help holding Lin Feng tightly. His left hand showed tension in his heart. Lin Feng was also taken aback by the crowd. Although he had estimated it a long time ago, he was still taken aback when he saw so many people. And waiting for him as the president of Legends to go up to give a speech, My heart cannot help but become nervous. I don't know that Li Zu is indeed a born star. He was born in front of a fluorescent lamp, or a woman is more resistant to stress than a man. After taking a deep breath, Li Zu is the first to recover. Seeing Lin Feng next to him was extremely nervous. He squeezed Lin Feng lightly and smiled sweetly. Brother Lin, I'm going to get ready for work. You have to cheer up when you are going to give a speech. Li Zu fisted twice, smiled sweetly, and cheered for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head secretly. When did he get so nervous? Wouldn't it be more crowded? I've seen a lot of big shots. I haven't been nervous before, and I shouldn't be nervous now. When Li Zu was preparing for the cosplay show tonight, Lin Feng set up his clothes Legend Night, which will have a very important chapter in the Chinese online game industry in the future, began. Lin Feng walked onto the stage with a smile on his face and looked at the dark crowd below the stage. Lin Feng bowed to the audience and thanked everyone for coming. Everyone, thank you for your love of Legend. Of course you don't like Legend. All my friends who like that mysterious guest, good evening, Lin Feng said, making the audience roar with laughter. After waiting for everyone to laugh, Lin Feng signaled everyone to be quiet. Dear players and netizens, this Legend Night hosted by Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co. Limited tonight is to hope that everyone will have a happy night. So you definitely don't like this high-sounding speech, Lin Feng said as they shredded the speech in their hands. Liu Yinying and the others were dumbfounded after watching the speech. They prepared the speech specially, but Lin Feng tore it so easily. But what made Liu Yinying and others unexpected was that Lin Feng's move won the applause of all the audience present, and they had to admire the openness of players and netizens. After a brief introduction, Lin Feng said no more. Everyone, I think although I think I still barely meet people, everyone is coming from all over the country tonight, certainly not to see me, so I won't say more. Legend Night officially begins. With the laughter of everyone again, the event of Legend Night kicked off. Lin Feng prepared a variety of player interactive programs for tonight's party, and there are also competition-oriented programs. The winner gets a card. Although the players are having fun, they obviously don't pay attention to this. Everyone looks forward to it, waiting for the last cosplay, the legendary mysterious guest. Everyone, I believe that the vast majority of people here tonight are only for one purpose. The MC is also a legend player, and he is also very curious about tonight's finale. Under the deliberate mobilization of the MC, the audience chanted, Goddess, Goddess, Goddess. Chapter 4849 The Goddess Descends. Sorry, there are only 2 chapters today. I tossed the PSP joystick for a day, and the 2 joysticks were disassembled into a pile of parts, but they couldn't put together a good joystick. It's boring. The Bible says that God controls everything in this world and can easily change or influence the world he rules. It transcends the laws of nature, is above the laws of nature, is not restricted by the law of causality, and cannot accept scientific research. God is omnipotent. All the players on the scene screamed in unison, so that the people around who just came to watch the excitement didn't know why. They didn't understand why these people were so crazy. Goddess? There is no God in this world. People who have never watched the opening CG of Legend dismissively said that even many people who joined the show thought they were reporting some illegal gatherings here, and they took out the phone to prepare to report to the police. At this moment, the lights went out, the whole audience plunged into darkness, and the frantic and restless players quietly quieted down, holding their breath, waiting for the moment of light. They believe that that moment will be the moment when the goddess descends. The melodious flute sounded, and the whistling sound of chaff from the wind, as if it took everyone into an open wilderness. At this time, the lights on the stage lit up, and a soldier holding a ruling stood proudly in the field. His burly figure, firm eyes, and the exaggerated and thick rule brought a strong impact to everyone. The audience applauded warmly. This warrior look alone is worth the fare tonight. At this moment, the music suddenly changed, and there was a rush of people sound, ambush on all sides. The booth shook for a while, and the lights flashed again. Suddenly 4 orc warriors with axes in their hands appeared, roaring up to the sky, roaring towards the warriors. Their warrior gave a long roar, and the ruling in his hand greeted the 4 half-orcs, fighting with the 4 half-orcs warriors inextricably. But 2 fists are harder than 4 hands. Although the fighters fought back, the situation was precarious under the combined attack of the 4 half-orcs. What the audience watched was horrified. The fighting on stage was too realistic. Every move seemed to be not performing, but actually fighting on the battlefield. The piercing sound of weapon collisions and the shocking physical banging sound. If not everyone knows that this is a reality show, I am afraid that most people would still think that this is an American Hollywood action blockbuster screened in the open air. At the critical moment, when the lights turned on again, a man wearing a magic robe stood on a high platform not far away. His eyes were serious, and a string of fireballs shot out from the man's hands, hitting the orc warrior like a fireball. Just as the warrior and the mage breathed a sigh of relief, the 4 half-orc warriors roared in anger, 3 stayed and continued to besiege the fighters, and 1 went to chase the mage. In horror, their warrior and the mage retreated and joined together, but they were once again surrounded by a group of orc warriors. Seeing that they were about to die under the axe of the orcs, a burst of heaven came from the sky. The murmur of the sound. The audience fell into darkness again, and there was only a little light left around the 4 orc warriors and the wizard on the stage. The 2 men and the 4 monsters looked up to the sky, and the audience also looked to the sky. A strong light fell from the sky. In the light, a beautiful figure wearing a female Taoist robe familiar to all players, surrounded by a holy white light, slowly fell from the air. At this time, the hearts of all the audience in the audience were tight, their breathing was rapid, and their eyes widened. They wanted to see this slowly falling from the air, just the angel without wings, whether it was the female Taoist priest in the CG, everyone. Goddess in the heart, angel without wings. Lin Feng stood behind the stage and laughed mockingly. The angel is not worthy of his own Lizu, only the title of goddess is worthy of her. They all talk about the star-making movement, I never make stars, I make gods, and I want to make this world have multiple goddesses. At this time, the true face of the goddess in the sky finally flashed on the big screen. With an exclamation, the audience was in an uproar. Seeing the holy Lizu flashing on the big screen without a trace of mortal fireworks, everyone couldn't help but stand up and shout that the female Taoist priest in the CG, the goddess rumored on the internet, is a real person, and she really exists in this world. At this moment, they knew that the goddess had come. The goddess in their hearts has finally arrived. The players who watched the video network were even more crazy. They swept tens of thousands of floors in just 10 seconds, and more people started to take screenshots. Although the current live online video is not clear enough, even the blurry photos of the goddess can make people excited. The many players who have been waiting for more than a month could not restrain their excitement, and stood up and shouted, "Goddess! Goddess! Goddess!" The whole scene is noisy to the culmination. The worrisome warrior and half-orcs that everyone saw just now have been thrown out of the sky by everyone. At this moment, there is only one person in their eyes and hearts, Holy Goddess. The audience's reaction made Wang Meng and others on the stage angry. For this show tonight, they also rehearsed for a long time. After all, in the dangerous fight just now, there will be accidents if there is a slight difference. Unexpectedly, they worked hard for a long time and used all their skills, but they were not as good as Lizu's moment. The madness of the audience satisfied Lin Feng, but at the same time he was a little helpless. The audience's reaction was crazy, and there is a wonderful show below that has not yet finished performing. This is a show he prepared for millions of dollars. Not only the lights, the stage, but the fireworks emitted by the master, surrounded Lizu's body. The Holy White Light is a show conceived by top talents from all walks of life at linfeng.com, and even dispatched a helicopter at a high price. For this perfect show tonight, Lin Feng invested enough money. Even the 13 girls on the live soundtrack were carefully selected by Lin Feng. 13 people are proficient in various musical instruments, and in particular can use ancient Chinese fun to deduce a different style. And all of these make Lin Feng think of a combination 12th woman's band. But in this situation, I am afraid that all the money invested will be lost. Lin Feng wanted to urge the live host to take control of the situation. Unexpectedly, the live host, who is also a fan of the Legend game, has long been crazy with the audience. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. The effect is too good and troublesome. Seeing that the situation is gradually getting out of control, the audience rushed to the place where the goddess descended. Just as Lin Feng was about to stop tonight's performance to maximize the safety of Lizu, who was still in the sky, did not panic. Looking at the crowd gradually coming down the stage, Lizu squinted his eyes, smiled sweetly, put Qianqian's index finger to his lips, made a silent gesture, then pointed to the seats of the crowd, pouting with a cute expression of please. The already crazy crowd, seeing the request of the goddess on the big screen, suddenly fell silent, quietly returned to their seats, and watched the next performance. The crisis is lifted. But Lin Feng and others were almost about to be thundered, especially Wang Meng and others on the stage were speechless. In the past, when they were still in the army on missions, they encountered the masses losing their senses, and usually only using tear gas and high-pressure water guns to disperse the out-of-control crowds, but today it is better. Lizu made a few gestures to calm the almost irrational crowds. This is not what a pure-hearted person is. Well, let's just send Lizu to deal with the people who are gathering to make trouble in the future. Not only does it save a lot of money and manpower for the government, but it also does not harm the masses. Wang Meng and others thought about the popularity but they didn't expect that there would be such a day in the future. The performance continued. Witnessing the danger of warriors and mages, Lizu in the sky frowned slightly, and all the audience couldn't help but feel a trace of distress in their hearts as he frowned. The goddess in the sky stretched out Beijiu's right hand, her delicate and drenching lips slightly opened, like a lingering sound. And the 3-day endless crisp voice floated in the air, in my name, healing. A group of white light slid out of the female Taoist priest's hand, slowly surrounding the warrior and the wizard, disappearing. The two showed a happy expression on their faces. When the white light disappeared, the two men's injuries healed completely, and at the same time they roared and launched the most violent attack on the 4 orc warriors. In my name, summon a unicorn to get rid of the evil in the world. Lizu screamed, a roar of a beast came, and the 4 half-orc warriors turned into white light and disappeared under the attack. Goddess! 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 The crowd in the audience burst into cheers and stood up and applauded. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Tonight this show definitely earns a full percentage, and he believes that after tonight, Lizu will be famous in China as a goddess. Of course, now Lizu is just a showgirl, not comparable to the big stars in the real entertainment industry, but Lin Feng believes that with his support, Lizu will definitely become the most dazzling star of this era. No, it is a goddess, the only goddess. Lizu smiled sweetly at the audience and began to pose as planned. Although Wang Meng and others were helpless, they also cooperated with Lizu in various mighty poses. But it would be a pity if they could do it the next day. If you see the camera in the hands of the masses, I am afraid that you will get angry again. Everyone has Lizu alone in their cameras. Even if they take a group photo, Lizu is in the middle, and the others only show a little figure. Next, Lizu put on a wizard robe and a female warrior costume, and performed various performances accompanied by the professional showgirl invited by Lin Feng. But obviously, the scenery tonight belongs only to Lizu. Even the many young and beautiful showgirls who are in hot body cannot snatch the slightest shot of Lizu. As time goes by, tonight's most important and most anticipated drama will be staged. Lizu will personally select 100 lucky people to take a photo with Lizu. In the noise of screaming and frustration, Lizu selected 100 lucky people with a smile. Looking at the enviable eyes off the stage, the 100 lucky ones on the stage felt great honor at this moment. especially when they saw Lisa close at hand. Their hearts trembled even more. Big brothers, Ze can let you choose a set of clothes for a group photo. What do you choose? Lisa was very smart to let the 100 lucky people on the stage choose the clothes to wear for the group photo. Obviously, this move won everyone's likes. The 100 lucky ones on the stage heard a group of wolves. The audience was even more sad and wailed for not being drawn. Goddess, you are really our goddess. Not only is it long and beautiful, but also has such a gentle personality. Oh, my God, how can I see other women in my eyes from now on? Everyone on the scene howls of happiness. After repeated discussions with 100 lucky people, Lisa finally chose to wear a holy Taoist costume, as noble and pure as a fairy in the world. At this time, Tanks.com also began to randomly select 1,000 lucky people. Amidst the turmoil on the internet, the 1,000 lucky people who were jealous of many players who watched the video were released. They will get an autographed photo of Lisa. With the sound of 0 o'clock, this legend night came to an end. The players who participated were naturally extremely excited, and those who did not participate were naturally frustrated. But Lin Feng threw a new point of excitement at the end. The Legend Carnival will be held on Christmas Eve, when the mysterious Christmas goddess will give Christmas gifts to everyone. When everyone heard it online or at the scene, they suddenly uttered an earth-shattering roar. The so-called mysterious Christmas goddess must be Lisa. The thought of Lisa wearing a red Christmas dress to send gifts to everyone couldn't help but scream. Hee hee. But this Legend Carnival event, only players who have reached level 40 before December 24th are eligible to participate. Lin Feng left such a sentence and announced that the event is over tonight. Everyone in the audience was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly disappeared. If you track everyone's actions, you will find that everyone is running to a commonplace internet cafes. You can only participate at level 40. If you don't work hard now, how can you rush to level 40 before December 24th? During this time of the game, everyone knows that the upgrade of legend is not so easy. If you don't hurry up, you will not be eligible to accept the gifts personally sent by the goddess. Everyone's actions were expected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly, knowing that legend will be a true legend in China's online game industry from tonight. And a new round of upgrade frenzy will kick off tonight. Chapter 50. There is no shortcut to success. After the noise passed, the night gradually returned to tranquility. Naturally, Lin Feng was not personally responsible for the rest of the work. He had already sat on the S600 with Lisa and was driving on the way home. Looking at Lisa, who looked tired, Lin Feng felt a slight pain in his heart. "Yu, thank you for your hard work," Lin Feng said lovingly, touching Lisa's forehead. "Hee hee, it's okay. People are no longer a burden." Lisa smiled happily, smiling at the corners of his mouth, patted his palms, and there was a hint of relief between the eyebrows. Lin Feng shook his head pityingly. "The beautiful woman in front of me, the goddess in my heart, is good with everything. The only downside is that he is too good and strong, has a strong self-esteem, and never accepts favors from others easily. I am afraid that for more than a month, the pressure from the bottom of my heart must be not light. With the perfect performance tonight, she can release all the pressure in her heart." "Brother Lin, when do you think I will receive invitations from various shows?" Lisa said yearningly with bright eyes. "Well, soon. Maybe you will wake up and find that the invited contracts are full of your bedside." Lin Feng said with a smile. "That's great, so that I can make more money, invite Brother Lin to eat, and also save my dad from running around because of gambling debts." Lisa put his hands on his chest and said in prayer. Lin Feng smiled and gave an encouraging look. This girl has a strong nature and doesn't like to ask for help easily. If she asks to help her solve her father's problem, I am afraid she will not agree. But this kind of Lisa makes him like it even more. A girl with a stubborn and independent personality will compromise for one person. This alone will make a man faint happily. "Brother Lin, borrow your shoulder to use it." Lisa yawned lightly, and the corners of his eyes were full of tiredness. He gently took Lin Feng's arm and leaned his head quietly on Lin Feng's shoulder. shaking slightly in the Mercedes-Benz S600. Next, a sweet smile hung from the corner of his mouth and fell asleep. "Thanks for your hard work, my goddess." Looking at Lisa, who was sleeping, Lin Feng signaled the driver to drive slowly, so as not to disturb the sleeping goddess. After arriving at the dormitory, Lin Feng did not wake Lisa, gently hugged her into the room, put her on the bed, and quietly closed the door and left. After a month of hard work, and another night of tossing, it's time for her to have a good rest tonight. However, Lin Feng did not go home to sleep. Since becoming a boss, starting a company, and becoming the focus of everyone's attention, the schedule of rest after working as a small clerk turned into heavy work, either thinking about the company's next development direction, or studying the company's current operating conditions. In the imagination, the situation in which trillions of household wealth can be easily earned by virtue of the ability of foresight is shattered by the ruthless blow of reality. There is no easy way to success. No matter what innate conditions you have, everyone is the same in the face of success. There is only two-word diligence. In particular, Lin Feng has been promoted from an ordinary worker to owning a national fast food chain in just over a year. The largest online game company in China also has the potential of the most promising online trading platform in the future. China's Forbes richest person, Lin Feng's foundation is too thin, and there are too many things he needs to learn, so he can only be more diligent than others. Since coming to Shanghai, Lin Feng's work schedule has been revised significantly. "I arrive at the company at 9 o'clock in the morning and work until 2 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the night, and then go home to sleep." Day to day. Back in the silent office, Lin Feng dismissed the bodyguard behind him. Since Wang Meng brought his comrades in arms and established a real security department, Lin Feng, as the company's president, always followed a bodyguard behind him. Fortunately, so far, no accidents have occurred. Lin Feng started working on the company's financial statements for November, quietly thinking about the company's next development direction. Due to the popularity of Legend in November, Chufeng Internet City's net profit rose to 40 and added 400 computers, which basically saturated the surrounding market. With the approach of winter, the barbecue shop's business gradually calmed down, and the profit was only more than 10,000 yuan. After Xilao Master Lin Feng launched Fruit Tea, the scented tea processing plant saw a soaring business, bringing a net profit of 420,000 yuan, as much as Chufeng.com. But Lin Feng only paid out 51% of the dividend. Two brothers share 24.5% each. Starting with 150 branches of the Starting Point fast food chain, the 3% turnover in November was raised to Lin Feng, which brought a profit of 1.09 million. Dingdong.com is still temporarily at a loss. However, with the popularity of Legend, the sale of virtual point cards on Dingdong.com has not only brought huge transaction volume to Dingdong.com, but also unparalleled popularity. Small-scale players have begun to appear between trade orders. The most surprising thing is that Dingdong.com received the first advertising contract, which brought tens of thousands of years of income to Lin Feng. Before the official charges for Legend, it brought Lin Feng a total of more than 2.5 million in income. But for this Legend night and another extremely profitable project, Lin Feng smashed all the profits in. Slowly putting down the financial statements, Lin Feng quietly looked at the brightly lit night view of Shanghai in the distance, thinking about the direction of development in December. Before Lin Feng moved the company's headquarters to Shanghai, he discussed the company's development plan for the last quarter of 2000 with Liu Yinying and Wu Xiaopu. However, the plan will never keep up with the changes. In order to adapt to the rapid development of this world, Lin Feng had to change the plan again and again. After soaking a cup of tea guanyin 3 times, Lin Feng gave his reply. Since returning from South Korea, Lin Feng gave up the habit of drinking coffee and changed to tea. Chufeng Internet City, scented tea processing plant, and barbecue shop are mainly stable. Starting Point fast food chain stores temporarily suspend their expansion, first stabilize the market, and organize franchise stores across the country to conduct training to improve food quality and fast food restaurant management and service attitudes. Lin Feng has received feedback from secret employees dispatched to all parts of the country. Many fast food restaurants in southern cities with hot weather have flies, and when business is low, there are no salespersons at the counters, and many franchised store receptionists you can't always keep a smile on your face. These are all problems. Although they don't seem to be a big problem, they will affect the business and the reputation of the entire starting fast food chain. Lin Feng must take action on them. Of course, this is the work of Su Xiaomai and others, and Lin Feng only issued instructions behind the scenes to check and accept the results at that time. As the president of the entire group company, Lin Feng also has issues that he has to deal with in person every month. In December, Lin Feng first planned to move Dingdong.com back to the headquarters. Although the company signed a contract with Tencent before, because the company had insufficient funds to cover the cost of purchasing servers and bandwidth, it borrowed chickens to lay eggs. But now that Lin Feng has the ability to bear the server and bandwidth, he can no longer allow Dingdong to be free outside. Sent in. Dingdong.com has always been outside of Lin Feng's control, and Lin Feng is afraid that one day he will make wedding dresses for others. Lin Feng is very clear about the future potential and value of Dingdong.com, an online trading platform. It will not only change the way people shop, but also become Lin Feng's cornucopia. Lin Feng started from scratch and has no potential power or relationship to rely on. To get through the initial development bottleneck period, Dingdong.com will be an important step for Lin Feng to pass this barrier. Then there is the advertising investment of the starting point chain fast food restaurant. After this month buffer period, the two global fast food chain supergiants that were previously caught up in the Taxgate and ExplosionGate incidents have been relieved, and launched a strong expansion of the Lin Feng Kiki fast food restaurant. Nearly Crazy Sniper, one after another launched burgers priced at only 6 yuan. Even the signature ice cream has also been slightly reduced in price. Coupled with the overwhelming advertising, people have gradually forgotten the previous events and returned to two foreign fast food restaurants. Although today the starting point fast food restaurant is still doing good business with its previously established image, but if it goes on for a long time, without advertising, the starting point fast food restaurant will gradually be forgotten. Even giants like Pepsi-Cola spend huge sums of money every year to hire global superstars to carry out bombings. It seems that the importance of ad continuity can be imagined. However, Lin Feng's current funds are obviously not enough to compete with the two foreign fast food restaurants, and online advertising is far less efficient than TV advertising. TV commercials. It seems that this idea should be good. A smug smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Chapter 51 The Goddess Under the Men's Shirt. Sorry, there are still only 2 chapters today. I tried my best, 3 chapters tomorrow. Just now I can't log in at the starting point, so I upload it now. Wangji. Another problem that Lin Feng has to solve is online games. Now that he has stepped into the world of online games, he must be the largest online game company in China or even the world. In the future, the annual profit of China's online game market will exceed 10 billion. Lin Feng's appetite is not big, and 80% will do. In order to achieve this goal, which is not excessive in Lin Feng's view, one must monopolize various types of online games, and we must establish an image for all players from now on every game produced by Lin Feng's online game company. Tours are all fine products. However, it is obvious that the name Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co. Limited is not suitable as the name that appears in front of the stage. Shanda, the 9th city. These names are good. Lin Feng's company name is too old-fashioned. The Second World. This is the name Lin Feng gave to his online game company, which means that it will bring a new world to all players, a world of games. As Lin Feng introduced Legend to China ahead of time, the only opponent of Lin Feng in China today is Stone Age. Under the impact of the Legend real-time game mode, Stone Age saw a sharp drop in the number of online users this month. However, The two games are of different types and target different targets. Although Stone Age was temporarily affected, the operating company but it doesn't care. But the operating company doesn't care doesn't mean that Lin Feng doesn't care. How can a company make the most money? Monopolize it. Only by monopolizing a market can profits be optimized. If Lin Feng wants to build his own game empire, he must monopolize this market. Lin Feng has always had a dream to let martial arts online games go abroad, out of Asia, and into the world. However, in addition to the technical flaws in the game development team, the true meaning of martial arts has been abandoned by online game companies, and the martial arts online games that are finally created are nondescript. It was neither welcomed by domestic players nor by foreign players, and most of them died in the end. Lin Feng has limited funds and limited technical team, so he first builds a game empire by relying on agent games. After Lin Feng's Second World truly becomes one of the world's top online game companies, Lin Feng will definitely launch a real martial arts online game. An online game that conveys the spirit of Chinese martial arts. Japan relies on comics to invade the world. The United States relies on moe, and Lin Feng relies on China's unique martial arts culture to invade the world. But now, Lin Feng will kick Stone Age first. It's not that Lin Feng and Stone Age have an antagonism, it's just that one mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Lin Feng wants to grab the largest share of the market when other domestic companies notice the big kick of online games. In my memory, the one that replaced Stone Age was Magic Baby. And then it was NetEase's Fantasy Westward Journey that replaced Magic Baby and became the turn-based online game with the largest number of online users in China. Fantasy Westward Journey does not even have a movie now, but Magic Baby has been produced by the famous Japanese game maker Enix, and it has begun public testing in Japan. Lam Feng's next goal is to go to Japan to obtain the copyright of Magic Baby on the mainland. But this is all afterwards. Lin Feng does not have the extra funds and energy to negotiate a contract with Japan for the agency of Magic Baby. After Legend stabilizes and all the campaigners teams have a certain amount of experience, Lin Feng will go to Japan to represent Magic Baby. Anyway, it is still early. In my memory, Magic Baby officially landed in China in 2002 and was represented by Netstar. However, Lin Feng's introduction of Legend into China in advance also directly ignited the budding online game market in China. This is like a butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil, which can lead to a game in Texas a month later. Tornado. No one knows what kind of tornado Lin Feng's butterfly wings will bring to China and even the world's online game market. When Lin Feng had dealt with all this, the sky was slightly pale. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. It was another sleepless night. Ever since I became the boss, I have never been asleep until I wake up naturally. Looking at his watch, Lin Feng scratched his head slightly, thinking of Lisa who was still asleep. A sweet smile appeared in his heart. This girl used to prepare breakfast for me. Let me prepare breakfast for her today as a reward for her perfect performance yesterday. Lin Feng smiled warmly from the heart and did not call a car. He went straight downstairs to the breakfast stall, leisurely eating breakfast, and then bought the most typical Chinese breakfast soy milk fritters, and returned to the dormitory. The morning sun in Shanghai in December has a hint of coolness, and the feeling of being cold and warm is particularly comfortable. It is also a good time for a lazy bed. There is a figure lying on a Simmons bed, a pink duvet cover gently and quietly covering the body, only revealing a delicate face that makes people sigh, and the occasional snow-white pink neck is particularly exciting. People just want to watch it, but they are covered by a quilt, which makes people sigh helplessly. The girl's brows moved slightly, her eyes blinked, her delicate lips uttered a trembling murmur, and her strong young nose twitched slightly. The girl groaned and stretched her waist, revealing two parts. The skin of white jade coagulating fat is especially exciting in the early winter sun. The girl rubbed her eyes, a smile naturally hung on the corners of her mouth, opened her sleepy eyes, yawned slightly, looked at the sunlight shining through the curtains, and smiled softly with a sound like a natural sound. Grandpa's son, good morning. The girl stretched her waist and sat up. The quilt she was wrapped in fell off, revealing a spring. Snow-white skin, towering breasts, attractive cleavage that makes people look reluctant to leave, fluctuating with breathing, turbulent, and smooth abdomen without a trace of fat. If there is a man here, I am afraid that it will be immediately 3 liters of blood spurting. No one would have thought that under the tender face that is still immature, there is a plump figure that does not lose to any adult. The girl didn't care at first, she just opened her sleepy eyes looking for the clothes for the next day that she put in advance every night, but she couldn't find it. Pouting her mouth and thinking about it, she was waiting to get up to get the clothes. When suddenly I saw a set of Taoist robe hanging on the bed aside from the corner of my eyes blinked, and the whole person suddenly screamed. He quickly got back into the bed and looked down and found that he was only wearing a set of underwear. She screamed again and again. After a while, after recalling what happened last night, the girl's cheeks turned red. Lin. How can Brother Lin do this? He took off his clothes while he was asleep. The girl is not someone else, it is Lisa who fell asleep with exhaustion last night. After waking up, I found that I was only covered in underwear. After recalling what happened last night, how Lisa didn't know that Lin Feng had taken it off for her, and his cheeks flushed with shame at the moment. After all, a big girl with a yellow flower was taken off and only her underwear was left. And she was not ashamed to blame. Lisa checked again and found that there was nothing abnormal in his whole body. His expression relaxed, and a sweet smile appeared on the corners of his mouth again, not knowing what he was stealing from. Yu, are you awake? Brother Lin, can I come in now? At this moment, Lin Feng's shout suddenly came from outside the door. Lisa was suddenly shocked, and his face turned red again, and he slammed into the bed, shyly unable to speak. Yu, are you awake? Lin Feng knocked on the door several times. Seeing that there was no response from the back room, he frowned. I don't know what happened. When he knocked on the door again, the door suddenly opened. Lisa blushed and walked out wearing an oversized shirt. When Lin Feng saw it, his nosebleeds almost came out. The shirt Lisa is wearing at the moment is his shirt. Although Lisa has a tall body of 172 centimeters, he is still a little shorter than Lin Feng's height of 180 centimeters, and the girls are a little weaker. Lin Feng's shirt was worn loosely on Lisa, and the infinity inside could be easily seen through the gaps in the shirt. Lin Feng can guarantee that Lisa wears absolutely nothing except underwear. Peeking from the neckline of the clothes, there is an endless spring light that makes people want to commit crimes, especially a pair of tall and sexy, even and smooth thighs follow Lisa's. Walking around, bay eye dangling makes people swell with blood. Coupled with the pair of innocent and pitiful big eyes looking at you, it almost makes people fall apart. Lin Feng exclaimed, such a stunner, harming the world. Chapter 52 Vacuum Temptation? Lin Feng's gaze. How Lisa didn't know. It's just that although Lisa knows where Lin Feng is looking, she has nothing to do. Lisa has no choice but to hide the area where she is exposed as much as possible with a shy face. But Lisa didn't know that her twitchy and shy appearance was even more exciting. Lisa also didn't want to dress like this to open the door to see Lin Feng. Although she had a good impression of Lin Feng in her heart, the relationship between the two had not yet reached that stage. She couldn't accept such explicit intimacy right now. It's just that Lisa was too sleepy yesterday, so he fell asleep without washing the clothes he changed. As for the clothes she wore today, she didn't take a shower last night. At the moment, she was uncomfortable and she didn't dare to wear it because she was afraid of getting dirty. In addition, she brought only a few summer clothes from Korea to China, not a few autumn and winter clothes. There is no change. So as a last resort, I could only walk out wearing a shirt of Lin Feng. Because of the unprecedented crackdown, this chapter was deducted. This one has very few words, and I hope you forgive me. Because of the unprecedented crackdown, this chapter was deducted. This one has very few words. I hope everyone will forgive me. Because of the unprecedented crackdown, this chapter has been deducted. This one has very few words, but I hope everyone will forgive me. I tell the important thing 3 times. After Yang Xing drove, Lin Feng rushed to the company with Li Zhu and held the executive meeting in December. After arriving at the company, everyone smiled and congratulated Li Zhu from the heart. Yesterday, Li Zhu's perfect performance not only impressed all the players on the scene, but also impressed everyone in the company. Most people in the company treat this girl who has always appeared next to Lin Feng in the role of a vase with a sense of disdain, hostility, envy, and jealousy. But yesterday, they knew that Li Zhu is not only good-looking, she has her own stage. Under the fluorescent lights is her stage. When the company executive meeting was held on time at 9 o'clock in the morning, all the participants gave a warm applause to Li Zhu. Chapter 53 Don't bully people like this? The applause of the crowd made Li Zhu shy for a while. She just did her own job, but she didn't expect to get such affirmation from everyone. This made Li Zhu feel a little uneasy, but at the same time he felt more certain about his future plans. Lin Feng knew what everyone meant and motioned for everyone to quiet down. Yu, I thank you in place of the company. Your perfect performance yesterday made our campaign's legend a great success. Thank you. Lin Feng formally bowed to Li Zhu. No, brother Lin. You have been helping me all the time. I did my job well yesterday. Li Zhu was shocked, and quickly got up and did not dare to accept Lin Feng's gift. In her heart, she felt very happy to be able to help Lin Feng. How could she dare to accept such a gift? This is not on my behalf, but on behalf of the company, on behalf of all the staff of Legend. You feel it? Lin Feng finally gave a big gift to Li Zhu. It made Li Zhu's pretty face reddened, not knowing where to put his hands. Everyone who watched laughed. Okay. The next step is our campaign is planned for December. Lin Feng let Li Zhu pass on the copy prepared last night to everyone. Yes, the name Second World is very good. It is in line with the feeling that online games bring to people, and it is also in line with our campaign's future development prospects. Everyone at the meeting expressed agreement. However, President Lin, is it too early to relocate Dingdong.com back to the headquarters? Now that Legend is becoming more and more popular, our server units are already overwhelmed. At this time, we will bear the load of Dingdong. I am afraid that it will eventually affect the stable operation of Legend. Wu Zhenpa's speech won the approval of Liu Yinying and others. Since the contract with 10X Network has not expired, it is better to carry it out and move it back when the company has strong financial resources. Everyone's worries Lin Feng is naturally clear, but Lin Feng also has Lin Feng's plans. Although for the time being, the company's finances will face a very severe test. But as long as the initial difficult period is past, the relocation of Dingdong.com will bring great benefits to Lin Feng. Everyone, I know this too. But I have to move Dingdong.com back to the headquarters. Everyone kept silent, waiting for Lin Feng's reason. I will launch a third-party platform. The buyer's advance payment will be sent to the third-party platform first. After the buyer receives the goods and confirms, the third-party platform will finally send the payment to the seller. Lin Feng said, this will ensure the buyer's interests to the greatest extent, and solve the current disputes caused by the seller's failure to deliver the goods or the inconsistency of the delivery with the actual description after the buyer has paid. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Wu Zhenpa's eyes lit up. His hands needed for a while, and he couldn't help but say, secondly, this intermediate buffer period will bring huge liquidity to the company. After Wu Zhenpa finished speaking, the rest of Lin Feng's people who were still deliberation before suddenly realized that after some discussion, they immediately felt that this proposal would be of great help to the company. At the meeting, Lin Feng passed the second personnel adjustment and established the Second World online game company. Shou Zhaopu, game director Kui Ming's, and Liu Yinying served as Lin's Catering and Entertainment Co. Limited. The vice president and the remaining vacant departments will be recruited for the second time after the establishment of the company. Donglin, since I am now appointed as the chief executive officer of the Second World, I want to talk to you about Miss Li's endorsement issue. Wu Zhaopu said seriously. Donglin, Miss Li's performance last night, I believe everyone here considers it extremely successful. and Lin Dong has also been arguing for Miss Lisa before, so I want Miss Lisa to be the spokesperson and spokesperson of legend. The image ambassador, as Lin Dong said, made him the goddess of legend. Wu Xiaopu said carefully. Everyone in the company knows that the relationship between Lin Feng and Lisa is not just a working relationship, so Wu Xiaopu must wait for Lin Feng to agree to this proposal. Regarding Wu Xiaopu's proposal, Lin Feng had no reason to disagree, and it was his plan to praise Lisa. Think of creating a superstar yourself, who is infinitely attractive in the eyes of outsiders, but is like a little girl by your side. This will definitely make anyone crazy with jealousy. Then how much is the endorsement fee for Ms. Lisa? I still hope Mr. Lin will give instructions. Wu Xiaopu is really not good at telling this point. He really doesn't know what Lin Feng's attitude towards Lisa is, especially when it comes to endorsement fees. How many? Of course, according to Wu Xiaopu's thinking, it is best not to give it temporarily. After all, the company is currently short of funds. Since everyone is their own, if you can save a little, you can save a little. Lin Feng was taken aback after hearing this. Indeed, although he fantasizes that he personally holds the red Lisa, he really has not considered giving Lisa the so-called endorsement fee. Now that he was mentioned by Wu Xiaopu, he suddenly woke up with embarrassment on his face. Even if I have regarded it as my own forbiddenness in my heart, I can't let people work in vain without getting paid. However, Lin Feng didn't know how much to give, and he didn't know how much to price Lisa. Less, I think it is an insult to the goddess in my heart. More, my company is really short of funds now, and can't afford too much money. However, when Lin Feng was distressed, Lisa, the person involved in the incident, stood up to help Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I don't want endorsement fees. You not only saved me, but also helped me pay off the gambling debts my father owed. You also gave me a decent job who didn't understand anything, and nurtured me. I don't want any endorsements fee. Lisa stood up and said seriously. Lisa's well-being made Wu Xiaopu's heart relieved. He had been the chief financial officer of the company before and naturally knew the company's financial status. With Lisa's current popularity, although he is still a newcomer, it will be ashamed to pass it out below 7 figures and will be scolded by netizens. Now she is willing to take the initiative not to do that. Anyway, the company is from Lamfeng. Who are they with whom? Sooner or later they will become a pair. Wu Xiaopu's ideas are not only his own ideas, but also the ideas of most people in the company. After all, Lisa is such a well-behaved, sensible, and beautiful girl. It is too hard to find, especially the good dishes that are still cooked. If Lin Feng doesn't want this kind of girl, then everyone doesn't know what kind of girl Lin Feng wants. Although Lin Feng felt relieved, he was also sour. He felt sad for Lisa's well-being. He was so a little bit sour. However, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu acquiesced to this, but some people disliked it. Liu Yinying also likes a well-behaved girl like Lisa very much. Since getting along, although Lisa has always been in constant conditions at work, she has tried her best, and as Lin Feng's secretary, she has never shown face to anyone, has done wrong, and has never shirked responsibility, and is always courageous. Take responsibility. Such a girl, let alone men like it, even she likes it tightly. Now seeing Lin Feng and Lisa bullying Lisa in this way, they naturally couldn't stand it in their hearts. Moreover, when Lisa was Lin Feng's secretary before, the company did not create an employee profile for Lisa. This is because the personnel department didn't know what Lisa's identity was. Lin Feng didn't say anything, and they didn't ask. As a result, Lisa worked as a secretary for a month for nothing, and didn't get a cent. Thinking of this, Liu Yinying felt angry. I said, Donglin, there is no such a bullying method for bullying. Although Lisa is grateful for your previous kindness, but that size is reduced to 1 size. Even if Lisa cannot have any money, but have you thought about it? How can she survive without income? She is a girl and a very beautiful girl. Doesn't she need to buy clothes and cosmetics? As a woman, Liu Yinying is naturally more careful. She has long seen that Lisa doesn't have any money, otherwise there won't be more than one. Used clothes are always exchanged for 3 or 4. Especially a pair of shoes on my feet have been slightly worn out, but they have not been changed. And Liu Yinying still has some things that are hard to say. These coats and shoes are easy to talk about. What about underwear? This is definitely something that needs to be changed every day. Liu Yinying really can't figure out how Lisa persisted, and there is no complaint. This also made Liu Yinying even more injustice to Lisa. After Liu Yinying's words were finished, Lin Feng realized that although he wanted to take good care of Lisa and take care of her forever during this period, he realized that everything was just talking about him, or it was just a kind of hope that Zan had. I really cared about this understanding girl goddess in my heart. Lin Feng looked at Lisa apologetically, but Lisa narrowed his eyes and smiled and shook her head to indicate that she didn't care at all, and instead defended Lin Feng. No, Sister Ying, I can pick up other jobs, so I will have money. Brother Lin has spent a lot of money on me during this period. I will endorse Brother Lin and don't need money. Lisa shook his head firmly. Liu Yinying looked at her heart but felt even more pity, complaining to Lin Feng even more, and she was sure in her heart that she would never be able to bully such a lovely girl in this way. No, I can't see you being bullied like this. Since the endorsements must have an endorsement fee, and it must be in line with your current worth. The company is indeed financially tight, but it can temporarily default on it and wait until the financial situation eases. Liu Yinying also knows the company's financial situation, but she never agrees with Lin Feng and others' approach in her heart. This is really bullying. We women are not that easy to bully. Don't think that just saying I love you can change everything. If Liu Yinying knew that Lin Feng had not made any promises or oaths to Lisa so far, I would be even more angry. Someone is a big girl with a yellow flower, who just follows you without a name. What's the matter? Chapter 54, The Superiority of Shanghainese. Liu Yinying's forced palace and Lisa's persistence made Lin Feng embarrassed and distressed. In the end, regardless of Wu Zhao's suggestion, he agreed to give Lisa a corresponding endorsement fee. However, as Liu Yinying said, the endorsement fee will be paid in full once the company's financial situation eases in the future. The meeting finally ended, and Lin Feng left Lisa alone. I'm sorry, I was too careless during this time. Lin Feng looked embarrassed and took out a credit card from his wallet. This is the secondary card of my credit card. Take it, buy some daily necessities for yourself, and buy some clothes. Lin Feng stuffed the card into Lisa's hand. Brother Lin, I don't need it. I will have a job right away. Brother Lin, I am willing to speak for you for free. Lisa said, his face blushed. However, at this time, Lin Feng was deeply caught in his ignorance and blame for the goddess in his heart during this period, and he naturally ignored the different attitude of Lisa at this time. Okay, you just have it. Remember to bring some cash out. Credit cards can't take taxes. Lin Feng forced the credit card to Lisa. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lisa held the credit card tightly in his hand and nodded heavily. Okay, I still have things to do. You can ask Yinying's sister to accompany you to buy some daily necessities and pick some good clothes. Lin Feng felt relieved. After all, this kind of guilt is really uncomfortable, especially the object. Still, the goddess in my heart, originally determined to take good care of the goddess, but unexpectedly let the goddess suffer for him. Lisa smiled and sent Lin Feng away. After Lin Feng left, Lisa wrapped the credit card tightly in a silk scarf and hid it next to his body. She didn't plan to use this card. She would cherish it. In Lisa's mind, this card is no longer a card, but a gift from Lin Feng. Lin Feng called to Yang Xing, got on the Mercedes-Benz S600 and went straight to Shanghai Oriental TV to start another plan. Let the starting point fast food chain and the second world ring through the country's advertising plan. When Lin Feng went to Shanghai Oriental TV station, Wu Zhaopu, who had been promoted to the CEO of the second world, not only advertised according to the company size and job vacancies, but also announced the change of the company's name to the Second World on the official website. In the announcement, The technical team of Ming's opened the Lizu area on the official website and announced that Lizu has become the legendary goddess wuxiaworld, who is well versed in market hype, also announced Lizu's 7-figure endorsement fee, and released Lizu's related information and cosplay photos that had not been announced before. As soon as this news was announced, in a short time, Lizu's personal official website had a hit rate of over 100,000. And the number of messages posted exceeded 10,000. With the fans' enthusiasm and Lee Ji-woo's South Korean background, he received a 7-figure endorsement fee as a newcomer, which immediately caused a sensation in the entire domestic entertainment circle, which caused major media to reprint it and spread it to South Korea. The best model of Korean development in China. Of course, this is all something to say. But Lin Feng, who arrived at Shanghai Oriental TV station, was stopped by the guard at this time. Tell you taking Zhao pseudonym, just say that Lin Feng, the president of the Legend online game company, is asking to see you. Lin Feng smiled and asked the guard to pass the message. The guard was taken aback when he heard this. The president, looking up and down Lin Feng, is there such a young president? Could it be a liar? But not everyone can sit in such a luxurious Mercedes-Benz S600. The doorman hesitated for a while, but in the end it was still based on the face of the Mercedes-Benz S600 and called the secretary of director Zhao. After a short while, after the doorman agreed, the smiling doorman respectfully sent Lin Feng in. Hey! What are you doing? Where is this? Do you know? Stand there for me, and wait for me to register. Turning around, the guard pointed to a young man who had just got out of the taxi with a cover letter at the door. There was a roar, and the scared young man apologized again and again. The surprise between the guards was so big that it was astounding. Snob. Lin Feng and Yang Xing despise for a while. But think about it, if I didn't come here by Mercedes-Benz S600, but by taxi, I'm afraid it would be a fate too. It seems that Wu Zuppa's previous proposal is indeed right. In Shanghai, without a good car, it is easy to be looked down upon everywhere. Not long after, Lin Feng was greeted by a dignified and elegant female secretary and walked to the office of Director Zhao. As soon as he walked in, Director Zhao greeted him with enthusiasm, chatting with Lin Feng like an old friend. Fortunately, Lin Feng is not the first brother of a shopping mall. He doesn't seem to have any nutrition, but he has a certain resistance to the test and talk of each other. He also exchanged greetings with Tai Chang Zhao with a smile on his face. President Lin, you are really young and promising. Please sit down. Please sit down. Director Zhao asks Lin Feng to sit down, and at the same time ordered the secretary to bring a cup of coffee. Lin Feng had the opportunity to look closely at Director Zhao at this time. Over 40 years old, his face is radiant, his eyes are sharp and energetic, and he has an ordinary appearance, but he exudes the unique charm of a middle-aged man. While Lin Feng looked at Director Zhao, Director Zhao also secretly looked at Lin Feng. It is unexpected that the president of the most popular online game Legend in China is so young. I just don't know what happened when he visited today. The corner of Lin Feng's eyes also swept over to a Shanghai newspaper on Director Zhao's desk. The newspaper was reporting yesterday's legendary night throughout. Especially the photos of Lisa in the sky that were holy and like angels occupied the whole page. The big title Legendary Goddess, all demonstrate the success of yesterday's Legend Night. Especially Lisa will quickly become popular because of this. Director Zhao saw the corner of Lin Feng's eyes swept over the newspaper and he laughed. Mr. Lin, yesterday's Legend Night was a great success. Although Shanghai is an international metropolis, there has never been a show of this size. Congratulations. Where? Lin Feng was humble, wondering how to speak to Tai Chang Zhao. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Zhao Tai knew that he had something to ask for himself, and he was not in a hurry. He slowly drank his coffee and waited for Lin Feng to speak. After some deliberation, Lin Feng decided to go straight in instead of going around in circles. Director Zhao, there is a cooperation plan. Please take a look at it. Lin Feng took out a business proposal from the briefcase and handed it to Director Zhao. Tai Chang Zhao was taken aback for a moment, and then he was slightly angry. Cooperation? Shit. I dignified Shanghai Oriental TV, which is also a satellite channel nationwide, with countless advertisers. Do I need your little guy to cooperate? Tikenzo's inherent superiority as a Shanghainese burst out at this time. But when he saw the project case handed over by Lin Feng, Tai Changzhou looked astonished. Chapter 55 Supergirl Voice Lin Feng's project is nothing but the Supergirl once created by Hunan Satellite TV, which made a national sensation. Lin Feng is going to hand it over to Shanghai Oriental TV in advance for operation, and Lin Feng's reward is that during the prime time of the live broadcast of the entire draft, Shanghai Oriental TV will broadcast a free advertisement for Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant. When the Supergirl was in the national finals, more than 200 million people watched it. This rating is unheard of for a local station. Operated by Oriental Television in Shanghai, an international metropolis, Lin Feng believes that this program will be more successful. Conscience said that when Director Zhao finished reading Lin Feng's project, he was really tempted and itchy. The concept proposed by Lin Feng's project is absolutely unprecedented at this time. American Idol has not yet begun. For civilian idols, it is up to the audience to decide who the final champion belongs. Thinking about this idea, Director Zhao is moved. He can pack a ticket. This show is bound to be a big hit. However, this project is obviously only half of the content. But when it really involves the core content and profit model, it is hidden, which makes Tikenzo's heart more itchy. Mr. Lin, what about the remaining content? Tai Changzhou couldn't wait to ask. Haha, Director Zhao, as long as you sign this contract, I will offer the rest of the content with both hands. Lin Feng handed over a contract. Director Zhao took a closer look at the contract and found that the content was nothing more than a free advertisement for Shanghai Oriental TV during the prime time of Supergirl. Director Zhao has calculated that compared to the profit and popularity that this project can bring, this amount of advertising time is definitely worth it. However, Director Zhao didn't sign it immediately, holding the contract to play, and said nothing. Lin Feng is not in a hurry. Supergirl is definitely a hot show. If Director Zhao disagrees with his cooperation plan, he can go to other TV stations. Anyway, the initiative is in his own hands. President Lin, in principle, I agree to your cooperation plan, but I have one more request. Director Zhao pointed his finger on the newspaper. My only request is that she must participate. Lin Feng looked sideways, and the place where Taizo's finger was standing was Lisa's head. Lin Feng smiled. This coincided with his plan. It was part of his plan to let Lisa participate. Now it is proposed by Director Zhao, that would be better. Okay, Director Zhao, this is no problem. The contract, Lin Feng said, pointing to the contract. Happy cooperation. Zhao Tiken quickly signed it. The reason why Director Zhao wants Lisa to participate is mainly because he is not confident about this newborn program, and it would be better to be able to guarantee more. And Lisa is definitely a hot spot recently. With her participation, this show can be full of gimmicks in the early stage. Of course, compared to the purpose of this show, civilian idols, Lisa, who has enough popularity, is undoubtedly very strong. And it is definitely very unfair to other players. However, there has never been fairness in this world. Fairness requires you to use your strength to fight for it. Director Zhao, the remaining cooperation matters will be taken care of by the vice president of our company, Miss Liu Yinying. Then I will chat it a day. Goodbye. After Lin Feng signed the contract, he turned and left. At this moment, in Xiujihui Gangyui Square, behind the two girls was a burly man with a serious face, carrying large bags and looking at the two women in front of them with helplessness. Sister Ying, don't have to buy so much. Will this be too much? And I have no money now. Lisa looked at the dozen bags of things carried by Jianglong comrade Wang Meng, one of the company's security guards, behind him with a face. Sorry. Lisa didn't tell Liu Yinying. Lin Feng gave her a credit card vice card, and she offered to borrow money from Liu Yinying to buy some clothes and pay it back after work. This also made Liu Yinying complain about Lin Feng out of thin air. thinking that Lin Feng was too stingy and shameless. But Lisa didn't know that a little bit of his own careful thought would cause Lin Feng so much trouble. As she thinks, she only needs to buy a few clothes now. After all, to participate in the booth show, she wears all the clothes provided by the exhibitor, and she doesn't need too many clothes. The card Lin Feng gave her was like a token of love. She didn't want to use it. It's okay, your sister Ying still has some money, and don't be afraid to repay it. You are a superstar in the future. Even if you can't afford it, I will ask Lin Feng for it. Liu Yinying was very angry with Lisa's stingy. Although the company says it is financially tight now, Lin Feng is already a small rich man, so why save him so much? Okay, let's continue shopping. Liu Yinying could not resist Lisa, took her into a brand name store again, looked back at Zhang Long, who was carrying a large bag and a small bag, thought for a while, and said, Zhang Long, I still trouble you. It's better to drive the Jinbai car. Zhang Long's expression became stiff when he heard it. Although he is an elite soldier in the army and has received countless severe training, it was the first time he went shopping with two beauties like this. At this moment, he understood why when Liu Yinying came to the security department to borrow someone to help pick up things in the morning, everyone else gave in and finally let herself get this beautiful messenger. It turns out that beauty shopping is so crazy. Although Zhang Long didn't look at his watch, he calculated that from the start to the present, he spent a total of 137 minutes shopping, with an error of no more than 30 seconds, visited 78 stores, and did not rest for a minute. Looking at the two beauties who were still very excited, Zhang Long sighed and said that he was suffering, but he could only call others to drive the Jinbai van. Sister Ying, no need, really no need. Although Lisa liked the purple dress in Liu Yinying's hands, he shook his head again and again. The clothes she bought at the moment are more than the clothes she bought in the past few years in South Korea. Enough for her to wear for a long time. Okay, just this one. Liu Yinying didn't know how Lisa liked this purple dress. The mysterious and melancholic color made Lisa like a rose on an iceberg, so clear and beautiful with a hint of mystery. There is still this one. Liu Yinying asked Lisa to try a few and bought them all. According to Liu Yinying's thinking, she herself has been following the route of intellectual beauty, but she also has a lot of clothes, and she usually adds a lot of clothes at the right time. As a showgirl, how can Lisa be a superstar without clothes changing in the future? Sister Ying, it's really enough. This time, Lisa refused to say anything. 20 bags of things are enough. No, Zhu, you are now the spokesperson of the company. What you represent is no longer your own image, but also the image of the company. Liu Yinying said indiscriminately, packaging again. Go, continue shopping. After Liu Yinying came to Shanghai, she hadn't been shopping for a long time. Today, it happens to be enough for shopping. Although Lisa doesn't want to buy any more, he likes shopping. Now she just doesn't have the money to buy it, so she can buy it again when she makes money later. Two ladies, the company van will be here soon. You continue shopping, and I will pick you up when the car arrives. Zhang Long heard that the two of them were going to go shopping. His eyes flashed with gold stars and sweating, so hurry up and wait for the bus. Let's talk about putting more than 20 bags of things in the car. The two Liu Yinying nodded, handed everything to Zhang Long, and continued to walk forward with interest. How many levels are you? I'm only level 31. I don't know if I can catch up with the Legend Carnival event for Christmas. At this moment, two people walked towards each other. Hey, I will definitely catch up. I'm level 35. And there was a fire. Now those wizards who don't have shields, that's cool. The other person gesticulated with excitement. Oh, I don't even know where to get Half Moon Sword art. The person next to him said with a depressed expression. Ha ha, go to the zombie hole and mix. Slowly, I just killed the Half Moon Sword technique that the Corpse King broke out. Hey, you know that the most expensive one is the Half Moon Sword technique now, the two said. Passing by Lisa and Liu Yinying. Chapter 56. The Crazy of Fans. Recommend a friend's new work. The farming text little village leader, an ordinary rural kid, grows into a minister-level village official by virtue of his Dragon Ball ability. Two players who talked about the experience of the Legend game suddenly stopped. Dude. Did you say that ... was that a legendary goddess? The 35th level warrior stammered. Okay ... it seems to be. The other 31st level warrior also hesitated, not sure whether the person he saw just now was the legend goddess who appeared in the endless calls last night. Then what should I do now? Go back to sleep or? The level 35 warrior said tremblingly. Chasing and going to bed at night. This is not something that everyone can meet. If it were her, I would rather not sleep for 10 days. The 31st level fighter said decisively, turning around and chasing forward. If I can take a photo with her, I would rather not sleep for a month. The level 35 fighter said even more exaggeratedly. Two legendary warriors followed Li Zu and Liu Yinying, pointing all the way, but because Li Zu and Liu Yinying always turned their backs to them, the two fighters were still unable to determine whether the tall girl with perfect curves was goddess in the heart. But the two of them didn't have the courage to walk in front of Lisa to take a closer look. One was afraid of molesting the goddess, and the other was afraid of disappointment. Lisa and Liu Yinying did know someone behind them, so they focused on shopping. One has a natural keen sense of fashion and color matching, and the other has a unique insight into clothing taste. When these two people match, the woman's natural desire to shop is thoroughly stimulated until the cash she carries with Liu Yinying is spent, and the card is also used. After being abused, the two men stopped. Sister Ying, I'm sorry, you even got swiped by your card. Lizu was embarrassed. Originally, she only wanted to buy a few pieces, but now she has more than a dozen bags of clothes. Hee, don't be so polite. I also learned a lot of tips on matching clothes from you. After buying so many, I will always be teased about the single color and cursing the goddess of black wind when I go to the company. Liu Yinying said today is a fruitful harvest. Since Lizu was promoted as the legend goddess, other colleagues in the company have joked that Liu Yinying, who is always unsmiling at work, is the goddess of the black wind. This makes Liu Yinying feel stunned by this, but she can only do nothing about it. Well, let's wait for Jiang Long at the intersection, and then go back to the company, and ask your brother Lin to treat us to a big meal. Liu Yinying quipped. Li's face blushed and he bowed his head silently, but his heart was as sweet as honey. At this moment, the two warriors who had been finally realized that this girl with perfect curves was the goddess in their hearts. After a while, they mustered up the courage to come forward and strike up a conversation. You. Hello, excuse me. Are you the goddess of Legend Night last night? The level 35 fighter stared at Lisa with straight A's, and he was amazed in his heart. 100% sure of the perfection in front of him. The flawless girl is the goddess in her heart. Zu, your fan, Liu Yinying said jokingly. Lizu was taken aback for a moment, then his pretty face blushed, he leaned slightly, exhaled and stretched out his hand like blue. Hello, I'm just the first time I meet, please take care of me. The level 35 warrior looked at the jade hand in front of him with a look of surprise. His eyes rounded. His lips trembled, and his right hand tremblingly stretched out, and gently touched Lisa's crystal-clear right hand. So slippery. The level 35 warrior trembled all over, and instinctively wanted to shrink his hand, but the next second Qi Nian in his heart took the upper hand, and immediately held Lisa's jade hand tightly and did not let go. You. Hello, my name is 30. I like you so much. Can I know your name? The level 35 fighter said with anticipation and excitement. Hello, my name is Lizu, thank you for your support. Although Lizu didn't like the man on the opposite side shaking hands too hard, he still kept a cordial smile and pulled out his jade hand forcefully. Hello, my name is 30. I also like you very much. Can I shake your hand? The 31st level fighter is also dry, expectant and nervous. Hello, my name is Lizu. I would like to take care of you when you meet for the first time. Lizu kept a charming smile, shook hands gently with the 31st level fighter, and then let go. Lizu, can you sign for us? The two soldiers took out the pens from their pockets and pushed the undershirts on their chests in front of Lizu. Lizu smiled slightly and quickly signed his name on the undershirts of the two. However, the two fighters obviously didn't want to give up the chance to meet the goddess in their hearts easily, and instead made more demands. Excuse me, can we take a group photo? Also, can you tell me your cell phone number? Without a cell phone number, QQ will do. The two soldiers looked excited. Hello, sorry, now we are holding too many things, it is not convenient to take a group photo. We will be fine next time. If my mobile phone number is not sent, I will tell you my QQ. Although Lisa felt that the two of them were too Menglang, but he maintained a cordial attitude, answering questions one by one. When Liu Yinying looked at it, she knew that if she continued to entangle like this, she was afraid that today would be endless, so she pulled Lisa and walked towards Zhang Long. However, the two legendary fighters were unwilling to give up, and followed up with Lisa's QQ, which bored Lisa. But when she grew up in South Korea, she knows to keep a cordial attitude towards fans, and this is a gamer of Linfeng Online Games Company. It can't be too much, otherwise it will have a negative impact on Linfeng's company. As a result, the two legendary fighters chased them all the way. And Liu Yinying obviously underestimated Lisa's current popularity. After a large-scale report in Legend Night Today's newspaper last night, Lisa's popularity in Shanghai now far exceeds Liu Yinying and Lisa's imagination. Passers-by who hadn't noticed before saw the two men chasing a girl all the way like a star, and suddenly became curious. After a closer look, he was immediately shocked, flipping through the newspaper in his hand, and immediately found that the girl being chased was the front page of today's newspaper. Fresh and refined, without a trace of human fireworks, her perfect body is not who she is. Legendary goddess. As long as those who are slightly interested in online games immediately realize who this girl is, they all swarmed over Lisa and Liu Yinying. At first, Lisa still kept a sweet smile to satisfy most people's signature requirements, but as the flow of people increased and fans' requests became more and more excessive, Lisa suddenly panicked. After all, she was just a little girl who was first involved in society. How could she be besieged by so many people? Her face turned pale in fright, and she was flustered, not knowing what to do. So she could only hold on to Liu Yinying tightly. Although Liu Yinying is much older and has gone through a lot of big scenes, this is the first time she has encountered the scene of being besieged by everyone. Once the fans are crazy, it is too scary, and she does not know what to do, so she can only protect Lisa tightly. Let her be frivolous. But obviously under the siege of the crowd, this is impossible. Even she was stolen several times, making her ashamed and angry. But no matter how she scolded, these people would not retreat at all. As the focus of everyone's siege, Lisa can imagine what the situation is now. However, Liu Yinying was also anxious. Finally, she took out the clothes in large and small bags that she carried and wrapped Lisa tightly, which was considered as a temporary protection against the crisis of being eaten tofu for Lisa. But this is only temporary. As time goes by, the line of defense that Liu Yinying reluctantly forged will be broken by these crazy fans sooner or later, and the situation will get worse for the two of them. Hey, Linfeng, where are you? Me and Zhu are now surrounded. Come and save us. Liu Yinying could only call Linfeng, hoping that he could come to rescue herself and Lisa. What? Linfeng was startled when he heard it, and quickly let Yang Xing drive straight to Xiujiahui Grand Gateway Plaza. Now that Lisa is well known, he shouldn't have appeared in such a crowded place without any scruples. It was also that Linfeng was too careless, and he did not expect that Lisa would be so famous in just one night, and he would actually be on the front page of the newspaper. Linfeng looked anxious. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today, people are not in the state. Sorry. Chapter 57 High-Frequency Ringtones? When Linfeng rushed to Xiujiahui Gangyue Plaza, The square was already crowded with people. A large number of loyal Legend players or Lisa fans shouted Lisa's name. Many people even tore up posters from unknown internet cafes and held them above their heads. In order to get Lisa to sign, there were many people standing on a high place holding the camera and clicking and snapping photos. Reporters who were moved by the wind also rushed to the scene. According to Lin Feng's incomplete statistics, reporters from at least 3 newspapers and 1 TV station arrived. The entire scene was chaotic, and Lin Feng tried several times, but couldn't squeeze into the already crazy crowd. Lin Feng looked anxious, but was helpless. Thinking of Lisa in the center of the crowd, he must be very scared at this moment, and his heart is a little more anxious. Mr. Lin, you can't go on like this. I'm afraid Xioza won't be able to get out in the dark. Yang Xing also looked anxious. After getting along during this time, everyone likes Lizu, who is simple, cute and considerate. People familiar with her love to call her Xioza. Lin Feng also knew that the more he dragged, the more troublesome he got. But thousands of people stood in front. How Lin Feng squeezed in. President Lin, I'm sorry. I was separated from Vice President Liu and the others when I waited for the bus just now. Unexpectedly, this happened. I'm really sorry, but I'm dereliction of duty. Zhang Long also rushed to see this situation. Upset. If it were in the army, and the target of his protection was surrounded by people like this, it would definitely be considered a major negligence, and he would definitely be punished severely. Although Lin Feng was angry and anxious, he couldn't say anything to Zhang Long. After all, he was too careless. Lisa, who had forgotten his overnight fame, could no longer appear in public like this casually. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it yourself. Forget it. I don't blame you for this matter. I blame myself for being too careless. No matter how anxious Lin Feng was, he could only comfort Zhang Long, who was annoyed at this moment. This is also the imperial technique that Lin Feng has learned after undergoing the tempering in the market. Lin Feng's comfort did not give Zhang Long the slightest relief. He still blamed himself. Although he wanted to rush to rescue Lizu and Liu Yinying from the crowd, at this moment, even if he is the top special soldier in the country, he cannot fight with him. Thousands of people confronted. Captain, Zhang Long exclaimed with a smile of joy. Lin Feng looked up, and Wang Meng walked over with an iron face. Brother Meng, what do you do now? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Since meeting Wang Meng, there have been few things Wang Meng can't solve. Wang Meng nodded, gave Lin Feng a relieved look, walked up to Zhang Long, and unceremoniously slapped Zhang Long. The crisp sound is still clearly audible in this noisy square, attracting a lot of attention from others. Zhang Long didn't dodge, he slapped Wang Meng straight there, and his dark skin showed 5 bright red palm prints. Asshole, how did you become a bodyguard? Go back and give me a good review. Wang Meng was full of anger. Zhang Long and others were brought by him, but now they are so dereliction of duty. This is not to lose the face of Zhang Long alone, but to lose his face, as well as the face of the entire team. Lin Feng assured him that the entire security department was handed over to him. All the campaigners' security measures were solely responsible for him, but he could not even protect the 2 most important people in the company. How could Wang Meng not be angry? Brother Meng, forget it. This is too careless of me. It has nothing to do with Zhang Long. Lin Feng can only come out to make a relief at this moment. He is terrible. At this time Zhang Long was slapped in the face by Wang Meng in the crowd, and what happened to Wang Meng? Dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, even though Zhang Long was slapped fiercely by Wang, his brows were loose, as if a child who had done something wrong was forgiven by an adult. His heart was relieved. This gave Lin Feng a new evaluation of the friendship between Wang Meng and others. Xiao Lin, don't worry, it's handed over to us. Wang Meng walked to Lin Feng calmly at this time, patted Lin Feng's shoulder lightly, and let the anxious look of Lin Feng relax a little, and watched silently. Crowd center friends, don't be afraid, I will come to rescue you right away. Wang Meng took out a set of electronic equipment from the van that Lin Feng had never seen before, and said to another soldier beside him, Wang Hai, how about it, Is this equipment effective? Lin Feng remembers this person. His name is Wang Hai. However, unlike Wang Meng and others, his close combat is not too strong, of course, compared with Wang Meng and others. His strength lies in electronics. It is said that he has entered the US military internet. Wang Hai smiled. Captain, absolutely no problem. This is also my latest small improvement. It is definitely suitable for the current riot scene. Okay, let's go. Wang Meng opened the way in front, while Wang Hai followed behind with the machine in his arms. Lin Feng was taken aback, pointing at the extremely weird machine and asked, Brother Meng, what is this? With such a small and strange thing, can it deal with fans who are almost crazy and irrational? Lin Feng really didn't believe it. Seeing Lin Feng's unbelief, Wang Meng smiled slightly and nodded to Wang Hai. After Wang Hai fiddled with the weird machine a few times, Lin Feng only felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and then suddenly a sharp and piercing sound pierced his eardrums. The pricked ears were painful, and he couldn't help covering his ears. Squatted down. All right. Wang Meng motioned for Wang Hai to stop. Ah, it hurts. Lin Feng shook his head for a while before he recovered. Looking at the weird machine in Wang Hai's hand, he was in awe and instinctively stepped back. By the way, Brother Meng, why are you all right? Lin Feng also found that his ears hurt just now, but Wang Meng and Wang Hai, who were closer to the machine than him, had nothing to do. And they didn't wear any protective equipment on their ears, which had to surprise Lin Feng. Wang Meng smiled and motioned for Wang Hai to explain. Mr. Lin, this is a high-frequency ringtone. Wang Hai smiled slightly and explained. Humans are most sensitive to the sound frequency of 2 kHz, and the sound above 8000 Hz is a high-frequency sound, and not everyone can hear it. Arrived. Lin Feng was taken aback. Although he had heard of high-frequency ringtones, it was only a vague concept. The human cochlea is in a rolled shape. The part closest to the sound source cells is processing high-frequency cells, and the latter part is processing low-frequency cells. When high-frequency sound enters the cochlea, it will first resonate with the high-frequency villi nerve cells, but everyone when receiving these high-frequency sounds, the reactions are different. It will decline with age and the influence of noise, so not everyone can hear these high-frequency sounds. Wang Hai went on to explain. On the contrary, if genetic influences, some people will be particularly sensitive to these high-frequency sounds. Scientists have tested that, usually adults over the age of 25 will not hear these high-frequency sounds. From another perspective, this high-frequency sound can easily distinguish whether a person is 25 years old. Lin Feng suddenly realized, no wonder only he had a reaction just now, but Wang Meng and others did not respond. Could it be that? Lin Feng understood what Wang Meng and others wanted to do. Chapter 58, Lisa's Thoughts. Brother Meng, do you want to drive these crazy fans with high-frequency sound? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Most of these people are around 20 years old, and they happen to be able to hear these high-frequency ringtones. It would be great to use them to disperse them. Wang Meng nodded. Will that cause any lifelong damage to them? Although Lin Feng knew that Wang Meng and others would not be too reckless in doing things, he was also afraid that this high-frequency sound would cause irreparable damage to these people's hearing. By then, the hearing of these thousands of people will be damaged, which must be a major event. Lin Feng was really afraid that the country would classify himself and others as terrorist organizations. Mr. Lin, rest assured. Wang Hai smiled and explained, if you listen to these high-frequency sounds for a long time, it will damage the cochlear villi cells, cause tinnitus and headaches, and even affect sleep and hearing. If it is more serious, it will happen at any time, causes a temporary loss of hearing. Wang Hai's words made Lin Feng nervous. Haha, President Lin, there is absolutely no problem in a short time. Wang Hai made a gesture to relieve Lin Feng. But I will adjust the high frequency to 17,000 Hz later, which is what Lin always heard just now. Frequently, I hope Lin will stay away by then. Well, okay, I beg you. Lin Feng nodded, and took a few steps back, watching Wang Meng lead Wang Hai towards the crowd of crazy fans. At first, the crowd scolded Wang Meng and refused to give a step, but when Wang Hai turned on the high-frequency sound signal, all fans within 10 meters of Wang Hai as the center squatted down with their ears covered in pain. Along the way, the crowd was forced by the high-frequency ringing to avoid them instinctively, and then a path flashed out after a while. "Ah, it hurts, Sister Ying. My ears hurt so much." Lisa suddenly groaned in pain while covering his ears. "Zu, what's wrong?" "Earache." "Where does the ear hurt?" Liu Yinying was taken aback when seeing Lisa's face full of pain, because she didn't feel any discomfort. Looking at the fans who originally surrounded the two of them, like Lisa, they covered their ears and wailed. They were even more shocked, not knowing what happened. "Hurry up." At this time, Wang Meng gave a soft yell, took Liu Yinying and Lisa and left. Wang Hai also stopped playing high-frequency sounds. Fans wailing all over the square suddenly stopped howling. A few minutes later, they woke up and took pictures. He patted his ears, and found that nothing was going on, and he was puzzled for a while. "Look at the goddess in my heart, but it has long since disappeared." After everyone looked at each other, they were all at a loss. They didn't know what had happened just now, and finally they had to disperse slowly. On this day, thousands of star fans naturally made the headlines of major newspapers the next day. Lisa's fame began to spread from Shanghai to the whole country, and from legend to life, more and more people began to pay attention to this overnight fame. Legendary goddess. It's just that thousands of people in the riots felt their tinnitus and headaches inexplicably. Although they were investigated by the public security organs, the cause was not found. In addition, no one was injured. In the end, they could not stop and become a mystery. At this time, in Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz S600 car, although Lisa had recovered, he obviously had lingering fears. He hugged Lin Feng tightly and buried his head in Lin Feng's arms, looking for a nest that could protect him like an injured deer. Lin Feng gently patted Lisa's back, which was still trembling slightly, knowing that this little Nizai was scared just now. Fortunately, Liu Yinying was by her side just now, otherwise she is the only one facing these crazy fans, and no one knows what will happen. Liu Yinying, thank you. Lin Feng thanked Liu Yinying again. "Oh, it's okay. I didn't think that after becoming a star, the trouble would be so great, and shopping will cause so many things." Liu Yinying was also afraid of after a while. She was a little envious of Lisa who became famous overnight, but at this moment there is nothing, and some are just pitiful and deplore. "I am afraid that Lisa will no longer be able to enjoy unfettered shopping and eating. I am afraid that there will be people paying attention and harassment wherever he goes. The celebrities have gained things far beyond ordinary people, and they have also lost the most common and ordinary things that ordinary people have. Is it all worth it?" Liu Yinying doesn't understand. I don't know why Lin Feng must hold Lisa as a superstar. Although this is very helpful to the development of the company, is it really fair to Lisa? Lin Feng naturally didn't know Liu Yinying's doubts. Now Lin Feng's thoughts are all on Lisa. Seeing that the goddess in his heart is so terrified, Lin Feng secretly hesitates whether to want Lisa to participate in Supergirl. Once he participates in Supergirl, with Lisa's appearance and personality, plus Shang Linfeng spares no effort to create it, and it will quickly become famous in the entertainment circle, and will no longer be just a spokesperson for online games or a showgirl. Then Lisa will have more troubles. Is it right to do this? Lin Feng thought for a long time but couldn't come up with the answer, so he didn't think about it anymore, waiting for Lisa to decide. If Li Jiwu really doesn't want to be a celebrity again, then he will have to go to South Korea to pan for gold for the campaigners' development. Before their rebirth, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi were named 3 of Korea's top 3 car models with Li Ju. The ages of the 3 are also the same. Anyone who can sign and train will be fine. But I am afraid that there is no such empathy and hard work as Li Zu, and this is the key reason why Li Zu is so liked by everyone. The only trouble is Mr. Zhao Tai. But Lin Feng promised Lisa to participate. It seems that for the company, Lisa must participate this time. After that, I will follow Lisa's temperament. After being speechless all night, when he returned to the dormitory, Lisa went back to the room and fell asleep quietly. When Lin Feng was going to buy breakfast for Lisa the next morning, he realized that Lisa had gotten up and prepared a hearty breakfast for him. Seeing a table of breakfast, Lin Feng was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Yu, are you okay?" "Hee, I worried Big Brother Lin yesterday. I'm fine." Lisa showed his white teeth and gave Lin Feng a bright smile. After a night's rest, Lisa has recovered from yesterday's panic. Although she is just an unknown student in South Korea, she has seen many celebrities being chased by people. Many celebrities will immediately run away or find economic companies to send people to solve them. Yesterday, Lisa encountered this situation for the first time and had no experience, so he was blocked in the middle of the square and couldn't move. If there is another time, Lisa believes that he will be able to cope better. Seeing Lisa's sunny smile, Lin Feng knew that this lovely girl had recovered from yesterday's shock. But Lin Feng decided to talk to Lisa now to see if she wanted to enter the showbiz. "Yu, do you decide to go this way in the future?" Lin Feng asked Lisa's millet porridge. "Well, I want to be a showgirl, the top showgirl," Lisa said with a tight fist. Lin Feng smiled. "Yu, do you want to develop in the showbiz?" "I don't want to." Lisa refused without even thinking about it this time. Lin Feng listened for a moment. And it was rare that showgirl did not want to develop into the show business circle. After all, no matter how famous showgirl was, it was a very tiring thing, and the income was not as good as that of stars in show business circles, as well as that damn otaku. Candid shooting of the location is even more difficult to prevent. Seeing Lin Feng stunned, Lisa chuckled and said, "Because I like the sense of accomplishment of introducing the displayed products to everyone. And I like this feeling. I can't sing or dance. I don't know how to act. And there is no place for me in the entertainment industry. Since the day before yesterday's legend night, I feel that the stage of showgirl belongs to me." Lisa's answer made Lin Feng very helpless. But think about it, Shanghai Oriental TV has just started planning Supergirl, and wants to convince Lisa. There is still more time. There is no need to persecute her like this now. Lin Feng smiled and stopped talking, enjoying the breakfast to the full, but did not find that Lisa glanced at Lin Feng bitterly, pouting slightly, and then seemed to make some determination, laughed, and started a pleasant breakfast. Chapter 59. The Importance of Brokers? When Lin Feng arrived at the company, Wu Xiaopu was already waiting for Lin Feng in the office. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but Wu Xiaopu took out a newspaper and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced casually, and the front page of the newspaper was Lisa again. It was the crazy scene of yesterday's Xiujiahui Grand Gateway Plaza. The newspaper's big headline: "The legendary goddess detonates traffic paralysis." After Lin Feng read it carefully, he was immediately happy. The front page was Lisa for 2 consecutive days, and it was difficult for Lisa not to be popular. "I am afraid that this rate of rise is also rare in China. Mr. Lin, take a look at these." Wu Xiaopu handed Lin Feng a bunch of faxed letters again. Lin Feng took a surprised look and was immediately stunned. "I am afraid that there are more than a dozen faxes in this stack. Actually, all the faxes are invitations from some exhibitors such as car dealers, cosmetics, clothing, footwear, video games, print media, etc. Without exception, they all invite Lisa to be a showgirl. And most of the prices given are very good for a newcomer." "Mr. Lin, should we hire an agent for Xiaozu?" Wu Xiaopu suggested. "Broker?" Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and immediately woke up. "It is indeed necessary to hire an agent for Lisa. Otherwise it would be annoying to discuss trivial matters such as these contracts and prices with the manufacturer." "But President Lin, this agent must be safe for us, otherwise I'm afraid it will cause discomfort between us and Xiaozu." Wu Xiaopu had to remind Lin Feng. Now that the company hires Lisa as a contemporary spokesperson, it definitely takes advantage. Although Lisa doesn't mind this, things may change after he hires an agent. If the broker provokes the relationship between Lisa and the company in pursuit of profit, it will be a very headache for the company and Lin Feng himself. After all, After Lisa became famous, he would not have so much time in the company, and the economic man would be with her. In addition to the complexity of the entertainment industry, it is difficult to guarantee that the pure and lovely Lisa will not be damaged by the complicated entertainment industry. So Wu Xiaopu had to remind Lin Feng in advance. After all, this is no longer between Lin Feng and Lisa, but between the company and Lisa. Well, okay, I will pay attention to this, try to find Lisa an agent with professional ethics and conscience, but also to let us rest assured. Lin Feng nodded cautiously. But how many economic people in the entertainment industry can have a conscience? Merchants chase profits, especially brokers. Will the complex entertainment industry make Lisa become like other stars, love hype, worship money, and ignore everything for the sake of fame and profit? No one knows. Lin Feng, who has never been involved in the entertainment industry, naturally does not know the complexity of the entertainment industry. However, Lin Feng knew that the water in the entertainment circle was very muddy, but he absolutely couldn't let his goddess like Lisa be blackened. Absolutely not. Lin Feng held a small meeting that day to discuss the issue of Lisa's agent. At the meeting, most of Liu Yinying and others hope that someone from the company can act as Lisa's agent. But apparently people with this ability, such as Liu Yinying and Wu Xiaopu, are absolutely crucial to the company. It is absolutely impossible to lay down the company's interests and become brokers for this little thing. Although Lisa will surely become a superstar in the future, but that little money can't be compared with the profits made by the company. As for Wang Meng and others, Lin Feng is naturally very relieved, but it is clear that Wang Meng and others are naturally waiting for their positions as bodyguards. But when it comes to talking to major manufacturers, they are not what they are good at. Of course, Lin Feng can also. Although I don't have much experience, I am the president of the company after all. I am considered well informed by now. Coupled with the warm relationship with Lisa, he can naturally be perfectly qualified for this position. However, in the future, billionaires will become brokers, which is too much of an underutility. In the end, everyone decided to find a gold broker for Lisa in Shanghai. I believe that with Lisa's current popularity, there is absolutely no worries about no gold broker coming to the door. The only thing to worry about is character. After discussing the matter, Lin Feng also urged Liu Yinying to complete the relocation of Dingdong.com as soon as possible. After that, there was a case of Supergirl waiting for Liu Yinying. Lin Feng was still doing his best to Liu Yinying and drained Liu Yinying's last one, the remaining value. During this period of time, with the official launch of Dingdong.com's third trading platform to protect buyers, this has greatly increased buyers' expectations for purchases. After all, the online fraud that has been worried about before now has a large degree of protection. Under the temptation of low online shopping prices, the daily transaction volume continues to increase, and the buyer's payment in Lin Feng's account has also reached a large amount, which also makes Lin Feng more eager to relocate Dingdong to the headquarters. Of course, this relocation has to say hello to Ma Huang, but Lin Feng believes that Ma Huang is very happy. After all, he will not take on some server units, which can also be used to alleviate the increasing traffic demand of 10x network. Ma Dong, it's good these days. Tencent online membership has reached a new high. Congratulations. Lin Feng said coldly. Ha ha, Lin Dong, you are not bad too. Legend has become the best-selling online game in China today. The sales volume of point cards is even more amazing. Even I envy it. I want to come in and share the pie. Ma Huang was half joking, said semi-seriously. Hee, Dong Ma is polite. The online game market is so big, and Dong Ma is welcome to join at any time. Lin Feng followed the flow of the boat, and took Tai Kai. In this regard, the two tacitly agreed. Ha ha, Lin Dong, would you please help me if I have something? Before Lin Feng spoke, Ma Huang made a request first. Dong Ma has something to say straight. It's not a day or two for us to cooperate. If we can do it, I will do it. Before the two have a direct conflict of interest, Lin Feng still hopes to have a good relationship with Ma Huang. After all, the popularity of Tenx.com is there, and I need to rely on it now. Hee, then I'm not welcome. Lin Dong, I want to conduct an online live video interview with your legend goddess. I wonder if Lin Dong can arrange it, Ma Huang said. On the front page of the newspaper for 2 consecutive days, if Ma Huang did not know how to take advantage of Li Zhu's popularity, then he would not be called Ma Huang. And he also wants to ask Li Zhu to endorse Tencent's online games. Ma Huang is ambitious. The success of Lin Feng's legend has allowed him to see the strong potential of the domestic online game market. Although Tenx.com has no ability and products to squeeze into the online game market, online minigames are a stepping stone. Ma Huang is a pioneer in the online game market. This is simple, but no, Li Zhu has recently received a lot of contracts from shows and cannot leave Shanghai. It is better to conduct an online live interview in Shanghai. The server is provided by us, and you can provide the host. Lin Feng. Although the online video interview is recognized, it is good for both parties, but it will not let Li Zhu fly to Shenzhen. Well, yes, that's it. I will send someone over as soon as possible, and he will discuss the details of the interview with you at that time. Ma Huang did not expect Li Zhu to fly to Shenzhen, and readily agreed. By the way, Ma Dong, I also have one thing to discuss with you. I want to relocate Dingdong.com back to the Shanghai headquarters. This period of time has caused a lot of trouble to Ma Dong and Wang Heihan. Lin Feng, come up with your own plan. Ma Huang was slightly taken aback. The online trading platform of Dingdong.com is also a potential market that he is extremely optimistic about. Originally, he wanted to wait for the online market of Tenx and directly purchase it from Lin Feng with a huge amount of money. Therefore, during this time, he did not let his people go to Dingdong. The employees wooed the relationship. But Lin Feng was about to relocate to Dingdong.com, which surprised Ma Huang. But after all, he is a big business person. After Ma Huang let out a sulky breath, he readily agreed. But Ma Huang was not prepared to give up the market of online trading platforms. He secretly decided to wait for the company to go public before setting foot in this market. I believe that with the popularity of Tenx.com, it should be able to form a great momentum with Yik.com and Dingdong.com. But, will all this really go as he wishes? No one knew. Lin Feng didn't think about it. Now his first task is to find a suitable agent for Li Zhu, because the contracts for inviting Li Zhu to serve as showgirl came in like snowflakes. Lin Feng had to finalize the agent in advance. P.S. I would like to recommend my friend's new work, The Farming Text. Little village leader, an ordinary rural kid, grows into a minister-level village official by virtue of his Dragon Ball ability. Chapter 60, Car Beauty is More Beautiful? Sorry, today is only one chapter. The Fantasy Westward Journey account was emptied, and I was depressed for a day. Tomorrow will still be 3 chapters. Thank you for your support. Through various relationships, Lin Feng finally found a broker who is currently the best. It is said that this person is known as a gold agent in the entertainment circle, and many of the current stars are dug out from her. It is rumored that as long as the people signed by her, even if they can't become a smash hit in the future, they will definitely be famous and prominent in the future. Therefore, many unknown artists would rather sign extremely harsh terms, but also want to become artists under her banner. Cheng Jiang is such a wonderful agent who has been spread by the entertainment circle. The reason why Lin Feng approached her was because of her resume. The second was because of her identity, female, not male. Lin Feng didn't want Li Zhu to be with a male businessman all day. Although Lin Feng had confidence in himself and Li Zhu, Lin Feng felt upset when he thought of a man staying with Li Zhu all day long. Therefore, Lin Feng simply hired a female business person, not to mention that this female business person is a good candidate in all aspects. When signing the contract, Lin Feng had only one condition: everything was decided by Li Zhu. Lin Feng did not help that Li Zhu would do something he didn't want to do for some reason. Cheng Jiang did not comment on the decision proposed by Lin Feng. The entertainment industry is complicated, and in many cases it is not an artist who can do whatever he wants. Gelong has a good saying that when he enters the rivers and lakes, he is involuntary, and death is involuntary. The same is true in the entertainment industry. If you want to be an entertainer, you must know how to make choices and sacrifices. Even before Jiang knew that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person, and the relationship between Li Zu and Lin Feng was also extraordinary, Cheng Jiang didn't say much, and agreed on the spot. As for whether this will be done in the future, it is hard to say. As for Cheng Jiang's commission is only 10%, this is also because Cheng Jiang is extremely optimistic about Li Zu's future prospects. Li Zu, who already has a lot of popularity, has a fresh and refined appearance, and a perfect figure. With a little operation, he can immediately become popular in the entertainment circle. Because of this, Cheng Jiang only takes 10% of the commission. It should be understood that some other newcomers Cheng Jiang often take 50% or even 70% commission. And this is why Cheng Jiang often digs out many popular stars, but after the contract expires, they will part ways. However, Cheng Jiang doesn't care about this. The entertainment industry is a place that is renewed very quickly, and she just goes to find new people. After signing the contract, Cheng Jiang did not take long to finalize the first case for Li Zu. This is the show of a small auto exhibitor. There are only 8 cars in the whole booth. Compared with some international auto exhibitions, this is a pocket-sized exhibition. With Li Zu's current popularity, it is perfectly possible to sign a larger auto show, but Jiang has her plans. After all, Li Zu is just a newcomer. Although he is very popular, he is still a newcomer in this circle. Cheng Jiang hopes that Li Zu can start from a low level, firstly, to accumulate experience, and secondly, in case of failure, it will not affect her popularity too much. The next day, Li Zu and Cheng Jiang rushed to the fair site, which happened to be at Xuzhou Gangyue Plaza. With the experience of Li Zu being besieged last time, Lin Feng not only bought a special nanny car for Li Zu, but also made Yang Xing his personal bodyguard. This made Cheng Jiang quite dissatisfied, thinking that Lin Feng did not trust her, but for the sake of Li Zu's safety, Lin Feng didn't bother to care what Cheng Jiang thought. After several protests were invalidated, Cheng Jiang had no choice but to give up. However, it was secretly decided that Li Zu and Lin Feng must be separated, otherwise Lin Feng's protectionism would completely hinder Li Zu's development in the entertainment industry. Moreover, Cheng Jiang is also a very domineering agent, and the artists under her own must listen to her own words, and can't let other people intervene. Li Zu's first auto show was responsible for the BMW 5 that BMW just launched this year, a high-quality sports car with a very unique personality. As soon as Li Zu came out, he immediately greeted the whole house. After the exhibitors confirmed that Li Zu will attend the auto show yesterday, they immediately carried out publicity. Originally, the popularity of small car fairs like this was usually not high, but after it was reported that Li Zu would attend today's car fair, the whole fair was crowded with people starting from 9 o'clock in the morning. Of course, most of them are young people around the age of 20, but there are not many successful people around the age of 30 who actually buy a car. It can be said that most people come at people, not cars. But for exhibitors, as long as they have enough popularity. As for whether Li Zu will attend this kind of trade fair for the first time, it is not within the consideration of the exhibitor. Car models don't just look more beautiful, stand by the car, attract popularity. How difficult it can be to be a vase. Any pig can do it well. However, when the exhibitor saw Li Zu appearing, he realized that he was wrong, but undoubtedly, he was wrong this time. Although Li Zu is the same as the other 7 cars, wearing a hot dress with a small waist and a mini skirt, what is different from the others is that Li Zu's face shows a heartfelt and heartwarming sincere smile. This alone attracted the attention of the audience. What made the exhibitors even more sad is that Li Zu can perfectly interpret the characteristics of this BMW M5. What is even more amazing is that Li Zu's temperament is also very matched with this BMW M5 personality. Noble, there is also a trace of wildness. Whether it is an M5 sports car or Li Zu, this moment is the desire of everyone present in the dream. On the other hand, the other 7 car models, apart from the fake disguised smiles at a glance, The whole person also stood there blankly, only occasionally posing a few poses to take pictures of people. Comparing the two, it's no wonder that Lisa's popularity here is boiling, while the audience for the other models is very few. Although this made the other 7 car models jealous, they had no choice. Apart from knowing the brand, they are not clear about the performance, structure and culture of the car they are showing. Basically, they ask 3 questions. It is no wonder that no one cares about it anymore. Cheng Jiaying never expected that Lisa's first auto show would be so successful, but this was great news for her, and it gave Cheng Jiaying the determination to cultivate Lisa with all his strength. A smart, beautiful, and a fresh smile without a trace of impurities, Lisa is not much in the entire entertainment circle. As long as this kind of natural beauty is well cultivated, even if he cannot become a superstar in the entertainment circle, at least you can become a top showgirl. You must know that a top showgirl, a day's appearance fee will not be less than $10,000. For Lisa's first debut, Lin Feng will naturally come to join him. Looking at Lisa, who was generous on stage and showed noble and individual temperament in line with the characteristics of BMW M5, Lin Feng also admired again and again in his heart. Lin Feng couldn't think that one day he could have such a goddess, such an elf who shouldn't appear in the world, turned out to be his angel. Lisa on the stage also saw Lin Feng, but Lisa, who knew that he was working at the moment, did not focus all of his attention on Lin Feng. Instead, he focused most of his attention on the audience in front of him, showing the characteristics of this car. Tried to show it to the audience, but the light from the corner of the eye flutters with Lin Feng's movement. Brother Lin, I will definitely become the top showgirl, and I will definitely be able to help you in the future, Lisa said confidently in his heart. Chapter 61, The Battle for Lunch. Being famous is sometimes as simple as this. An inadvertent moment, an inexplicable action, an unspoken hint, maybe you are famous for it. When Lin Feng was about to leave the trade fair, Lisa made a grimace at Lin Feng while no one was paying attention, parting his ruddy mouth, bulging his cute cheeks, squinting an aura-filled eye, and then the corners of his mouth. There was a sweet, sly smile. Lin Feng took a look at it for a moment. What a strange girl. But a girl who made people like it. Unexpectedly, this scene was secretly photographed by someone with a heart, and the photographer who captured this scene later published what he saw and heard from the trade fair on the forum, and finally posted the photo, praising it. The most aura and the cutest car model at the fair. What this photographer did not expect is that this article is not famous, but this photo is famous. This cute and cunning photo was circulated by netizens, and it became the hottest photo on the internet overnight. Anyone who has seen the photo is attracted by Lisa's cute, pure and aura of face. Affected by this craze, the person who took the DV on the same day also uploaded the performance clips from the Lisa fair to the internet, and this also completely ignited the passion of netizens. Lisa was also praised as the most pure and lovely in China car model. This unexpected popularity was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Cheng Jiaying, who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, did not expect Lisa to become popular across the country in just one show. Although she was also very famous before, it was only limited to online games. Now, domestic online games are still a sunrise industry that has yet to be developed. Lisa's popularity does not determine the future of the entertainment industry. However, after this photo made a national sensation, it also smoothly promoted Lisa into the entertainment circle. She also changed from a newcomer to the most popular showgirl among showgirls. When Lisa became popular in the showgirl world with this, her contract was also like snowflakes, and the price was no longer the first 800 yuan per day appearance fee received before, but directly skyrocketed to 3,000 yuan per day appearance fee. However, Jiaying believes that at most 1 year, Lisa's worth per show will not be less than RMB 100,000 per day. With Cheng Jiaying's contacts and relationships in the entertainment industry, it is even more convenient to endorse various advertisements with this popularity. As long as Lisa is willing to listen to her, Cheng Jiang can guarantee that Lisa can earn at least an 8-digit salary a year. However, the relationship between Lin Feng and Lisa is something that Cheng Jiang is very taboo. The relationship between the two is warm, which is not in line with Lisa's current development path. What's more troublesome is that Lin Feng is not an ordinary person, but he is not a rich person. This kind of rich person who is neither high nor low is what Cheng Jiang hates most. Cheng Jiang, who has no money, can kick it straight away, and Cheng Jiang, who is too rich, dare not offend. Instead, he will use this relationship to try his best to win the celebrity in his hand. Only this kind of rich man who is not high or low makes Cheng Jiang the most heart. Saying that Lin Feng has no money, Cheng Jiang still has nothing to do with Lin Feng. He said that Lin Feng has money, but it is not the kind of benefactor who can only smile for Bohongyan with a smash of tens of millions. Therefore, Cheng Jiang secretly made up his mind to dismantle Lin Feng and Lisa. It's not the first time that she has done this kind of thing. There are many ways for her. After Lisa left Lin Feng, such a simple-minded and kind-hearted girl didn't obediently let herself be at her mercy. But Cheng Jiang is not a person in the financial world after all. She can't see the potential of legend, the development of the online game world, let alone Lin Feng's love for Lisa, which is also destined to want to dismantle Lin Feng and Lisa's Cheng Jiang's miserable future. It's just that all this is still in its infancy, but when Cheng Jiang made this determination, the butterfly swings were already flapping. Lisa's sudden popularity. The only impact on Lin Feng was that the meal was lost at noon. Lisa used to cook for Lin Feng's 3 meals a day. Now Lisa can't make it back at noon because of the constant show every day, so he can't cook for Lin Feng. But what made Lin Feng gratified and proud is that although Lisa has become a star now and has continuous contracts, as long as he can't come back at noon, he will get up early and prepare a loving lunch for Lin Feng. This makes Lin Feng especially useful. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that this loving bento had been targeted by someone and had been planned for a long time. It was noon again. Although Lisa had a show today, he was going to Hangzhou, so he couldn't rush back at noon. So he also got up early in the morning and prepared a loving lunch for Lin Feng. Looking at the extremely cute pink bento box, Lin Feng smiled slightly. This pink bento box with pucker Chinese doll printed on it has often been made fun of by Liu Yinying and others. After all, as a company boss, he always carries a pink bento box that is obviously used by girls at work. This is not too funny. At first, Lin Feng was quite embarrassed, so he followed the crowd to eat out for a few meals, but found that the taste was not very good compared with Lisa's. This is also because Lin Feng was too dull, and didn't know that when Lisa first came to China, she could not do anything except cook. Lisa, who has a strong self-esteem, has worked hard to learn a lot of Chinese signature dishes. I am afraid that the average chef is not as good as Lisa. It's just that Lisa didn't say anything about it, because Lisa felt unnecessary, and she was willing to do it. Therefore, after having tasted the dishes of ordinary restaurants outside, Lin Feng stopped taking people's teasing, and brought a cute pink bento box to the company every day at work. Looking at the cute emoji that Lisa specially brought up on the box lunch, which has been circulated countless times on the internet, but in order to show his speciality, Lisa specially added 2 finger movements in India, and Lin Feng felt as if he had eaten honey. Opening the lunchbox, looking at the colorful dishes, smelling the rich aroma of vegetables, Lin Feng's index finger moved. But at this moment, the phone rang outside. Lin Feng frowned. It was lunchtime at noon. Except for Lin Feng, who brought a caring bento, the company had all gone out to dine. There was no one. Reluctantly shook his head, Lin Feng got up to answer the phone. But what made Lin Feng depressed was that the phone was on the side near the door, far away. Soon after Lin Feng left, several figures walked out from another door and looked at Lin Feng's back. A few people quickly slipped into Lin Feng's office, looking at the colorful, scented, loving bento on the table. The man swallowed in his throat. "Mr. Liu, you came up with this idea. What if Mr. Lin comes back to get angry later?" Zhang Long, who had almost gotten into trouble before going shopping with Liu Yinying and Lisa, said worriedly. "Don't worry, Lin Feng is not such a stingy person, isn't it just a lunchbox? He is almost a billionaire, and he still cares about such a lunchbox. Liu Yinying said nonchalantly. Well, according to my calculation, the chance of President Lin getting angry is 47%, but there are so many of us, and he can do nothing. We are his capable men. Wu Xiaorpu nodded and said. But Zhang Long still hesitated. Because of the humanized management adopted by Lin Feng, the relationship between the upper and lower levels of the company is good, and Lin Feng's respect for Wang Meng. The high-level relationship between the security department and Liu Yinying is also very harmonious. Plus the last Xiujiahui Square incident, Zhang Long also he is familiar with Liu Yinying and others. Today's plan was put forward by Liu Yinying. Because Lin Feng always went to work with loving bento and did not eat with them, Liu Yinying became curious and wanted to taste how good this bento is. This is also because Liu Yinying has never been to Lin Feng and Lizu's dormitory to eat for some reason, so she only knows that Lizu can cook, but does not know that Lizu's food is quite delicious. That's why we have this one today. And the call just now was made by Liu Yinying. When Lin Feng came to pick it up, it would definitely be a recording, and when Lin Feng came back, it was estimated that Liu Yinying and others had also finished their lunch. Well, it's so fragrant. Liu Yinying sniffed deeply. Liu Yinying was hungry for a while, and she couldn't help but want to order something with her hand. But at this moment, he drew in a low voice. What are you doing? The three of them were startled, and when they looked back, Wang Meng was staring at the three with a serious face. Mr. Lin's office is a company secret, and you are not allowed to turn it over. Wang Meng walked in and treated the three of them like a thief, especially Zhang Long glaringly. Secretly wondering, I don't know how Zhang Long, a member of his team, would do such a thing. And Liu Yinying is also Lin Feng's most effective assistant, and she shouldn't betray Lin Feng. Only Wu Xiaorpu joined the company halfway. Could it be that Wu Xiaorpu used any means to intimidate the two of them? Wang Meng silently moved his inner strength, and made up his mind that as long as the three of them changed, he would immediately take the three of them. Otherwise, he would be the head of the security department for nothing. Divided by. As soon as Zhang Long saw Wang Meng's posture, he knew he was misunderstood by Wang Meng, and quickly explained. Captain, it's not what you think. We're here to steal lunches, not documents. Zhang Long said, pointing to the tempting love bento on the table. Stealing lunch? Wang Meng looked at him and couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't expect the two vice presidents of the company to have such a childish innocence to do this. Minister Wang, come and taste it too. Liu Yinying was also an elf, and when her eyes rolled, she wanted to drag Wang Meng into the water. Wang Meng instinctively wanted to refuse, but he looked at the dishes in the bento and touched his stomach. Under the nervous gaze of the three of them, he walked over, took a big mouthful of the dish with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. After chewing silently, Wang Meng stretched out his thumb. A plus. The eyes of the three of them lit up, and they immediately went forward. You take a bite, and I ate Lin Feng's love bento cleanly. But obviously, how this small loving lunch is enough for 4 people, it won't be much later. After eating, the 4 of them licked their tongues still, praising Lin Feng for his life. Such a cute girl can actually cook good dishes. And she prepares lunch boxes for Lin Feng every day. Lin Feng is almost going to be sent by heaven. Just when the 4 of them finished their lunch, Lin Feng whispered back to the office. When I saw the 4 people, I was stunned for a moment, and then I saw the rice grains at the corners of everyone's mouths. Their complexions changed suddenly, and a few steps passed. I saw that the table was originally filled with the love bento made by Lisa himself. Now it is empty. And I don't even think about it. Lin Feng was bitter, looking at the 4 of them. He couldn't imagine that the 4 of them would do this. 3 senior company executives and 1 employee stole his lunch. Lin Feng pointed at the 4 of them and didn't know what to say. Pissed off, angry with the 3 senior executives of the company for a small lunchbox. Does it worth? Forget it. But my love bento. President Lin, you are very blessed. Xiaozi can actually cook such a good dish. You must cherish it." Liu Yinying smiled and swaggered away. Lin Feng stared at Liu Yinying bitterly, knowing that it was Liu Yinying's idea without guessing. "Mr. Lin, yes, it's no wonder that you always make such a wise decision. It seems that this lunchbox is indispensable," Wu Xiaopu said without blushing, and his heart was not beating. Lin Feng felt even more depressed when he heard it, but he couldn't help but suffocated his stomach and watched Wu Xiaopu leave with a smile. President Lin, I'm just here to take a look." Zhang Long is still not very familiar with Lin Feng, and he is his own boss again, showing a slight guilty conscience, and he flashes after he finishes talking. In the end, only Wang Meng with a serious face remained in the office. Looking at Wang Meng, Lin Feng really couldn't laugh or cry. He never thought that Wang Meng, who was always serious, would mess around with Liu Yinying and others. Xialin, does Xiaozi have any sisters? Introduce me if you have one." After Lin Feng was dumbfounded, he walked away. This is too ridiculous. Looking at the empty lunch, Lin Feng wanted to cry without tears. Secretly vowed to protect his loving lunch next time. P.S. Sorry, today I reinstalled the system and reinstalled XP. I found that the OR 2007 file could not be opened, and reinstalled Vista again. It took a whole day. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 62 Plugins are also available. The rapid popularity of Lizu not only brought Lizu huge popularity and huge income, but also allowed legend to spread among pure game lovers. People who didn't like games so much, after seeing Lizu, naturally searched for information about Lizu, and found that Lizu is the spokesperson of the legend that has been popular in the streets recently. Many people enter the legend with the mentality of giving it a try. And after entering, I was attracted by the simple operation of legend and became crazy. The continued popularity of legend naturally stimulated the confidence of many online game companies that were still hesitating to investigate the market. They have contacted foreign game development companies one after another, preparing to endorse their games. For example, Shanda will endorse Millennium, a 2D martial arts online game similar to Legend. It does not need to be upgraded, but only needs to practice martial arts. It is a very different game from the long upgrade path of Legend. However, this is only official propaganda, and it is the same when practicing martial arts and equipment. Next, Nine Towns will represent Paradise. This 3D game, recognized as one of the most successful online games in the world. It is also the first multiplayer online game that uses a siege station system. By perfectly combining the competitive factors of strategic simulation games and the role growth of role-playing games, it embodies the virtual reality full of realism and presence. Looking at the information at hand, Lin Feng didn't care much about the two biggest rivals currently. Although these two games have caused a storm, they both have a fatal weakness: plugins. Games that are not self-developed will always be one step behind in blocking plugins, and the madness of being linked at home and abroad will be fatal. Countless good games are destroyed in the hands of plugins. On the contrary, the reason why Lin Feng's Legend is the current success, in addition to the early publicity, the most important thing is to eliminate plugins. And all this is because Lin Feng has the absolute autonomy of Legend. An original development team determines the continuity and scalability of the game. This is the key to whether an online game can continue to attract popularity. Both games will start a full public beta on January 1, 2001. To seize the attractive online game market. For the strong landing of these two games, Lin Feng did not have much to stop. In the early days, these two games will definitely carve up a big share of the cake in the underdeveloped online game market. This is definitely not what Lin Feng wants to see. What Lin Feng wants to build is a game empire. Since it is called an empire, it means that Lin Feng has the absolute right to speak in this industry. Just like Microsoft of the operating system, every move can involve the heartbeat of all companies in the industry. And attention. That being the case, Lin Feng can only let the games of these two companies enter the recession early. To do this is basically an impossible task. Almost no online game company can do this, but there is a kind of person who can do it: plugin makers. Plugins are definitely the enemy of all online games. It can easily destroy the balance of an online game, and then make an online game flourish and decline in a very short time, or even become dust. Naturally, Lin Feng would not personally develop the plugin, so once it spreads out, his company will have no place in the online game industry. Moreover, this also broke the rules of the game, and was bound to be punished by all game participants, and Lin Feng currently did not possess the strength to trample on the rules of the game. That being the case, Lin Feng could only ask you to enter the urn, so that these plugin makers with professional and technical talents would automatically appear and enter the game he set up. Today's legend plugins are not only blocked by Lin Feng, but the bigger reason is that many plugin manufacturers do not see profits from them. If there is no profit, these talents with professional skills will naturally not try their best to design plugins. Therefore, Lin Feng's current goal is very simple. It is to throw a bait that is enough to make these professional and technical personnel tempted. After a brief meeting between Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu, Lin Feng posted a news on the official website of Second World that shocked the industry. Lin Feng's original intention was only to act as a man to promote the popularity of plugins, and to take the opportunity to grow the users of Legend. Unexpectedly, it directly promotes the development of the entire online game industry. Many online games that will only come out after a few years are in the wings of the butterfly under the fan. They came out soon afterwards, exploding the nuclear bombs of online games in advance, ushering in the hot season of online games. Lin Feng announced on the official website Legend will cooperate with dingdang.com to launch online sales of virtual coins, virtual equipment, accounts, power leveling and other services, which will be guaranteed by the official to ensure the interests and rights of both buyers and sellers. As soon as this news came out, the industry was shocked. Soon many online game companies that were still wondering had sniffed out huge business opportunities. Since players can sell them, they can also be sold by officials. This has brightened many online game agents and saw a new way of making money. The shock to the players is even greater, because it means that many players with money but no time can buy accounts directly or hire someone for power leveling, and they don't take any risks. They are officially guaranteed by the Second World. People will be worried when domestic online game companies are gearing up, and when the world's major online game companies pay attention to China. Domestic players have gone into madness. The reason is simple. Playing games used to cost money. Now playing games not only cost no money, but you can even make money. This is really great news for many people in China who have nothing to do all day long. There is a surplus of domestic human resources. Especially the college admission rate is relatively low relative to the annual college entrance examination. This has caused most young people around the age of 20 to find nothing to do or continue to study. Now Lin Feng launched this move, which directly stimulated this group of people. Anyway, they have a lot of time, just for those who have money but no time to level up. The combination of the two, just to build a harmonious society. With the launch of this program, the number of online users of Legend has explodedly doubled. The maximum number of online users has exceeded 200,000, and the number of registered players has exceeded 8 million. It is definitely a Legend to advance directly to the tens of millions. As Lin Feng expected, due to interest stimulus, the number of plugins exploded. 1 week after Legend launched this policy, and new plugins came out almost every day. The development team of Legend including Guiming did this for several consecutive nights, but in the face of the crowds of plugins, they killed batch after batch, and the technology of the other party was also being updated day by day. Guiming and others sighed about the madness and talents of Chinese folk masters. Regarding these plugins, Lin Feng wanted to use them later, but he was afraid of disrupting the balance of the game, so he could only make a decisive decision. However, Lin Feng instructed Kui Ming and others to temporarily release the on-hook plugin, not to block it immediately, but show no mercy to any other plugins that only slightly break the balance. Kui Ming's, Wu Zhaopu and others did not understand Lin Feng's decision. Lin Feng just smiled mysteriously. The time has not yet been revealed. Although this kind of plugin does not destroy the balance of the game, it will destroy the mental balance of the player, and it will directly cause everyone to hang up. After a game is completely plugged in, the player will the sense of substitution of the game characters is naturally greatly reduced, and in the long run, it will not benefit the game at all. However, Lin Feng kept it useful, because Lin Feng's next profitable project must rely on these plugins to promote. Regardless, Lin Feng's newly launched game currency and equipment online sales storm has thoroughly promoted the development of domestic and foreign linkages. Lin Feng believes that companies without independent development rights will find it difficult to have the development of external plugins resistive. This is Lin Feng's first wave of elimination plan. Chapter 63 Provocation. In the fierce struggle between plugin and anti-plugin, Dingdong.com has begun to emerge a large number of sellers who sell legendary equipment, gold coins, and even power leveling. While promoting Legend more popular, it also directly stimulated the development of Dingdong.com. For the first time, Dingdong.com has more daily page views than Yik.com, which not only brings objective advertising revenue to Lin Feng, but also directly brings a large amount of working capital to Lin Feng. Lam Feng officially stipulates that after the buyer and seller confirm the transaction, the payment will be credited to the seller's account within 3 trading days. And these 3 days can raise nearly tens of millions of working capital for Lin Feng. This is only in the early days. As online shopping is gradually accepted by the public, the state launches online banking. By then, the daily liquidity provided to Lin Feng will exceed 100 million. This amount of funds will definitely make all companies jealous. When Lin Feng was looking at various company reports, Cheng Jiang found Lin Feng. Sister Cheng, what's the matter? What happened to you? As long as it concerns Lizu, Lin Feng is particularly nervous, put down the report and asked eagerly. Hearing Lin Feng's affectionately calling Lizu a friend, Cheng Jiang was instinctively uncomfortable, but she was also old, naturally without a trace of emotion on her face, and shook her head gently. Mr. Lin, Lisa went to the live video interview of 10X Network in the afternoon. There are a few questions. Lisa wants me to consult Mr. Lin's opinion. Cheng Jiang handed Lin Feng a draft of the interview later. Lin Feng took a look and found that most of the questions were about Lisa's previous life in Korea. There is nothing to hide. I believe Lisa knows how to answer, but only one question was drawn with 2 lines in red. Lisa, do you have a boyfriend now? It's just that 2 lines have been drawn with a red pen under this question. Lin Feng knew at a glance that Cheng Jiang must be the answer to this question. What did you say? Lin Feng wanted to know how Lisa answered, so he asked first. Cheng Jiang smiled coldly in her heart. Mr. Lin, Zi knows that Mr. Lin has been very good to her and takes good care of her. She is also very grateful. Before Cheng Jiang finished speaking, Lin Feng felt unhappy in his heart, feeling that this was not like Lizu. If he could speak, he glanced at Cheng Jiang faintly. Sister Cheng, you really said that? Lin Feng's voice was a little higher. Well, President Lin, I don't believe you can call and ask. Cheng Jiang pointed to the phone, but when Lin Feng was about to pick up the phone, Cheng Jiang said again, but now Zhu is fighting with the host. If Lin Feng is about to pick up the phone, I'm really thinking about friends, so please call again later. Lin Feng felt even more unhappy when he heard it, but after thinking about it, he put down the phone. I always felt that something was wrong in the middle, but Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. Seeing Lin Feng put down the phone, Cheng Jiang felt inexplicably relieved. Today she just wanted to take the opportunity to insert a thorn between Lin Feng and Lizu. When there was a rift in their relationship, as Lisa became more and more popular and the two had not seen each other for a long time, coupled with her means, the two would break sooner or later. Mr. Lin, I believe Mr. Lin knows what you think in your mind and how you usually treat him. However, this issue is related to the future of an artist. Most artists not only do not disclose their romantic relationship, but also their marriage status. It's just for fear of affecting her popularity. Sozi hopes that Lin always can understand her difficulties as an artist of the ladies' school. Cheng Jiang also knows that it is definitely impossible to separate the two now, so she adopts the strategy of dividing and transforming. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and that was indeed the case. The vast majority of artists will not disclose their love lives to the public, and are always single, giving many fans a room for fantasy, especially female stars. Lin Feng nodded and let Cheng Jiang go back. Although Cheng Jiang had a slight feeling towards Li Zu because of what Cheng Jiang said just now, but after thinking about it, since most of the artists are like this, then Li Zu naturally also has to abide by the rules of the game, and he doesn't have to be too brooding. Isn't he worthy of Li Zu? It's just that Lin Feng couldn't think that all of this is just Cheng Jiang's instigation. Sister Cheng, what did Brother Lin say? Li Zu asked nervously when Cheng Jiang came back. Zu, Mr. Lin asked you to tell everyone that you don't have a boyfriend yet. Cheng Jiang stopped talking to Li Zu and went to communicate with the host, but the corner of his eye kept watching Li Zu. In fact, the question Li Zu asked Cheng Jiang to ask was, can she announce to everyone that she has a boyfriend? Cheng Jiang is well informed and has been in this industry for so long. Naturally, he knows Li Zu's mind. Originally, in the emotional life of her artists, as an agent, generally should not interfere. However, Jiang believes that Li Zu can become a superstar in Asia, so she absolutely does not allow Li Zu to rumors that there is already a boyfriend. That's why Cheng Jiang took the risk and transferred in the middle. Of course, Cheng Jiang's greatest ideal is to keep Li Zu single. When Li Zu heard what Cheng Jiang said, the eyes he had expected suddenly disappeared, and the whole person lost his energy. He sat there with his head down, silent for a long time. Originally, Li Zu asked Cheng Jiang to ask Lin Feng for his opinion, just to see if Lin Feng would take the opportunity to confess to him, but he did not expect to get this result, which really hurt Li Zu's heart. Li Zu, the host shouted over there. Li Zu didn't move at all, and didn't even lift his head. Li Zu didn't hear it until the host yelled it several times. But after learning that the live video broadcast was about to start, Li Zu returned to that sweet smile, but the frustration in the corner of his eyes could not be hidden. Cheng Jiang let out a sigh of relief. In any case, she believed that the thorn had been stuck in the hearts of the two of them, and as long as she worked harder, she would be able to push the dam between them. Unfortunately, what Cheng Jiang didn't know was that Li Zu's feelings for Lin Feng were never as simple as she thought. After learning from Cheng Jiang that Lin Feng had told him that he had no boyfriend, Li Zu also secretly made up his mind to become even better, so that he was worthy of Lin Feng. If Cheng Jiang learns that Li Zu thinks this way, he might vomit blood with anger. In the anticipation of all the people, Li Zu's Tencent video interview started punctually at 3 in the afternoon. According to Tencent's statistics, there were no less than 200,000 people watching online. This is another miracle for Tencent. Of course, the ability to create this miracle has to be attributed to the unusual popularity of Legend recently, and the light that Li Zu has frequently appeared on major booths recently. In short, Ma Huan was very satisfied with this interview. He reciprocated, and gave Li Zu an endorsement ad for an online minigame. The 6-digit endorsement fee, while repaying Lin Feng's favor, also promoted the game. Peak. This game is Bubble Hall, and Li Zu's simple and lovely appearance, fresh and refined temperament, is a perfect match with this game. While the game is hot, it also directly makes Li Zu the well-deserved #1 goddess in the game industry. Seeing that the game that only appeared in later generations appeared again in advance, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. It seemed that his appearance had disrupted the order of the original world. Perhaps he should make more moves before the world in his memory has completely changed. Chapter 64, Second World DNA. Mr. Lin, Many players are complaining that their accounts have been stolen. We suspect that Trojan horse programs have been planted in the player's machine. These Trojan horses are most likely from external Pleiadians, especially the unhook Pleiadians we left behind. Kui Ming dropped. A server monitoring record said, "You see, the two login IP addresses of this account obviously belong to two cities, and the IP address that was later logged in will transfer all equipment and gold coins as soon as it goes online." Kui Ming said with a worried face. "It's certainly hateful that Pleiadians disrupt the game balance, but this kind of account hacking makes players even more angry, and may even make a player lose interest in the game, or even never play it again." Lin Feng knew at a glance that this must be a hacking. "When I played online games myself before, I had been hacked. Once it was even more exaggerated, not to mention that the equipment and gold coins were stolen, and he ran out of points in his account, causing Lin Fengkai to vomit blood." Vice President Kui posted a message on the official website to remind all players not to download illegal software and not to log into unknown websites. Lin Feng issued an order. However, Kui Ming is not optimistic about this. There is no difference between Lin Feng's measure and whether it is not. The most important thing is to fundamentally cut off the player's idea of using Pleiadians, and then encourage players to install antivirus software, which is not unknown. The website can put an end to this phenomenon. But Kui Ming didn't understand why Lin Feng had to leave this hook. Lin Feng didn't understand what Kui Ming said, but Lin Feng was useful for himself. A successful businessman can find business opportunities at any time and anywhere, not to mention that this bureau is laid out by forests. Lin Feng knows that he now owns several listed companies in the future. Judging from his potential, he is definitely a frequent visitor to the Forbes rich list. But at this stage, his foundation is still too thin, like a flower in a greenhouse, and cannot stand too much wind and rain. Once someone deliberately suppresses himself, he doesn't have much ability to fight back. For example, Xiaqian that Lin Feng temporarily avoided. He was not something he could resist now, and Lizzie has entered the entertainment circle, a place of right and wrong. With Lizzie's current popularity, fresh and sweet face, and perfect body, it will definitely arouse the coveting of many satyrs, and it is inevitable to dare to stretch out the devil's claws. They are all rich and powerful, if Lin Feng is unable to protect her. Therefore, Lin Feng set up a bureau to take this opportunity to make another profit. Most of the profits made by Lin Feng in Legend were invested in the development of this project. Lin Feng is preparing to launch Second World DNA, which means the code of the Second World. Everyone has their own unique code which is similar to the general order of the later fantasy westward journey. Of course, this is not free. Players must pay a price of 30 yuan for this to enjoy the service of protecting their game account. But obviously, under the premise that it costs money to go online and to play games, but also to protect their accounts, most players will not buy it. Therefore, Lin Feng will throw a bait to stimulate the players to invest in the game, but also to stimulate the popularity of Pleiadians and Trojan horses. When the account of the game character you have worked hard to cultivate is always hacked, and the equipment and gold coins in it are stolen, it feels as if the whole world is empty, and everything seems to be no longer meaningful to you. If you only need to spend a little money at this time, you can put an end to this trouble forever. Lin Feng believes that most people will still choose to accept it, especially when everything in the game can be exchanged for money. This small investment can be more recognized by the players. Of course, this might be despicable, but Lin Feng didn't have any psychological burden on it. Even if you don't do it yourself, when the entire online game market is really hot, Pleiadians and Trojan horses will still flourish, and as long as there are places for online games, there will be Pleiadians and Trojan horses. However, it is not the best time to launch Second World DNA. There is only one popular online game, Legend. Most of the Pleiadians and Trojan horses are developed for Legend. Now the Second World DNA is launched, except in addition to being scolded by players, people will question the suspicion that these Plugins and Trojan horses are designed by the second world, so the best time is to wait for the Grand Millennium and the Paradise of Nine Towns. Lin Feng believes that although these two companies have heard about the proliferation of Plugins and Trojan horses, they never know how far the plug-in technology is. During the struggle between the plugin maker and the Legend technology development team during this period, the technologies of both parties have been improved, and the plugin technology has become more and more advanced and more concealed. Lin Feng believes that companies without certain antivirus capabilities are probably not the opponents of these plugin makers. At that time, when the accounts of the other two companies are frequently stolen, their second world will be the first to introduce account secret protection measures, which will surely be appreciated and recognized by a large number of players, and while gaining market praise, it can also be a blow opponent. This is a good opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. This is the bureau that Lin Feng started planning a month in advance, a bureau for calculating all companies that want to enter the online game market. Lam Feng wants to raise the barriers to entry into the online game market and weed out those who would disrupt the online game market. Time continued to pass in a hurry, and soon came the annual Christmas. Legendary Christmas Carnival will be held at 10 p.m. on December 24th. Lin Feng is preparing a carnival night, sleepless night, so that all players who can participate will spend an unforgettable night, and more players are eager to join. Come in this event. You must know that the only condition for joining this activity is to reach level 40. This is a very demanding condition. Without absolute time investment, it is impossible to rise to level 40. However, in order to be able to witness the legendary goddess in the heart, to receive Christmas gifts from the Christmas goddess, almost all players tried their best to reach the level. As of 0 o'clock on December 24th, according to statistics, there were 5,127 people rushing to level 40 in the 8 districts and servers of Legend. This figure is definitely less than 2 months after the Legend public beta. I can't imagine it. Although Lin Feng appropriately lowered the difficulty of leveling, it was definitely not easy to rush to. Players who reached level 40 received an email notification on the same day, and an official full server announcement was made for each server to obtain a list. This is also a small strategy of Lin Feng. People have vanity, especially after trying hard to achieve something, but no one knows. This is definitely the biggest blow to those who have worked hard. At this time, people who have worked hard must especially hope to be envied by others, and worship, so Lin Feng gave them such a chance to be admired and admired by others, to satisfy the little vanity of these players. I have to say that this trivial little plan of Lin Feng has received great results. Not only these players who have worked so hard to reach level 40, they stayed up all night before, and the grievances of hard work to upgrade are all envy and jealous of everyone. Freed. And those players who have not rushed to level 40 also secretly decided in their hearts that they must participate in the next Legend activity. Naturally, the mentality of these players Lin Feng would not be clear about them all, but to his surprise, the compensation measures prepared by foreign players who could not feel Shanghai because they had rushed to level 40 were all useless, and all 5,127 people rushed to Shanghai. This made Lin Feng surprised, but more delighted. This shows that Legend is indeed very hot and popular now. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the bigger reason was Lizu, the legendary goddess. The charm of the goddess is irresistible. However, Lin Feng's headache is that for a grand gathering of 5,127 people, he has to change another place. Chapter 65 Cooking for You Every Day? Cheng Jiang is not opposed to the legendary Christmas carnival held by the Second World, but is very pleased. This can bring Lisa's popularity to another level. What made her dissatisfied was that the contract signed by Lisa in the Second World was too bad. Cheng Jiang has seen this contract. Basically, Lisa is of a sell-off nature, and the pay looks good, but compared to the nearly lifetime contract period, coupled with Lisa's growing popularity, Chen Jiang feels that Lin Feng is simply a bully. It is a pity that although Chen Jiang secretly incited Lisa and Lin Feng to sign a worthy contract again, it is a pity that Lisa completely ignored it. This made Chen Jiang helpless except for secretly getting angry. Of course, this is not what makes Chen Jiang the most angry. What really makes Chen Jiang angry is that Lisa never accepts a show that takes more than a one-day drive from Shanghai. Lisa is willing to accept any show. The only condition is that he must be able to go and return on the same day. The only reason was to rush home to cook for Lin Feng. With this explanation, Chen Jiang almost strangled Lin Feng with anger. He secretly cursed Lin Feng for what blessings he had cultivated in his life, and let Lisa treat her like this in this life. If this news spreads out, I don't know how many people will be jealous of it. Fortunately, Chen Jiang is a woman, otherwise she would be mad with jealousy. Another point to Chen Jiang's dissatisfaction is that Lisa has turned down all entertainment except for formal promotion, such as dining with manufacturers, KTV, nightclubs, etc. Frankly speaking, whether it is a showgirl or a superstar, I want in this circle of eating and eating. The manufacturers will generally not directly refuse such requests, and only Lisa will reject all of them, and will not give any manufacturer face. Although this has contributed to Lisa's worth to a certain extent, each circle has its own unspoken rules, which must be followed by everyone, otherwise you will be kicked out. This persistence of Lisa may be called principle in a certain way, called self-love. But more people will definitely sneer at it stupid. It's not that Chen Jiang didn't privately persuade Lisa to socialize with these manufacturers and bosses, which would be helpful to her future path. It is a pity that Lisa refused mercilessly. Instead, he showed Chen Jiang's face, and even threatened that if Chen Jiang mentioned it again, she would change to an agent. This made Chen Jiang, who has always dominated the artists, resented. But it is strange that she did not blame Lisa for all this, but thought that everything was caused by Lin Feng. Maybe when the charm reaches the level of Lisa, both men and women are all kills. No matter what she does, you will not hate it, you will only hate the person who asked her to do it. Chen Jiang didn't think about using tricks, and even acquiesced to some behaviors of the manufacturer. Unfortunately, after Lin Feng equipped Lisa with 2 professional bodyguards as Lisa's reputation increased, Lin Feng wanted Lisa to be absolutely safe, and in addition to Yangxing Lisa is equipped with a security guard. Some of the manufacturer's methods are completely useless, but almost show off a few times. This also made Chen Jiang a bit more determined to separate the two. In fact, Chen Jiang has heard about Lin Feng's current economic strength. He has faintly learned about Lin Feng's potential through friends at various levels, and will surely be included in the Forbes list of the richest in China in the future. Logically speaking, Chen Jiang should be very happy. Unfortunately, on the contrary, Chen Jiang is more uncomfortable. The reason is very simple. Benefit. With Lin Feng's potential financial resources and Chen Jiang's contacts in this industry, Lisa will become a superstar just around the corner. But for her agent, there is no benefit other than taking a pitiful 10% commission. On the contrary, as long as Lisa is out of Lin Feng's control, she can rely on Lisa's fame and charm to deal with various manufacturers, bosses, and brothers, and get the most benefits. And this is also the real source of a broker's contacts and financial resources. Naturally, Lin Feng and Lisa didn't know that Chen Jiang had already started to count the 2 of them, and they were enjoying a rare dinner in the world of 2. Yu, I have worked hard for you this time. Looking at the slightly thinner beautiful woman in front of him, Lin Feng felt distressed. No, brother Lin, I have a very fulfilling life. During this time I have found my personal value and I feel very happy. Lisa pursed his mouth, revealing 2 cute dimples. Brother Lin, when it comes to hard work, you are even more tired. Working late at night and getting up so early every day makes people feel distressed. After that, Li Zu blushed pretty face. Lin Feng smiled freely when he heard it. As the president of the company, I naturally have to work harder than others. The company is now in the early stages of development, and the business is booming. What can I do if I don't work hard? Since he is a rebirth person, then he can't settle for the status quo, and live a little more wonderfully if he does not live. How can he be worthy of this rare opportunity of rebirth? In this world, if you want to live wonderfully and not be constrained by others, you must have stronger strength than anyone, and have the strength to trample all the rulers. This is the determination that Lin Feng has made and the goal that he has always wanted to strive for. I want this day, I can't hide my eyes. I want this place. It can't stop my ambition. I want these sentient beings to tremble for me. Humphrey, Seeing Lin Feng and not knowing where he was wandering, Li Zu snorted softly. He ignored Lin Feng and immersed himself in the meal. Lin Feng was awakened by the sound, and naturally saw that Li Zu was making emotions at the moment. After thinking about it, he didn't know where he had offended her. He shook his head affectionately, picked up a chopstick dish for Li Zu, and asked, "Yu, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Li Zu grunted angrily. "What's wrong?" "Every time someone waits for you to confess, you don't say anything." "They are a girl." What they need to say. Li Zu is annoyed that Lin Feng always does not express his will, but even more annoyed that he has no courage to confess to Lin Feng and finishes it in 2 mouthfuls. After dinner, I sat on the sofa in the living room, holding the puckered doll, pouting his mouth, and silently thinking about his thoughts. Although Lin Feng didn't know why Li Zu was suddenly sulking, he knew the reason must be on his own. There is a famous saying that when a woman is angry, it is always the man who is wrong. Lin Feng plucked a lilac from the vase to purify the indoor air, walked to Li Zu, squatted down, and gently put the lilac in his hand in front of Li Zu's nose. "Yu, what's wrong?" "I was wrong just now. Don't be angry." "Okay." Sniffing the scented lilac flowers in front of him, Li Zu suddenly moistened the corners of his eyes. He threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and hugged Lin Feng tightly. "Big brother Lin." Lin Feng heard this, and his heart aches. Although I don't know why Li Zu will be so sentimental, he immediately hugged Li Zu, patted his smooth back, and comforted, "Yu, what's wrong? It's okay. Brother Lin is here. Lin brother will always protect you." It turned out that Li Zu was sitting on the sofa just now, and the more he thought about it, the more sad he got. She thinks that everything she has now comes from Lin Feng, and she is not worthy of Lin Feng, otherwise why does Lin Feng never show her thoughts? Moreover, after entering this circle, although she has always kept clean and self-conscious, she also knows a lot of dirty things, and she is afraid that Lin Feng will despise herself for this in the future. In addition, she is also a woman. She can see Liu Yingying's unusual attitude towards Lin Feng. Although Liu Yinying usually hides her well, but the dignity that she occasionally reveals, Li Zu can see that Liu Yinying also likes Lin Feng in her heart. Therefore, Li Zu is very scared. After getting along during this period of time, Li Zu has gone from the initial mentality of repaying his gratitude to slowly accepting life in China, and finally really like Lin Feng, a young entrepreneur with brains and wisdom. Although he is not handsome, he has an inexplicable self-confidence and arrogance, giving a feeling that everything is under his feet. In addition, during this period of time, Lin Feng has never done anything deviant to himself, which makes Li Zu more conservative in his thoughts. Li Zu, who insists on the bottom line for women, likes Lin Feng more. Of course, Lin Feng is not perfect either. For example, he doesn't like to do housework, doesn't know how to cook, and he rarely accompanies himself. But this doesn't affect Lin Feng's position in Li Zu's heart, but is stronger. Li Zu is also selfish. She doesn't want such an excellent brother Lin to be taken away. She hopes that brother Lin belongs to her alone. As a result, she rejected a lot of shows that were paid more, but had to go to work for a few days in the field, just to come back every day to cook a delicious meal for Lin Feng. Li Zu's deceased mother had told her, if you want to hold a man's heart firmly, you can only grab his stomach first. Chapter 66 The Legendary Christmas Carnival? Ding. Just when the two of them were indulged in the rare warmth, Lisa's cell phone rang. Brother Lin, I'm going to rehearsal. See you tonight. Lisa pouted reluctantly, and finally spent time with Lin Feng. But she had to rehearse for the legendary Christmas Carnival in the evening. It's a pity to make Lisa. However, this is for Lin Feng's company promotion, so Lisa also cheered up and must perform well tonight and not let Brother Lin down. By the way, Brother Lin, this is my Christmas present for you. When he ran to the door, Lisa suddenly turned back and handed Lin Feng a small box. His face was reddened, his tongue stuck out, and he turned and ran away. Looking at the small box in his hand, Lin Feng secretly said that he was careless. Lisa is a Korean. The biggest holiday abroad is Christmas. They will send Christmas gifts to each other, but he forgot to choose a Christmas gift for Lisa. Damn, how could I be so careless? Lin Feng cursed secretly, and then expected to open the box sent by Lisa. When the delicate box opens, it is a dazzling Casio sapphire watch. On the cover of the watch is a pattern of a lady. In the dim environment, it emits a faint blue light, revealing a strong elegance and fashion. When Lin Feng saw it, he felt pity and touch in his heart. The price of this Casio sapphire watch is at least 100,000 or more. Now, although Lisa's worth has reached around 8,000 yuan per show, rushing 2 shows a day, his income is considered high. But after calculating, Lisa's hard work this month is estimated to be all devoted to this watch. And Lin Feng knew that Lisa didn't spend any money on the credit card that he gave her. This silly girl. Lin Feng lovingly stroked the Casio sapphire watch in the box. This girl must know that even though she is the president of the company, she has never bought a decent watch with an identity. She spent all her savings to buy this high-end watch for herself. In fact, the reason why Lin Feng has never bought a better watch is that it does not need it. The company is still in its early stages of development and does not need to be so extravagant. Second, Lin Feng believes that when he is truly successful, he does not need to be modified by anything and will not be affected by others. No one dared to take it lightly. Bill Gates usually wears a shirt that costs $100 at most, but who dares to look down upon him? You are so stupid. Lin Feng sighed for a while, but he was more moved. Hey, no, this watch is still weird. When Lin Feng put the watch on his wrist just now, he unexpectedly discovered that the lady pattern on the case had changed. Lin Feng rushed to look under the light. Under the shining of the light, the original fuzzy lady pattern turned into a cute expression of Lisa pouting and squinting. He turned off the light, and in the dark room, under the watch case, under the reflection of the light blue sapphire, the pattern becomes Lisa's sweet smile again, as if a goddess is always by your side to accompany you and guard you. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Only with these 2 things, the value of this watch has to be doubled. If Lisa's popularity is also included, if this watch is put up for auction, I am afraid that millions of people will buy it. Your gift is so heavy. Lin Feng carefully wears this $1 million watch. He knows that this watch is not only a Christmas gift, but also a heart. Explicitly express love to yourself. It seems that I can't be too shabby in reply to the meeting. But it's already past 6 o'clock, and it seems that there is not enough time. After thinking about it, Lin Feng hurriedly went out and searched for the gift of Lisa's watch. As night fell, at 10 o'clock in the evening, 5,127 players with more than 40 levels of legend gathered on the beach of Shanghai Jinshan City. Due to the large number of participants this time, which greatly exceeded Lin Feng's estimation, Lin Feng temporarily changed to hold this legendary Christmas carnival at Jinshan City Beach, and some of the original cosplay shows and other activities were turned into beach bonfire barbecue evenings. Of course, for this grand legendary Christmas carnival bonfire barbecue party, Lin Feng invested no less than 1 million, but compared to the huge wealth of legend players brought to Lin Feng every year, Lin Feng felt that the money was very worthwhile. Compared with the cosplay show, this bonfire barbecue party attracts the enthusiasm of all players. The distant is the quiet deep blue ocean, the nearby is a group of burning bonfires, and the tip of the nose is the attractive smell of barbecue, which makes this time. The players who came to participate in the event praised this trip, and the only complaint that had been struggling for the level before disappeared at this moment. In particular, all the masters and figures in the various districts and services of Legend gathered together to eat barbecue, drink spirits, and talk about the fun of the game, making this carnival more harmonious and complete. Among the 5,127 players, there were 13 female players, which made the event tonight even more successful. Of course, there is still only one thing that touches people's hearts tonight: the mysterious gift of the goddess of Christmas. In fact, for these players, it doesn't matter whether they have gifts or not. The important thing is to be able to witness the legendary goddess with their own eyes, and it is best to take a group photo. When the pointer moved towards 11:55, with 13 women playing the melody of Jingle Bell, when the legendary goddess Liza appeared on the beach, the atmosphere of the audience reached its zenith, and everyone couldn't help howling. Enduring in the sea breeze, Liza wore an extremely sexy and cute off-shoulder, short-skirt Christmas outfit, and sang a Merry Christmas song softly, congratulating everyone on Merry Christmas. After that, it was naturally the time to deliver Christmas gifts, but Lin Feng did not let Liza go down to deliver them for Liza's safety. After all, there were too many people, and Liza could not deliver them. 12 girls who also wore sexy Christmas dresses were sent to the dancers to give out gifts, while Liza picked 100 lucky winners on the stage and got the opportunity to take photos with her. In the excitement of everyone, Lin Feng announced a new trend in Legend, and also incited everyone's enthusiasm to the climax. This night is also destined to be a sleepless night. Lin Feng announced, Legend will launch a dart running mission in response to players' difficulty in obtaining gold coins. The money rate was modified when Lin Feng Shu opened Legend. Players with more than 30 levels will be able to accept dart running tasks from the newly added dart board. There are 3 routes: 1. From Beach City to Viper Valley, 2. From Beach City to Mengzhong, and 3rd, from Beach City to Sheibak City. Depending on the route, the money you get is also different. Players who accept the mission will not be able to use any flying scrolls including the return scroll, and the wizard will not be able to use teleportation skills. As soon as the news of Lin Feng came out, the audience was in an uproar. For these advanced players, what they lack is money. Regardless of their high level, most of them don't have any matching equipment, and some don't even have fire swordsmanship. Moreover, it is well known that the violence rate of Legend is extremely low. In addition to buying gold coins on dingdang.com, most advanced players can only maintain normal activities with gold coins obtained through other means. This is not a park. Once the park is down, the savings that have often been saved will be wiped out. Now that Legend launches this task, it is really attractive to all players who are short of money. It also further offset the complaints of many players because of the low rate of violence in Legend. But for some RMB fighters, this task is a bit tasteless. After all, they are not short of money and can only complete the task by running, which is too tiring. However, Lin Feng's next announcement excited everyone, including these RMB fighters, who were all glaring. Chapter 67, The Desire of Men. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where there are rivers and lakes, there are grievances, and where there are grudges, there are people. Although Lin Feng is the owner of Legend, he also has to admit that Legend alone is not considered an excellent game. The only advantage is simple operation. It is also an advantage to freely park and kill people and overtake goods reluctantly. However, it is not an easy task to retain players for a long time. As various types of online games entered the domestic market, Legend is only a second-rate game in terms of graphics and content. If you want to continue to maintain its current glory, you must find your own path. Lin Feng thought of using grievances to keep players in the world of Legend. It has been reported that after a game player, the core figure of a certain family, was maliciously picked, he mobilized the entire family to squat on the server for 2 months, and then just stopped the opponent's family Park who dared to go online. And this is not an exception. Most online games develop to the end, and players have lost the original purpose of entering the game, but are trapped in a purposeless vendetta. This may be revenge in human nature. One person defeated the other. The latter continued to strengthen himself under the drive of vengeance Yuang, and finally defeated the former, and the former would go the way of an avenger. And repeat. Lin Feng's launch of this start running system is naturally not only a task that allows players to make money, but also to bring a seed of dispute to the current world of legend that is harmonious because of the leveling, and let grievances and vendettas fill the entire legend world, and retain the hearts of all legend players in the shadow of the sword. Men are militant. Lin Feng has always believed this sentence, and the female players who play legend naturally cannot be classified as ordinary women. All of them are queens, and sometimes they are more terrifying than male players in Park. The running dart system introduced by Lin Feng is just like the dart press in martial arts, but now the player presses the dart instead. There are pressure darts, and naturally there are robbers. Lam Feng has said that any player can purchase a masked knight suit from the NPC. As long as the masked knight suit is equipped, the dart can be robbed, and the name will be displayed differently from the usual during the dart robbing process. The code name to ensure that the normal game activities of Jiabao will not be affected, and set the level. For example, first level robbers, second level robbers, until the troubled times. Any player who kills the dart jacking player can get the deposit of the dart pressing player. In order to prevent all players from robbing the dart and no one presses the dart, Lin Feng naturally also restricts the dart robbing players. In the process of robbing the darts, death is equivalent to death when the red name is the same, that is, the so-called big violence. All of the luggage is dropped, and the equipment on the body is randomly dropped. In order to encourage pressure darts, Lin Feng has greatly increased the amount of rewards for pressure darts. There are 3 routes, from beach to Viper Valley, and the pressure dart successfully obtains 20,000 gold coins. Beach City is the most important city, and the pressure dart successfully obtains 50,000 gold coins. Beach City to Sheibak. The press dart successfully obtained 100,000 gold coins. And as the number of successful pressing darts increases, players will get a first-level dart division, a second-level dart division, and even an ace dart division. The failure of the dart only loses a quarter of the money paid by the dart, and there is no other loss in death. Of course, in order to encourage righteousness and bravery, except for evil and promote good, Lam Feng also set that all passing players can attack the Jiabao players. If they succeed, they will be awarded the title of knight, first level knight, second level knight, and even a generation of knights, and can receive the chivalrous bonus at the official NPB. With the announcement of this news, the 5,127 senior legend players on the scene had their eyes bright. The boring life of leveling for more than a month has made them a little bit tired of the game. In the game, everyone can participate in the carnival tonight in order to level up, and almost no Park, to avoid affecting each other's upgrade time, leading to legend. The unexpected harmony also made the game less exciting. Human nature is like this. Killing and destruction fills everyone's mind. Especially in the game, everyone has a strong desire to obliterate everything, or trample everything under their feet. With the launch of this start running mission, all players can expect that there will be a bloody storm sweeping the entire legend world, but all the players present are not disgusted with it, but have a vague bloodthirsty impulse in their hearts. No, it should be called Yuang. What's more, thinking that there are titles that are enough to show off others, everyone is even more gearing up, and they can't wait for the legend to immediately launch a dart running mission for everyone to experience it. However, the dart running task launched by Lin Feng will be officially launched on the first day of the new year, which is the first day of 2001. With the launch of the dart running mission, Lin Feng also modified the legend to run in a window. With today's computer hardware configuration, it can fully load the legend windowed and open more windows, and after the legend windowed operation, players can play games while QQ or watch movies. which can appropriately reduce the fatigue and upgrade on the road board. Of course, the greater purpose of windowed operation is to encourage players to open more. Although Legend is a real-time online game, it cannot be denied that many players have multiple accounts, and in many cases, after the account is logged in, they are not playing games, but selling things. When Lin Feng first launched Legend, the new and additional setting, at this time, players can continue to enjoy the game on another account, instead of sitting there waiting for the goods to be sold out, and then continue to enjoy the game. What's more, when many high-level players train trumpets, they can form their own teams and let the trumpets follow the mode. This not only brings convenience to players, but also brings more points card sales profit to Lin Feng. After all, opening more will naturally consume more points. This is a good solution for Lin Feng's original low card price. After all, once the card price is set, it cannot be changed. Otherwise, the player will definitely not buy it, and even riots and stop playing are possible. After the news was announced, Lin Feng quietly retired. The host and staff of the event will naturally manage the rest of the work. Lin Feng went to find her goddess and gave her a carefully selected Christmas gift. When Lin Feng found Lizu had just changed his clothes and removed his flashy face, revealing a fresh and pleasant face. However, in Shanghai in December, at the seaside late at night, the cold sea breeze was blowing. Lizu, wearing a sexy thin Christmas outfit, was obviously not cold just now. His face was red with cold, his lips were darkened black, and his whole body was slightly trembling. It hurts to see it. Lin Feng took off his suit and lightly pressed it on Lizu, then hugged Lizu tightly, using his body's temperature to warm Lizu, who was almost frozen. The two stood like this, and the other staff members were also wise not to disturb the two of them, and stayed far away, leaving them alone. After a while, Lizu recovered and smiled sweetly. "Big brother Lin, thank you. Hee, let's go. It's almost dawn. Accompany me to watch the sunrise." Lin Feng gently took Lizu's hand and walked to the deserted beach in the distance. The two sat down, snuggled together quietly, looking at the sea level in the distance, listening to the sound of waves hitting the beach, and waiting for the sunrise. When the eastern fish moor appears white, the red sun slowly rises from the sea level, and the sky is full of clouds, which is fascinating. "Yui-u, Merry Christmas." Lin Feng took out a necklace studded with rubies from his arms. "Yui-u, this is the heirloom my mother gave me, and said that when I see my beloved girl, I will let me give this necklace to her." Brother Lin. Holding the shiny ruby necklace in his hand, Lizu's eyes were moist, and his heart was excited. After waiting so long, I finally waited until this moment. But what Lizu didn't know was that the ruby necklace was bought by Lin Feng this afternoon, and the so-called heirloom is even more nonsense. However, it is also a white lie. I believe that even if Lizu knows the truth, there will be no dissatisfaction. The occasional white lie between lovers can increase mutual intimacy even more. Chapter 68. The leader of online games. The legendary Christmas Carnival is undoubtedly a success. It not only allowed the senior players of the Legend who came to participate in the conference to return with full satisfaction, but also promoted the next project of Legend. Although the official announcement is also effective, the effect is naturally better with the publicity of these old players. After all, the players who came to the conference this time are the elites of each server, not the president of a guild, or the core of a certain family. The members, it can be said, are all important figures in the game. A word of these high-level players is sometimes far more effective than the official speech, and it is much more useful. However, the only regret of this legendary Christmas Carnival event is that Lin Feng's first kiss after Rebirth fell into the water again. Just when Lin Feng used his family heirloom nonsense, but Lizu was very touched. Yui wanted to kiss Fangs, but he was disturbed by the staff who was about to call for work, which made Lin Feng very unwilling. However, the two have formally established their relationship with each other. This opportunity will naturally be abundant in the future. Unfortunately, until the end of 2000 and the year 2001, Lin Feng never had this opportunity. The main reason is that both of them are too busy. Except for having dinner together every day, the two have almost no time to meet each other, and they are not like the couple who have just decided on their relationship. Fortunately, Lizu is very well behaved and sensible. He knows that Lin Feng is now in the startup stage, so he is not upset. Instead, he stays at home and waits for Lin Feng to come back in the evening, and then goes to bed after finishing the night for Lin Feng. This moved Lin Feng's heart very much, sighing that life is like this, how much more can he ask for? In December, Lin Fengshu's internet city, barbecue shops, and scented tea processing plants brought a total of more than 700,000 yuan in net profit to Lin Feng. The starting point fast food chain was jointly suppressed by two global fast food chain leaders this month, only for Lin Feng bringing 820,000 revenue commissions, and because Lin Feng has not made any advertisements, the short-term popularity of the early stages gradually faded from the public's attention under the overwhelming advertising campaign of McDonald's and KFC. If there is no good strategy, the downturn will continue. Although it will not go bankrupt, it will surely attract the hesitation of franchising stores in the future. At the moment, Lin Feng signaled to Liu Yinying to notify branches across the country to send people to Chu City for training again. This time Lin Feng decided not only to make foreign fast food, but also Chinese fast food. Not only introduced deep-fried dough sticks and soy milk into fast food restaurants, but also provided services such as rice set meals to resist the price cuts of McDonald's and KFC. As for advertising, Shanghai Oriental Television's Supergirl is still being finalized, and it is expected that the national competition will start soon after the Spring Festival. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to use the existing resources to conduct all-round advertising on Legend and Dingdong. The slogan is Chinese nutritious fast food, nourish your stomach. What surprised Lin Feng was that the advertising contract signed by Dingdong.com this month lasted for half a year. It will bring Lin Feng's advertising revenue of no less than 7 million yuan per month. As Dingdong continues to become popular, this number will continue to increase. Think about NetEase and Sina. The advertising revenue in a quarter is in the tens of millions of dollars. Although Dingdong is not comparable to these portals, it is not much worse. Lin Feng is confident that Dingdong's revenue will greatly exceed everyone else's estimate. Moreover, the profits brought by Dingdong.com are more than this. The third-party guarantee platform launched by Lin Feng, which intercepts 3 days of payment for goods, also brings huge liquidity to Lin Feng. However, there is also bad news. Although Lin Feng provides a third-party guarantee platform, transaction disputes are still inevitable. For this reason, Lin Feng specially set up the Dingdong.com arbitration team, which is responsible for resolving disputes between buyers and sellers. It can be regarded as alleviating the most important contradiction of this online trading platform. Of course, the real profiteering is the online game market. Legend brought Lin Feng a gross profit of more than 62 million in December, which is unimaginable for everyone in advance. As of 2400 hours on December 31st, Legend has registered more than 8 million members. According to statistics, on average, each member number consumes at least 1 point card. This number alone is amazing and enviable. Looking at the financial statements in hand, Liu Yinying, Wu Xiaopu and others were all amazed. China's online game market is really a gold mine. No wonder so many companies want to squeeze in. In the final settlement, in addition to Dingdong's nearly 10 million working capital, Lin Feng still has more than 58 million working capital on hand. This gave Lin Feng full of confidence and decided to go to Japan soon to discuss the agency contract of Magic Baby with Square Enix. After investing 20 million yuan to add servers, Legend can now meet 500,000 people online games at the same time, and will maintain the speed of launching 8 servers in one district every week for expansion. Lin Feng has only one ambition for Legend: to become the first online game in the Chinese market with more than 1 million simultaneous online users. In 2001, January 1st finally came. Chengdu intentionally mistyped's Millennium and 90% intentionally mistyped of Paradise were fully tested. On that day, according to the statistics of the two companies, the number of online users exceeded more than 10,000 people. However, at the same time, Legend officially launched the dart running mission on this day. Due to the holiday, at noon, the maximum number of online users of Legend exceeded 300,000. The reason for this number is more because the server was overcrowded. There are 8 servers in one zone, and only 72 servers in 9 zones, which can't satisfy everyone's enthusiasm for gaming. And there is another point. After Lin Feng launched the Legend window, many players who have reached level 40 began to upgrade the trumpet, from the large to the trumpet, which made the already crowded server more crowded. However, Lin Feng did not take the suggestions of Quimings and others to add servers immediately. No. Maybe this will temporarily lose a group of players. Some players who can squeeze into the game can only play Millennium or Paradise, but for Lin Feng, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. Only when these two games are popular can they attract the attention of plugin makers. When plugins have a market, crazy Trojan horses and hacking will appear. When Lin Feng will launch the prepared second world DNA, with this, Dongfeng is making a fortune. As for whether these two games will stand still, Lin Feng is not worried at all, because Legend is a legendary goddess. As long as Li Zu is there, the player's loyalty to Legend is not only in the game, but the charm of Li Zu also grasps the player's hearts to a large extent. Compared with Millennium and Heaven, although Showgirl has been invited and their respective spokespersons have been launched, although they are also rare beauties, there is a fatal difference between them and Li Zu. Every time Li Zu endorses a game or product, he will understand the culture and connotation of the endorsed product, and decide his endorsement style according to its culture and connotation. According to Li Zu, this is a professional quality. On the contrary, the spokespersons of the other two online games, although they are beautiful, do not have much sense of identity with the endorsed games, and the expressions are stiff and the smiles on their faces are too fake, giving people a feeling of not being real enough. Comparing the two, Li Zu naturally won. Moreover, Lin Feng has a series of methods to push Legend to a higher peak, but he is not in a hurry. Take time. The game empire that Lin Feng wants to build cannot be achieved by a single game. Nowadays, it is still contending with 100 flowers. It is better to let other online game companies help Lin Feng expand the market, and then Lin Feng will dominate the rivers and lakes again. The so-called borrowing chicken to lay eggs is the reason. Today, Legend is just a leader in online games. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today. Sorry. Thank you for your support. Chapter 69, The Valley of Wraiths? 3 Kingdoms War. Nowadays, the domestic online game market is just like the 3 Kingdoms period. Legend is like the mighty Y state, with a strong army, strong strength and abundant talents. Millennium is like the Shu Kingdom. Facing the powerful Y state, it can only retreat step by step and find another way. Struggling for survival, Paradise is like Wugo. The 3D graphics of the game itself determines the difference from Legend and Millennium. It can be said that it is governed by the river, but the appeal of a game is not just the picture. So he can barely keep an herd of 1 acre of land. As for the previously popular Stone Age, under the tacit joint suppression of the 3 online game companies, it has almost disappeared. And it is not far from the customs service. The launch of the dart running mission detonated the entire world of Legend. The original harmonious world of Legend was instantly transformed into a shadow of swords and swords. The direct conflict of interests between the dart press and the dart robber led to continuous fights. Some high-level players even reported their real names when robbing the dart, threatening that the other party would come to him if they had the ability, which also made the conflict more intense. It can be seen everywhere. Dozens of people, even hundreds of people are fighting. Not only that, even the normal leveling is also affected. After all, the current Legend is an online game without plugins. During the game, when you encounter the knight or in the mine, you can only light up a small area even if you light a candle. It also gives the sneak attackers a chance. often taking advantage of the situation, and hacking them up with a few knives. After ransacking, he left casually. Therefore, opposition voices appeared on the official forum, hoping that the official can restrict Park. These opposing voices, without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, have been sprayed to death by the overwhelming players. They have threatened not to play online games as soon as possible if they are afraid of Park. What is the fun of online games? What is the upgrade for? What is the equipment for? It's not just for Park. If you don't Park, who can still play online games, spend so much time and energy to upgrade and play equipment. Soon, almost absolute number of players sprayed water, and the voice of opposition to Park disappeared between the forums. But another voice also appeared, that is, after the Park red name, hanging in the red name area is too boring. I hope the official can find a solution. Regardless of the Park controversy, the number of online users of Legend reached an unprecedented high in just 1 week. The highest number of online users reached 412,000. And the average number of online users was 250,000, which made the other two online game companies see it. The eyes are almost bursting into flames. The highest number of online users of the two companies at this moment barely exceeds 100,000, and Lin Feng's average number of online users is twice that of the two. This makes the two companies not jealous. Of course, Lin Feng must also resolve the opinions raised by the players. Those who oppose Park are low-level players. If they are low-level, they will definitely be bullied. This is unavoidable in any online game. However, these low-level players must also be taken care of, and many of the tasks and activities of Legend can only be enjoyed at a certain level, and the initial upgrade is indeed very depressing. Lin Feng decided to launch double experience. But players need to exchange point card points for 1.5 hours of points for 1 hour of double experience, and it can only be redeemed before level 30, and only in the old area. The launch of this double experience can only cause a lot of commotion. The low-level players think that this exchange is too bad. The high-level players complain about the pain of their previous upgrades, but after all, they are not exchanged at the same price. Only a few days after the launch. In time, after the players protested slightly, they were accepted by everyone. After all, this does not affect the interests of the old players. On the contrary, the players are generally at a higher level, and the fun of the entire game is truly reflected. But everyone didn't know that this was just Lin Feng's preliminary plan. After everyone gets used to it, Lin Feng's next double experience plan will be launched one after another. In response to the suggestion of the red-named players, Lin Feng is very evil to launch Wraith Valley, a new map. This map can only be entered by red-named players. There are no NPCs inside, but only dead wraiths and red-named players. The red-named player can park at will, but after the player dies, it will not only explode, but also lose 1% experience. Of course, what attracts celebrity players is that the dead wraith will explode. Anyone can snatch the things that are exploded. Before exiting the Wraith Valley, the equipment owner must die, and there will be no damage in the Wraith Valley. Any teleportation reel is allowed. This is a very evil plan. When it was launched, no red-named player chose to enter the Valley of Wraiths for 3 hours. After all, it was too terrible to lose experience. The upgrade of Legend is definitely the most difficult of all games today. People want to take this risk to enter Park, fight monsters. However, when the first player went in to kill a wraith and burst out a handful of Jingzong Yu, all the red-named players went crazy. Thousands of red-named players in almost the entire red-named village flooded into the Wraith Spirit Valley. Suddenly, the killing revived, and this time it will be even more crazy. However, because of this, the normal world of Legend has returned to calm. Although occasional fights, they are all small-scale fights, which can't cause too much disturbance. The real madness is all in the Valley of Wraiths. This is a dark world, a crazy world, and a bloodthirsty world. There is only killing, plundering, and no peace. Looking at the screen displayed on the server, Kui Mings, Liu Yinying and others shook their heads, lamenting that the players were crazy for profit. and at the same time they secretly denounced Lin Feng's insidiousness. This Valley of Wraiths was only launched for a week, and the level of the popular players dropped on average. Level 1. And this level does not know how long it will take to rise again. It should be understood that most of the players who can enter are advanced players above level 35, and if you exceed level 35, if you drop one level, and then want to rise back, you will have to invest an unknown amount of time. Of course, the player is not stupid after all. Watching his own experience keep dropping, it hurts in his heart. However, while the vast majority of players lost their experience crazily, they also gained the equipment in their hearts. High-level equipment such as Jing Zhongyu, Judgment, Promise, etc., appeared in the hands of red-named players. When these red-named players regain their white names and return to the normal legend world, the player's overall strength will be greatly improved. However, if there are too many advanced equipment in a game, it will be a blow to the game. In response to this point, Lin Feng also made relevant restrictions. All the equipment played in the Valley of the Wraith Spirit has added the word Wraith Spirit to its attributes, such as Willing Spirit Swell Zhongyu. After the player regains his white name, the equipment in his hand will not be traded, will not be dropped after death, and cannot be repaired. If you want to repair, you can only enter the Valley of Wraiths and absorb the resentment for automatic repair. However, after entering the Valley of Wraiths, upon death, the equipment may drop randomly, and there is a certain chance that it will be broken. And if you want to enter the Valley of Wraiths, you must be a red name, and if you want to be a red name, then, this will be another cycle. In this regard, the players have no opinion. Isn't it a park? The game is not for park, and this equipment cannot be dropped, and the violence rate is high. In comparison, the advantages for players outweigh the disadvantages. It would be great if you could not lose the experience at common wish of all red-named players. Lin Feng naturally understood the wish of the red-named player. Lin Feng deliberately set to drop 1% of his experience in order to launch a new round of money-making plan. After all, Legend is only a second-rate game. In the context of the early popularity of online games detonated by Lin Feng, a large number of games with better graphics and deeper connotations will come out in advance. Lin Feng is not prepared to rely on a game of Legend. Keep going. World of Warcraft will be Lin Feng's next goal. Of course, the current World of Warcraft has not yet appeared. Even the expansion of Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne is still very early. Lin Feng's purpose is to invest in Blizzard, even to acquire Blizzard, and the future Google, and this all requires money, and it is a lot of money. Legend is just a transitional product of Lam Feng. Lam Feng will squeeze out all the remaining value of Legend within 2 years. Of course, Lam Feng naturally has a way to deal with the complaints and anger caused by the players against the company. Tightly draw in the game world of the second world. The human heart is really subtle. Chapter 70 Reunion Year Dinner? The Spring Festival in 2001 came earlier than usual, and January 23 is New Year's Eve. The continued popularity of Legend has made all online game companies jealous, but also discordant voices. A series of game grievances brought about by the dart running system launched by Lin Feng was taken outside the game, and there was a real park incident. Although there was only one case, it also attracted the attention of interested people. There is still half a month before New Year's Eve. Lin Feng received a notice from the cultural department as soon as he arrived at the company. The content of this notice is very simple, to the effect that the Spring Festival is approaching, the motherland should be in harmony, but Lin Feng's online game has provoked discordant behavior among players, which is contrary to the motherland's purpose of celebrating the Spring Festival happy. Culture The ministry hopes that Lin Feng can prevent such incidents from happening again, otherwise he will be notified of temporary suspension of services for rectification. Regarding this notice from the Ministry of Culture, the company is very nervous. The popularity of Legend is well known, and the Spring Festival is also a golden holiday when a large number of students are on holiday and factories are shut down. At this time, if Legend is suspended, The loss can be imagined. Wu Xiaorpu suggested that Lin Feng go directly to Beijing to walk around. There is no money to set things in the world. Moreover, real-life park between players has nothing to do with Lin Feng's legend. After all, games are just games. Players. It was too far-fetched to blame Lin Feng for this kind of incident. It's like someone watching water margin to gather a crowd for an uprising. Could this blame water margin? Someone watched Dream of Red Mansions and hugged left and right. Can they blame Dream of Red Mansions? But no matter how far-fetched the reason is, Lin Feng can only accept it under the premise of the Spring Festival approaching and the great unity of the country. Modify park mode. Restrict park. Everyone looks at Lin Feng. These PKs were all proposed by Lin Feng, which brought a large number of players and profits to Legend. If they are rashly removed, not to mention the loss of profits, it is estimated that players will not accept it. Lin Feng looked at the notice from the Ministry of Culture in his hand, sneered, and flicked the notice into the trash can with a flick of his finger. Okay. Don't be afraid. We definitely can't modify the park rules. This will affect the popularity and hurt the players' passion for the game. Lin Feng signaled everyone not to care. Lin Feng guessed that this so-called notification was probably an insidious move that a competitor had come up with after seeing Legend being hot. But Lin Feng was not afraid. With the booming online game market, game park is inevitable for any game. Without park, it is not an online game. Now I can only say that I was out of luck. Just before the new year, there was a player park incident, and there were deaths and injuries. Wait for the new year to happen again, and stop doing your own business. After all, Lin Feng discourages all of this, and the official website clearly states that everything is just a game. Don't indulge in it. Okay, Vice President Kui, you posted a message on the official website, saying that in order to welcome the Spring Festival, Legend will hold a legendary group New Year's Eve event, as long as at midnight on the 20th, you have memories, prayers, and mysteries. Players of any set will have dinner with the Legend staff and the legendary goddess Lizu on the 21st of January, congratulate the Chinese New Year, and invite players to visit Shanghai. And all expenses, including round-trip air tickets, all are reimbursed by the government. Lin Feng thought of a countermeasure immediately. When everyone heard it, they smiled. Lin Feng's method can not only solve the crisis of the Ministry of Culture before the Spring Festival, but also bring higher profits to Legend again. Having a group dinner with players and congratulating the Chinese New Year. This is something that other companies don't have. I believe it will be of great help in gaining popularity. The facts are as everyone expected. After this news was announced, all players immediately stopped park. The entire Legend world instantly returned to the previous peaceful era. Everyone burst into memory, prayer, and mysterious kits. Crazy killing monsters. Of course, small frictions occasionally occur, but under the background of major premises, under the joint initiative of many masters on various servers, no one deliberately makes trouble. On the contrary, those who were not looking open were collectively killed by the rest of the players. What's even more funny is that Legend has entered a short period of peace. Millennium and Paradise imitated the relevant park rules developed by Legend. But there was a real player park event that caused some. Those who are looking for trouble with Legend can only say nothing about it. What makes all Second World employees even more delighted is that the registered members of Legend finally took this opportunity to exceed 10 million, and the maximum number of online users reached more than 500,000. Far exceeding the sum of the highest online numbers of all other online games in China, become the well-deserved first online game in the domestic online game market. With the popularity of Legend, Lisa has also become the most popular game spokesperson among the showgirls selected by several well-known domestic portals. Memory, prayer, and mystery. These three sets are not so good. However, in the Legend, tens of thousands of players fighting monsters 24 hours a day and night, more than 10 days. Thousands of various accessories have been released, but only 212 sets can be combined in the end. In order to form a set, in addition to luck, the competition is more about financial resources. For example, a memory bracelet, due to too few exposures, was fired at RMB 800 on dingling.com, while Prayer Blade was fired at RMB 1200. This has to be shocking. While lamenting that there are so many rich players, I have to admire Lisa's charm. If it were not for Lisa's appeal, I am afraid that not many players would be so crazy to kill monsters, or even make a crazy bid for auction in order to form a suit. In this regard, the employees of the company can only sigh Lin Feng's fate. As for what to sigh, everyone naturally knows. And the agent Cheng Jiang was chattering there again, saying that Lin Feng was too harsh, allowing Lisa to participate in so many activities, but never gave him a salary worthy of his worth. Lin Feng directly ignored this. Of course, Lin Feng is also a little bit noisy about him always complaining. But think about it now that he still needs to use Cheng Jiang's contacts in the entertainment industry. Plus Cheng Jiang's starting point is also Lisa. Lin Feng will temporarily tolerate her noise. When this time is over, Lin Feng will naturally kick this annoying middle-aged woman away when he starts his own economic company. On January 22nd, the legendary group New Year's Eve event was successfully held. All 212 players attended the most famous Pudong Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. They set a box to celebrate the new year with everyone and celebrate the growth of Legend. Thank you players for your support of the game. At the dinner, Lin Feng also missed the opportunity to announce that he would launch a new event on the first day of the Chinese New Year. I hope everyone will continue to support Legend. In this regard, many wealthy and advanced players themselves are naturally unwilling, and hope that Legend will launch more fun and exciting activities in the future. Of course, the highlight of the dinner is still Lisa. When Lisa appeared in the hall in a black strapless evening gown, everyone was stunned. Sweet and playful, quiet and generous, sexy and dignified, the long skirts came slowly, making everyone in the hall breathless, holding their breath, not daring to breathe. I was afraid that it would disturb the goddess in front of me. Zhu is very grateful to the players present and the players who failed to participate in this banquet. For more than 3 months, I have been supporting Legend. On behalf of all the employees of the Second World, thank you all. I wish you all happy Chinese New Year and everything goes well. Lisa's voice is like the tinkling of spring water, which makes people not only enjoy the beauty in sight, but also enjoyed the sense of hearing. After that, Lisa personally carried a glass of red wine and walked to the player's seat. Originally, Lin Feng only asked Lisa to respect each table, and then gave everyone a Legend poster signed by Lisa. Unexpectedly, Lisa toasted everyone, took a group photo with everyone, and personally presented his own autographed posters, exciting the attending players. They also stated that they would always support Legend and support the legendary goddess Lisa. This scene touched Lin Feng, and sighed for his good destiny.